Chapter 1a Am I going to die again? It's unbearable. Just as Mulan attempted to take a deep breath, the icy, piercing water of Tiver choked her, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Shetriad Tupenharis, Butit was utterly impossible. Her thoughts were a muddled waruasi, han she did, how cold this the rushing water swiftly engulfed her once more. Sister. On the riverbank, a small-figured spridlet tried to plunge into the water to save her, but was seized by a burly soldier who yanked them back but the collar and flung him to the ground. The soldier growled, "You little brat, don't cause trouble if you don't listen, I'll make you wish you were dead." The frail figurine redima completely, eyes bloodshot to charged towards the iver again. The soldier clicked a distant and kicked high my way. The small body crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Laner, help, Mylaner, the pale-faced woman oblivious to her son's plight, washed frantically calling out at the iversage, her eyes filled with anguish searched for the disappearing figure, but she was restrained by the soldiers. The soldier, with a face full of disdain, snapped, "What are you yelling about? Your family is nothing but trouble form, if you delay me journey, il m'occupe." The woman fervently bowed before the soldier, her forehead beating from repeat impacts against earth, yet she did not relent. "Sir, I bid you, please save me daughter, she so young she might drown." "Save what? In this raging griver, there is no Tevanash Adolft, Shes Longon." The woman's lips trembled. "No, it can't be, my daughter, Mylaner." Desperate, she turned to the crowd for help, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Her husband, barely clinging to life after being beaten by soldiers, her unconscious father-in-law, Kurla Flesmother-in-law, and Harry Unger brothers, trembling from the soldiers' blows, all filled her vision, and then, Shanada said her own son, just 4 years old, lying unconscious. She rushed over, Cradlingers and Inherms, her eyes filled with despair as she looked up to the heavens, howling, "Heaven open your eyes." Meanwhile, swept away by the river, Mulan, driven by her instinct for survival, thrashed at her arms, trying to grasp anything. She had no idea what was happening, but her will to live was strong. With a sudden crash, her small frame collided with a half-broken old tree. Realizing thighs wash her chance, she breathed pain and quickly wrapped her arms around the trunk. Gasping for air, she slowly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. "Where is this, han she did? What was happening now?" Suddenly, Herms weakened, and she almost succumbed to the current again. Gritting her teeth, she clung tightly to the tree. "It was then Sheno to said this. Wash her hand?" "It was the hand of Phasmal child, so tinny and soft. Had she been reborn?" Alas, she had no memories, and she was dressed in a pingsicone, now soiled but still revealing jit's fine material, thought she couldn't discern it Syrah. With no time to ponder, Sheloki do pathetry, contemplating how to climb, but however, her frail body was too weak, merely holding Gonto the trunk to avoid being swept away. Hadex house del her strength. She calmed give up. Limal gritted her teeth and attempted to climb the trunk dozens of times before finally managing to pull herself up. Lying on her back, she gasped for breath, finally feeling that she was truly alive. But what Tony Arth was happening? She Mulan weighs a special for Cecil dear. Her grandparents were retired senior officials, her father was a military leader, and Dermotherad Bino military doctor, retiring to high rank. Her brother was a scientist in aerospace research, her uncle was a police officer, her cousin was a forensics expert, and her older cousin was a prosecutor. In short, her entire family was composed of remarkable individuals. She had dwily in a mission abo techplosion had left Normains. Fortunately, before her demise, she had destroyed astic jaring quantity of drugs, completing her mission in a sense, sacrificing herself for her country. Wait astonished was to her solid return me after death. She's a warmother ho had always been elegant and poised, nose lumped on the sofa, disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and looking significant life frail. Limulan felt a pang of heartache longed to embrace her, but felt utterly powerless. "Mom!" The woman remained unresponsive, still a sastitude. As her father entered with a tray of food, her mother continued to gaze at the photograph in her hand. Her photograph seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Her father appended his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, setting the food down before quietly exiting. Dad. Limulancy is brimmed with tears. She was gone, and her parents could no longer see her. "Arius it is feed no?" the woman asked coldly. Theman paused, saying nothing, yet this tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. "If I wish to serve the country, you can do so yourself. Why must Lanner go to? Why?" The woman's voice arose in anguish, her eyes filled with a blood-red fury. Theman opened his mouth but remained silent. Why? Because his daughter was exceptional, born to be soldier, because harbored selfish desires, wanting a skilled rent to follow in his footsteps, to Zervethanashan and become its pillars. His son, Thafraelson Sekelhood, excelled in academics and was the unjust scientist in aerospace, but he could not serve him military. When he discovered that his daughter possessed the qualities of a soldier, his hearts were led with pride and joy. This girl had never disappointed him at such a young age. She had already achieved remarkable feats, how difficult to see to earn military honors in peacetime, yet she had amassed countless accolades without even realizing it. Thus, when he learned that Nuni had been able to infiltrate the drug trafficking gang, he pointed Harris the mission's captain without hesitation, but the mission was completed, and his daughter was gone. He understood that this was the duty of a soldier. If the country required his life, he would offer it without a second thought. Butha's daughter. Harry made swear nowhere to be found. She must have Joffred lie in her final moments. If Mulan had known her father's thoughts, she would have assured him that it didn't total it was a very an instant, and she hadn't even had to meet a react. Receiving no response, the woman meant to correspondent, just go, I don't want to say you right now. The man, his expression pained, closed his eyes and ultimately left in silence. Mulan felt a Sergio anxiety she didn't want their parents to be like these. Mom, don't blame dad, please don't blame him. But no matter how she shouted or called out, her voice went unheard. Suddenly a blinding light pierced through, so dazzling that she could barely open her eyes. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself submerged in water. Lying on the tree trunk, Mulan stared at the ski, her mind o'hurl pull off tots. Time passed slowly, and the small figure remained motionless, not from a lack of desire, but from sheer exhaustion. This Boda was far too weak. Additionally, the prolonged absence of would had sapped her fan remaining strength that felt test off she was simply waiting for death. Ami. Going to die again, the seemingly lifeless figure murmured softly. Chapter 2. Take me's your master, and I shall save you. Put. A soft look caused Mulan to pause semionuous niarbi, thought a voice cement semi-watt distant, she still hearted clearly. Moyen, this little Leone quite amusing, I thought she had kicked the bucket, but tied appears shy still clinging to lift, remark a dottish and Jungman Cladina striking redrobe, brandishing a folding fan with a playful smile. The Madame de Moyen remained expressionless, his white garments lending Jaime Navenmari the reeler, he lifted his eyelids as light a glance at the Goder detir, a look of distaste crossing his face as she turned away. Given it over 30, one would think he could avoid such flamboyance. His gaze then fell upon the small figure slumped against the decaying tree trunk, lost in thought, yet remained silent. Mulan attempted to rise to call for help, but after several futile attempts to turn her body, she found her dwindling strength at her lay exhausted. Nevertheless, she did not lose heart. Summon injiveriancy of energy she had left, she cried out, help me. Yether voix per like corrida across Tiver, fatting galma stenterly. However, these ways inconsequential to those in the opposite bank, for they were unordinary individuals. Theman and Red Crane disnicked opera across Tiver but showed one inclination to approach. Hey, Moyen, when do you think this little Leone will finally give up the ghost? Her vitality is surprisingly robust. She was in Thebring coughed death yesterday, yether shies, still holding in, Moyen replied. I call doozy a test subject. Should I bring this little Leone back to Thievery for some experimentation? Theman suggested. Forgetiti's not worth the trouble. That fragile frame you will acquire quite a bite of effortus of emoyancho thimiglins, assalintra primen for reason chatter. Theman and Redsia met accustomed to Moyan's indifference, unfazed as she continued to predalian. Woofing if that's enough, Moyan said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Weffing raised a Nebro, leaning closer with an air of mischief. You've been watching for 2 days now, what makes this little Leone so special? Moyan sighed, im no tenter leisure. Thanks curiosa what do you mean? Not long ago I observed thesters, and they indicated that a faded person would appear in this vicinity, so I come to investigate. Affaded person, you think CS glinted with interest. Yes, a master-disciple bond. Master-disciple, Wufeng glued incredulously at the small figure, noting that there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. In fact, she appeared with her weck. Didn't he say you would no longer take in disciples? Weren't he out tired off troubles they bring, besides this is a sigil. Feng pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy in his expression. His own disciples real exceptional, and he envied the Erdolans. Why couldn't he have a good fortunate to have such an outstanding disciple? Moyan la tutor sign say athanal disciple, then, these would Bethelistoni would never take an another apprentice again. With that, Helite light up pedistuis and sword across Tiver, landed gracefully on the tree trunk where Mulan lay. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, the sudden appearance of this man reignite her hope. Helfeld, she managed to gasp. Moyan surveyed the frail girl before him, her thin arms and legs, her sallow complexion, and sunken cheeks rendered her far from heritable children he was accustomed to seeing. In fact, there was a Vena scarret the cornero ferai tsk, the inlair deeming feature wash air pair of pitch black eyes, which with a clarity and determination that belied Harrioth, she certain lip possessed a certain resilience. Mulan gazed to pat the middly Gidmanine white, her voice almost inaudible but asuically pleaded for assistance. After a long pause, Moyan finally uttered read 2 words, do you wish to live? At that moment, Mulan found herself unable to speak. Yether dark, expressive eyes remained fixed on him. Inside, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Of course she wanted to live. How old desertiath under such circumstances? This man had no compassion, wasting such a handsome exterior. How could he skip she wanted to live when he was clearly in a position to help? Noticing her intense gaze, Moyan couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips slightly. This little Leone was indeed intriguing. Take Missy or master, Anna shall survey you. I fio agree, simply blink, he instructed. With great fort, Mulan blinked several times, fearful Tatha might not see her clearly. She continued to blink crappiatedly, her eyes nearly cramping from the exertion. Ha, you truly are frightened a little chilled, Mo Yan remarked. Le Mulan felt a surge of indignation. How was chilled here, how was afraid of death, well she certainly didn't want to eat this moment. Unfortunately, her frail body betrayed her. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she felt herself growing ditzy, her delicate brows knitting together before she fainted. Seeing this, Mo Yan smoothed lightened affraction. She has with the temper. Hebent don't end picket her up, like light uping istoisa genosha currently Mulan across the river. Fang hurried over, exclaiming, Hey, Ariosirius, Yuri Alianten totek hares your disciple? His words were filled with incredulity, yethishan swario ready eagerly checking Li Mulan's wrist. Mo Yan did not stiff him, observing intently. Before long Wufen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the juralspale, thin-faced, aponetizing Theskaratherai has again its own ething tobweek, buta scarin herfus, Seisegril, after all, I for appearances marred howled wander? Inugo fure nonsense, what's the verdict, Mo Yan pressed. Wufen withdrowish and dansia deply, this girl has a congenital illness she's not suited for martial arts. At this revelation, Mo Yan frowned, not suited for martial arts, hequakli reassure dimsel, if she cannot practice martial arts so by, I can teach her with her skills no tever regeral must learn martial arts. Wu Feng puladuta porcelain vial, preparing to administer medicine Eda Thedgeral, butupan herring in Mo Yan's words, his eyes would end in disbelief bury you joking, you Mo Yan, renowned as he greatest martial artist in the world, saying your disciple cannot practice martial arts, is tad a longing stock? Mo Yan's expression remained calm, even the leader does not practice martial arts. Feng was expirated the leader, Oreo comparing this girl to the leader has always followed the Schaller Lipeth and at such an gang, his literary accomplishments are unparalleled. How can't they be compared? Hero leticized then poured a black pill from the porcelain vial administering Jitoli Mulan, alvatis a congenita leishu. If I personally oversee her treatment, it is not impossible for her to be a shilfias an ordinary person. Mo Yan raised any brow, his harp fixed in woofing, clearly conveying a threat. Hey, don't look at me like the Taisquitef frightening, Wufen said, feigning ferishepididishist, with acupuncture, medicinal baths, and specially formulated pills, sure libel the earthanthi of each person, surely that will suffice? Mo Yanglin seeteth unconscious girl, that is acceptable, he conceded, Butupan noticing the dirty and white garments, his frown deepened, what a hassle. Chapter 3 You must call me Master. Li Mulan awoke 2 days later, her mind somewhat bewildered as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. However, that moment of confusion was fleeting, her vigilant nature compelled her to scrutinize the space around her. The room, though simple and unadorned, exuded an air of elegance, suggesting that its owner possessed a refined taste. Glancing at a nearby table, she noted its worn appearance, yet the exquisite tea set atop it indicated quality, a discernment she had developed due to her elders. Beside it stood a shelf, casually adorned with several decorative items, each seemingly extraordinary. The most curious aspect, however, was a cauldron made of pure gold, leaving her to ponder who possessed such extravagant wealth to create something so lavish. Could it possibly be used for alchemy? Awake? Mo Yan, dressed in white, entered carrying a bowl. He approached the bedside and examined the young girl's complexion. Do you feel any discomfort? My head, it feels dizzy, Li Mulan replied, her voice hoarse, surprising even herself. After not eating for so long, feeling dizzy is to be expected. He scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips. Your stomach is too weak. You can only have porridge for now. Without hesitation, Li Mulan opened her mouth and swallowed eagerly, nearly famished. Ha! Mo Yan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he offered another spoonful. Li Mulan, unreserved, consumed another mouthful. After a few bites, she discerned something unusual about the porridge. It was not plain white rice porridge but bore an intriguing medicinal flavor. Noticing her thoughtful expression, Mo Yan explained, it contains numerous restorative herbs, treasures belonging to that fellow Wufeng. Drink more, it will be beneficial for you. Li Mulan was unfamiliar with the name Wufeng but continued eating until the bowl was nearly empty. She blinked up at Moyan. Mo Yan shook his head in resignation. You've been hungry for too long. You mustn't overindulge, this is all you can have for now. But I'm still hungry. Even this modest portion barely filled the gaps. Mo Yan set the bowl aside. Endure it. Li Mulan pouted but refrained from arguing, feeling too weak to contest, and still uncertain about her current circumstances, she preferred to remain silent to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Observing the dejected girl, Mo Yan smirked slightly. What is your name? Li Mulan, she answered honestly, for she indeed had always been called Li Mulan, in this life and the previous one. Where are you from? How old are you? This question stumped Li Mulan. Aside from her name, her mind was a blank slate. She vaguely recalled falling into a river and hearing someone call her name, but she grimaced, clutching her head in pain. Seeing her distress, Mo Yan quickly reassured her, if you can't remember, don't force it. Wufeng mentioned that you suffered a blow to the head, which may have caused some memory loss. It's not a big deal, take your time. As she eased her grip on her head, the pain seemed to lessen. Then, what about you, what is your name? Mo Yan chuckled softly. I am called Mo Yan. Mo Yen, she was unsure of the characters. You must call me master. Master? Li Mulan was puzzled, recalling that there seemed to be some legitimacy to this arrangement. She had to acknowledge him as her master for him to have rescued her. The thought irked her. How could an adult manipulate a child like this? Indeed, you are my 9th disciple and my last. Since you have a name, you shall continue to be called Mulan. As for the rest, we shall discuss it once your health improves. Seeing her silent, he inquired, do you understand? Li Mulan's eyes darted around, realizing that a wise person does not suffer unnecessary losses. Understood. A barely perceptible smile tugged at Mo Yan's lips. A clever little fox.it seemed her future days would not be devoid of amusement. In the balmy month of March, with gentle breezes caressing the air, the verdant Longyan mountain was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and blooming flowers. Amidst the forest, 2 figures, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, strolled leisurely. Little Master Uncle, why are we returning to Longyan Mountain? Didn't we agree to head to the capital to seek out Master Uncle? Complained the chubby boy, unwilling to leave behind the reputed bustling capital filled with delectable delights. The shorter figure turned around, revealing a delicately featured young girl of about 8 or 9 years, her hair styled in twin buns, with her hands on her hips and a mock-serious expression. She raised her chin defiantly. What? Do you have objections? The chubby boy quickly waved his hands. No, how could I dare to object? Master said I must listen to you, and I will certainly obey. Li Mulan nodded proudly, her adorable demeanor irresistible to anyone who beheld her. Then that settles it. Enough with the chatter. Don't think I don't know you're eager to taste that roasted chicken from Yushizhai in the capital. The chubby boy looked a bit sheepish. Well, it's not that. It's just that you mentioned wanting to go to the capital before, and I thought it would be a good opportunity, hee. He then flashed his signature goofy grin. Li Mulan shook her head in exasperation, crossing her arms. Yuan, look at your belly. It's already quite round. Can't you aspire to something more? Stop thinking only of food. This boy, named Yuan, originally named Huiyuan Ruo, was the disciple of Li Mulan's 5th senior brother. Unfortunately, her 5th senior brother was quite irresponsible. After taking him as a disciple, he handed him over to their master and disappeared. When Li Mulan arrived, the two, of similar ages, began to play together. Although she found him somewhat bothersome, the dull life in the mountains left her grateful for any companion to converse with. I can't help it, I'm always so hungry, Huiyuan Ruo replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. With a long sigh, Li Mulan was about to lecture him again when suddenly, a scent caught her attention. She wrinkled her adorable nose. There was a whiff of blood like a little dog. She sniffed around, following the scent to a secluded thicket, where the grass grew taller than her. She stared intently at that spot, lost in thought, remaining silent. Huiyuan Ruo, puzzled, inquired, Little Master Uncle, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Crossing her arms, Li Mulan sighed, lifting her chin and commanding, go take a look. Although somewhat confused, Huiyuan Ruo trusted Li Mulan and retrieved a dagger from his satchel, approaching the area cautiously. Ah! Little Master Uncle, there is someone. Huiyuan Ruo exclaimed as he cleared away the obstructing branches, revealing a cloaked figure lying within, their weak breaths indicating severe injury, accompanied by the lingering scent of blood. Pull them out, Li Mulan instructed, carefully observing the surroundings. She regarded the injured person with newfound respect. Despite their grievous wounds, they had managed to conceal any traces of their presence, indicating a certain cunning. Although Huiyuan Ruo was young, he possessed innate strength, which was why her 5th senior brother had taken him on as a disciple. He effortlessly hoisted the figure out, a boy of about 15 or 16, his eyes tightly shut, lips pale and cracked, yet his handsome features were evident. Chapter 4 Little Master Uncle, surely you are captivated by his handsome appearance. Li Mulan gently probed his breath, finding it faint, before checking his pulse. Seeing her little Master Uncle in such a state, Huiyuan Ruo was taken aback. Little Master Uncle, you can check pulses now. When did you learn that? How come I was unaware? Li Mulan calmly withdrew her hand. I don't actually know how. Then what are you doing? Li Mulan shot Huiyuan Ruo a look of exasperation, as if to say, it's precisely because I don't know that I need to learn and try more. No one in the valley is willing to let me check their pulse or give acupuncture, and this is a perfect opportunity. Huiyuan Ruo nodded in understanding. Oh, so this is what you meant by using a guinea pig, right? Have you discerned anything yet? Li Mulan cast a profound glance at the unconscious individual. At first glance, it seems he has fainted from excessive blood loss. Is that even necessary to check the pulse? I can see that too, haha, just look at his wounds and the bloodstains, no need for a pulse check. Before she could finish her sentence, Huiyuan Ruo felt a piercing gaze and immediately fell silent. She cautiously regarded Li Mulan. So what shall we do? Should we carry him back? Impossible, master forbids bringing outsiders back. Then. Huiyuan Ruo looked on with concern, cautiously observing Li Mulan. Are we just going to leave him be? Li Mulan remained silent, staring at the unconscious figure for a moment. He was indeed quite handsome. With a sigh, she began rummaging through her small cloth pouch. Huiyuan Ruo's eyes lit up at this and he eagerly moved closer to help her open the pouch for easier access. I found it. Li Mulan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at a white porcelain bottle in her hand. She promptly poured out a pill and administered it to the unconscious young man. Hey! Huiyuan Ruo was alarmed. Little Master Uncle, why are you giving him a recovery pill? It's far too extravagant. One recovery pill was worth a fortune on the market. He didn't possess anything of such value. Hui Yuanrua pouted in discontent. What can I do? If we encounter him, we can't just leave him to die if he's so good-looking. It would be a terrible shame for someone so young to perish, Li Mulan replied without a hint of remorse for the pill, having acquired it from old Peacock. She could always find a way to procure more next time. Hui Yuanrua looked at her helplessly. Little Master Uncle, you must be taken by his looks. Indeed, and what of it? Li Mulan said with conviction, not perceiving anything amiss. Hui Yuanrua, suddenly flustered, exclaimed, Little Master Uncle, this is not right. A man should not be judged solely by his appearance. This way, it's easy to be deceived. Me deceived? Li Mulan laughed. Who am I? The most astute person on Longyan Mountain. Would I fall for such tricks? The most astute person on Longyan Mountain, that's a title you bestowed upon yourself, Hui Yuanrua muttered under his breath. What did you say? Li Mulan playfully smacked the back of his head. Yuan, you underestimate your little Master Uncle far too much. When have I ever engaged in a losing venture? As she spoke, she leaned closer to the unconscious young man, roughly tugging at his shirt to reveal a jade pendant around his neck, then beamed with satisfaction. See? This is a fine item, just enough to offset the cost of the medicine. Hui Yuanrua rolled his eyes, knowing full well that his little Master Uncle would never allow herself to incur a loss. This jade pendant is obviously not cheap. I'm not at a loss either, he. Just as Li Mulan was about to remove the pendant, a large hand seized her wrist. Ah! The force made Li Mulan wince in pain. Let go. Is this how you treat someone who saved your life? The young man's fierce gaze faltered momentarily upon seeing the two children before him, but that hesitation was brief, and his grip remained unyielding. Hui Yuanrua, alarmed, immediately launched an attack to rescue his little Master Uncle. What is wrong with you? My little Master Uncle is saving your life, and you want to repay her kindness with hostility? I knew it, not a single handsome man is worth trusting. The young man struggled to evade the attack, inching back. Unfortunately, his injuries were severe, and he could hardly move without discomfort. Stop moving! Li Mulan commanded. You have lost excessive blood and sustained serious internal injuries. I just administered a recovery pill, and if you keep moving, even the highest deities won't be able to save you. The young man regarded them warily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Fearing he might not believe her, Li Mulan produced the porcelain bottle again. Really, look here, I just gave you a recovery pill from the Divine Dr. Valley. You know of the Divine Dr. Valley, right? This recovery pill was personally crafted by its master. It's quite precious, therefore. Li Mulan glanced at the jade pendant around his neck. You won't lose anything by parting with it. The young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, full of suspicion. You are utterly ungrateful. If it weren't for us, you might have already met your demise. My little Master Uncle is doing you a favor by taking your worthless jade pendant. Hui Yuanrua expressed his dissatisfaction with the young man's attitude. What a white-eyed wolf! The young man bit his lip. That won't do. Due to his severe injuries and blood loss, his voice came out hoarse. Do you have anything else to offer in exchange for the medicine? Li Mulan blinked her innocent eyes at him. The young man did not respond, lost in thought. After quite a while, just as Li Mulan was about to lose her patience, he finally spoke. I can give you the jade pendant first, and in a month, at the Walayan at the foot of the mountain, I will bring 1,000 taels of gold to redeem it. Would that be acceptable? 1,000 taels of gold. Li Mulan's face lit up with joy. That sounds wonderful. Of course, it's acceptable. However, you should know, 1,000 taels of gold for your life is hardly a loss for you. The young man's expression tightened at her bright smile, but he still reluctantly removed the jade pendant. He caressed it briefly before ultimately handing it over. Li Mulan took the pendant without hesitation, scrutinizing it closely. It was of excellent quality. Even without the 1,000 taels of gold, she wouldn't be at a loss. She immediately donned the pendant around her neck. Yuan, how does it look? Hui Yuanrua, always eager to please his little Master Uncle, quickly praised her. It looks beautiful. Little Master Uncle looks good in anything. The young man's eyes deepened, his lips pressed together, yet he remained silent. Li Mulan smirked. If you wish to reclaim the jade pendant, you must stay alive. Yuan, give him some water and food. The plump boy hesitated but obediently retrieved a water pouch and several buns, muttering, I was saving these meat buns for myself, but I guess I'll let you have them. The young man gazed at the offerings before him, looking earnestly at Li Mulan. Thank you. Li Mulan flashed a signature smile, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. You're welcome. It's all for the sake of 1,000 taels of gold. With that, the two of them ignored the young man and chattered away as they departed. Little Master Uncle, my meat buns. Oh, come now. You do realize 1,000 taels of gold can buy you a mountain of meat buns, right? But I won't have anything to eat tonight. You can eat something else. But I only like the meat buns from Granny Lee's stall. I'll buy you some tomorrow. Eat. Yuan, you really should consider losing some weight. But I'm still young and growing. Yet you don't seem to be growing taller, you're just getting broader. Humph, little Master Uncle, you're such a bully. Alright, enough of that. It's almost dark, we should head up the mountain. Master hasn't seen me in a long time, he must miss me. Master Ancestor won't miss you, he probably tries to avoid you. What did you say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Humph. Chapter 5. What trouble have you caused this time? The young man gazed at the receding figures of the two individuals, his eyes narrowing slightly. Longyan Mountain, that is the territory of that esteemed personage. Who then is this little girl to him? A disciple, yet, I have never heard of him taking a female apprentice. Observing the water pouch and provisions scattered on the ground, he chuckled softly. How intriguing. A gust of wind swept by. Master, a figure cloaked in black appeared before the young man, kneeling on one knee. I apologize for my tardiness. I beg for your punishment. The youth's gaze was defiant and frigid as he slowly shifted his posture, legs crossed in a meditative stance. What is the status of our affairs? Master, your foresight is unparalleled. All is under control. And the child? She has safely arrived in the capital. The young man emitted a cold snort, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Ha, it is worth it for this king to serve as bait. Return to the capital, I wish to witness those people descend into hell. The last three words were nearly spat out through gritted teeth. The cloaked figure immediately sensed the chilling aura, knowing well that the master's wrath was not something to be trifled with. At the summit of Longyan Mountain, Lingxiao Palace, dressed in white, the master of Lingxiao Palace, Missouri Yen, leisurely fished by the lake, a few small fish resting in the nearby basket, indicating a meager catch. A centuries-old tree stood by the water's edge, where a black-clad youth reclined, chewing on a blade of grass. Master, you have been sitting here for half the day and only caught a couple of small fish. It is hardly enough to satisfy my evening cravings. I have come all this way to visit you, and this is what you offer me? Mo Yan's expression remained unchanged, even failing to cast a glance in the boy's direction. No one asked you to return. The youth nimbly flipped over and landed gracefully on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he was a remarkably handsome young man with striking features. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Master, your words wound my heart. With my seniors and juniors absent, and even my little junior sister gone to the Divine Healer Valley, you are all alone in this vast Lingxiao Palace. How desolate it must be. The mention of his little junior sister caused a hint of disappointment in his tone. He had specifically returned to celebrate her birthday, only to find her absent from the palace. Such an ungrateful child. The next time they meet, she shall receive a proper scolding. Mo Yan snorted dismissively. Just refrain from pestering me. I am quite content in solitude. How can that be? It would reflect poorly on me as a disciple. The youth approached Mo Yan's side, squatting to inspect the small fish in the bamboo basket. Ha! Fifth brother, I am not a fool. Have you been causing trouble again? The black-clad youth was Mo Yan's fifth disciple, Situ Tianming, known for his penchant for mischief. Despite his young age, he had already made a name for himself in the martial world, relishing the thrill of challenging various martial arts masters, with the ambition of becoming the unrivaled champion. Indeed, even Mo Yan had to concede that he was a prodigy in martial arts. Alas, it was his temperament that caused concern. Situ Tianming's expression turned sheepish as he muttered, I have not caused any trouble. Mo Yan raised his gaze. It is best to leave it at that, or, before he could finish, familiar shouts echoed from outside, growing closer. Master, master? I am back, your favorite little disciple has returned. Master, where are you hiding? Master, master, your beloved youngest disciple is back. Li Mulian bounced in, while Hui Yuanrua followed with a pained expression, still lamenting over the recent meat buns. Mo Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he turned toward the source of the commotion. Situ Tianming rushed forward to greet her. You little rascal, you actually came back. I had to wait quite a while for you. Li Mulian paused, spotting the familiar face and immediately beamed at him. Fifth brother? Is it really you? When did you return? Why didn't you send me a letter? Her tone shifted to one of mild reproach. If I hadn't happened to come back this time, wouldn't I have missed you? Situ Tianming chuckled as he ruffled her hair. How could you miss me? I came back early specifically to celebrate your birthday. I would certainly wait for you to return. Really? Li Mulian's big eyes sparkled, prompting a surge of warmth in Situ Tianming's heart. Of course. Would fifth brother lie to you? Fifth brother is the best. It's a pity the other seniors couldn't make it back. Mo Yan had taken in 9 disciples, and Li Mulian was the youngest and last to join. The other 8 had long since graduated and descended the mountain, seldom returning, particularly the third disciple, who remained shrouded in mystery. Li Mulian had yet to meet him. Even the other seniors rarely spoke of him, and when they did, it was with an expression that suggested a story untold. Yet, every year on Li Mulian's birthday, the gifts from this enigmatic third senior disciple never faltered, often surpassing those of the others in novelty and delight, making her particularly fond of them. Hui Yuanrua watched the two engage in their conversation, feeling somewhat exasperated as he interjected, disciple pays respects to master. Situ Tianming paid him no mind, lifting Li Mulian in his arms instead. The senior brothers brought back so many gifts for me. I guarantee you will love them. Hui Yuanrua, has master truly not noticed my presence? Li Mulian, despite being an adult at heart, felt awkward being lifted so suddenly. She squirmed, attempting to escape his grasp. Fifth brother, I am already a young lady. If you carry me, people will laugh. At that moment, Mo Yan approached, glancing behind Li Mulian, noticing only the pouting Hui Yuanrua. He frowned. Did you return alone? Did no one from the Divine Healer Valley accompany you back? Li Mulian suddenly felt a pang of guilt and instinctively nestled closer to Situ Tianming. There were some, master, but I sent them back at the foot of the mountain. Hui Yuanrua also felt guilty, not daring to meet his master's gaze. Mo Yen, discerning their demeanor, let out a cold snort. What trouble have you caused this time? None. None. Li Mulian and Hui Yuanrua spoke in unison, their voices too loud, startling even themselves. Li Mulian's eyes darted around, concocting a plan to divert the conversation. Alas, she hadn't intended any wrongdoing, she merely took the big yellow dog for a frolic, unaware that the land was the old phoenix's most cherished medicinal field. Now, all she could do was flee. Oh, right, the big yellow dog was one she had rescued outside the Divine Healer Valley last year. It was quite clever. Regrettably, she could not bring it back this time. She wondered if the old phoenix would bully it. After all, the old phoenix was rather aged, surely, it wouldn't hold a grudge against a mere dog. But meanwhile, far away in the Divine Healer Valley, the Valley Master, Wufeng, scoffed, not hold a grudge? Humph, wait until I catch you, little girl, we shall feast on dog meat together. Oh dear, my century-old ginseng, my purple spiritual mushrooms. The unfortunate big yellow dog whimpered. Whoa, master, save me. Even Situ Tianming began to sense something amiss, pinching the chubby cheeks of the little girl. Our little junior sister is remarkable. At such a tender age, she has already inherited my true teachings. Impressive, little nine. Li Mulian rolled her eyes at him, muttering through gritted teeth, fifth brother, please don't make a fuss. Alright, just tell me secretly later. Let me share in the joy. Hui Yuanrua perked up, master, I know, I will tell you. Situ Tianming seemed to notice his junior disciple for the first time, casting a sidelong glance at him. I want little nine to tell me in her own words. What do you have to do with it? Oh, Hui Yuanrua immediately slumped, his head drooping. He knew that his master had never truly desired him as a disciple, it was merely an opportunity bought by his father. Whoa, Mo Yen cast a disdainful glance at the trio of troublemakers, instantly losing the desire to inquire further. Sighing, he instructed, since you are back, go tidy yourselves up, rest for a while, and we shall dine together tonight. Chapter 6. Arrangements. As she watched Mo Yan's retreating figure, Li Mulan was engulfed in disbelief. Master, have you truly let me off the hook? With a hint of annoyance, Situ Tianming playfully tapped her on the head. What is this? Do you only find joy in punishment? Rubbing her head, Li Mulan pouted defensively, fifth senior brother, must you be so rough? That really hurts. Ah, when did our little junior sister become so fragile? Has she forgotten who brandished a great sword to confront the mountainous white tiger last year? Humph. The little girl pouted, tilting her chin defiantly. Senior brother, are you not aware of my innate frailty? Master and old Phoenix have fed me countless precious herbs just to strengthen me a little, are you not afraid you might break me? When she mentioned a little, she raised her chubby little finger, indicating the size of a fingernail, her adorable demeanor causing Situ Tianming to burst into laughter. Indeed, our little Jo is the most precious and must not be harmed. To express my apologies, how about fifth senior brother takes you to see your birthday gift? As he spoke, he tousled her neatly combed hair into a chaotic mess. However, at that moment, Li Mulan paid little mind to such trifles. Her interest was piqued by the mention of gifts. Yes, fifth senior brother, you are the best, let us go see the gifts. Seeing the little girl's excitement, Situ Tianming also felt elated. Come, let your brother take you to see the treasures. With that, the two departed, oblivious to the presence of Hui Yuanrua behind them. Hui Yuanrua glanced at her round belly and pinched her chubby cheeks, pondering why she, so large, seemed invisible to them. Alas! Hui Yuanrua sighed heavily and followed them. At dinner, the four of them gathered around a table, which held 4 bowls of white rice and a pot of fish soup. Hui Yuanrua's eyes nearly bulged out, yet she dared not speak, she was the least qualified to voice an opinion, sobbing inwardly. Situ Tianming stirred the soup with a ladle, gazing at the meager few fish within the bowl. Master, is this all we are having tonight? Mo Yen's expression remained unchanged as he gracefully picked up his bowl and chopsticks, elegantly eating his rice. What else should we have? Situ Tianming sighed, conceding that at least there was warm food to eat. Li Mulan furrowed her adorable brows. Master, I am still young and growing, this is rather unrefined. I am still growing as well, Hui Yuanrua chimed in softly. This is all there is. Eat it or not, Mo Yen said, not even lifting his gaze, inwardly lamenting the incessant demands of these greedy disciples. He had personally cooked, yet they dared to complain, they should be grateful to have food to eat. Other masters had disciples who were filial, yet his were, well, best left unsaid. Li Mulan sighed, resigned to her fate as she took a bite of rice, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at her master. Master, not to criticize you, but look at our Lingxiao palace, so vast, yet we have no servants. Is this not a bit inappropriate? Mo Yen remained impassive, continuing to eat without a word. Li Mulan pressed on, but Chen Mama only comes occasionally to clean, and she hasn't been here in months since her daughter-in-law became pregnant. She gazed at her master with innocent eyes. Mo Yen continued eating, seemingly deaf to her words. Li Mulan persisted, our Lingxiao palace is quite renowned in the martial world, is it not inappropriate, shouldn't we at least hire a few servants? At the very least, a cook? Master, what do you say? Mo Yen set down his chopsticks and cast her a cool glance. No need. Seeing his little junior sister repeatedly thwarted, Situ Tianming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Little Gio, there's no point in thinking about it. Master dislikes outsiders and cherishes tranquility. Mo Yen poured himself a cup of tea, dismissing her with a wave. If you cannot adapt, then come back less often. Li Mulan pouted. Master, I am only 9. Where else would I go? Mo Yan fixed her with a steady gaze. Rest assured, I have my arrangements. Upon seeing her master's expression, Li Mulan felt a wave of unease wash over her. Hee, what arrangements? Master, I just returned. It has been several months since I was last here. Do you not miss me? Mo Yan snorted lightly. In recent years, you have improved your health quite well. Improved, beyond that, aside from being unable to practice inner strength, that little body was as robust as a young calf. Li Mulan immediately feigned frailty. Cough, master, I am weak and still need more rest. Fearing her master might not believe her, she coughed a few more times for good measure. Mo Yan sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious. Being unable to practice inner strength is no hindrance, but you must possess the ability to protect yourself. In the future, aside from foundational training to strengthen your physique, you must also study medicine, the art of warfare, and even the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You are aware of your eldest brother's capabilities. In the past 2 years, he and his wife have taken care of you the most, and you should have learned quite a bit. Do not neglect these studies. Your second brother is skilled in medicine. I have sent you to him to learn for a while. Your fourth brother will come once he finishes his tasks. He excels in the art of the mysterious gates, and your sixth brother, at such a young age, possesses unparalleled chess skills. Situ Tianming, unable to contain himself as Mo Yan mentioned each of the other brothers without a word about him, interjected, Master? What about me? Mo Yan shot him a disdainful glance. You, what would you teach her, how to cause trouble? He then turned back to Li Mulan with a huff. If we are to discuss that, then she need not learn at all. Situ Tianming immediately wilted, feeling simultaneously helpless and pitiable. Master Li Mulan felt equally exasperated. Master, are you jesting? Learning medicine and the art of warfare is one thing, but why include strategies for battle? Are you preparing me for the battlefield? And as for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I have no desire to compete for top honors. What use are those to me? Mo Yan, with a hint of exasperation, pointed at her. Which esteemed young lady does not study these? You are my disciple, Mo Yan's disciple. One must excel in both martial and literary arts. What would it say about your master if you did not? Do you not care for my reputation? Li Mulan, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose. I did not expect master to be so vain, caring about such things. Master, you should not belittle your own disciple. No matter how lacking I am still your disciple. As the saying goes, a mother does not despise her child's shortcomings. You cannot act this way, and what of esteemed young ladies? What is that nonsense? I do not fancy such frivolities. Mo Yan nearly spat blood in frustration. Get out, if you do not wish to eat, then leave my presence. Chapter 7. Descending the mountain. Li Mulan had not anticipated that her master was truly serious this time. The very next day, she was sent down the mountain, accompanied by Huiyuan and Situ Tianming. At the foot of Longyan Mountain, the autumn breeze blew gently, carrying a slight chill of the morning air. A simple horse-drawn carriage stood idly, devoid of any movement. Situ Tianming, with a blade of unknown grass dangling from his mouth, launched casually at the front of the carriage. Hey, Jiao, it seems master is quite serious this time. Your future days, oh, tsk. However, the young girl inside the carriage appeared unperturbed, fervently inspecting her belongings. The unique addition from senior brother is quite engaging. It will certainly help pass the time during moments of boredom. The medicine from second senior brother is truly remarkable, especially these poisons. Their potency far exceeds that of those pilfered from the master of the Divine Healer Valley, and the Shen Tai dagger from third senior brother, is just perfect for self-defense. Suddenly, a delicate jade pendant caught her eye, and Li Mulan was reminded of her 1-month agreement with that boy. However, reflecting on it now, it seemed impractical. She did not even know where she would be in a month. Alas, what a pity it was to lose that 1,000 taels of gold. Yet, as she carefully examined the intricate patterns on the jade pendant, she felt it was not such a loss after all. With a flourish, she hung the pendant around her neck, grinning, this shall be mine from now on. Huiyuan observed his little master-uncle with a resigned shake of his head. He had long known that once something fell into her hands, it would never be returned. Li Mulan continued to busy herself with packing, 4th senior brother's token, 5th senior brother's 9-section whip, She then pulled out a large box, and upon opening it, she was greeted by a bountiful sight of silver notes, her eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Ah, 6th senior brother is the most practical, all silver notes. Oh, how fragrant they are. Huiyuan could not fathom how she could still be so cheerful. Alas, her heart was far too carefree. Poor him, having to wander about with his little master-uncle at such a young age. It was truly unfortunate. Situ Tianming, outside the carriage, overheard his little junior sister's incessant chatter and became irked. You little brat, how can you be so mundane, only caring for silver? The 9-section whip from 5th senior brother is far superior to mere silver, you unappreciative one. Ah, yes, 5th senior brother's 9-section whip is the best, little Jill loves it the most, Li Mulan replied nonchalantly, her gaze never straying from her treasures. TCH. Situ Tianming could not be bothered to argue with her. Stop ogling your belongings and tell me, what are we going to do now? Are we really leaving? The carriage curtain was suddenly pulled back, revealing Li Mulan with sparkling eyes and a face full of excitement. Of course we are leaving, why wouldn't we? The master has said, if we cannot learn, we cannot return. He will come to check on us later. Situ Tianming wore a gloomy expression. Are we really going to second senior brother's place? Sigh, his second senior brother was even more rigid and dull than the eldest. The most troublesome part was that he was rather petty, someone one could not afford to offend. Recalling the past, he often found himself at odds with him due to careless remarks, and this second senior brother, while appearing silent, would secretly administer medicine to him when he was unsuspecting. He had unwittingly fallen prey countless times, and just thinking about it made him feel stifled, yet there was no evidence to confront him with. Although he was more skilled than his second senior brother, he always ended up on the losing side. Li Mulan raised her brows, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Master has given instructions. What, fifth senior brother, do you wish to defy Master's orders? Situ Tianming sighed heavily, nodding in resignation. Fine, go ahead. But I want to linger, I'll drop you off and then leave. That he would not stay a moment longer. Having said that, he prepared to drive the carriage away, only to be halted by Li Mulan tugging at his sleeve. Hey! Why the hurry, fifth senior brother, let us discuss the route. Situ Tianming appeared indifferent. No need to. I am quite familiar with second senior brother's place, I traversed it countless times. Li Mulan clung to his sleeve, refusing to let go. Oh dear, fifth senior brother, why are you in such a rush? I said we need to discuss, so we shall discuss. What to discuss? Before he could finish, he was startled by the mischievous smirk on his little junior sister's face, instinctively stepping back a bit. You little brat, what are you scheming now? Her grin grew even wider. Fifth senior brother, why do you think so poorly of me? I am ever so obedient and well behaved. Don't, just say what you need to say, none of this cryptic nonsense, it frightens me. Li Mulan rolled her eyes in boredom, casually retrieving a map from behind her, densely annotated with various locations. Here, take a look. Which place should we visit first? Situ Tianming, bewildered, accepted the map, staring at the myriad of markings, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Little Gio, didn't we agree to go to second senior brother's? Master specifically instructed me to escort you there. If you, Master would surely be furious with me. He shuddered at the thought of Master's methods of discipline. Li Mulan cast a nonchalant glance at him. We can go. I never said we wouldn't go to second senior brother's. However, we need not be in such a hurry, right? We can take a scenic route and enjoy the sights. It would also broaden our horizons. I trust Master will not fault me for this. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Our first stop on this journey of 1,000 miles shall be, her fair finger pointed casually, landing precisely on Pyomia Peak. This one. Hui Yuanruo leaned in to take a closer look. Pyomia Peak? But little Master Uncle, this seems to be in the opposite direction of second senior uncle's place. Li Mulan pinched Hui Yuanruo's chubby cheek. You sure talk a lot. Situ Tianming glared at the scheming little girl, gritting his teeth. Are you certain? Have you thought this through? Li Mulan nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Situ Tianming gritted his teeth. He knew her nature all too well. Even if he refused to agree, she would undoubtedly go off on her own, which made him even more uneasy. Sighing, he poked her forehead sternly. You, then, with a flick of the reins, he bellowed, get in and sit tight. Yay, fifth senior brother is the best. Seeing that even his master did not oppose, Hui Yuanruo had no objections either. A journey to explore the mountains and rivers sounded delightful. He could already envision savoring many unique delicacies along the way, which filled him with joy. Thus, amidst laughter and cheer, the carriage soon vanished from the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, not far from the foot of the mountain, behind a great tree, a figure clad in white, emoyen, slowly emerged, revealing a smile imbued with profound meaning. He chuckled softly, little fox. Run along, for I, your master, delight in the game of cat and mouse. Chapter 8. The beauty within the borders of the Great Chu Kingdom lies Feiha town in the northern desert. As dusk descends, the streets are bustling with a multitude of passers-by, suggesting the presence of a lively market. Three figures leading horses emerge onto the vibrant thoroughfare, causing the pedestrians to pause and gaze. It is not that these individuals are particularly remarkable, rather, it is uncommon for outsiders to visit this quaint town, especially as these three appear rather formidable. The young man clad in black, bearing a large blade, furrowed his brow. Little Master Uncle, why are these folks staring at us so oddly? Beside him, the fair youth dressed in red raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is your striking appearance that captivates them. The black-clad youth paused, feeling a flicker of pride, and tugged at his slightly wrinkled garments. Really? The red-clad youth playfully smacked the back of his head. I was merely jesting. Did you take me seriously? Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the black-clad youth turned to the silent woman in black. Sister Qingyu, look at little Master Uncle, always bullying me. The black-clad woman merely tugged at the corners of her lips, offering no reply. The red-clad youth kicked the back of the black-clad youth's calf. You foolish boy, do you think Sister Qingyu would side with you or with me, truly dim-witted? The black-clad youth, unable to voice his frustrations, stormed ahead. All you do is bully me. I can hardly stand it anymore. The red-clad youth laughed heartily, the crescent-shaped scar at the corner of his eye appearing rather endearing. After all these years, you still haven't adapted. Alas, your ability to adjust is woefully inadequate. You need more practice. Sister Qingyu shook her head in resignation, lightly tapping the red-clad youth. Stop picking on Yuanruo, he looks quite pitiful. Who told him to appear so easy to bully? It's a source of amusement when I have nothing else to do, the red-clad youth replied, chuckling without a care. The trio arrived at an inn named A Home Across the Seas. The attendant greeted them warmly and led their horses to the backyard. Without delay, they quickly dined before preparing to retire for the night. Hui Yuanrua patted his round belly. Little master uncle, why are you so obedient this time? Are we really going to Shangyun City? Of course, why wouldn't we? Master has made all the arrangements, Li Mulan replied, stretching her neck, feeling fatigued from the journey. Humph, when did you become so compliant? A swift slap landed once more upon Hui Yuanrua's head. Little master uncle, I call this being wise to the times. That old fox is exceedingly shrewd, always coming up short. It's best to heed some advice this time. Li Mulan sighed deeply, reflecting on the past 8 years of evading capture like a mouse, while her master played the role of the cat, always managing to send someone to catch her. This led to an endless cycle of study, her days filled to the brim. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, her master had exerted less control over her, allowing her to explore many places and broaden her horizons. Yet, this time why must she go to Shangyun City? Li Mulan unconsciously touched the scar at the corner of her eye, a flicker of suspicion crossing her mind. The following day, the trio set off early once more, stopping at the foot of a mountain. Hui Yuanruan noticed a few individuals resting and eating at the base and felt his stomach rumble. Little master uncle, let me catch a couple of rabbits to roast. Li Mulan dismounted nimbly, rubbing her slightly sore waist. Go ahead, I'm hungry too. She wandered over to a large tree at the foot of the mountain, settling down comfortably to rest. Xingyu led the 2 horses closely behind. Nearby, a simple-looking large cart stood, yet the individuals beside it exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably seasoned fighters. While Li Mulan observed them, they too scrutinized her and Xingyu. A few exchanged glances, yet none initiated conversation. Xingyu produced a water pouch and offered it. Have some water, today's heat is quite oppressive. Li Mulan beamed a brilliant smile. Sister Xingyu, you truly know how to care for others. Xingyu's lips curled slightly as she revealed a paper package. I bought some mung bean cakes this morning. Would you like to have a bit? Li Mulan took several hearty gulps of water, carelessly splashing a bit on her chest, but paid it no mind as she wiped it with her hand. No thanks, it's too rich. It can't compare to what you make. Then when we reach the next town, I shall purchase some ingredients to prepare something for you, Xingyu replied. Li Mulan casually nodded and leaned closer to Xingyu. Sister, what do you think of that man's sword? Xingyu feigned indifference, glancing at the opposite side. A fine sword. Judging by the material, it seems to be forged from mysterious iron. Moreover, the one wielding the sword appeared to be merely a guard. Such a precious weapon implied that the occupants of the cart were not to be underestimated. The individuals over there also seem formidable, but I am more intrigued by those inside the cart. A glint of cunning flashed in Li Mulan's eyes, prompting a sigh of exasperation from Xingyu. Avoid causing trouble. Those individuals are no pushovers. Li Mulan shrugged nonchalantly. I merely wish to make their acquaintance. I have no intention of stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding youth glared fiercely at Li Mulan. Boss, look at that brat. His gaze is so sneaky, always fixating on our master escort. The man referred to as the boss did not even lift his head. Xingwu, do not provoke trouble. Xingwu, feeling defiant, retorted, I'm not seeking trouble. It is that person over there. Look at his shifty eyes. He clearly harbors ill intentions and shows disrespect to our master. Unintentionally loud, Xingwu's words reached Li Mulan's ears. Xingyu frowned, instinctively brushing her hand along the soft whip at her waist. Noticing this, Li Mulan patted her hand, signaling that all was well. Then, she flashed a broad grin at Xingwu. Young man, are you saying that I harbor ill intentions? Xingwu, taken aback by her audacity, grew angrier. I'm talking about you. What is it to you? If you dare to keep staring at our master escort, watch your eyes. Li Mulan's smile widened. Oh dear, is this road yours? We are all resting here. Where I look is my business. Are you saying I'm not allowed to look at the cart? Is there something scandalous inside that you don't want anyone to see? You. Xingwu, fuming, drew his sword, but was held back by Xingyi beside him. No provoking trouble. Xingwu's face turned red with anger. Boss, can't you hear what that brat is saying? Our master is resting. Xingwu shot a venomous glare at Li Mulan. Humph, just wait. Li Mulan maintained her nonchalant demeanor. I await your pleasure. The 2 parties fell silent, each preoccupied with their own affairs. Water. A deep voice emerged from within the cart. Xingyi promptly handed over a water pouch. Master, are you awake? The occupant offered no response. The cart curtain was drawn aside, revealing a striking young man in dark robes, with deep-set eyes that conveyed authority without anger. His sword-like brows furrowed slightly, hinting at displeasure as he took a few sips from the water pouch. On the other side, as Li Mulan observed the cart, upon seeing the man's visage, she let out a low whistle. What a beauty. Chapter 9. A familiar face. The man in the black robe squinted slightly, casting his gaze upon Li Mulan. His features were strikingly delicate, far from resembling those of a man. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced again, and suddenly it dawned on him. That scar at the corner of her eye, it seemed familiar. Xingwu had long harbored disdain for Li Mulan. Upon hearing her teasing whistle and the word beauty, he could no longer restrain himself and charged forward with his sword drawn. Xingyi made no attempt to stop him this time. He too felt that Li Mulan's earlier behavior was an affront to their master. How could a master be so desecrated by such a petty individual? Xingwu leaped forward, gathering his strength for a strike, yet Li Mulan remained nonchalant, her gaze fixed leisurely on the carriage, seemingly unconcerned. Just as the long sword was about to reach her, a whip cut through the air with a sharp crack. Xingyu, clad in black, moved like a wraith, engaging in a fierce struggle with Xingwu opposite them. Aside from the man in the carriage and Xingyi, the other black-clad guards were all on high alert, weapons drawn, ready to intervene at any moment. Xing Wu was taken aback by the prowess of this seemingly fragile woman, finding himself quickly bested. However, she did not strike with malice. Frustrated at his lack of advantage, he glared at Li Mulan. You, a grown man, hiding behind a woman, what kind of hero does that make you? Come out and face me if you dare. Li Mulan chuckled lightly, rising from her languid position against the large tree as if devoid of bones, leaning against Xing Yu, her arms wrapped around the slender waist of her companion. I never claimed to be a hero. In fact, I rather enjoy hiding behind women. Does it concern you? Xing Wu's face flushed with anger at Li Mulan's brazen behavior in broad daylight. You, shameless. Ha ha ha, and what of it? What does my lack of shame have to do with you? No matter how shameless I may be, I am still superior to you, as you cannot even best a woman. Li Mulan rested her head on Xing Yu's shoulder, laughing heartily. Oh, how dull it was without Yuan Ruo. This unfortunate soul provided her with delightful amusement. Xing Wu could hardly endure such humiliation. In a moment of desperation, he activated a concealed wrist arrow, firing 3 short arrows directly at Li Mulan's face. Xing Yu's expression turned icy. She swiftly embraced Li Mulan's waist and darted away, while her other hand struck out fiercely, sending Xing Wu sprawling several meters back, blood spilling from his mouth. The other black-clad guards, witnessing this, immediately leaped in to assist. Xing Yu set Li Mulan aside and brandished her whip, joining the fray. The clash intensified, a fierce battle unfolding inside the carriage. The man remained unperturbed, reclining with his eyes closed, while Xing Yu focused solely on his master's movements, seemingly indifferent to the skirmish. Li Mulan, however, was thoroughly enjoying herself, producing a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, munching on them while watching the spectacle unfold, utterly delighted. Xing Yu, aim for his eyes. Ha ha ha. Fool, would you prefer to keep your eyes or your arms? Oh dear, I nearly had the upper hand. You lot are truly weak. Never underestimate a woman. A few big men failing to subdue one is quite the embarrassment. The man in the carriage, listening to Li Mulan's incessant chatter, furrowed his brow in displeasure. Noticing this, Xing Yi swiftly intervened, breaking up the conflict with a few deft moves. Xing Wu, the most unwilling to yield, attempted to press forward but was halted by a mere glance from Xing Yi. Xing Yi, maintaining a stoic expression, directed his gaze at Xing Yu, then slightly bowed. I apologize, my brother has offended the lady. I hope you can forgive him, considering his youth. His words were addressed to Xing Yu, yet his eyes remained fixed on Li Mulan. Xing Yu, silent, continued to glare with murderous intent. Having finished her sunflower seeds, Li Mulan casually dusted off her hands. We are not troublemakers. Had this young man not stirred up a ruckus, we could have coexisted peacefully. Xing Wu's temper flared. What do you mean I stirred up a ruckus? If not for you, Xing Wu. Xing Yi's cold reprimand cut him short, seething. Xing Wu shot a glare at Li Mulan and fell silent. It is my fault for failing to educate him properly. I hope the lady can overlook this matter. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow, not surprised that they discerned her true identity as a woman, for she had not disguised herself but merely donned male attire. Xing Wu's face paled in shock. You're a woman, how can that be? Her demeanor was more formidable than many men. Li Mulan cast a disdainful glance at him. I am magnanimous. I will not hold this against him. However, this young brother should temper his temper in the future, lest he finds himself in dire straits. It would be his own misfortune. You. Xing Wu attempted to advance again, only to be restrained by Xing Yi. The latter nodded at Li Mulan before leading his companions away. One of them, injured, had his arm hanging at an awkward angle. Hold on. The group halted, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Li Mulan, unfazed, approached the injured man. Your arm needs immediate attention. There are no towns nearby, and by the time you find a doctor, you will suffer greatly. The man was taken aback by her words, glancing at Xing Yi, yet remained silent. Xing Yi immediately inclined his head. Does the lady possess medical skills? Li Mulan smirked. Just a bit of superficial knowledge. Could I trouble you to assist? 10 taels. Deal. Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Li Mulan swiftly set to work, her movements precise as she repositioned the bones with a few deft actions. Move it now. The injured man tested his arm, discovering it indeed felt better, and then bowed gratefully to Li Mulan. Thank you. A mere trifling effort. Xing Yi promptly produced 10 taels from his pocket and handed them over, to which Li Mulan received with a beaming smile. Subsequently, both parties returned to their respective domains, refraining from further exchange. However, Li Mulan's gaze frequently lingered on the carriage. What formidable individuals could possess such skilled guards, especially the leader? Though he had only exchanged a few blows, both she and Xing Yu understood that they were no match for him. Had he truly intended to confront them, defeat would have been inevitable. Little Master Uncle, I'm back. Huayuan Ruo, wielding a large sword and carrying several freshly cleaned wild rabbits, approached, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he leaned closer to Li Mulan. She kicked him away in disgust. You smell terrible, keep your distance. Huayuan Ruo, feeling aggrieved, shuffled a couple of steps to the side, raising his arm to sniff, bewildered at what could possibly smell. Ah, little Master Uncle was just being finicky. Xing Yu, lend me a hand, let us roast the rabbits. Xing Yu adeptly took the rabbits, sprinkling various seasonings from her pouch before setting them over the fire to roast. Huayuan Ruo plunged his sword into the ground and settled next to Li Mulan, awaiting their meal. Unbeknownst to him, his casual movement had startled the group across the way, who turned to stare. Just that slight gesture, and he had embedded the sword deep into the earth. This boy should not be underestimated. The skills of that black-clad woman were already astonishing. It was surprising to discover the seemingly simpleton was even more. Xingyi exchanged glances with his companions, who quickly averted their gazes, realizing the gravity of their earlier recklessness, particularly Xingwu, who felt a wave of dread. If his impulsive actions had brought trouble to their master, the consequences would be dire indeed. Chapter 10. Such a fortuitous encounter. As Hui Yuanruo returned, the man in the carriage opened his eyes. Little Master Uncle, the scar at the corner of his eye, a slight smile graced his lips. It turned out to be them. Such a fortuitous encounter indeed. Recalling the time when he had been used as bait in his scheme, he realized that without these two, he would have suffered a considerable loss. However, the girl had taken his belongings and had yet to return them. It was infuriating to think that he had waited at the agreed-upon place for a full 3 days back then. The man was none other than Li Mulan's savior from 8 years ago, now the Regent of Da Chu. Chu Chenfeng. Xingyi, ever attentive to his master, approached and inquired softly, "Master, do you require my assistance?" He cast a glance at the opposite side. Chu Chenfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and shot a glance at Li Mulan before silently pulling down the carriage curtain. Xingyi, having followed Chu Chenfeng since childhood, understood his master's intent and exchanged a knowing look with Xing'er, who nodded in comprehension. "Let us depart." With a deep voice, the group rose swiftly, leaving without a moment's hesitation. As the carriage moved forward, Li Mulan felt a gaze linger upon her as they passed, but when she looked up, she saw nothing. She let out a sigh of disappointment. Alas, such a beauty, and I couldn't catch another glimpse. What a pity. Hui Yuanruo, holding a roasted rabbit leg, mumbled with her mouth full, "Beauty? Where? I didn't see anyone." Xingyu gently tapped Li Mulan. "You almost caused a scene over a beauty. Can you not be so restless?" Li Mulan grinned. "It's clearly the other party who is too stingy. Being beautiful is a good thing. Why should one fear being gazed upon? You, always stirring up trouble." Xingyu sighed in exasperation. If the other party had chosen to Li Mulan playfully wrapped her arms around Xingyu's waist. "With Sister Xingyu here, I fear nothing." Hui Yuanruo, sensing some trouble, asked, "Little Master Uncle, did someone just bully you? Was it that group of people?" She promptly discarded the rabbit leg and drew her long knife. "I'll go avenge you." Little Master Uncle was the treasure of their Lingxiao palace. How could she be bullied by outsiders? Li Mulan, quick-witted, seized her. "No, I was the one bullying them, don't be so alarmed." Upon hearing that her little master uncle was not bullied, Hui Yuanruo relaxed and picked up the rabbit leg she had just tossed aside, wiping it haphazardly before continuing to eat. Li Mulan clicked her tongue in exasperation. Yuan, it's not like there's a shortage of roasted rabbit. Why must you pick up what's on the ground? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was treating you poorly." "Well, isn't at what you said, that eating unclean food won't make you sick?" Fearing that Li Mulan might snatch it away, she devoured the rabbit leg in a few bites. Greasy hands reached for the remaining rabbit meat, indulging in a hearty feast, savoring every bite. Li Mulan rolled her eyes. "You'll eat yourself to death." Yet, despite the boy's prodigious appetite, he never seemed to gain weight. His height had indeed increased significantly, surpassing her by a head or more. After several days of rough travel, the trio arrived at a small town not far from Shanyun City and quickly found an inn to stay. Li Mulan took a long bath and changed into clean clothes, finally feeling rejuvenated. Over the years of wandering, she had endured all kinds of hardships, but she could never tolerate filth. The old fox often chided her for being spoiled, yet no matter how harsh the environment, he would always find ways to cater to his little disciple, a classic case of a hard exterior with a soft heart. Dressed in striking red attire, she descended the stairs to find Xingyu and Hui Yuanruo already waiting for her to dine. Hui Yuanruo, unable to contain herself, complained, "Little Master Uncle, you're so slow. The soup is almost cold." With that, she promptly served Li Mulan a bowl of soup before beginning to eat herself. Li Mulan took a satisfying sip of the hot soup, though the taste was mediocre. "I am almost unable to support you." Hui Yuanruo paused. "Little Master Uncle, do you have no silver left?" She then set down her chopsticks and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from her garment. "I still have plenty, here." Li Mulan's eyes brightened. "Hey, you little rascal, you've hit. Where did you get it?" Hui Yuanruo nonchalantly replied, "Last year when I returned home, my brother gave it to me. I've kept it ever since, except for what Master took. The rest is all here." Li Mulan nearly choked on her hot soup at this revelation. This fifth senior brother was utterly shameless to fleece his own disciple. After putting down the soup bowl and wiping her hands, she accepted the thick stack of banknotes and began counting, her eyes narrowing in delight. Then little Master Uncle shall not be polite. Xingyu, just eat first." Li Mulan's gaze remained fixated on the banknotes until she finished counting, then, with great satisfaction, tucked them away and cheekily served Hui Yuanruo a large chicken leg. Yuan, eat more. You seem to have lost weight these days." Hui Yuanruo's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, little Master Uncle." Li Mulan smiled warmly. "Eat well, if it's not enough, I'll get you more." The boy nodded enthusiastically while gnawing on the chicken leg. "Chicken legs are so delicious. You re the best to me, little Master Uncle. Of course, we've been through thick and thin together over the years, we share both misfortune and fortune. When there is good food, I will always be the first to serve it to you, Yuan. Xingyu watched as Li Mulan coaxed the boy into a daze, shaking her head and laughing softly. This Yuanruo truly never seemed to learn. "Boss, could we have some food? We haven't eaten in days." "Boss, please have mercy, we've been starving for several days, please, give us some leftovers." "Yes, we're begging you, boss. Spare us some leftover food." Several little beggars were pleading at the inn's entrance, while the waiter blocked them, saying, "Go away, this isn't a place for you." One little beggar, about 4 or 5 years old, clung to the waiter's leg. "Brother, we're really hungry. We haven't eaten in days, please, just a bit of leftover food." The waiter felt conflicted. He pitied these little beggars, children at that, but he had no authority to make decisions. While Hui Yuanruo was enjoying her meal, she noticed the scene at the door. Putting down her chicken leg, she glanced at the food on the table, picked up 2 bowls of uneaten rice dishes, and walked over. "Hey, kids, take these and share." The waiter, witnessing this, appeared troubled. "Sir, what are you doing?" Hui Yuanruo waved her hand. "I'm doing a good deed. Can't you see?" Chapter 11. The little short legs. The guests were paramount, and the young attendant dared not utter a word, only managing a dry chuckle from the sidelines. "Ah, you, go fetch 2 buns for each of them, and put it on my tab." "Certainly, I shall attend to it at once." The several small beggars scrambled eagerly for the food from the 2 bowls, their eyes lighting up even more at the mention of buns. "Thank you, kind benefactor, you truly are a great person." Thank you, brother, may good fortune reward your kindness." Hui Yuanruo felt a twinge of embarrassment at being addressed as a great benefactor and good person by such young children. "No. You all please eat, there's plenty more if this isn't enough." Li Mulan had been observing the situation outside the inn, and seeing the gratitude in the eyes of the little beggars stirred her heart. It was heartbreaking to think that they had become beggars at such a tender age. They must have been abandoned since childhood, and merely surviving was a considerable challenge. "Xingyu, I understand," she smiled knowingly. "I shall send word to Uncle Zheng today and have him dispatch someone here." Over the years, Li Mulan had traveled extensively with her master, witnessing both the benevolence and malevolence of humanity. Since the first time she adopted an orphan several years prior, she had taken in many homeless individuals, both elderly and young, Zhang Yi being one of them. But he was somewhat unique, a man in his 30s, his martial skills rendered useless, wandering alone with no one knowing his identity. He had been saved from the brink of death by Li Mulan and her master. Gradually, he began assisting Li Mulan, recognizing her as his benefactor, and proved to be a person of considerable capability. Li Mulan nodded, suddenly noticing a boy of about 8 or 9 squatting in a corner, leaning against the wall. He watched the little beggars devouring their buns, his mouth watering, yet he remained seated, merely gazing at them. Curious, Li Mulan picked up the 2 untouched buns from the table and approached him. As the boy noticed her coming closer, his eyes filled with wariness, and he clenched his fists defensively. Li Mulan, sensing his apprehension, smiled gently. Having practiced martial arts, she offered him the 2 buns, saying, "Why don't you go over and eat a bun?" The boy swallowed hard as he gazed at the plump, white buns, yet he did not take them. "I am not a beggar." Li Mulan raised an eyebrow, noticing the boy's exceptionally beautiful eyes. His clothes were tattered and dirty, but upon closer inspection, the fabric was of good quality. If she was not mistaken, that was a new shoe brocade from last year. Thanks to her 6th senior brother, she had quite a collection. Li Mulan's 6th senior brother, Lin Yunfan, was the wealthiest man in the Great Chu Kingdom, the second son of the Lin family, a chess enthusiast, and a true aficionado. Known as young Master Yunfan, his strategic mind was unmatched. "Not a beggar, have you lost your way from your family?" The boy remained silent, lowering his head and avoiding Li Mulan's gaze. Li Mulan was undeterred by his demeanor, sitting down beside him familiarly and insisting, regardless of the reason, "You should fill your belly first." The boy frowned, observing how she sat on the ground in her bright red attire, puzzled by her intentions. What was her motive? Had she uncovered something, or was she simply here for him? Li Mulan chuckled softly. "Your caution is rather excessive for such a little one. What, are you afraid I might poison you?" The boy was about to explain when he saw her tear a bun in half, taking a bite of one half before swallowing it down. Then, she offered him the other half, saying, "Look, it's not poisonous. Go on, eat." Watching the steaming half bun, the boy hesitated before finally accepting it. After a long moment of contemplation, he took a small bite, then a second, and a third. Once he finished, Li Mulan handed him the other bun as well. The boy no longer hesitated and began to eat it. His speed was not lacking, yet his manners were impeccable, clearly not raised in an ordinary household. Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have no interest in little children. I merely noted that although your clothes are somewhat shabby, the material is quite fine, just a guess." The boy remained silent, quietly finishing his buns. "Would you like more?" He swallowed hard, his gaze towards Li Mulan bearing a complex expression. After a moment, as if reaching a decision, he said, "Could you give me 6 more buns?" Li Mulan raised her brows. 6? "Yes, 6, the boy explained anxiously. "I need to go somewhere, and I've asked around. It will take me about 6 days on foot, so 6 days, so you plan to eat just 1 bun a day, is that enough?" The boy pursed his lips. "I can manage." Li Mulan did not directly respond, instead gently patting his head. "You're still young, in a growth spurt. Eating so little won't do. Here's the deal, my companions and I are heading to Xiangyun City, but there is no rush. If your destination isn't too far, I can take you part of the way. We have horses, which is certainly better than relying on your 2 little short legs." The boy's eyes lit up with surprise, but upon hearing the term short legs, he felt a flicker of annoyance. "You. I will grow taller." Indeed, you will grow taller, but right now, you are indeed a little short-legged. With those little legs of yours, it would likely take you a whole day just to reach the neighboring town. Think it over. Do you want to come with us? Riding a horse is much faster. The boy fell silent, raised with a sense of caution. He had been taught not to trust easily. However, this sister seemed different. Mulan did not rush him, giving his frail shoulder a gentle pat. Consider it carefully. We will depart tomorrow at dawn, and we won't wait if you are late. She then stood up, dusting off her clothes, and called out to Hui Yuanru, Yuan, go fetch a few more buns. Hui Yuanru, still holding a sweet osmanthus cake, stuffed a piece into her mouth before carrying a steamer of buns over. Understanding they were for the boy, she handed them directly to him without further inquiry, and the two returned to the inn. The boy looked at the slender red figure leaving, then down at the buns in his hands, now perfectly 6. Ha! It seemed the outside world was not as harsh as they had said. There were indeed kind-hearted people, and she was quite an interesting person. Yunlai City. Master, there is still no news of the young master. Shu Chunfeng set down the wolf hair brush in his hand. It seems you have been outsmarted by this boy. Those clues were undoubtedly left intentionally for you. I am foolish. Xingyi immediately knelt down. It is not your fault. One could only blame the boy's exceptional upbringing. Where was the lad? He truly is quite resolute. Xingyi hesitated. Actually, I am not entirely clear. Is the master dissatisfied with having Li Taifu teach the young master? Shu Chunfeng frowned slightly. Li Taifu, while certainly competent, was rather rigid, especially he had once been punished by his elder brother for being too inflexible. Never mind. It is just finding him a teacher. Let him be. The man paused momentarily. Go investigate the current situation of the Li family. Understood. Chapter 12. Is this drumstick poisonous? At the break of dawn the following day, Qingyu rose early to prepare the necessary provisions for their journey. She also took the liberty of utilizing the inn's kitchen to personally craft some food for Li Mulan, to spare her from unfamiliar fare. Once everything was in order, Li Mulan descended, yawning. Did you not sleep well? Qingyu inquired. Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively. I slept quite soundly, but the drowsiness of spring and the fatigue of autumn always seemed to plague me. Hui Yuanruo approached, a large meat bun in hand, munching as he walked. Little martial uncle, it's not the weather. You re perpetually drowsy throughout the year, even more so than the pigs at the Divine Healer Valley. Li Mulan shot him a glare, causing him to promptly fall silent and return to his bun. Qingyu pulled her to a table and gestured for her to sit. I've prepared millet porridge and soup dumplings for you. Aren't they your favorite? Give them a try. Li Mulan sniffed eagerly. Did you make these yourself, sister? Qingyu smiled gently, remaining silent as she placed a dumpling into Li Mulan's bowl. Without hesitation, Li Mulan devoured one in a few bites. The broth is exquisite, just as delicious as ever. If it's delicious, then eat your fill, Qingyu encouraged. Li Mulan indulged in several more dumplings and finished 2 bowls of porridge before finally setting down her chopsticks, though her gaze frequently wandered towards the inn's entrance. Little martial uncle, are you truly planning to take that little beggar along with us? Hui Yuanruo, having polished off several baskets of dumplings, reached for the remaining ones in front of Li Mulan. He's not a beggar. Well, regardless of his status, do you not know who he is before bringing him along? You've never been this kind-hearted before. Li Mulan playfully jabbed her chopsticks at Hui Yuanruo's forehead. What do you mean by that? When have I ever been unkind? Hui Yuanruo quickly shielded himself, wincing at the surprisingly painful jab. I was wrong. But what is your reason then? Out of pity, there are plenty of pitiful souls out there, yet I've never seen you so eager before. Li Mulan rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. Perhaps it's fate. That child's eyes are truly captivating. Hui Yuanruo rolled his eyes. Little martial uncle, you really should change this habit of yours. Do you not recall that incident a few days ago? Was it not your infatuation with beauty that led to it? My master often says, the more beautiful the woman, the more beautiful the person, the more dangerous they are. My master also said that when out in the world, one should heed the words of your little martial uncle. Hui Yuanruo was momentarily at a loss for words, grumpily biting into another meat bun, choosing silence thereafter. The little boy did not keep Li Mulan waiting long, appearing at the inn's entrance just as the three of them finished their preparations. How punctual, Li Mulan remarked, observing the boy still clad in dirty clothes, though his face appeared cleaner now, making him seem even cuter than the day before. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch his adorable, soft cheek. See, you look so much better all cleaned up. The boy stared in shock before stepping back. You do know there are distinctions between genders, right? Put. How old are you? You hardly qualify as a man. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment. Boys and girls do not share the same seat at the age of 7, oh dear, Li Mulan sighed, rubbing her forehead. So you're a little old-fashioned, just like big senior brother. How troublesome. The boy, flustered, turned to leave, but Li Mulan caught him by the collar. I was just teasing you, why so serious? He swatted her hand away and took a few steps back, sulking in silence. Hui Yuanruo led 2 horses out. Little martial uncle, I heard that, you're calling master uncle an old fogey. Once we reach Kyoto, I'll definitely tell him, he. Kyoto. The boy's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of the city, as if contemplating something. Li Mulan smirked mischievously. Oh, Yuan, your courage has grown. You intend to report me? Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you, little martial uncle. Hua Yuanrua felt a chill run down his spine from her mischievous gaze and hurriedly scampered over. He, I'm just joking, little martial uncle. Here, I've brought your horse. He then glanced at the silent boy. Hey, little old fogey, since you mentioned not sharing the same seat at 7, you can ride with me. My little martial uncle and sister Qingyu are both women. The boy pursed his lips. I'm not an old fogey. Li Mulan chuckled. Then what is your name? If you don't tell us, we'll just have to call you little old fogey from now on. This time, the boy did not seem angry. Instead, he furrowed his brow in hesitation, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his garment. Hua Yuanrua, with his booming voice, exclaimed, What? We're kindly taking you along and we don't even have the right to know your name. Are you some kind of important figure? I'm called Chu. Jie. Chu Jie? Li Mulan's eyes sparkled with delight. What a lovely name, then we shall call you little Jie. Chu Jie nodded, somewhat uneasily. Alright then, let us be off. Hua Yuanrua scooped up Chu Jie and leapt onto his horse. Chu Jie was visibly startled, his face paling slightly, yet he did not cry out or complain. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, impressed by his composure at such a young age. It was rare to find such temperament. Few families could nurture such a disposition. She exchanged a glance with Li Mulan, who merely smiled, having not anticipated that her casual act of kindness towards a little boy could lead to something remarkable. After the group departed, a man clad in black emerged from the shadows, his expression inscrutable, though a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze. After a day of travel, they found lodging at a village home. By day's end, Chu Jie had acclimated well to the group, growing increasingly familiar and no longer as reserved as he had been that morning. They had chosen the largest household in the village, which offered ample rooms. Auntie, please do not fuss over us. Just set the things down, we're not accustomed to being watched while we eat, Li Mulan said to the elderly woman who offered to assist. Ah, very well, I shall take my leave then. Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. I will prepare some hot water for you all shortly, so you may freshen up properly, she replied, and without lingering, she exited. Qingyu stepped to the doorway and glanced outside. This household, aside from the elderly woman, had only her 2 sons present. 3 people occupying such a spacious courtyard was indeed a rarity in this village. She closed the door and approached the table, where Hua Yuanrua could hardly contain his impatience. Sister Qingyu, what are you gazing at? I am starving, let us dig in. He reached for a large chicken leg, but Li Mulan swiftly struck his hand with her chopsticks. Eat, be careful not to eat your life away. Hua Yuanrua paused, looking longingly at the tempting chicken leg, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Little martial uncle, is this drumstick poisonous? He then glanced at the other food on the table, his disappointment deepening. What about these? Li Mulan sighed in exasperation. Was this glutton only concerned with whether the food was poisonous? Did he not care about the people they might encounter? She let out a breath. It's not a potent poison, merely some sleeping powder. Chapter 13. Like a little weakling sleeping drug? Hua Yuanrua immediately burst into laughter, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. He poured a pill into his mouth, followed by a hearty bite of chicken leg, savoring the moment with evident satisfaction. With his words slightly slurred, he remarked, I thought it was some kind of deadly poison. Little master uncle, you sure know how to frighten me. Li Mulan, witnessing this, was rendered speechless, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. You're just wasting my detox pills. Hua Yuanrua shrugged nonchalantly, as long as it can detoxify, what's the waste? Li Mulan's lips twitched in irritation. After all, that little detox pill was worth 1,000 taels of gold. Frustration mounting, she lifted her teacup to drink it all in one go, only to find it laced with the same sleeping drug, leaving her with no choice but to set it down. Chu Jie, ever quick on the uptake, handed her a water pouch, one that Sister Qingyu had given him earlier, and which he had yet to finish. Li Mulan, satisfied, ruffled his hair. Our little Jie is the best, unlike a certain unfilial disciple who only knows how to eat. Hua Yuanrua paused for a moment, then shifted his posture to continue eating. His little master uncle was becoming increasingly tedious, despite being 2 years younger than him. Qingyu gently patted Li Mulan's arm. Alright, no need to be angry. So, what shall we do now? Leave or? Li Mulan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. When we first entered the village, we approached 2 households, yet even with their lights on, no one answered the door. I suspect the villagers here are all dead? Chu Jie's eyes widened in shock. Qingyu rubbed his head reassuringly, not necessarily, they may be under some form of control. Li Mulan turned to Chu Jie, little Jie, I noticed you didn't seem inclined to touch the food earlier. Did you notice something? Chu Jie appeared a bit bashful. It was that old lady, her hands were very strange. Li Mulan's interest piqued. Oh, what was strange about them? She looked to be of advanced age, her face lined with wrinkles and her hair white, yet her hands appeared remarkably youthful. Anything else? Also, she emanated a fragrance that only young women typically wear. Her gait was odd as well, she certainly didn't walk like an old woman. Li Mulan remained silent, urging him to continue. Chu Jie bit his lip. When we entered, her 2 sons didn't look like typical farmers. Their palms were calloused, as if they had wielded knives for years. Moreover, Sister Lan, don't you find it odd that in such a large house, only those three were present? Those two sons appeared to be of considerable age yet remained unmarried, their clothes also seemed ill-fitting, either too long or too short, and what else? Li Mulan asked, her gaze encouraging. The three of them don't resemble each other at all. While I understand that not all relatives look alike, one brother is tall while the other is short, and their faces bear no resemblance whatsoever. Ha! Li Mulan laughed heartily. I didn't expect you, little Jie, to have such an eye for observation at such a young age. Truly remarkable. Chu Jie felt a bit shy, his ears turning red. It was you, Sister Lan, who encouraged me to speak. Indeed, you did splendidly, I'm merely praising you. She then shot a disdainful glance at Hui Yuanrua, noting that all his attention was fixated on his food. With a hint of frustration, she smacked her palm down. Just eating, look at little Jie. Hui Yuanrua, bewildered, asked, Little Master Uncle, why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything. Chu Jie struggled to suppress a laugh, discreetly averting his gaze. After all these years traveling with me and Master, aside from your appetite, you've hardly made any progress. Really, you're even outdone by a child. Hui Yuanrua protested, Grandmaster praised me for my improved skills before the new year, I'm quite the promising student. What good are martial skills if you lack brains? Encounter someone a tad cleverer, and you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Hui Yuanrua stammered, having faced his little master uncle scolding countless times, yet being told he was even inferior to a child felt particularly stinging. He cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Chu Jie, feeling like a little weakling. He could easily knock someone out with one punch. Where was the weakness in that? Qingyu quickly intervened. Alright now, everyone has their strengths. Yuanrua's talents lie elsewhere, so let us not dwell on him. Li Mulan, of course, was aware of that, but seeing him devour his food so heartily irked her. So, what is the plan? Qingyu asked gently. Li Mulan's gaze hardened with resolve. Since we've encountered this situation, we cannot turn a blind eye. We must first ascertain whether the other villagers are still alive. If they are, saving them would be a virtuous act. If not, then these three cannot be spared, serving as retribution for the innocent villagers. Are we not reporting to the authorities? Chu Jie asked, puzzled. Li Mulan flicked his forehead lightly. We're in Mo Bay, a notoriously savage land. The authorities likely won't intervene or even bother to come. Chu Jie remained perplexed, but Li Mulan had no intention of elaborating further, as the complexities involved were vast. I'll venture out later to investigate. Yuanrua, you stay back to protect her. Qingyu was always the first to assist Li Mulan in resolving issues. Li Mulan nodded, glancing at the remaining food. Let us eat some first, we shouldn't waste it. If they didn't eat soon, it would surely end up in Hui Yuanrua's bottomless pit of a stomach. Qingyu produced a porcelain bottle, pouring a pill into Chu Jie's hand before taking one herself. Chu Jie stared at the detox pill in his palm, realizing it was the same one Hui Yuanrua had just consumed. However, to eat medicine just to have a meal, this left him utterly baffled. Sister Lan, aren't you taking any? Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively. I'm not afraid of poison. Nonsense. She had endured years of torment from that old phoenix at the Divine Physician Valley, consuming countless medicines and soaking in numerous herbal baths. What poison had she not encountered? She had long since become immune to all toxins. With her current constitution, the old phoenix had often boasted about her resilience to her master. After finishing their meal, the four exchanged glances. Hui Yuanrua yawned widely. Once I'm full, I feel sleepy. Little Master Uncle, Sister Qingyu, I'm off to bed. His loud voice was clearly heard by the three nearby, whose eyes sparkled with mischief as they shared knowing smiles. Alright, off you go. We'll rest as well, today feels particularly exhausting, probably from the long journey. Little Jie, stick with Yuanrua. Okay, Sister Lan. As they departed, Li Mulan whispered in Hui Yuanrua's ear, keep an eye on little Jie while he's with you. Got it. Little Master Uncle is so biased, you didn't treat me this well before. Li Mulan playfully smacked the back of his head. Stop your whining. Hui Yuanrua, feeling wronged but unable to voice it, left with a sense of reluctance. Chapter 14 Binding the people. In the dead of night, the village lay in an unusual stillness, devoid of even the sound of barking dogs. Dressed in black, Qingyu moved through the village like a wraith. The household where Li Mulan resided was equally silent, the kind of silence where a pin drop could be heard. Ouch, a man gasped, only to have his mouth swiftly covered by another. Keep your voice down, lest you wake someone. The man, somewhat indignant, retorted, you're being overly cautious. We've dosed them sufficiently, even the horse in the backyard has been drugged out there in such a deep slumber that nothing will wake them. A woman's voice, laced with displeasure, interjected, caution is wise. Those individuals we encountered today are rather formidable, especially that woman in black and that young lad, they are undoubtedly skilled fighters. What of their prowess? They've fallen into our trap, haven't they? The tall man expressed his dissatisfaction with the woman's excessive caution. The shorter man chimed in, indeed, just because the boss seems fond of you, don't presume yourself to be the lady of the house. The woman's expression darkened, yet she remained silent. The trio dispersed, each heading to a separate room. The tall man made his way to the room where Hui Yuanrua and Chu Jie were, while the shorter man proceeded to Qingyu's chamber, and the woman entered Li Mulan's quarters. Hui Yuanrua had already risen quietly as the others conversed, though Chu Jia, who had not been asleep, noticed immediately Hui Yuanrua signaled for him to remain silent and feign sleep. Chu Jia obediently lay back down, closing his eyes. Hui Yuanrua heard the sound of a knife prying at the door and leapt onto the roof, concealing himself behind the railing. The tall man successfully forced the door open and rushed to the bed. Seeing Chu Jia with his eyes shut, he voiced his confusion. "Where is everyone?" Just as he began to search, he was suddenly attacked from behind and lost consciousness. Chu Jia, hearing the commotion, opened his eyes and saw the man sprawled on the floor. "Is he dead?" Hui Yuanrua scoffed lightly. "No, merely unconscious. I'll check on the little master uncle." "Will you follow me?" "I'll join you," Chu Jia replied. Hui Yuanrua nodded, first finding a thick rope to bind the man before leading Chu Jia away to Ai Qingyi's room. The shorter man found it empty and was about to leave when he collided with Hui Yuanrua. As he opened his mouth to scream, Hui Yuanrua swiftly incapacitated him. Hui Yuanrua tossed a length of rope to Chu Jia, instructing, "Bind him." He then proceeded to Li Mulan's room. Chu Jia, momentarily taken aback by the rope in his hands, emulated Hui Yuanrua's earlier actions to bind the shorter man. Though it proved somewhat taxing, he managed to complete the task. Wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, he ensured the bindings were secure before departing. I in Li Mulan's chamber. She had already awakened upon hearing the disturbance outside. Her cunning eyes sparkled with interest as she listened intently to the sounds within, revealing her heightened vigilance compared to the two men. Uncertain, she produced a bamboo segment and punctured the window paper, blowing a cloud of powder into the room. Li Mulan smirked, her silver needle shimmering in the light. As the door swung open, she closed her eyes. The woman surveyed the unconscious figure on the bed, confirming the person was indeed in a stupor, before rummaging through the room. Upon discovering a thick bundle of silver notes, her eyes gleamed with avarice. Indeed, a plump sheep. She swiftly tucked the notes into her bosom, glancing cautiously towards the door, and upon seeing the two men had not approached, carefully returned the package to its original place. Li Mulan observed the woman's every move with keen interest, finding her significantly more astute than the two fools. After securing the silver, the woman's gaze shifted to the delicate figure on the bed, jealousy flashing in her eyes. Despite the scar at the corner of her eye, Li Mulan's exquisite beauty was undeniable, particularly the air of refinement that spoke of a sheltered upbringing, unlike the woman herself, whose life had been fraught with hardship. Her greatest disdain was for such ethereal young girls, whose very existence ignited a desire to destroy. Why should they bask in happiness while she was born into the depths of despair? Li Mulan sensed the hostility emanating from the woman, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Drawing a short blade, the woman's eyes gleamed with malice as she lunged at Li Mulan's chest. In a flash, 3 silver needles shot toward her face. The woman, stricken with fear, retreated swiftly, evading 2 of the needles, yet the third grazed her right cheek, leaving a crimson mark. She gasped, touching her face and feeling the dampness. Her eyes narrowed in fury as she glared at the young girl on the bed who was smiling at her. "You weren't affected by the sleeping powder?" Li Mulan stretched languidly. "That trivial powder doesn't concern me. You, a young and beautiful woman, seeking wealth is one thing, but attempting to take a life, truly, that is the most venomous of hearts." The woman gritted her teeth, unable to gauge Li Mulan's depth, her eyes darting as she turned to flee. Just then, Hui Yuanrua arrived, kicking her squarely in the chest, sending her flying against the wall, where she coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Li Mulan approached and retrieved the silver notes from the woman's grasp. They could not be lost, and then took a closer look at the unconscious figure. "Tsk, Yuan, how could you lack a heart of compassion? You've struck too hard. Look, she is bleeding." Hui Yuanrua scoffed, "But you just said the most venomous hearts belong to women." Chu Jia rushed over. "Sister Lan, did you get scared, little Jia?" Hui Yuanrua chuckled. "I think this lad is quite bold, he doesn't appear frightened at all." Chu Jia glanced at Li Mulan, relieved when he saw she was unbothered. "Let us dispose of these people in the yard. My sister should be returning soon." After a while, the 3 bound individuals awoke and, upon realizing their predicament, their expression soured. The shorter man scowled fiercely. "You little brat, release your grandfather at once, or you'll regret it." Hui Yuanrua, already irritable from lack of sleep, kicked him away, causing him to crash to the ground and spit blood, appearing on the verge of death. Li Mulan frowned. "Be gentle, they can't withstand the force of your kick." Hui Yuanrua leaned against a large tree in the yard. "I only used half my strength." The tall man, feeling a pang of fear for having held back, retorted, "You better let us go. Our boss is nearby," and when he arrives, before he could finish, 3 men were thrown in from outside, each looking battered, one of whom was the black-clad brute he had just mentioned as their boss. Qingyu entered, her countenance icy, radiating an imposing aura. "Boss," the tall man cried in terror, realizing they were truly doomed. The woman showed little reaction, her eyes glinting with hatred and satisfaction. The man referred to as the boss struggled to rise. "Heroine, spare us, we sought only wealth and meant no harm, please, spare our lives." Qingyu, upon hearing this, lashed out with a whip, causing the so-called boss to wail in agony. "You claim you've not taken a life, yet your deeds are more heinous than murder. You've robbed the innocent of their virtue, driving countless women to their demise. Does that not constitute harm?" Chapter 15. Not all of MOB are sinners. Fair heroine, spare my life. The soft crack of the whip echoed through the yard, mingling with the desperate cries for help. The sight she had just witnessed fueled her resolve, and she struck with even greater force. She had originally come to ascertain whether any villagers had survived, only to stumble upon these men committing acts of violence. A dozen young maidens, scarcely clothed, were imprisoned within a dilapidated house. The sounds of their pleas and sobs filled the air, and the appearance of the heroine momentarily stunned the men inside, before they broke into malevolent grins. They dismissed her as inconsequential. Although her attire suggested she possessed martial prowess, she was still just a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. Their lustful intentions ignited, they exchanged glances and surrounded her. "Where does this young lady hail from? Lost your way, have you? Come here to your elder brother." The filthy words were abruptly cut short by a few swift lashes from her whip. Upon hearing the account from the heroine, Li Mulan's eyes gleamed with cold fury. What of the others, apart from those girls? Aside from a few women who chose, these men resorted to underhanded tactics, drugging the village as well to seize control. They are now all imprisoned in the back mountains. I have released the captives and located the village chief, who is on his way to settle matters here. Under the weight of Hui Yuan Ruan and Ling Yu's imposing presence, the men confessed their origins. They were bandits from a gang known as Haifengcai, who had narrowly escaped when the imperial forces attacked their stronghold. The woman accompanying them had originally been the leader's consort. After their escape, she had no choice but to submit to this leader in order to survive, continuing to partake in their heinous deeds. Before long, the village chief arrived, accompanied by a dozen burly men. He appeared to be an educated man, bowing respectfully to the group before kneeling down, followed by his companions. "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, esteemed heroes. As an old man, I have no means to repay you, save for this humble gesture of respect." Li Mulan quickly helped him to his feet, taken aback by the sight of an elder bowing to her. Coming from a modern world, she found it difficult to accept this custom of bowing so easily. Her knees were quite resilient. "There is no need for such formality, village chief. We were merely passing through and encountered this situation, so it was only natural for us to lend a hand." Tears welled in the village chief's eyes. "This calamity is unwarranted. Our village is comprised of impoverished folk, and we never anticipated such tragedy. My granddaughter also." Li Mulan glanced at Ling Yu, who leaned in to whisper. The village chief's granddaughter was among the first to fall victim to these brutes. She struck a wall and her body still lies within the house. Li Mulan furrowed her brow, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist. Chu Jie, silent throughout the ordeal, observed Li Mulan's reaction with a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Village chief, I offer my condolences. Fortunately, these fiends have been subdued. We were merely passing through, and as for these men, Li Mulan was not one to play the saint. Had it been her choice, she would have dealt with them swiftly and fed their corpses to the wolves at the back mountains." However, the chief's arrival with the burly men was unmistakably indicative of their intent to handle the bandits themselves. Wiping the tears from his face, the village chief replied, "I beg your pardon for my emotional display. I merely wished to discuss the matter with you. May I take it upon myself to deal with these bandits?" Li Mulan nodded in understanding. "That seems appropriate. However, how do you intend to address them?" The village chief fell silent, his gaze turning fierce as he looked at the men in the yard. "I shall have them pay with their lives." Chu Jia raised an eyebrow. "Will you not report this to the authorities?" "Report it? Ha!" The village chief scoffed, shaking his head. "Young master, we are in Mo Bay. And what of it?" Chu Jia retorted. The village chief's eyes held a deep sadness. "The court has long abandoned us. Who would come to our aid?" Chu Jia, his expression grave, insisted, "The great Chu court would never forsake any of its citizens." Li Mulan and the others exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The village chief scrutinized Chu Jia, suspecting his background to be more than ordinary, perhaps the son of a noble family. "Young master, we, the people of Mo Bay, wish for the protection of the court as well," but he shook his head in resignation, his eyes reflecting the weariness of his years. He was a scholar who once aspired to attain fame and serve the court, but those dreams had faded into sighs of despair. Chu Jia was about to pose further inquiries when Li Mulan interjected, "Village chief, you may take charge of these men as you see fit." "Thank you, noble heroine. On behalf of our village, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance." He attempted to kneel again, but Li Mulan swiftly stopped him. "There is no need for such formalities, village chief. However, we find ourselves in need of shelter for the night. We are uncertain to whom this residence belongs. Might we impose upon you for accommodation until tomorrow, when we depart?" The village chief waved his hand dismissively. "You need not be so polite, dear benefactors. This house is indeed mine, and you are welcome to stay without worry." "And your family?" "They are residing with relatives and friends without issue. I must attend to the arrangements for the others, and it is unlikely I will find rest tonight. Please, make yourselves at home." Li Mulan expressed her gratitude with a bow. "We appreciate your kindness." The village chief soon departed with his men, leaving the yard in silence. Li Mulan ruffled his hair. "What troubles you?" Chu Jia pursed his lips. "It just feels as if these people harbor deep discontent towards the court." Li Mulan sighed. "Discontent may not be the right word. Perhaps disappointment is more fitting, a sense of hopelessness. Why is that? In the current era of the Great Chu, under the governance of the regent and the emperor, though not excessively prosperous, they should be able to live in relative peace. Why?" Chu Jia trailed off, unable to finish his thought. Li Mulan sighed again. "The regent is indeed a man of considerable skill and resolve. It is no small feat to govern the nation in such a short span of 8 or 9 years. However, dear Jia, the world is vast, and no matter how capable the regent may be, he is still but a man, not a deity who knows all. Inevitably, there are areas the court cannot tend to, such as Mo Bay. What makes Mo Bay so special? To outsiders, Mo Bay appears to be a forsaken land. Anyone who has committed a crime is often exiled here, rendering it a realm of sin in the eyes of the world. But not all in Mo Bay are criminals. Indeed, there are ordinary folk in Mo Bay. Even those who have erred, are they all truly guilty? Most are merely collateral damage from familial ties, yet outsiders seldom consider such complexities. They see only that the court has banished many wrongdoers to Mo Bay, thus branding it a forsaken land. Over time, they have forgotten that ordinary citizens reside here as well. Chu Jie still found it difficult to accept the notion that the court had abandoned Mo Bay. Do the officials of Mo Bay simply turn a blind eye, allowing the people to suffer injustice without recourse? The officials of Mo Bay, Li Mulan's gaze flickered. Perhaps they too are powerless. Even if they report grievances through layers of bureaucracy, who can guarantee the regent or the emperor will ever be aware? Chapter 16. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? Early the following morning, the group packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Chu Jie's eyes were slightly red, clearly a sign of a restless night. Li Mulan, upon noticing, refrained from commenting. Many matters were not easily resolved with mere words, however. After last night's events, her curiosity regarding Chu Jie's true identity had deepened. The village chief, accompanied by the same individuals from the previous night, arrived to bid them farewell, carrying several bundles. Esteemed benefactors, these provisions have been hastily prepared by the village women overnight. Please accept them, although they may not be of great value, they are offered with our sincere intentions, so please do not reject them. Hui Yu and Ruo stepped forward to receive a few bundles without hesitation, expressing, "Thank you, village chief. We must be on our way, and these provisions will serve us well, we shall not be polite about it." Seeing this, the village chief beamed with delight. "As long as you do not find them unworthy, that is all I wish for." Originally, the villagers wished to come and see you off, but I dissuaded them, fearing it might disturb you. He then turned his gaze to Li Mulan, recognizing her as the one truly in charge following last night's events. "Heroine, I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Li Mulan stepped forward slightly. "What is it?" "Please, village chief, speak." "The beasts from yesterday have been dealt with, however. That woman claims she is the daughter of a good family, taken against her will by those brutes. She asserts that she acted under orders and committed no heinous deeds herself. I wonder." Li Mulan narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness evident within. "Did the village chief not interrogate the others who were with her?" "Alas, we did, but it was merely dogs biting dogs. We could not discern truth from falsehood. I did not wish to unjustly execute an innocent, so I spared her for the time being," the village chief lamented. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Li Mulan sensed that he had his own calculations in mind regarding the woman's fate. After a moment's contemplation, she chose her words carefully. Perhaps in the past, she was indeed a well-bred young lady, yet, these years spent alongside those savages have afforded her a comfortable life. Would you believe she has not engaged in any wrongdoing? I suspect her methods far surpass those of the men, otherwise, you would not find yourself in such a predicament at this moment. The village chief shook his head in resignation. "Ah, forgive me, young lady, for my naivety. Although we did not witness her committing murder, she did attempt to act yesterday, albeit unsuccessfully. I cannot bring myself to believe that her hands remain unstained by blood." The village chief nodded solemnly, then clasped his hands before Li Mulan. "I understand that this woman is certainly not simple-minded. She is adept at feigning vulnerability, which has led some villagers to speak on her behalf. However, having heard your insights, I now know what course of action to take." Li Mulan nodded, choosing not to linger further. After departing the village, Chu Jie remained silent. "Xiaojiu, at the next town, let us purchase a carriage," Li Mulan suggested, glancing at the bundles and the young boy. "It would be convenient, especially since we expect to stay in Shangyun City for a while. What do you think, Xiaojie?" Chu Jie looked up, puzzled by her inquiry. "You have yet to disclose your destination." Chu Jie hesitated, biting his lip. "Sister Lan, may I accompany you to Shangyun City?" He did not voice that his true destination was indeed Shangyun City. Li Mulan smiled playfully. "What, you do not wish to return home?" Chu Jie lowered his gaze, silent. "Very well, I cannot bear to leave a small child like you behind. You may accompany us. However, your family may worry about you, no?" Chu Jie frowned slightly. He suspected that only one person would worry, yet, he yearned to follow his own desires. Having made a decision, he would not easily yield. "It matters not. I will send word to my family." He would find a way to contact them once they arrived in Shangyun City. "Good, as long as you are aware of that." "Haha, splendid, we shall have more time together." At this, a rare smile broke across Chu Jie's face. That he was not a child easily pleased. In fact, he was often more difficult to please than many adults. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself trusting Li Mulan, despite having only spent a few days in her company. Perhaps this was fate. However, if that person were to find out, he would surely scold him for being too credulous. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Jie felt a twinge of melancholy. It seemed difficult to satisfy that person. Despite his best efforts, it appeared he still fell short of their expectations. "Master, we have located the young master." The typically composed Xine now bore an air of excitement. "Where?" Chu Chenfeng set down the book he had been perusing, his demeanor languid. "It is news from Xing'er. I sent him to investigate that girl referred to as the beauty and discovered that the young master is accompanying them towards Shangyun City." "Oh?" A flicker of interest crossed the man's expression, followed by a light chuckle. "What a remarkable coincidence. Xingyi, do you believe this is mere happenstance?" Xing Yi paused. We have conducted inquiries, yet found nothing conclusive. Rest assured, master, I will continue the investigation and ensure the young master remains out of harm's way. Chu Chenfeng seemed lost in thought for a moment before issuing a command. Do not reveal yourselves. Follow discreetly. Shall we not bring the young master back? Xing Yi questioned, perplexed. Since he wishes to go, let him be. He must grow up eventually, I cannot remain by his side forever. Chu Chenfeng maintained an impassive expression, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Are the arrangements in the capital secure? Do not worry, master. With young Lord Gu present, there will be no issues. Having him there should only lead to more complications, should it not? Xing Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his nose. Young Lord Gu has not caused any major issues, and furthermore, Xing Si is also there. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Gu Changqing was engrossed in a mountain of official documents, furiously writing. Suddenly, he sneezed several times, rubbing his nose. It is not even cold today, someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back, it must be that scoundrel Chu Chenfeng. Youth Lord Gu, today marks the 37th time the master has criticized you, came a cold voice. Gu Changqing rolled his eyes. Xing Si, if you are bored, you may assist me with these documents. Master has ordered that these must be personally reviewed by young Lord Gu, I dare not interfere. Chu Chenfeng is simply envious of my carefree life. Even after leaving the capital, he still finds ways to sabotage me, that insidious villain. When he returns, Gu Changqing ground his teeth in frustration. 38th time. Gu Changqing paused, growing even angrier. I will definitely settle the score with him. Indeed, the master must be eagerly anticipating young Lord Gu's reckoning. Alas, this life had become unbearable. Even a subordinate was heartless. He could not afford to offend anyone, least of all the master. Chapter 17. Arrival at Shangyun City. We have finally arrived at Shangyun City, little master uncle. What exactly are we here for? Huayu and Ruwa gazed at the dilapidated city gates, momentarily lost in thought. Since we have come, we might as well find peace in it. After all, master has never been mistaken, Li Mulan remarked from within the carriage, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the scar at the corner of her eye, pondering something unknown. At this moment, Chu Jie also observed the city gates, noting that this was indeed Shangyun City, which appeared quite decrepit. According to investigations, the person he sought resided here, and he couldn't help but wonder how they had fared over the years. It probably hadn't been well, considering, it had taken them 3 days of travel to reach this place. If he had to rely solely on himself, not only 6 days but even an additional 12 days might not suffice. He cast a grateful glance at Li Mulan, marking this favor in his mind. The guards at the city gates were rather lenient, allowing them to pass after a few casual inquiries. It made sense, as who would come to such a place. The pedestrians within the city stepped aside at the sight of their horses and carriage, seemingly fearful of associating with them. Huayu and Ruwa curiously observed the reactions of the passers-by, rubbing his nose. Did he really appear to be a villain? Why were these commoners avoiding him? He nudged his horse closer to the carriage. Little master uncle, why do these people seem so strange, almost as if they are afraid of us? Not surprising. Shangyun City is the center of the northern desert, where many individuals convicted of serious crimes are exiled. The common folk here have likely been deeply affected, and are naturally more wary of strangers. This isn't merely a heightened sense of caution. They treat me as if I were a harbinger of misfortune, as though merely gazing upon me could bring them ill luck, Huayu and Ruwa muttered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Enough, it's getting late. We should quickly find an inn to settle down, Li Mulan urged. I still wish to inquire about someone. Look at this. Never mind, we shall observe as we walk, he replied. Having taken only a few steps, a group of individuals approached a ragged assembly of men, accompanied by several constables. The imposing throng was indeed somewhat intimidating, causing the common folk to scatter as though fleeing from a plague. Huayu and Ruwa grimaced. The townsfolk had just reacted similarly towards them. Had he truly fallen to a status equivalent to these criminals? Unconsciously, he slowed his pace, waiting for the group to pass. Suddenly, a ragged middle-aged man stumbled and fell to the ground. A previously expressionless youth beside him was momentarily stunned before crying out in alarm, Father, what has happened to you? Several men rushed over. Brother, are you all right? What has transpired? Officer, could you kindly summon a doctor? Panic filled their voices as they realized the severity of the situation. This was their elder brother, the pillar of their family. Li Mulan, hearing the commotion, lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside. Her gaze fell upon the youth, whose desperate cries of father echoed in the air, prompting her to furrow her brows slightly. Qingyu noticed her change in expression and asked with concern, What troubles you? She leaned out to observe. These must be the exiled convicts. It seems they have just finished their labor. That man has collapsed from exhaustion? One of the constables approached with an impatient demeanor. What are you shouting for? Get up and stop feigning death. I have to return for dinner. With tears streaming down his face, the youth's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately bowed to the constable. Officer, I implore you, please help find a doctor. Find a doctor? What are you fools thinking? What status do you hold to request a doctor? Hurry and get up. Do not delay my return to my wife. If you dawdle, beware of my whip, the constable retorted, cracking his whip against the ground with a resounding crack that sent everyone recoiling in fear of being caught in the crossfire. A younger constable jogged over. Tiger brother, what has happened? Why are you so furious? The burly man, known as Tiger brother, glanced at the prostrate figure. It's just Li De being a nuisance. If he is to die, let him do so far from here. The youth's face lit up with hope upon seeing the younger constable. Little Song, my father has fainted, I beg you, help me find a doctor. Though kind-hearted, the newly appointed constable, Little Song, glanced at his superior with hesitation. Tiger brother, perhaps we should find a doctor. This man appears, what doctor? Tiger brother's eyes bulged in outrage. Little Song, do not be foolish, these people are all exiled criminals. He then turned his ire towards the youth. I see you will not weep until you see the coffin. Seeking a doctor, is it? Let me show you what happens. With that, he swung his whip, striking the youth, who curled up on the ground. The surrounding men rushed forward to shield him. Officer, please calm your anger. The child is ignorant and has offended you. We beseech you to show mercy. Tiger brother's eyes glinted dangerously. You dare to defy me? Step aside. He rolled up his sleeves, raising his whip to strike again. Yuan Huiyuanrua, who had been watching with growing irritation, heard his little master uncle's voice and immediately leaped from his horse, seizing the long whip that was about to descend upon the youth. Who dares to obstruct my path? Are you blind? Upon seeing his whip caught, Tiger brother's face contorted with rage as he turned to face the young man, noticing his handsome features and the long sword strapped to his back, clearly a person of the martial world. Yet, the fabric of his garments suggested a lineage of distinction. Tiger brother gritted his teeth. What is the meaning of this, young master? We are merely conducting official business. Your interference, though brash, Tiger brother was not foolish. He recognized that this young man was not ordinary and realized he should tread carefully. In a place like Shangyun City, it was rare for someone of high standing to appear, but a life was unpredictable, and caution was warranted. What is wrong with me? You disturb my peace, I am simply displeased, Huiyuanrua declared, his arrogance undeniable. Li Mulan sighed inwardly, while Qingyu chuckled. Our Yuan truly acts like a spoiled noble. Tiger brother's face twitched in frustration. He attempted to reclaim his whip but found it impossible. Knowing he could not match the young man's skill, he instead offered a bow. Young master, please do not be angered. We shall take our leave at once. Huiyuanrua scoffed, releasing his grip and disdainfully wiping his hands as if he had touched something filthy. Humph, a mere constable dares to act the tyrant here. Who do you serve? I would like to see who possesses such audacity in this insignificant Shangyun city. Could there truly be royal kin present? Even if there were, I fear them not. Let them come forth, and I shall see what manner of specters haunt this place. Tiger brother was taken aback, further convinced of the young man's unusual status. He sheathed his whip and bowed deeply. Young master, please forgive our offense. We shall depart immediately. Chu Jia's eyes flickered with interest. Royal kin, who exactly was this Yuanrua? Li Mulan nearly applauded in delight. Yuan, your presence is quite formidable. Qingyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, quite imposing. Li Mulan lifted her head proudly. What can I say? It is a matter of family legacy. Master always said, when out in the world, one must never allow oneself to be bullied. Qingyu tapped her forehead. When exactly have you ever been bullied? Li Mulan puffed up with pride. Of course. To be bullied would be to bring shame upon master. You, my dear, have yet to encounter a real challenge. Ha, there is no need to fear. Aside from master, I have my senior brothers. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder they say our little Gio walks sideways everywhere. Chapter 18. The grateful benefactor Li Mulan felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Sister, you can walk freely alongside me, she said lightly, eliciting a soft laugh from Qingyu. Indeed, sister has benefited from our little Gio. Inside the carriage, the two exchanged playful banter, while Chu Jia remained silent, his attention fixated on the commotion outside. Huiyuanrua, uninterested in squabbling with this brother who, approached the unconscious middle-aged man and inquired, what has happened to him? The youth on the ground was taken aback that this understated yet commanding young master would take the initiative to inquire about them. He froze for a moment, then scrambled to the young master's feet like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Young master, I implore you to save my father, he needs a doctor, please, I beg you. The other men nearby also knelt down, pleading, we beseech the young master to show mercy and seek a physician. Huiyuanrua regarded the frail boy at his feet, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not place where he had seen him before. Finding the boy's kneeling position somewhat bothersome, he furrowed his brow and said, stand up and speak. Why kneel? A man should not have such weak knees. The boy did not rise, his only concern was for his father, and he could not afford to think of pride. Please, save my father, he cried. With a sigh of resignation, Huiyuanrua called out to the carriage, Shu. Li Mulan lifted the carriage curtain, her striking red attire drawing the attention of those outside, who immediately lowered their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the noble. In truth, Li Mulan and her companions had been quite modest, even choosing an exceedingly ordinary carriage, yet due to Huiyuanrua's earlier display of dominance, their status had naturally elevated. The boy on the ground discreetly glanced up at the woman, first astonished, then incredulous, finally whispering, Sister? A slightly older man beside him looked up, shock evident on his face, but quickly lowered his head again. As the boy prepared to speak once more, the man swiftly covered his mouth, pressing his head down. Although their voices were hushed and their movements subtle, they did not escape the notice of Li Mulan and her companions. Qingyu and Huiyuanrua exchanged perplexed glances, while Li Mulan's eyes flickered, though her expression remained composed. Approaching the unconscious man, she discovered he was a gaunt middle-aged figure with cracked lips and a pallid complexion, though his handsome features remained intact. In fact, Li Mulan found his visage somewhat familiar. The boy, trembling slightly, kept his head bowed, and upon closer inspection, one could see tears brimming in his eyes, his gaze reddened. Feigning indifference, Li Mulan crouched down and reached out to check the man's pulse. Malnutrition, excessive fatigue, and a heart burdened by worry. Yuanruo, bring the silver needles. Hui Yuanruo promptly retrieved the items from the carriage, while Qingyu, having anticipated this, handed him a small bundle. With a serious demeanor, Li Mulan withdrew the silver needles and administered several punctures at key points on the man's body. Soon, signs of revival became apparent. The man's eyelids fluttered open, revealing the red-clad girl before him. His voice, raspy and incredulous, emerged. Lanner? The boy immediately scrambled to his father's side, shielding him from view. Father, you're awake. What a relief, you truly are awake. This man, known as Li De, was momentarily blinded by his son's obstruction, and he eagerly attempted to rise, only to be held back by the boy's embrace. Father, the youth shouted. Li De, roused by this call, began to grasp the current situation, his eyes gradually clearing. What has happened to me? Brother, you have overexerted yourself and fainted. Thankfully, these two nobles came to your aid. A similarly ragged middle-aged man stepped forward to support Li De, emphasizing the term nobles with particular clarity. Li De slowly sat up, his gaze filled with gratitude directed at Hui Yuanruo and Li Mulan. Especially when his eyes fell upon Li Mulan, his lips trembled, and upon noticing the scar at the corner of her eye, his gaze reddened once more. However, this moment of emotion was fleeting. He quickly lowered his head, concealing his feelings, and with his son's assistance, he bowed slightly. I am deeply grateful to you both for saving my life. I, Li De, am at a loss for how to repay you, but I can only offer my humble thanks and, he hesitated, then corrected himself, though my status is lowly, my family will pray for you, hoping for your continued safety and health. Li Mulan remained silent, her heart heavy with turmoil. She needed to gather her thoughts and withdrew a porcelain vial from her bosom, offering it to him. Your health requires proper care, take this medicine and consume it morning and night. Feeling it was insufficient, she produced 2 more vials and handed them over. Li De accepted them with trembling hands, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, noble one. Observing his demeanor, Li Mulan felt an inexplicable irritation. Yuanruo, let us go. Hui Yuanruo regarded the ragged individuals with contemplative eyes. Despite their dire circumstances, they stood tall, and their speech revealed an educated demeanor. Are we not leaving? Oh, I'm coming. Li Mulan boarded the carriage, her emotions in turmoil. Hui Yuanruo mounted his horse and they gradually departed. The group remained silent until Li Mulan and her companions had completely vanished from the street, at which point they began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of the nobles. Brother Hu, who had just suffered a setback, spat and shot a warning glance at the Li family, then directly seized the porcelain vial from Li Da's hands. Though he knew not the nature of the medicine within, the vial itself was clearly of fine quality. Well, look at that, quite affluent, he sneered, stuffing the vial into his bosom, then glaring menacingly at Li De. Stay in line and don't cause me any trouble. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. The boy attempted to retrieve it, but was firmly restrained by Li De. Sheer, he warned, his tone unmistakably stern. Ally, she felt aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Brother Hu's retreating figure, his fists trembling in frustration. With a sigh, Li De patted his son's back. Let us discuss this at home, your grandfather will be worried. Li Shi hastily wiped away his tears and mumbled in a husky voice, understood, father. The rest of the Li family exchanged glances, falling silent. Indeed, they would discuss it at home. Li Mulan and her companions settled at the only inn in Shangyun City. She felt increasingly agitated, barely touching her dinner before retreating to her room. For years, she had been plagued by a recurring dream. The moment she first arrived in this world, the frigid river water, the suffocating sensation, and the echoes of Lanner and sister. Recalling her master's words before their departure only deepened her unrest. Chapter 19. Grandfather, do you believe me? On the summit of Longyan Mountain, half a month ago, within the Lingxiao Hall, the master and disciple sat on the ground, a chessboard before them, the game from the previous day left unfinished. After so many years of carefree existence, there are still responsibilities that must be fulfilled. Master, what do you mean? Are we not playing chess today? Li Mulan was somewhat perplexed by her master's cryptic words. Playing chess with you is a waste of time. Even if you memorize all the chess manuals in the world, your head is filled with nothing but straw. Li Mulan protested, at least Xiao Jiao has a good memory. Remembering so many strategies is no small feat. Mo Yen, frustrated at her lack of understanding, tapped her on the head. Did I teach you chess merely for you to memorize strategies? Such foolishness. Li Mulan pouted, I have no interest in that. Then what are you interested in, chasing after tigers up and down the mountains? Does that excite you? Li Mulan scratched her nose. Well, that is indeed a bit more thrilling. Mo Yen sighed, Xiao Jiao, how long have you been with me? Li Mulan, sensing a hint of senility in her master, replied, 13 years. I often find myself reminiscing about when you first arrived. Master, you are getting old. Elderly folks tend to reminisce about the past. Mo Yen shot her a disapproving glare. Over the years, have you ever thought about searching for your family? Li Mulan paused, her expression turning bewildered. Did you not say everyone was dead? Mo Yen sighed again. I once sent someone to investigate. That area sees very few travelers. Based on when you appeared, it was surmised that you were a prisoner exiled from the capital. By sheer coincidence, a landslide occurred, resulting in many casualties. Thus, I suspect your family might be gone, but I cannot be certain. Then why bring it up now? Have you discovered something? Mo Yan's expression remained unchanged, whether true or not, I cannot say. This is your own matter, you are grown now, so it is best you investigate for yourself. What if they are not? If not, then return, you have lived this way for so many years. Could it possibly impact you further? Li Mulan grinned, feigning fear as she patted her chest. You scared me, I thought you were casting me down the mountain. Bah, cast you away, would you not return on your own? Li Mulan nodded vigorously in agreement, that is true. Mo Yan was momentarily at a loss for words, waving his hand dismissively, go away, go away. Your presence irritates me. Hey, master, if I leave, you won't see Xiao Jiu for a while. Won't you miss me? Mo Yan let out a cold laugh, just do not bring me trouble. I never cause trouble. It is trouble that seeks me out. Li Mulan retorted indignantly, completely unaware of any issue. Enough, descend the mountain tomorrow, it's too noisy here. In a remote village of Shangyun City, populated by exiles, the government had arranged for these individuals to settle here for easier management. Dad, that must be my sister. Li Shi's face was alight with excitement, his usually pallid complexion now flushed with vitality. Indeed, elder brother, I saw it too. The scar at the corner of her eye is identical to Lana's from childhood, and her appearance bears a striking resemblance to my sister Law. It must be Lana, she is not dead. The speaker was Li Yun, the third son of the Li family, aged 25, who had been but a 12-year-old child at the time of exile, utterly enamored with his adorable niece, often carrying her in his arms. Li, the eldest son of the Li family, was addressed as Li by everyone here, as they were unaccustomed to calling each other by name. He turned to his father, who had remained silent. Father. The patriarch of the Li family, the former Grand Tutor Li Song, had hair that was predominantly white in a frail form, yet his eyes retained their steadfastness and wisdom. What do you think? Li Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, from her age, appearance, and the scar at the corner of her eye. It is undoubtedly Lana. It is certainly my sister. We are twins, and they say twins share a connection. Upon seeing her today, I knew it was her grandfather, do you believe me? Li Shi was filled with fervor, his hopeful expression disallowing any discouragement. Second son, tomorrow you shall inquire about where she resides, Li Tsong instructed his second son, Sun, who had been silent thus far. Li Sun, the second son of the Li family, aged 29, was the most astute among them, second only to Li Kong. Had it not been for his exile, he would have undoubtedly thrived in the capital, perhaps even surpassing his father. Understood, father. I shall go after work tomorrow. Li Tsong nodded, let this matter remain among us, do not mention it to others, especially not to the eldest's wife. Eldest, Sheer, be cautious. Li Yi nodded, I understand, father. Li Shi pressed his lips together and nodded in agreement. He was aware of his grandfather's intent. Their mother had been deeply affected by the loss of her daughter, swept away by the river, descending into madness for 2 years before gradually recovering. Since then, she had never mentioned her sister again, but Li Shi knew that she missed her dearly. She simply could not bring herself to speak of it. The following morning, Li Mulan emerged from her room, her face weary. Hua Yu and Ruo and Xingyu were already awake, and even Chu Jia had risen early, donning the new attire gifted by Sister Qingyu, looking exceptionally spirited. Little Uncle Master, did you sneak out last night? The dark circles under her eyes prompted Hua Yu and Ruo to laugh heartily. You look utterly ridiculous, as if someone punched you in the eyes. Li Mulan shot him an exasperated glance, slumping down at the table, her appetite non-existent as she gazed at the breakfast spread. Xingyu offered her a bowl of congee. You hardly ate anything last night, you should at least have a little now. What's wrong with Sister Lan, did you not sleep well last night? Chu Jia inquired with concern. Li Mulan stirred the congee lightly with her spoon. I dreamt all night, I'm so tired. Then finish your meal and rest, there is no urgency. Li Mulan nodded, glancing at Hua Yu and Ruo, who had already polished off 2 bowls of congee. Yuan, could you assist me with something later? Hua Yu and Ruo raised her chin proudly. I know, you want to ask about those people from yesterday, right? I've already found out where they are. They're living in a village on the outskirts of the city called Yongqing Village. Many exiles from the capital have been placed in that area for easier management. Li Mulan listened intently, her expression serious as she awaited him to continue. Hua Yu and Ruo, under her gaze, felt somewhat guilty. That is all I could uncover. As for why they were exiled and where they came from, I need to check with the government. I'll head to the city lord's office. Fourth senior brother said to seek out the city lord if there is an issue. Li Mulan nodded, retrieving a black token from her small pouch, inscribed with the character Shangguan, a token given to her by her fourth senior brother Shangguan Jing. Take this token with you. Do not cause any trouble. Understood. Chapter 20. Bullying me every time. Brother Yuan Ruo, may I accompany you? Chu Jia cautiously inquired. Hua Yu and Ruo replied nonchalantly, sure, as long as you don't find it boring. Xingyu's gaze flickered slightly as she exchanged a glance with Li Mulan, noting her lack of reaction, and chose to remain silent. In the afternoon, after a brief nap, Li Mulan finally appeared more spirited. Upon opening the door, she spotted Xingyu approaching with a tray. Sister, why haven't you gone out for a stroll? Xingyu pulled her inside and placed the tray on the table. I didn't feel like going out. I noticed you hardly ate your breakfast, so I made you a bowl of chicken noodle soup, thinking you would be awake by now. Li Mulan gazed at the enticing bowl of noodles and honestly felt a pang of hunger. Sister truly knows how to care for me, recognizing that Xiao Jiu yearns for your homemade chicken noodle soup. It smells delightful. Xingyu had long since grown immune to such compliments that came without cost. The porridge this morning was also made by me, yet you barely touched it. Li Mulan awkwardly scratched her head. This morning, it was merely because I didn't sleep well, leading to a lack of appetite. It certainly has nothing to do with your culinary skills. You should eat now. Seeing that the topic had passed without incident, Li Mulan began to happily indulge in the delicious meal. Aware that the girl had been troubled in recent days, Xingyu refrained from probing, knowing that when Li Mulan was ready to share, she would do so. Over the past 5 years, she had been by the girl's side, thoroughly familiar with her temperament. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Li Mulan was actually quite perceptive. It was rare for her to exhibit such fluctuating emotions, leaving Xingyu puzzled. Just as Li Mulan had consumed half a bowl of noodles, Wei Yuanruo burst in energetically. Little Shishu, what delectable treats are you indulging in without me? Li Mulan cast him a sidelong glance. Don't claim that the city lord's residence has not treated you well. Wei Yuanruo chuckled. Of course they have, but his eyes were fixated on the chicken noodle soup. I could easily devour another 2 bowls of the chicken noodle soup made by Sister Xingyu. Xingyu sighed in exasperation. There is plenty of soup left, and I can prepare another bowl for you quickly. Just be patient. Then she turned to Chu Jie. What about you, Xiao Jie? Chu Jie shyly nodded. He hadn't eaten enough at the city lord's residence, not due to lack of hospitality, but rather because their overwhelming enthusiasm had left him somewhat flustered, resulting in minimal consumption. After Xingyu stepped out, Wei Yuanruo poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, then set it down with a hint of distaste. Little Shishu, Lin Haisheng expressed a desire to visit you and suggested we move to the city lord's residence, claiming the conditions at this inn are rather unsatisfactory. Li Mulan continued to eat slowly, not pausing her chopsticks. Not for now. I will see him in due time. Wei Yuanruo nodded. That's what I told him, or he would have come over by now. Chu Jie was quite curious. After all, Lin Haisheng was the lord of a city, yet he had been exceedingly polite and humble in front of Wei Yuanruo. When it came to Sister Lan, he was even more respectful. He was left wondering about her identity, considering how young she was. Have you gathered any information on what I asked you to investigate? Not yet, but Lin Haisheng has sent someone to look into it. The information should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Li Mulan nodded. In the meantime, you should go out and familiarize yourself with the local situation. She turned to Chu Jie. If you're interested, you can join him. Chu Jie fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. Well, since I have nothing to do, I'll go with brother Yuanruo. Li Mulan smiled subtly, not intending to expose him. This child clearly had plans to visit Shangyan City, likely in search of someone. It was uncertain what kind of person he was hoping to find in this place. Xingyu soon finished preparing the noodles, and Wei Yuanruo, unable to contain his eagerness, beheld his oversized serving with great satisfaction. Chu Jie glanced at his modest bowl, then at Wei Yuanruo's, feeling a sense of admiration. He had eaten quite a bit at the city lord's residence, yet somehow Wei Yuanruo seemed capable of consuming even more. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, Chu Jie suddenly remembered something. Oh, Sister Lan. Li Mulan looked up. What is it? I just saw someone at the inn's entrance, and I suspect they are looking for us. What person? Li Mulan inquired, perplexed, as they seemed to have no acquaintances in this area. It was that uncle you saved on the street yesterday, along with another man who should be his brother, Chu Jie recalled carefully. Wei Yuanruo wore a puzzled expression. Is that so? Yes, he was right at the entrance. Oh, there was indeed a man, but how do you know he was one of those from yesterday? I was present at the scene and saw him. Then how come I don't remember such a person? Li Mulan smacked his forehead. With your memory, what can you possibly recall? Then she turned to Chu Jie. Are you certain it was him? Chu Jie nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Li Mulan's eyes glimmered with contemplation as she glanced at Wei Yuanruo, who was preparing to eat. Swiftly, she snatched his chopsticks. Do not eat just yet, go down and invite him up. Little Shishu, Wei Yuanruo protested, unwilling to leave the fragrant noodles. If you don't go, you won't get to eat, Li Mulan threatened. Wei Yuanruo begrudgingly rose, casting a resentful glance at the others. You all bully me every time. Li Sun finished work unusually early today. Due to his intelligence, he assisted a small leader in resolving some matters, earning himself a half-day off. Recalling his father's admonition from yesterday, he decided to investigate. Upon learning that Li Mulan and the others were staying at this inn, he headed straight over, yet was met with disappointment as he waited without seeing anyone emerge. In truth, what would seeing them accomplish? Could he directly approach and declare himself her second uncle? As he pondered how to make contact, he noticed Wei Yuanruo and Chu Jie returning. With a remarkable memory, he easily recognized them, especially since they were both quite exceptional. While Wei Yuanruo remained oblivious to his presence, it was the boy who noticed him. However, he chose not to approach and instead returned to the inn. Li Sun contemplated leaving, intending to return tomorrow for another opportunity, but his curiosity kept him lingering a bit longer. Fortune seemed to favor him, as he saw Wei Yuanruo emerge once again, clearly heading in his direction. Wei Yuanruo crossed his arms, scrutinizing the man clad in tattered clothing. Despite his ragged apparel, he was quite handsome, maintaining a clean appearance and a straight posture, exuding a remarkable aura. Such a person ought not to be in these circumstances. Hey, you, come in with me. Li Sun felt a surge of excitement within. Though he maintained a calm demeanor upon hearing Hui Yuanruo's words, he did not immediately comply. May I ask what the young master requires of me? Hui Yuanruo, with a flick of his eyes, replied rather brusquely, when I tell you to go, you go. There's no need for so much chatter, rest assured, if you assist me, you shall not miss out on the benefits. Li Sun nodded in agreement, his face reflecting a hint of joy. Once they entered the private room on the second floor, he regained his composure upon catching sight of the striking figure dressed in vibrant red. His hands trembled slightly. This was indeed his niece. Yes, Li Sun was utterly convinced that this was his niece, Li Mulan. In her childhood, he had doted on her, recalling how he would often detour to the finest pastry shop in the capital to buy her favorite mung bean cakes whenever he returned home. If he returned empty-handed, she would create quite the fuss. Now, she had blossomed into a beautiful young lady. How wonderful it was. Chapter 21. To you, it's not good. Li Mulan gazed at the other person, attempting to unearth some semblance of familiarity from the depths of her memory, only to find it a futile endeavor. With a sigh, she turned her attention to Qingyu. Sister, you and the others may leave for now. I wish to have a private conversation with this gentleman. Qingyu nodded and offered a slight bow to Li Sun. Chu Jie followed suit, curiosity piqued about what Sister Lan might wish to discuss with this individual. Meanwhile, Hui Yuanruo remained unabashedly seated, seeming to find little pleasure in the bowl of chicken noodle soup before him, as he yearned to eavesdrop on the exchange between his little master and the man. With wide, innocent eyes, he fixed his gaze on Li Mulan, showing no intention of departing. You should leave as well, Li Mulan said, rubbing her forehead, somewhat exasperated by the foolishness of the oblivious lad. Little master, Hui Yuanruo's expression was one of utmost innocence, appearing rather endearing at that moment. At your age, it is inappropriate to act coy. Now, be off with you. Li Mulan remained unmoved. Hui Yuanruo pouted, abandoning his pretense. I shall not, after all, I am your most beloved disciple. We have grown up together, facing calamities and enjoying fortunes alike. Have you forgotten how many times I took the blame for you? What is there that I cannot hear? I am determined to listen. Li Mulan's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at the smiling Li Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, before directing a glare at Hui Yuanruo. Will you not leave? Hui Yuanruo shivered at her tone, knowing it foretold his impending misfortune. Yet, he was reluctant to concede, attempting to negotiate. Little master, if you do not exit this moment, I shall write to 5th senior brother tomorrow and have him come fetch you. In a flash, Hui Yuanruo sprang from his seat, exclaiming, I'll go. Is that not sufficient? His tone was laden with indignation. Close the door behind you. At the threshold, Hui Yuanruo paused, deflated, and reluctantly shut the door. Li Mulan turned to Li Sun, please, take a seat. Li Sun, feeling no need for formality, sat opposite her. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open once more. Li Mulan shot an irritated look at Hui Yuanruo, who, feeling guilty, sheepishly pointed at the bowl of chicken noodle soup on the table. Little master, my noodles. With that, he hastily scooped up the bowl and fled as if escaping a storm. Li Mulan stared at the closed door, her brow slightly furrowed. No eavesdropping. The figure peering in from outside immediately drooped his head, resembling a forsaken puppy, a sight most pitiable. Li Mulan turned apologetically to Li Sun. I hope I have not embarrassed you, sir. Li Sun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Do you share a close bond? With a resigned smile, Li Mulan replied, he is the disciple of my 5th senior brother. Although he is 2 years my senior, his status is not above mine, so he must heed me. We essentially grew up together, engaging in foolish antics on the mountain, and though he is my disciple, he is also a companion, hence our strong rapport. On the mountain? Yes, I have lived on the mountain with my master since I was 4. Li Sun's throat tightened. And how has your life been? Li Mulan nodded affirmatively. Very well. Li Sun's expression dimmed slightly as he nodded. Well, that is good. Very good. Li Mulan poured him a cup of tea and handed it over. It is not of the finest quality, but make do with it. Li Sun offered a wry smile. It has been many years since I have savored tea. If it is not of the best, what does it matter? Li Mulan's gaze flickered momentarily, yet she refrained from any further comment. Once he finished the first cup, she promptly refilled it. How should I address you? Clatter. The cup slipped from Li Sun's grasp, landing on the table with a crisp sound, thankfully unbroken. He anxiously retrieved it. I apologize, what did you just say? Li Mulan regarded him gently, her eyes steady. How should I address you? Upon hearing this, Li Sun's hands trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This implication was, second uncle, his voice caught in his throat, I am your second uncle. Li Mulan nodded in understanding. I am sorry, I do not recall. Li Sun appeared puzzled. Li Mulan explained, when my master rescued me, I lost all memories prior to the age of 4, only remembering my name as Li Mulan. A renowned physician examined me and claimed that a severe head injury resulted in my memory loss. It was that old physician who, by calculating my height and skeletal structure, deduced my age. Otherwise, I would not even know how old I truly am. Then, does it pose any harm? What? Li Sun composed himself, regarding Li Mulan with affectionate eyes. I meant, has your head injury caused any issues for your health? Oh, it is nothing to worry about. Over the years, that physician has provided me with treatment, and my health is excellent, even surpassing that of the average person. That is good, very good. He hesitated before inquiring, do you have any doubts about what I have told you? Li Mulan chuckled softly. Did my second uncle think, why I have come to Shangyun City? Li Sun's expression shifted, touched. You came to find us? Li Mulan nodded. After my master rescued me, he sought to investigate my origins. It is suspected that I belonged to a family that was exiled, however, a cataclysm occurred there, and it is said that nearly everyone perished in that natural disaster. Thus, not long ago, my master likely uncovered some information and surmised that my relatives might still be alive, prompting me to come in search of them. Li Sun nodded, his thoughts drifting back 13 years. Indeed, such events transpired. We were fortunate to have passed through that mountain pass before the disaster struck. At that time, all the officials escorting us perished, which likely led your master to believe we had all succumbed to that calamity. All the officials perished? Then why did you not escape? Li Mulan inquired, puzzled. Li Sun offered a rueful smile. Because you have a grandfather of unwavering integrity. Li Mulan nodded. Then, you recognized me yesterday because of... She instinctively touched the scar at the corner of her eye. Is it because of this? Li Sun nodded and then shook his head. Li Mulan was bewildered. He smiled. The scar is one reason, but also, your appearance bears a striking resemblance to your mother. My mother, is she well? Li Sun's smile turned bittersweet. As of now, she is well. Well now is merely a euphemism for not well in the past. For reasons unknown, Li Mulan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Though she possessed a modern soul, she ultimately inherited this body and seemed to have retained some emotions. May I meet her? Li Sun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Lanner, we still bear the identity of criminals. Should your identity be revealed, you too would be unable to escape the fate of exile, which would not be good for you. Chapter 22 Is his name Sheer? Li Mulan wished to assert her indifference and lack of concern, yet upon gazing at the worry etched on Li Sun's face, she refrained from speaking and instead shifted the topic. May I inquire as to the reason for our exile? Well, Li Sun pondered for a moment but ultimately remained silent. Disclosing too much would only burden you further. For now, knowing that you are alive brings us relief. There is no need for you to fret, just take care of yourself. Li Mulan furrowed her brow, but as she recalled that news from Lin Haishang would soon arrive, she chose not to press further. Sipping the bitter tea, she remembered the man who had fainted yesterday and that young lad, and with some difficulty, she asked, was the man who fainted my father? Indeed, your father is the eldest son of the family. After the incident, he bore the weight of many responsibilities. Despite being a scholar incapable of even harming a chicken, he shielded us younger brothers from the harsh realities of the mine. Ha! Li Sun shook his head with a bitter smile. That is why he ultimately collapsed. Speaking of this matter, Lanner, your second uncle wishes to ask you. Yesterday, it seemed you possess some medical knowledge concerning your father's health. Li Mulan's expression turned worried as she replied, nutritional deficiency, excessive fatigue, and chronic anxiety have led to his emotional turmoil. Li Sun's face grew anxious. Is there a possibility of treatment? It is not a severe ailment, but recovery will not occur overnight. It requires long-term care. Particularly, his excessive worrying is a matter of the heart. Unless he comes to terms with it himself, no amount of medication will suffice. The pills I provided yesterday were quite effective. He should continue taking them for a while and we shall reassess later. Speaking of the pills, Li Sun's expression shifted to one of indignation. He gritted his teeth. The pills from yesterday were taken from us. Li Mulan was taken aback, and suddenly recalled something. How dare that scoundrel steal my belongings? There's no need to fret. I still have 2 bottles here. Your second uncle shall take them back today. You should return home and inform of the family. I shall visit everyone tomorrow. Li Sun immediately waved his hand. That would be unwise. I will take the medicine back. I am genuinely concerned for your father's health. As for meeting, best to postpone it. Being discovered could cause you trouble. Li Mulan chose not to argue further but did not assure him she would refrain from visiting. She understood his concerns. By the way, who was that young lad yesterday? That is Sheer, Li Sun said with a hint of pride. He is your brother, a twin. He is a remarkably intelligent child, though it is unfortunate. Twins? Li Mulan was momentarily stunned, realizing why she felt such a kinship upon seeing him. Was this perhaps a form of telepathy? His name is Sheer? Yes, Li Shi, born half an hour after you. Then he is indeed my brother. Li Mulan displayed a proud expression, reveling in the fact that she had a brother, a twin no less. It felt extraordinary. In her sect, she was the youngest junior disciple, doted upon and protected by her master and seniors, simply because she was the youngest, but now, she had a brother. How wondrous. Seeing her delight, Li Sun smiled as well. Indeed, that is your brother. Just as Li Mulan was joyously contemplating her newfound sibling, she recalled the frail figure she had observed yesterday and frowned. He is too thin. He needs to be nourished. Li Sun paused, letting out a slight sigh. Yes, indeed, he is too thin. Li Mulan rummaged through her small cloth bag and produced a stack of silver notes, offering them. Second uncle, take these silver notes for now and procure some supplies for the family. If they run low, let me know, I shall be around. Li Sun shook his head with a wry smile, refusing to take the silver notes from her hands. We have no need for these, Lanner. Keep them, your intentions are appreciated, and your grandfather and father also understand your sentiments. Suddenly, Li Mulan smacked her forehead in realization how foolish of her. The Li family was still comprised of exiles, and these silver notes would serve no purpose in their hands. It seemed the most pressing matter now was to find a way to absolve the Li family of their status as exiles. Ellison glanced at the sky outside. Lanner, your second uncle cannot linger any longer today. I must return. After conferring with your grandfather and the others, we shall see when we can meet again. Li Mulan nodded, not wishing to detain him, understanding that this was not the appropriate time. Very well, second uncle, but please wait a moment. She then called out towards the door, Yuan Yuan. Hui Yuanruo, who had been nearby, rushed into the room with a joyful expression. Little master uncle? Have Xiao Er prepare some nourishing food, and make haste. Ah. Hui Yuanruo's enthusiasm waned as he had expected to be confided in by little master uncle. He shot a disgruntled glance at Li Sun, realizing that the nourishing food was intended for the man. Oh, very well. Li Sun initially intended to intervene, but Li Mulan spoke first. Silver notes cannot be accepted. Can one refuse the food offered by a noble? Rest assured, Lanner will ensure you do not face any difficulties. Thinking of her frail father's emaciated form, Li Sun chose to say nothing further. When leaving, Li Mulan did not accompany him but sent Hui Yuanruo instead, giving him a few reminders. Hui Yuanruo strutted ahead like a proud peacock, instructing Li Sun at the entrance of the inn. Your writing is commendable. I shall reward you with these provisions. Yes, thank you, young master. Li Sun bowed with a beaming smile, his demeanor obsequious. If there is anything else needed, where might I find you? I usually labor at the mine. If the young master requires anything, simply send word there. I am known as Li Er. Humph, Hui Yuanruo replied dismissively. Understood, you may leave now. Ah, thank you, young master, thank you. From the second-floor private room, Li Mulan watched Hui Yuanruo's antics, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Yuan Yuan is truly insufferable. Her companion lightly tapped her. Did you not encourage him to act this way? That does not mean he should be so haughty. He is simply being himself. Li Mulan clenched her delicate fists. I wish to give him a good thrashing. Chu Jia, observing Li Mulan's spirited demeanor, found it amusing, perceiving her not as unruly but as genuine and endearing. Outside of Shangyun City, at a certain estate. Master, a letter has arrived from the capital. Xingyi handed over a thick stack of correspondence. Chu Chenfeng glanced at it, showing no inclination to accept it. Is it from Gu Chongqing? Xingyi awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, all mere drivel. Burn it. Understood. Also, the young master has arrived in Shangyun City and visited the city lord's residence today. The city lord's residence? Did he go alone? No, he accompanied that young lad. Chu Chenfeng twirled the ring on his thumb, his gaze flickering. Oh? What is the young lad's connection to Lin Haisheng? Unknown, but Lin Haisheng treats him with great courtesy. Recalling that pair of master and disciple from Longyan Mountain, he nodded in understanding. Indeed, Lin Haisheng was affiliated with the Shangguan family, and the current head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Jing, was a disciple of Longyan Mountain. Chapter 23. Do you not think there are too many coincidences? The Li family, what is their current state? Chu Chenfeng gazed out at the sky, his expression somewhat indifferent, lost in thought. Xingyi paused momentarily. The news received today reveals that 13 years ago, all members of the Li family were exiled during their journey to the northern desert. Nearly half of them perished, including the old matriarch of the Li family. At one point, as they traversed a mountain pass, a landslide claimed more lives. Unfortunately, aside from the matriarch, the rest of the Li Taifu's family managed to escape unscathed. Escaped unscathed? Ha! Chu Chenfeng unconsciously touched the ring on his thumb, his gaze darkening. Is the proud spirit of Li Tsong still intact after all these years? For the past 13 years, the men have worked in the mines while the women engaged in lighter trades. They have managed to survive. Xingyi lamented, reflecting on how the once lauded literary family of the capital had fallen to such a state. Survive, the Li family consists of scholars who are not accustomed to physical labor. Are you certain they can manage mining? It may be arduous, but at least they have preserved their lives. Li Taifu has aged over the years, and the men in his family have taken on his burdens. He has not returned to the mines in the past 2 years. Chu Chenfeng fell silent. Not returning to the mines, it was likely that they were unable to do so. One could only wonder what hardships they had encountered. Remembering the stern, unsmiling elder from years past, he sighed deeply, realizing that his royal family had wronged them. Xingyi, do you think he harbors any resentment? Xingyi pondered for a moment. The thunder and rain are all bestowed by the emperor. The Li family has served the court for generations. They surely understand this. Li Taifu was a man of insight and reason. He would certainly comprehend. Ha, you are unaware of that old man's stubborn temperament. During my brother's time, he often found himself at a loss when dealing with him. There was a time when he had been reprimanded by his brother for disrespecting the Taifu with his words. Eventually, he learned to keep his distance from the elder, only to discover that his brother had entrusted this stern teacher to guide him. In his rebellious youth, he had disregarded even the emperor's words, with only his brother able to temper his defiance to some extent. However, his brother was often occupied with state affairs and could not attend to everything, so he sought the help of this serious instructor. Moreover, on the very first day the young master arrived in Shangyun City, he encountered a member of the Li family. Chu Chunfeng lifted his gaze from his thoughts, his elegantly arched brows slightly raised. A coincidence? Indeed. They encountered exiled miners returning from the mines just as they entered the city, and among them was a member of the Li family. The eldest son of the Li family fainted from exhaustion, and it was that. Xingyi glanced at his master, the young lady who came to his aid. Ha ha ha, Xingyi, do you not think this coincidence is simply too numerous? Xingyi nodded. I too find it curious, yet we have not uncovered anything amiss. However, the following day, Li Sun, the second son of the Li family, sought out that young lady. They conversed for quite some time, but we could not overhear their discussion as we were not close enough. Li Sun? Chu Chunfeng seemed to recall something about him. Is he not the one whom even my brother praised as exceptionally talented? Indeed. I have encountered him a few times. He is quite impressive, remarkably talented and genteel. My brother once mentioned that this individual would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future and was someone he wished to employ. What do you suppose prompted him to seek out that girl? Perhaps it is only natural for him to express his gratitude to the one who saved his brother. Ha, it appears there is more to this than meets the eye. Yet I believe there are other intriguing matters that remain unknown to us. Indeed, I shall investigate further. Chu Chunfeng nodded, recalling Li Mulan, his eyes revealing a barely perceptible smile. Be cautious. That girl is quite clever. Yes, my lord, you seem quite familiar with that young lady? Familiar is not quite the right word, but she still owes me something. Ha! She is the first person in this world who has not repaid her debt to him. Meanwhile, far away in Shangyun City, Li Mulan suddenly sneezed several times, slightly puzzled as she rubbed her nose. The weather was not even chilly. Qingyu expressed concern. What is it, did you catch a chill? No, just a tickle in my nose. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Qingyu gently tapped her on the head. You have offended too many people. Li Mulan felt a bit embarrassed and playfully leaned her head against Qingyu's shoulder. Not at all. I never intentionally offend anyone. Ha, who would believe that? Qingyu poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for Li Mulan. This is our own tea, Uncle Zhang just delivered it this morning, so you won't have to worry about not being accustomed to it. Li Mulan's face lit up with joy. Uncle Zhang has arrived? Not yet. He sent someone ahead with some of the things you commonly use. Li Mulan pondered. What did he bring? Just tea leaves, commonly used herbs and pills, and your various jars and containers. Li Mulan raised her cup and drank it all in one go. Let us go take a look. I need to use them. Qingyu, confused, followed her. Li Mulan organized some items but felt it was insufficient. There should be more people, yet in Shangyun City, it was hard to find quality goods. She removed all the outer boxes and casually wrapped the items in plain cloth. Qingyu was even more puzzled. What are you doing? Where are you taking these? To give away, those boxes are too conspicuous. They are inappropriate. Qingyu hesitated. Is it the family you helped that day? Li Mulan nodded and then looked at Qingyu with a radiant smile. Sister, they are my family. Qingyu was taken aback and grasped her delicate hand tightly. Really? Did you not say that your family was lost? Have you confirmed it? Does the palace master know? Li Mulan patted her hand. Do not be so anxious. It is almost certain that my master knows as well. Otherwise, do you think my master would have sent me to this place? Upon hearing that Mo Yan was also aware, Qingyu felt relieved. Then why do you not acknowledge them? Li Mulan pouted. They have too many concerns. Their current circumstances are awkward, and they fear implicating me. I am not afraid. My master and senior brother will always protect me. They would never abandon me, but they are my family, who only wish the best for me, and I do not want them to worry. Qingyu nodded in understanding, glancing at the few items in the plain cloth and frowning. This is too little. There should be quite a few of them, but I saw how thin they were that day, their clothes patched together. Besides these items for recovery, they will need daily necessities as well. I will arrange it. Wait here. Sister, prepare less. It cannot be too conspicuous, or they might hesitate to use it. Qingyu tousled her soft hair. Do not worry, I know what to do. Watching Qingyu bustling about for her, Li Mulan smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. In these 5 years, without Qingyu, what would she have done? Chapter 24. It is our Yuan who was most conscientious. Lin Haisheng arrived at the inn during the dead of night, deliberately seeking to avoid drawing attention. Miss Zhou, I am Lin Haisheng here to pay my respects. Clad in somber black, his demeanor was modest, making it hard to believe he was the lord of the city of Shangyun. Come in, a languid voice beckoned, and the door to the private room was opened by Hui Yuanrua from within. Upon seeing Hui Yuanrua, Lin Haisheng bowed respectfully. Young Master Hua. Hui Yuanrua appeared somewhat dispirited, lacking the usual vitality that characterized him, which left Lin Haisheng somewhat perplexed. At this hour, Chu Jia was already asleep, and only Li Mulan, Qingyu, and Hui Yuanrua occupied the room. Lin Haisheng lowered his head and offered another bow to the woman in red. Miss Zhou. Yes, have you brought what I requested? Li Mulan wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I have, Lin Haisheng replied, presenting the wooden box he had brought with him. Qingyu accepted it and placed it before Li Mulan. Instead of immediately opening it, Li Mulan turned her gaze to Lin Haisheng. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Lin. Please, sit. I dare not, it suffices for me to respond while standing. He appeared entirely subservient. Li Mulan frowned slightly. This stance is too elevated. I find myself straining to converse with you, which is quite exhausting. Lin Haisheng promptly apologized, "It is my oversight." Without hesitation, he took a chair and sat down, maintaining his respectful demeanor. "Lord Lin, are you familiar with the exiled criminals in Shangyun City?" "I am mostly aware." Shangyun City serves as the hub of the northern desert, and those exiled here are typically serious offenders. They are either heinous criminals or officials exiled from the capital, such as the Li family. The specific information has just been provided to you. Li Mulan nodded. "Please share what is not included in the documents." Lin Haisheng hesitated, gathering his thoughts. Regarding the Li family, the official documents state they were implicated in the incident involving the late crown prince. The Li family has served in government for generations. Li Taifu was the late crown prince's mentor and held in high regard. Back then, the late crown prince attempted a coup, and upon its failure, he was imprisoned, leading to the Li family's misfortune. Although the late emperor spared the Li clan from execution, all members, regardless of age or gender, were exiled to the northern desert. It is said that many pleaded for mercy at the time, but those who did were reprimanded, and those who protested were dismissed from their positions. Consequently, no one dared to intercede for the Li family thereafter. On the way to the northern desert, the Li family's members have already suffered losses. Li Taifu's wife perished during that time. Once prominent courtiers, now reduced to mere scholars, they have endured significant hardships on this journey. Upon arriving in Shangyun City, all males over the age of 9 are compelled to work in the mines, facing beatings or even death, which is far from uncommon. Fortunately, aside from Li Taifu, there is another capable individual in the Li family. Li Sun, the second son of Li Taifu, was renowned in the capital as a transcendent figure. Upon arriving in the northern desert, he was the first to adapt, managing affairs both internally and externally. Without him, the Li family might not have survived to this day. Li Mulan listened intently, not uttering a single word. Both Qingyu and Hui Yuanrua exchanged worried glances with her, feeling a pang of sympathy. Had it not been for Mo Yen, this girl, at such a tender age, might never have survived the exile alongside her family. Lin Haisheng cast a glance at Li Mulan and continued, 2 years ago, Li Taifu injured his leg in the mines and has since been unable to rise. However, the workload has not diminished. It has all been shouldered by several members of the Li family, particularly his eldest son. I heard that he fainted that day and was rescued by Miss Zhou. Alas, years of toil have been arduous for them, being primarily scholars. Li Mulan slowly stood, seemingly feeling stifled, and opened the window. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, serving to awaken her senses. Gazing into the eerily dark sky, she appeared lost in thought. After a long pause, "Lord Lin, I have heard that criminals may mitigate their punishments by paying a certain sum of money. Is this applicable to the Li family?" If so, the matter would be straightforward. She had ample silver. Even if it were insufficient, it would not be difficult to ask a few senior brothers for assistance. Lin Haisheng sighed deeply. For the majority of offenders, as long as the gold and silver are sufficient, they may indeed be pardoned. However, for the Li family, the late emperor had already decreed that they are to remain in the northern desert for life, unable to leave or return to the capital, and their crimes cannot be absolved by wealth. Bang! Hui Yuanrua slammed his palm on the table, causing the cups to rattle. Damn it, that vile emperor is too ruthless. Qingyu swiftly covered his mouth, startled by his audacity, and then glanced at Lin Haisheng, who had lowered his head, seemingly oblivious to the outburst, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Hui Yuanrua recognized his misstep and cleared his throat. If they cannot redeem their crimes with gold and silver, then so be it. We have saved some money. A mere Shangyun City should not find it difficult to rescue these individuals. He then looked at Lin Haisheng. Lord Lin, just turn a blind eye when the time comes. Lin Haisheng chuckled lightly. Young master is jesting. Who is jesting with you? Hui Yuanrua's eyes widened, his bravado palpable, though in truth, it was not intimidating. Those of the Jianghu should employ the methods of the Jianghu. My master is currently the leader of the martial arts world. Protecting a few individuals is hardly a challenge. Lin Haisheng forced a laugh, refraining from countering. Li Mulan turned around. It has been a tiring journey for you tonight, Lord Lin. It is late. You should take your leave. The Li family requires your continued attention. It is my duty. I cannot claim hardship. However, concerning this inn, is Miss Zhou comfortable here? Why not accompany me back to the Lord's residence? While it may not be lavish, it is certainly more pleasant than an inn. Li Mulan wearily waved her hand. Let us remain here for now. We will discuss it later. Lin Haisheng no longer pressed the matter, offering a slight bow. Then I shall take my leave. Once he departed, Hui Yuanrua immediately sat beside Li Mulan, his expression one of grievance. After he and Chu Jie had meandered around the inn, Qingyu had informed him of the situation regarding their junior uncle. Initially, he had worried that with a family, their junior uncle might forget them, his fellow disciples. However, just as he was mulling this over, he heard from Lin Haisheng about the series of misfortunes that had befallen the Li family. Alas, their junior uncle was truly pitiable. Separated from his family at such a young age, now that he had found them, he was confronted with such dire circumstances. It was indeed a cause for concern. Junior uncle, do not fret. Your family is my family, and I will protect them well. I will send a message back immediately, arranging for assistance to rescue all the members of the Li family. What of the court? When have we, the Jianghu people, ever feared them? Besides, even if we cannot manage it ourselves, we still have my master and ancestors, do we not? Li Mulan cast a helpless glance at him, unable to resist pinching his now slim face, which had long since lost its baby fat. Our Yuan is indeed the most conscientious, always looking out for our junior uncle. Chapter 25. Does that mean your status is even higher than mine? Hui Yuanrua's face was pinched by her little master uncle, and had it been in the past, she would have made quite a scene. Today, however, she was remarkably docile. Of course, little master uncle. We agreed long ago that we would face calamities together and share blessings. My father and elder brother have lent you their support before. Have you forgotten? Now that your family is in trouble, I will undoubtedly be the first to stand by you. At this mention, Li Mulan's expression turned slightly awkward. That was many years ago, in the second year since she arrived at Longyan Mountain. She had been frail since birth, consuming medicine daily and soaking in medicinal baths, leaving her with little choice but to rest quietly most of the time. Bored, she would often spend hours playing with her fingers. At that time, Hui Yuanruo was still a chubby little child who, seeing her pitiable state, frequently kept her company. On one occasion, Hui Yuanruo's father and elder brother visited him, bringing numerous gifts, edibles, toys, and essentials, which filled Li Mulan with envy. What she envied most was not the material possessions, but rather the presence of family, for at that time, she was utterly alone in this world. Overcome by a sudden wave of melancholy, she found herself staring blankly with reddened eyes, and Hui Yuanruo, noticing her distress, insisted on sharing his father and brother with her, even enlisting the fifth senior brother as a witness. At that moment, Li Mulan had only been in this world for less than a year, her mature soul struggling to adapt to the role of a 5-year-old child, leaving her feeling nothing but awkward. Since that incident, every time she saw Hui Yuanruo's father and brother come to visit, she felt uncomfortable. Ironically, they mistakenly thought she was merely shy, showering her with undue warmth that left her flustered. Alright, I understand that you support me. Will you help little master uncle with something shortly? What? Hui Yuanruo glanced at the sky outside. What could I possibly do at this hour? Li Mulan flashed him a flirtatious glance. This matter can only be attended to at night. Hui Yuanruo felt goosebumps rise at her gaze, instinctively distancing himself, sensing that his little master uncle might have some ill intentions. In the dead of night, on a quiet and remote path, a youth wielding a large knife strode forward, carrying 2 bundles on his back. This is too much. It's the middle of the night, and they expect me to deliver things. Boo-hoo, I've been walking for so long, I'm so hungry. On the outskirts of the city, in a small village nestled against the mountains, the houses were low and dilapidated. A dark figure flitted past, weaving through the homes. Soon, he halted in front of a rundown house near the back mountain, peering inside but finding no sign of life. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly scaled the earthen wall and leaped into the courtyard. This small courtyard was not spacious, housing only 4 thatched cottages. Just as the cloaked figure hesitated, a door creaked open. Startled, he leaped onto the roof. Lishi, caught in a half-dream, seemed to hear a noise and stepped outside to investigate. Finding nothing amiss, he rubbed his eyes and headed toward the back of the courtyard. Seeing this, the cloaked figure followed closely behind. Lishi, bleary-eyed and having drunk too much water that night, needed to relieve himself. Just as he loosened his belt, a hand clasped over his mouth, pulling him toward the courtyard's exit. Lishi's mind cleared instantly. He wanted to scream, but he was no match for the person behind him. Amidst the struggle, he heard a familiar voice. Don't shout, it's me. I'm here to deliver something. His heart raced as he failed to recognize the voice's owner, and he fought back against the cloaked figure. Hui Yuanruo, exasperated, simply hoisted him up and leapt away from the village. Who are you? Put me down. I have no money. Please let me go. Lishi exclaimed, feeling nauseous from being carried on the cloaked figure's shoulder. Bah! Who wants your money? I have plenty. Hui Yuanruo retorted, finally setting him down in a nearby grove, somewhat irritated. You've got some strength, you little rascal. How dare you kick me? Lishi, unsteady and falling to the ground, looked up just in time to see Hui Yuanruo, panting heavily, remove his mask and toss the bundles to the ground. Ah, I'm exhausted. You may be small and thin, but you have quite some strength. This is more tiring than a day of training. Lishi stared blankly at the newcomer. A little young master? Upon hearing the address, Hui Yuanruo's temper flared. What little young master? You re the brother of my little master uncle, so that makes you my brother. Call me brother. He then realized that this title seemed inappropriate. Wait, that's not right. You are my little master uncle's brother, and I'm my little master uncle's nephew, so doesn't that make your status higher than mine? Lishi's expression turned dazed. Was it his sister who sent him? He looked at Hui Yuanruo with excitement. Did my sister send you? Hui Yuanruo shot him an annoyed glance. What do you think? If it weren't for my little master uncle, would I come to this godforsaken place in the dead of night? Then, Lishi nervously glanced behind Hui Yuanruo, seemingly expecting someone else. Is my sister not here? Can't you tell what time it is? Doesn't my little master uncle need rest? How can you be so inconsiderate? Feeling the weight of Hui Yuanruo's reproachful gaze, Lishi felt a twinge of guilt. Right, it's so late. She must be resting. He then looked at Hui Yuanruo with hopeful eyes. So, what brings you here, young master? Hui Yuanruo's annoyance flared again at the title. I've already said not to call me young master. He felt the distance growing between them. After all, they would be family from now on. Lishi hesitated. Then, what should I call you? Hui Yuanruo scratched his head. Forget it, just call me brother Hua from now on, he sighed. This hierarchy is really something, let's just go with that for now. Yes, brother Hua. Hui Yuanruo nodded in satisfaction, pleased by his compliance. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he picked up the 2 bundles from the ground. Here, this is what my little master uncle asked me to deliver. Lishi hesitated before accepting. What is this? It's prepared by my little master uncle and sister Qingyu. There are several sets of clothing and some nourishing medicinal pills. This is a meal personally made by Sister Qingyu. You can see for yourself, they are all useful for you. My little master uncle said that with many eyes around, she couldn't send too much, but don't worry, we won't be leaving anytime soon, and I will come to deliver good food for you every day. Noticing Li Shi's frail figure, Hui Yuanrua added, you are too thin. You must eat more. I'll come every day to bring you treats. Li Shi didn't hear the latter part of Hui Yuanrua's words, all he heard was that this was sent by his sister. His sister gradually, his eyes grew moist, seeing his emotional state, Hui Yuanrua stepped back a couple of paces. Hey, you're not going to cry, are you? Don't you know that a man should not shed tears? Li Shi hastily wiped his face, and no. I am not crying. Looking at the frail youth, Hui Yuanrua felt a twinge of discomfort. Well, what could he do? After all, he was the brother of his little master uncle. If he cried, so be it, he wouldn't mock him, but he resolved to protect him more in the future, as they were, after all, family. Chapter 26 The gift from Sister Li Shi composed himself momentarily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Hua, for your efforts at such a late hour. Hui Yuanrua waved his hand dismissively, no need for such formalities. We are all KINITS. Just that. He cast a glance at the oil paper bag filled with food, swallowing hard. Don't look, the lad is nothing but skin and bones. He must not touch this food, yet, his own stomach betrayed him, emitting an embarrassing growl at that very moment. Hui Yuanrua, flushed with embarrassment, clutched his belly. Ha, I suspect I might have eaten something bad. Thus, it was merely a stomach rumble, not hunger. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly. Are you hungry, Brother Hua? He swiftly unwrapped the oil paper bag, presenting 2 fragrant meat buns. Please, have some to tide you over. Hui Yuanrua hastily waved his hand. No, I'm not hungry. He stepped back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. All right then, it's getting late. You should head back. I'll be here again tomorrow. With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness. Li Shi marveled at Hui Yuanrua's abilities, his eyes brimming with envy, so impressive. He glanced at the 2 packages in his hands, his grip tightening involuntarily, filled with tenderness. As he returned home, Li Shi had intended to sneak back to his room and discuss the matter with his family the following day. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he spotted his second uncle peering out the door. Where have you been? Li Sun's tone was somewhat stern. Li Shi instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Within this household, aside from his grandfather, his second uncle was the one he feared the most. Ever since they arrived in Shangyun City, life had been unbearably harsh, yet his grandfather insisted on his studies. Without paper and ink, they resorted to the sand table, with Li Sun taking on the responsibility of teaching him. There was no other choice, as he was the only grandson. Thus, every time he faced his second uncle's serious expression, he felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain if he had disappointed him in some way. I didn't go anywhere. Li Sun's sharp gaze swept towards the bundle Li Shi was carrying, suddenly raising his chin in a silent demand for explanation. Only then did Li Shi recall the important matter, excitement bubbling within him as he said, Second uncle, this is a gift from sister. La Nur? Yes, it was Brother Hua, the one who came with sister. He just delivered it, saying he would return tomorrow. He offered the 2 packages. Sister mentioned that our situation is precarious and that she couldn't send much due to the risk of prying eyes, but assured us not to worry. She will continue to send help. Li Sun accepted the 2 bundles without opening them, instructing, go speak to your grandfather. Grandfather? Li Shi glanced at the central room. Is grandfather still awake? Li Sun remained silent, stepping forward to gently knock on the door. Father. Come in. The hoarse voice that responded indicated he had indeed not yet rested. As Li Shi entered the room, he instinctively reached for a lamp, but Li Sun stayed his hand instead. He crossed to the other side and opened a window, allowing the soft moonlight to filter in, providing just enough illumination to discern the figure within. He then approached the bedside, carefully propping Li Sun up against the edge of the bed, patting behind him with 2 old garments for support. It's so late, why hasn't Shi gone to bed? You still have work tomorrow. Li Sun's tone, though not harsh, carried an undercurrent of reproach. After all, the boy was already 17, and his frail form was a source of concern. Li Shi looked to Li Sun for help, who calmly brought a chair to sit at the bedside, placing the 2 bundles on Li Sun's bed. Father, these are from La Nur. Li Sun's eyes brightened. His second son had returned and had already shared the news of their granddaughter's well-being. He felt a surge of joy at the knowledge that she was alive and thriving, yet a shadow of worry crossed his heart, fearing the troubles of the Li family might affect her. Li Sun remained silent, merely lifting his eyelids slightly. Li Sun proceeded to open the bundles before his father, revealing their neatly arranged contents. Several men's garments, though new, were made of plain fabric, quite understated. There were also provisions. Li Sun reached out to touch them, feeling their warmth, and a tender smile unconsciously graced his lips. Thoughtful indeed, the remaining items were medicinal herbs and pills, the most valuable of the lot, each accompanied by a note detailing their effects and usage. Li Sun picked up a porcelain bottle, examining it, and nodding with satisfaction at the elegant script. He then unfolded the carefully folded paper that accompanied the herbs, revealing a beautifully penned prescription. As he compared the 2 styles of handwriting, his eyes sparkled with delight. Folding the prescription neatly, he stroked his beard, visibly moved. At such a young age, she had already developed a commendable hand, indicating that the child had fared well over the years. Seeing his father's expression, Li Sun grew curious and took the prescription to examine it. Initially perplexed, he then scrutinized the various medicine bottles, his face lighting up with pride. Truly, she is a worthy daughter of the Li family. Li Shi, intrigued yet unable to decipher the silent exchange between his grandfather and second uncle, leaned closer for a look. Indeed, a beautiful script, undoubtedly his sister's, yet he could discern little else. Ellison lightly tapped his head. From now on, you must practice your writing for an extra hour each day. Your sister, though of the same age as you, has far surpassed you in skill. Li Shi felt a flush of embarrassment, yet acknowledged the truth. Sister has always been clever. She learns quickly, there is no way I could compare. Li Song shook his head with a smile. Others understand the wisdom of the early bird catching the worm. Yet you, my boy, simply concede defeat? Li Shi felt a pang of shame but retorted with conviction, but she is my sister, isn't it only natural that she excels? Li Sun chuckled and produced a set of new clothes. Father, shall I help you change into these? Li Song waved his hand. I'm not going out. I want to catch a chill, so there is no need. It seems there are 4 sets of clothing here. They must be prepared for you by Lanner. You should each take one. I don't need it. I'm young and don't require new clothes. Let grandfather wear them. Brother Hua mentioned he would return to deliver more tomorrow. Li Song nodded appreciatively. Shier, you are thoughtful. He then turned to Li Sun. Make sure to inform your elder brother tomorrow. We cannot keep this from your sister-in-law either. Let him convey the news gently, so as not to upset her. He recalled the early years when his eldest daughter-in-law had been utterly lost, unable to recognize anyone. Though she had improved significantly over the years, she still experienced moments of confusion, alas. Understood, Father. I believe sister-in-law is much better now. Besides, this is a joyous occasion. Perhaps it will lift her spirits and aid in her recovery. Li Shi's eyes clouded with sadness. Their mother had yearned for their sister so deeply over the years, otherwise, she wouldn't have. But suddenly, his eyes brightened. Indeed, his sister was skilled in medicine. Perhaps she could attend to their mother and grandfather. Grandfather had been bedridden for 2 years and appeared to have aged considerably. When Brother Hua returned tomorrow, he must discuss this matter with him. Li Song rubbed his forehead. Alright, you may leave now. You still have work tomorrow. Yes, father, I shall take my leave. Indeed, grandfather, Shier is going out now. Chapter 27. The letter. Early the next morning, the aged steward of the Lord's Manor arrived at the inn. Ho Yuanruo emerged with dark circles under his eyes, his face flushed with irritation. What urgent matter could possibly compel you to seek me out at such an early hour? The steward, taken aback by the young lord's ire, felt a twinge of guilt for disturbing his rest. Yet, the lord had instructed him to deliver the item without delay, hence his presence. What item? Ho Yuanruo glared at him, visibly agitated. The steward, trembling slightly, produced a letter from within his robes and handed it over. This arrived just this morning. I dared not delay for even a moment and brought it immediately. Ho Yuanruo cast a glance at the seal of the Shangguan family affixed to the letter, recognizing it as correspondence from his 4th master-uncle to his young master-uncle. Without uttering another word, he ascended the stairs with the letter in hand. The steward let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow as he departed, feeling the weight of the young lord's formidable presence that seemed to threaten his very being. He had heard tales from the lord himself about the young lord's capabilities. One could not afford to provoke him. Young master-uncle, the 4th master-uncle has written. Li Mulan, who had already awakened but lingered in bed, donned a robe and rose upon hearing the persistent knocking on the door. As she opened the door to face her young master-uncle's eager grin, she could only shake her head in exasperation. The sun is already high in the sky, and you are still in bed? Here, this is what Lin Haisheng sent just now. Upon seeing the familiar handwriting, Li Mulan tore open the letter and quickly scanned its contents. A smile graced her face as she absorbed the delightful news. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ho Yuanruo snatched the letter from her grasp. Young master-uncle, what does the 4th master-uncle mean by this? The Duke of the Great Chu wishes to exonerate the former crown prince. Why would he mention this to you? Do you know this Duke of Regency? Li Mulan, uninterested in his inquiries, poured herself a cup of tea. However, upon taking a sip, her brows furrowed as the tea had gone cold. I know everyone you are acquainted with, but I have no knowledge of this Duke of Regency. What does the 4th master-uncle mean? She shook her head in frustration. Lin Haisheng visited yesterday, were you not present? Yes, I was, but what does that have to do with Lin Haisheng? Seeing her intent on avoiding his questions, Li Mulan changed the topic. Where have you and Xiao Jie been these past few days? I hardly ever see you during the day. Oh, we were just wandering about. Xiao Jie expressed a desire to explore the sights of Shangyun City, so I accompanied him. However, there is nothing picturesque about this place. It feels utterly lifeless. Nonetheless, today we plan to visit the mine. He wants to observe mining operations. Mining? Li Mulan pondered. What is there to see in mining? Besides, that area is under the jurisdiction of the court. You cannot just waltz in. Not to worry, the Lord's Manor will escort us. Moreover, Ho Yuanruo leaned closer to Li Mulan, your family members will also be working at the mine during the day. I can check in on them to ensure no one is causing them trouble. Li Mulan gently patted his cheek. Be discreet, do not cause any trouble. I understand, Ho Yuanruo replied, somewhat impatiently. Yet he rarely caused trouble. Wasn't it usually his young master-uncle who instigated it? And do not be too overt in your protection, we must avoid raising suspicion. During such times, it is best to remain inconspicuous. Understood. I am quite adept at playing my part. Do you not trust me, young master-uncle? I must go see if Xiao Jie has risen yet. You should rest a little longer. You did not sleep well, did you? Ho Yuanruo strode away with unwavering confidence. No need. I feel revitalized after breakfast. Watching his imposing figure retreat, Li Mulan shook her head with an amused smile, yet, she could not help but wonder why Xiao Jie wanted to visit the mine. What could possibly await them there? Were they searching for someone? 10 miles outside Shangyun City, there was a manor that, on most days, was only attended by a solitary cleaning woman. However, the past few days had seen an unusual flurry of activity. Master, a letter from Xing Si. Before Chu Chenfeng lay a game of chess, he held a black piece, deep in contemplation. Xing Yi, understanding his master's temperament, knew that whenever Chu Chenfeng engaged in solitary chess, it signified he was deliberating over an important matter. No one was to disturb him. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Chenfeng finally placed his piece down and picked up his cup, discovering the tea had gone cold. Xing Yi promptly filled it with hot water and presented the letter. Chu Chenfeng opened the letter at a measured pace, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he read its contents. Excellent, the person has been located. Xing Yi, puzzled, looked up. Are you referring to the strategist from the former crown prince's residence? Chu Chenfeng nodded. After years of investigation, all clues have led to this individual. Then the truth of the matter from back then is on the verge of being unveiled. Congratulations, master. Xing Yi's face lit up with rare joy. You have dedicated 9 years to this pursuit, young master, soon it will all come to light. Chu Chenfeng's gaze fell, lost in thought for a moment before he spoke again. Send word to Xing Si. No matter the means, he must uncover the truth of that incident. Yes, I shall do so at once. Wait, Chu Chenfeng added, ensure that he keeps a close watch on the situation in Jiangnan. We cannot afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. I do not wish to wait another 9 years. Understood. Chu Chenfeng's eyes returned to the chessboard, fixed on the white pieces that were clearly at a disadvantage. I shall see where you attempt to flee this time. At the mine, Lin Haisheng had specifically arranged for his right-hand man, Lin Quan, to accompany Hou Yuanruo and Chu Jia, ensuring that none would dare offend the young lord. Lin Quan was well known in Shangyun City, and on his account, Hou Yuanruo could navigate the town with relative ease. Thus, early that morning, he and Chu Jia were escorted by Lin Quan to the mine. As they surveyed the vast expanse of the mining site, they noticed a sea of worn and tattered workers, with only a handful of officials patrolling the area, whip in hand. Those who lagged would feel the sting of the whip without hesitation. Crack, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Hey, stop pretending to be dead and get up, you've already had a long enough break. Crack. You ingrates, why must I resort to violence when I speak to you nicely? Get moving, there are tons of rubble to be moved. Move swiftly, do not slack off. Hey, you there, yes, you, get up already. The official wielding the whip aimed it at a frail, white-haired elder. Stop pretending to be dead and rise. The elder lay on the ground, murmuring, water, give me water. The whip struck him, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Li Shi, passing by, could not bear to witness this and set down his burden, taking out his water pouch to offer the elder a drink. Chapter 28 Li Shi is beaten slap. Another lash rang out, but this time, it did not strike the elderly man. Instead, it was intercepted by the frail Li Shi. Pain coursed through his delicate features, blanching his face, yet he gritted his teeth and rose once more, clenching his fists. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously, but he restrained himself, lowering his head slightly. Sir, he has fainted. Allow me to give him some water. The constable was a subordinate of Tiger Brother, and given that the Li family had previously offended him, he was not about to let this opportunity slip by. You insolent brat, mind your own business. Do not forget your station, you are merely a convict exiled here, yet you dare to act like the boss. With that, he swung his whip again, barking, get lost. As the whip lashed toward him, Li Shi instinctively dodged, causing the strike to miss. This only incensed the assailant further. You dare to evade, you little wretch, today, you shall learn the consequences of your actions. The constable exchanged glances with a few comrades who were spectating, and soon 4 or 5 constables advanced menacingly towards Li Shi. A wave of panic washed over him. It seemed he was doomed to endure a beating today. On the other side of the mine, a small man hurriedly ran to a cave, exclaiming, Hey, Li Di and Li Er, you must hurry to check on your boy. If you delay, he may lose his life. Upon hearing this, Li Yi hastily dropped his burden and rushed out, followed closely by Li Sun and Li Yun. As they approached the cave entrance, they spotted a young constable sprinting towards them. It was the previously sympathetic Xiao Song. Uncle Li, Li Shi is on the verge of being beaten to death, you must hurry. Li Yi's hands trembled, and his lips quivered as he hastened forward. Li Sun exchanged a glance with Li Yun, who immediately matched his elder brother's pace. Li Sun grasped Xiao Song's arm, saying, Xiao Song, thank you for bringing the news. Xiao Song looked somewhat ashamed. He felt powerless to help and had intended to intervene earlier, but had been frightened away by the seasoned thugs. I couldn't do anything. Xiao Song, I know you are a good lad and regard Li Shi as a friend. The situation is dire, could you please run to Leopard Brother and say that Li Er urgently needs his assistance? Leopard Brother, do you think he will come? I once rendered him a small favor. I implore you to deliver this message for me. As for whether he comes, that is not for you to worry. He then produced a shard of stone from his pocket. Take this to Leopard Brother. He will understand its significance. Xiao Song gritted his teeth, nodding firmly. All right, I will go at once. Li Xin furrowed his brow. Leopard Brother and Tiger Brother had always been at odds, and in this mine, Leopard Brother was the only one capable of standing up to Tiger Brother's crew. The fragment of stone was something he had stumbled upon in the western mines, which lay within Tiger Brother's territory, yet its quality indicated it could only have originated from the eastern mines under Leopard Brother's jurisdiction. If Leopard Brother was astute, he would surely grasp the implications. One could only hope he would seize this opportunity to assist them. By the time Li Yi and the others arrived, Li Shi was already bloodied from the beating, and the elderly man he had shielded had regained consciousness, yet like everyone else, none dared to step forward to intervene. Li Yi dashed forward, cradling Li Shi in his arms. Please spare him, esteemed officials, the boy is foolish and has offended you, I beseech you to overlook this transgression. Before he could finish, the whip struck him harshly across the back. His face drained of color, and he nearly faltered, steadied only by Li Yun, who had hurried to his side. Elder brother, are you all right? Esteemed officials, please temper your anger, it was my child who caused the offense. I apologize sincerely. Li Xin arrived, bowing and scraping as he offered apologies. As you see, the day is waning, and we have yet to complete our labor. If the task remains unfinished, all of us will suffer the consequences, and it would not reflect well on you either. Perhaps we should proceed with our work. If you are still dissatisfied, once the task is complete, we will submit to your judgment. With no other options left, Li Xin sought to buy time, hoping that Leopard Brother would act wisely and seize this chance to dismantle Tiger Brother's influence. Ah, typical of a scholar, your eloquence is remarkable, came Tiger Brother's sarcastic voice, his gaze like venom directed at Li Sun. Even if we fail to meet the deadline today, it is still due to this little brat's actions. I will report to my superiors, and given my long service, they may turn a blind eye, but as for this little wretch, I fear his life may be forfeit. Li Sun gritted his teeth, forcing a conciliatory smile. Indeed, you speak the truth, Tiger Brother. There is still time, we shall hasten our work, and I assure you we will complete today's tasks, so you need not to spare me your platitudes. Your family has long irked me, and now that you are here, you still carry yourselves with such airs. I heard that the arrogant young master gifted you something recently. I've long known that officials from the capital are adept at flattery, even in exile. You cannot restrain yourselves. I mean no offense, Li Sun replied, feigning humility, though his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Mean no offense? I see you are quite bold. Tiger Brother leaned close to Li Sun, speaking through clenched teeth. Do not think I am unaware of your connections with that foul leopard. Do you believe he will come to your aid now? Ha, what is happening here? Tiger Brother, what game are you playing? Boomed Leopard Brother's resounding voice as a towering figure of a man strode in, flanked by a dozen thugs wielding clubs as thick as arms. Upon witnessing the scene, Tiger Brother spat disdainfully, and who might this be, Leopard Brother, what brings you, such a busy man, to this place, or are you here to support this little brat? Support is not the word. I have come to meet my new brother, Li Sun, Leopard Brother replied, throwing an arm around Li Sun's shoulders. I hear he has made a mistake and offended Tiger Brother. I have come to apologize on his behalf. Surely, Tiger Brother, you are magnanimous enough not to hold this against him, yes? Tiger Brother scoffed, magnanimous, we are all here doing a job. This family has delayed my work. If today's quota is not met, should there be no punishment? Leopard Brother grew impatient. It is but a trivial matter. Tiger Brother need not escalate it so. Do owe me a favor, will you? Tiger Brother smirked derisively, a favor? What favor does your leopard expect from me? No sooner had the words left his lips than Leopard Brother's expression darkened threateningly. His entourage surged forward, encircling Tiger Brother and his men, transforming the atmosphere into one charged with tension. Well, what is this? A brawl? TSK, Lin Quan, is this mine always so lively? Had I known, I should have let you bring me here yesterday. Just look at how entertaining this is. Lin Quan felt a headache coming on. This little tyrant was truly. He then turned to the two opposing factions, his gaze sharp and piercing. Chapter 29. Am I doomed to be struck by lightning? Upon hearing the sound, Li Xin felt a wave of calm wash over him and quietly retreated towards his elder brother. He cast a glance at Li Shi, whose body was marred with whip scars, feeling a twinge of both compassion and frustration. This child, alas, at the same moment, Hugo and Bao Gu turned around upon hearing the commotion, and beheld a graceful young lad accompanied by a child. Hugo was not unfamiliar with them. As he pondered their presence in this place, he noticed a familiar face trailing behind. The two men were taken aback and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Lord Lin, what brings you here? Lin Quan, the right-hand man of Lin Haisheng, was often addressed with the honorific Lord Lin in public. He frowned slightly, surveying the chaotic surroundings with evident displeasure, and cleared his throat twice. On the orders of the city lord, I am accompanying the young master on a stroll. It seems he has taken quite an interest in the mine, so here I am. Bao, what are you up to? Bao Gu, who shared a certain rapport with Lin Quan, quickly responded with a smile, oh, it's nothing of great consequence. One of my younger brothers has offended Hugo, and I came to mediate a bit. Hua Yuanrua, disinterested in their exchange, could hardly contain his impatience upon spotting several individuals in the crowd. Brother Yuanrua, isn't that the person who helped you at the inn last time? Is he injured? Chu Jia recognized Li Sun. Although Li Mulan and the others had not disclosed much to him, he sensed a connection between this individual and Sister Lan. A sense of unease gripped Hugo as he realized this lad possessed some standing, and he had not anticipated Lin Quan's accompaniment today. Given Lin Quan's status, the fact that he was so respectful in front of this young man suggested that he might be of significant importance. Regret washed over him for his earlier recklessness. He feared that while a merely family might not intimidate him, should this young master choose to intercede on their behalf, he could find himself in dire straits. Hui Yuanrua, already feeling anxious, found an unexpected ally in Xiao Jia. Oh. Indeed, hey, you, why haven't you visited me these past few days? I was hoping you could assist me in organizing some things. Feigning indifference, he remarked to Lin Quan, I had no idea that such talent resided in this humble Shangyun city. Your calligraphy surpasses many of the literary figures I have encountered. Li Sun promptly stepped forward, slightly bowing in deference. I apologize, young master. I have been working at the mine during the day, hence I have yet to find the opportunity to seek you out. Oh, Hui Yuanrua responded somewhat absent-mindedly, his curiosity piqued as he observed the unconsciously she on the ground. And who is that lad? What has happened to him? Li Sun hastily knelt, startling Hui Yuanrua, who instinctively wished to leap away but, considering the circumstances, restrained himself. His voice trembled slightly. You, what are you doing? Get up at once. I detest those who kneel without cause. Why must you prostrate yourself so easily? Heavens above, you are the second uncle of my little master, a senior. Is this kneeling going to bring down divine retribution upon me? Oh, that great Buddha and all the deities, I did not command this person to kneel, nor do I desire it. This is merely a matter of circumstance. Do not take it to heart, deities. Please, do not strike me with lightning. At that moment, Hui Yuanrua was consumed by anxiety. If his little master were to discover this, he would surely face the consequences. Li Sun understood the boy's predicament and, despite wanting to laugh, stifled it, rising to his feet. The one injured is my nephew. He is young and foolish and has offended Hu Gu. I humbly ask the young master to intercede on behalf of my Li family and spare this child's life. We would be eternally grateful. Once again, it was Hu Gu. Hui Yuanrua's eyes widened. Ah, Hu Gu, what a familiar face. Do you harbor a grudge against this family? Why is it that I seem to encounter you bullying them at every turn? Hu Gu stiffened, sweat trickling down his forehead. Young master, you jest. How could I bear any animosity towards such people? It must be a misunderstanding, indeed. A misunderstanding? Hui Yuanrua's expression darkened. Is this how you interpret a misunderstanding, beating a child to this extent? Had we not fortuitously crossed paths, would you have left him for dead? Hu Ji's face turned pale, and he hastily apologized. Young master, I assure you, I have been in this mine for many years and would never target them without reason. This, indeed, it is a misunderstanding. Clearly, this young master intended to champion the Li family. If he were to act unwisely, the one to suffer would be himself. Then why not fetch a doctor? Lin Quan, while the workers here may be exiles, we cannot treat lives so carelessly. Lin Quan quickly clasped his hands together. Rest assured, young master, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Hui Yuanrua, in a huff, kicked a pebble on the ground. It was not easy to find someone clever. I had hoped he would assist me in the coming days, yet, Lin Quan immediately grasped the underlying meaning. This is no trouble at all. For someone to catch the young master's attention is a stroke of fortune. I shall arrange for him accordingly. You. Lin Quan directed his gaze at Hu Gu. Is this person under your command? Yes, indeed, Hu Gu stammered. Lin Quan naturally issued his orders. He shall no longer work at the mine. Let him attend to the young master. Yes, I understand. Ahem. Hui Yuanrua cleared his throat. Now then, let us not dwell on these matters. The young master's nephew appears to be unconscious. We must urgently summon a physician. He must be well cared for. Honestly, what sort of affairs are you all conducting? It is fortunate that I happened upon this. Upon hearing this, Hu Gu immediately responded. Indeed, young master is right. I shall have someone take him to the medical hall at once and ensure he is well looked after. You truly possess a kind heart. Showing concern for those like him, he intended to flatter but was met with silence from Hui Yuanrua, leaving Hu Gu to awkwardly fall silent, mentally cursing the ancestors of the Li family. Hui Yuanrua retrieved a porcelain bottle from his robe and tossed it to Li Sun. This medicine is quite effective. Give your nephew a couple of doses. Li Sun accepted the bottle and immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Seeing him in such a subservient stance, Hui Yuanrua grew impatient. Hurry to the medical hall. Today is forgiven, but starting tomorrow, you must come to the inn to find me, understood? I understand, thank you, young master. Ugh, what a wretched place. He then, in a somewhat irritated manner, ruffled Chu Jia's hair. Why must we come to this mine? What is there to see? Let us leave. What a stroke of misfortune. Chu Jia, exasperated, pouted. Did Yuanrua truly consider him a fool? He was merely a tool in this scenario. He wished to visit the mine to glean any information about that person. And now, just as he arrived, they were leaving him with nothing. He glanced at the Li family members, pondering who they were and their connection to Sister Lan. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Li. They share the same surname. Could it be? But he shook his head, dismissing the notion. The individual he sought was far older than they. Chapter 30. What should we do? Lin Quan, fearing that brother who might employ cunning tactics, personally arranged for someone to escort Li Shi to the medical establishment, with the other 3 members of the Li family following closely behind. Although brother who was infuriated by this turn of events, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. At the very least, he could not take any action against the Li family while this young master remained in Shangyun City. As the crowd departed, Brother Bao observed Brother Hu's suppressed fury with a sense of satisfaction. Ah, Brother Hu, he remarked, look at the mess this has caused. If you had only given me face from the outset, we wouldn't have had to escalate matters to Lord Lin, would we? Brother Hu, already feeling cornered, found himself further incensed by Brother Bao's words. Noticing that brother who was ignoring him, Brother Bao's mirth only grew. That young master, whoever he is, has even earned the deference of Lord Linda. I suggest, brother who, that you keep a low profile for the time being, lest you find yourself at the mercy of others. He chuckled ominously. After delivering his words, he disregarded brother who's darkening expression and departed with his entourage. Brother who, seething with rage, spat, "Bah, a sycophant." One of brother who's subordinates cautiously approached. Brother who, regarding the Li family, what shall we do moving forward? In response, brother who kicked the man to the ground, exclaiming, the Li family, merely a bunch of exiled criminals. Are we to fear we will not have the opportunity to deal with them later? The fallen officer remained silent, suppressing his indignation, but that young master brother who spat again, humph, we cannot afford to offend that young master. However, he is merely a temporary presence here, not a permanent fixture. Once he departs, his eyes glinted with malice. Just watch how I will handle them. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's fierce demeanor, instinctively took a step back, choosing silence. At the medical establishment, Li Shi was brought in, drenched in blood, while the anxious faces of Li Sun and the others followed closely behind. The apprentice at the clinic hesitated to admit them, recognizing them as exiles from the mines. However, upon noticing the attendants clad in the garb of the city lord's household trailing behind, he dared not show any disdain, ushering them inside to summon a physician. Fortunately, though Li Shi's injuries appeared severe, they were ultimately superficial. The medicine provided by Hui Yuanruo proved remarkably effective, possessing restorative properties. The moment they arrived at the clinic, Li Shi regained consciousness. Opening his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, he looked around, puzzled. Father? Relieved to see his son awake, Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Do not be afraid, we are at the medical establishment. The doctor will take good care of you. The physician, a competent individual, conducted a brief examination before instructing an apprentice to fetch some ointment. However, due to the numerous wounds adhering to his clothes, the doctor had no choice but to cut away the already tattered garments. Li Shi watched in dismay as his clothes were severed, his heart heavy. This was his only set of clothing. Sensing his distress, Li Sen ruffled his hair. Uncle will fetch you another outfit when we return. The attendants from the city lord's household, shrewd as they were, quickly dispatched one of their own to a nearby tailor to procure 2 sets of clean clothing, which they delivered promptly. The Li family expressed their gratitude profusely. Despite looking down on these exiles, the attendants adhered to basic etiquette, ensuring that the Li family was not humiliated, especially since Li Er had caught the eye of that young master. It was possible that he might benefit in the future. While outsiders remained oblivious to the young master's significance, those within the lord's household were well aware. During their first visit to the city lord's estate, even their master had shown utmost respect towards him. Could he possibly be of mere ordinary lineage? Once the medication was administered, the doctor excused himself, and the attendants followed suit, leaving only the members of the Li family in the room. Li Sun gazed at the pallid face of Li Shi, his heart aching, yet he spoke sternly. You are no longer a child, such reckless actions must cease. Have you forgotten all that I have taught you over the years? Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Li Shi lowered his gaze, fully aware of his folly today. How many times have I warned you? Our circumstances are precarious, we must act with discretion and avoid recklessness. Do you realize how close you came to causing a calamity today? Uncle, I understand my mistake, Li Shi replied softly. Lie, witnessing his son being reprimanded by his uncle, felt a pang of sympathy but refrained from intervening. Li Yun, the third brother, stepped forward, gently pulling at Li Sun's sleeve. All right, brother, Shira knows his error and has suffered for it. This time, he will undoubtedly remember. Li Sun sighed. Before you can even ensure your own safety, do you believe you possess the ability to assist others? Moreover, you are the only son of the Li family's younger generation, all our hopes rest upon your shoulders. Have you considered what would happen if you were to come to harm? Your grandfather, your parents, and we, what would we do? Tears welled in Li Shi's eyes, cascading down his cheeks. In that moment, he had not contemplated the consequences, he had merely wished to help that elderly man. I was wrong, uncle. I swear I shall never act so foolishly again. Li Yi felt a deep sorrow within, turning away to hide his expression. When they first arrived in Shangyun City, his father had entrusted his younger brother with Li Shi's upbringing, a decision he had initially resented. Was he not capable? Did his father not trust him? Yet, as the eldest son, he could not defy his father's wishes, although resentment lingered in his heart. Over the years, however, he had observed his brother's exceptional guidance of Li Shi, which he could not help but acknowledge was far superior to his own. In their current predicament, his knowledge proved utterly unhelpful to his son. Li Sun, seeing Li Shi with his head bowed, felt a pang of compassion. Though he was already 17, malnutrition rendered him looking no older than 14 or 15. Exiled to the desolate north, they felt devoid of hope, merely wishing for Li Shi to grow up well, hoping he might one day have a chance at a brighter future. Unbeknownst to them, all their hopes were resting on the shoulders of this one child. Li Shi was indeed diligent, obediently attending to his chores and studies without faltering, quietly bearing the weight of his family's expectations upon his slender frame. Before long, the doctor returned with the medicine in hand. Fortunately, there are no internal injuries, the external wounds will heal quickly with proper care. Let the child take this medicine. Li Yi promptly accepted the medicine. Thank you, doctor. The elderly physician waved his hand dismissively. This child is quite injured. I suggest he stay at my clinic for a couple of days. Once his condition improves, he may return. Upon hearing this, Li Shi refused the medicine. No need, doctor. I'll be fine. I can recuperate at home. Their family had no surplus silver for medical expenses, let alone the cost of a 2-day stay. The doctor remained silent, glancing at the attendants from the city lord's household. One of the older attendants stepped forward. Little brother, do not worry, stay at the clinic. The city lord's household will cover all expenses, so there is no need for you to burden yourselves. Li Shi persisted in his reluctance, casting a pleading glance at his father. Father, I do not wish to stay here. I want to go back with you. If I do not return, mother and grandfather will surely worry. Now you remember that mother and grandfather will worry. Why couldn't you have kept that in mind before? Li Sun continued to chastise, then turned to the doctor. Doctor, will it hinder his recovery if he rests at home? Chapter 31. What shall I call you? The physician stroked his beard thoughtfully. A period of rest will do no harm, but you must refrain from any strenuous labor. Certainly, I would appreciate it if you could prepare the necessary medicinal supplies for us, as we shall return to recuperate. Rest assured, I will ensure he is well cared for and kept away from heavy work, replied Li Sun, who, upon reaching into his pocket, discovered only 2 coins, a slight embarrassment crossing his features. Noticing this, the physician offered a gentle smile. The lord of the city has already covered all expenses for your young brother. Henceforth, you may come every 3 days to collect the medicine. Li Sun, not one to be coy, bowed respectfully to the elderly doctor, and the 3 brothers escorted Li Shi out. Li Yi bore Li Shi on his back, while Li Sun and Li Yun followed closely behind, safeguarding him. Just as they reached the entrance of the clinic, they spotted a large cart outside, where a stranger, a young boy with dark skin, was smiling at them. The group paused, puzzling over whether this individual was sent by the lord of the city. However, the few attendants who had accompanied them were equally perplexed. Li found himself momentarily entranced by the boy's cheerful visage, but when he noticed the scar at the corner of his eye, he froze. Lanner, it was his Lanner. His eyes instantly welled with tears, and his body trembled slightly. Li's unusual behavior caught the attention of the other 3, with Li Shi being the first to recognize Li Mulan. He excitedly attempted to leap from his father's back but accidentally tugged at his wound, letting out a pained ouch. Li Mulan quickly jumped down from the cart. Little brother, be careful. That injury looks quite severe. Hui Yuanruo pulled back the curtain of the cart. Come aboard, my young friends, for I have no engagements today and will escort you home, sparing you from any further harassment. He then turned to the attendants of the lord's estate, producing a pouch of coins and tossing it to them. You have all worked hard today. Go and buy yourselves some drinks, there's no need to accompany us any longer. The attendants exchanged glances. Thank you, young master, they said in unison before hastily departing. Li Mulan assisted Li Yi, let us board the cart first. The group understood that the presence of so many eyes was not conducive to conversation, and they promptly climbed into the cart. Once settled, Hui Yuanruo generously offered the most comfortable seat to Li Shi, thoughtfully providing a blanket as well. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. In truth, Hui Yuanruo felt even more nervous, his rear end feeling as though it were pricked by needles. He shifted to the front of the cart, speaking through the curtain to Li Mulan. Little master uncle, let me take the reins, we can switch places. Once we leave the city, Li Mulan replied, expertly guiding the cart as it sped toward the outskirts. With no other choice, Hui Yuanruo squeezed back into his seat. He glanced at Li Shi, then at Li Yi and the others, feeling quite sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. Are you hungry? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Shi's stomach growled audibly, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment, his ears turning crimson. Hui Yuanruo burst into laughter. Are you hungry? He swiftly produced a bundle from behind him. This was personally made by Sister Qingyu before I came. Here you go. Li Shi gazed at the oiled paper package being offered, swallowing hard as his eyes widened with longing. Noticing that he hesitated to take it, Hui Yuanruo directly placed it in his hands. This is mung bean cake. It's absolutely delicious, soft, glutinous, and sweet. Little master uncle adores this. Upon hearing that it was Li Mulan's favorite, Li Shi eagerly unwrapped the package, revealing the translucent mung bean cake. He wiped his hands and cautiously took a piece, placing it in his mouth. Indeed, as Hui Yuanruo had described, it was soft, sweet, and melted in his mouth. Delicious, thank you, brother Hua. Seeing his delight, Hui Yuanruo felt a surge of happiness and turned to the other elders. Uncles, would you like to try some as well? Li Sun was the first to reach out, offering a warm smile to Hui Yuanruo. Since Lanner enjoys it, I too would like to taste it. Then came Li Yi and Li Yun, each savoring the treat, reminiscing about how many years had passed since they had tasted such exquisite delicacies. Li Yi's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, Lana loved mung bean cakes as a child, but back then, she was quite young and we feared it would be hard for her to digest, so she was only allowed a small piece each time. So, little master uncle has always had a fondness for these sweets? No wonder, among so many pastries, she singularly favored mung bean cakes. He then produced several more oiled paper packages, presenting them like treasures. Here, we also have meat buns, chrysanthemum pastries, and water chestnut cakes, all specialties of Sister Qingyu. Everyone, do partake, dinner time approaches, and I am certain you are all hungry. Have some to tide you over. Li Yi regarded Hui Yuanruo kindly. Thank you, Yuanruo, you don't mind if I call you that, do you? Hui Yuanruo waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. Just call me Yuanruo, you can also call me Yuan, as little master uncle does, hee hee. Being family of little master uncle, Hui Yuanruo was quite accommodating. Li nodded, though he cast a worried glance towards the front of the cart, where a small figure sat. Will your overt interaction with us attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals? Not at all, uncle. Little master uncle is dressed as such that no one would connect her to you. Rest assured. Moreover, little master uncle is not one to fear, her only concern is for your safety, Hui Yuanruo reassured. Li Yi remained uneasy, his brow furrowed deeply. Well, the cart came to a halt as Li Mulan pulled aside the curtain and entered, casting a knowing glance at Hui Yuanruo, who immediately stepped out to take her place. Li seized Li Mulan's arm. Lanner. Li Mulan glanced at the blisters covering his hands and frowned slightly upon noticing this. Li quickly withdrew his hand, mistakenly believing she found his hands dirty, and felt a flush of shame. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mulan grasped his hand firmly, her expression grave. She retrieved a medicine box from the corner of the cart and carefully took out a porcelain bottle, applying some ointment to Li's hands. This ointment is my own creation, and it works wonders. You must remember to apply it every day after washing your hands. Not hearing a response from Li, she looked up in confusion and found him gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. What do you call me? Seeing Li in such a state, her heart tightened. Perhaps it was the latent emotions of this body, for even in the absence of memories, her heart was still swayed by those feelings. She smiled sweetly. Father, oh. Li grasped Li Mulan's hand tightly. Lanner, my precious Lanner, how wonderful it is that you are alive. On the other side, Li she was fidgeting. Sister. Sister, it's me, Sheer. Do you remember, when we were young, you loved me dearly, playing with me every day, hiding and seeking, flying kites, and when father punished me by making me copy books, you often helped me. As he spoke, the boy suddenly burst into tears. Outside the cart, Wei Yuanruo was taken aback. Oh dear, this lad cries too easily. He hardly resembles a man. I must ensure to guide him properly, so he understands what a dignified young man should be. He unconsciously straightened his posture, thinking that he ought to exhibit some semblance of grace himself. Chapter 32. Nowadays, he truly is a useless person. Lanner, your visit today was rather impulsive. Li Sun expressed his concern. Given the hour, those working at the mine should have returned. If any of them were to notice something amiss, it would be detrimental to her. Second uncle, under the current circumstances, I felt uneasy not coming to check on you. If it weren't for Yuan today, how much suffering would Sheer have endured? Do not fret too much. After all these years, who would still remember that child who should have perished over a decade ago? Moreover, with my current appearance, I can manage to deceive a few. Upon hearing the phrase, the child who should have perished, Li felt a pang in his heart. The recollection of that day remained vivid. Ultimately, it was his inadequacy as a father that failed to protect her. Do not be careless, it is best to exercise caution, especially you. Li glanced at the scar at the corner of her eye. Many from the Li family's collateral branches are aware of your identity, and not all of them are united in purpose. I understand, father. I will have Yuan provide cover for me, and I shall remain indoors. Coincidentally, I also have important matters to discuss with everyone. What matters? Li Sun inquired. Li Mulan teased. Second uncle, do not rush. It is good news. We shall discuss it in detail once we meet grandfather. Indeed, you have yet to meet your grandfather, and also your mother. Thinking of his wife, Li felt a surge of anxiety. I have not mentioned your situation to her yet. I am uncertain if it might frighten her. Lanner, your mother, she was mad for 2 years, although she has rarely relapsed in recent years. Ultimately, so is she. You mustn't be afraid. She simply longs for you too much. Li's lips trembled as he recalled his wife, once so gentle, virtuous, and beautiful. After the devastating loss of their daughter, she had fallen into despair, aging considerably over the years. Li Mulan felt a pang of unease within her. Though she had little memory of her mother, she often dreamt of a woman anxiously calling out Lanner. That must have been her mother's voice. Mother, is she well? The question slipped from Li Mulan's lips before she could restrain herself. How could she be well? If she were, she would not have fallen into madness. Li, fearing for her worry, quickly responded, she is better, much better. Lanner, do not fret. Over the years, she has become quite like an ordinary person. It is just that occasionally, she cannot distinguish reality and still believes she is in the capital. Thinking you are alive, Li Mulan pressed her lips together. Father, rest assured. Over the years, I have learned some medical skills. I will examine mother. Perhaps I can help her recover completely. Even if I cannot cure her, I know a highly skilled physician who can certainly assist. Li she chuckled. Sister, do not worry. As long as mother knows you are alive, she will need no medicine. Her joy will surely restore her health. Indeed, once sister is seen by Da Chu, she will surely be cured of all ailments. Li Yun, though not particularly eloquent, chimed in with a cheerful tone. Soon, the carriage arrived at their village, where Wei Yuanruo switched places with Li Mulan at the village entrance. As the carriage proceeded, villagers peered out from their homes, many of whom were aware of the day's events at the mine, looking at the carriage with envious eyes. How fortunate the Li family was to have associated with a noble. The Li family's courtyard lay deep within the village, adjacent to a few households of collateral branches, whose members, having been implicated, were also exiled here. They harbored grievances, making daily interactions rather cold. However, in times of need, they would not turn a blind eye. After all, they were family, sharing the same surname, and had once enjoyed favor and protection. At that moment, a few members from the Li family's collateral branches were waiting in the courtyard. Though none spoke, Li Tsong surmised that something must have transpired. Yet, with his current condition, alas, he was indeed a useless man. Li Yi's wife, Zhang Shi, felt a sense of unease but dared not inquire further, her anxious gaze fixed outside the courtyard. Why had they not returned yet? Upon seeing the carriage, everyone rose, but none dared to approach. Li Sun dismounted first, hastening toward the gathered relatives, bowing respectfully. Second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle, what brings you here? He greeted each of his contemporaries in turn. One elderly man with graying hair and a stern expression stepped forward. This was Li Tsong's cousin, Li Huan, who was Li Sun's second uncle. We heard about the incident at the mine today, but we were in the north. By the time we arrived, you had already left. We came to check on you, unable to rest easy. My apologies for causing you concern, esteemed uncles. There is no cause for alarm. thanks to a noble's assistance, we have managed to avoid any calamity. They nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further into the details. At this juncture, Hui Yuanrua and the others had disembarked from the carriage, while Li Shi was still being carried down by Li Yi. Hui Yuanrua naturally positioned himself in front of Li Mulan, looking somewhat haughty as he surveyed the crowd. Oh, quite a gathering here. Li Sun, find a seat for me in this shabby place of yours. Where am I supposed to sit? The onlookers made way for the approaching Hui Yuanrua, aware that he was the noble who had rendered assistance. Li Sun turned to his elders with an apologetic expression. I beg your pardon, esteemed uncles, we have a distinguished guest today, and thus, we cannot entertain you properly. I assure you, I will personally visit tomorrow to clarify everything. They exchanged glances, choosing not to press further, offering a few words of concern for Li Shi before taking their leave. Upon seeing her son being carried back by her husband, Zhang Shi rushed forward. What has happened to Shir? Is he injured? Let me see. Li Shi, wishing to conceal his injuries from his mother, quickly blocked her reaching hand. Mother, I'm fine. I merely twisted my ankle. If father is carrying me, I will be well in a few days. You twisted your ankle? Zhang Shi glanced at his unfamiliar clothing. Is it serious? Li Shi waved his. I fell into a ditch, and my clothes got dirty. Thankfully, unable to find an excuse, he turned to Hui Yuanrua. This kind young master lent me 2 sets of clean clothes. Oh, is that so? Zhang Shi looked at Hui Yuanrua. Though his demeanor was somewhat arrogant, he was quite handsome and not at all unpleasant to behold. Young master, you are truly kind, thank you so much. Hui Yuanrua, realizing that this aunt was the mother of his little master, subconsciously softened his expression. You are too kind, aunt. It is nothing of great value, do not concern yourself with it. Suddenly remembering his extravagant persona, he hardened his expression again. By the way, I am thirsty, is there any water? Zhang Shi smiled tenderly. Yes, I will fetch some right away. She then glanced at the dark-skinned young boy standing behind Hui Yuanrua, who had been staring at her for some time. And this young brother? Li Mulan felt a tightening in her throat, slightly turning to conceal the scar at the corner of her eye. Ahem, I do not need any. Zhang Shi nodded, then went to pour a cup of water for Hui Yuanrua. Apologies, we are but a poor family, and we have no tea, young master will have to make do with plain water. Hui Yuanrua looked at the chipped bowl and frowned slightly but said nothing, sipping a couple of mouthfuls before glancing at Li Mulan, his eyes flaring. What are you following me for? Did I ask you to come, get lost, go find something to do? Chapter 33 of the innate strongman. Li Sun glanced at Li Mulan and said, Little brother, could you do me a favor? My elder brother has carried him all the way, it would be troublesome if you could lend a hand and help me bring my nephew into the house. Zhang, initially intending to assist, was stopped by Li Sun. Sister-in-law, please go prepare dinner. We have some matters to discuss with father. Zhang, realizing they were heading to their father-in-law's room, refrained from following. In truth, dinner had long been prepared, consisting merely of a pot of porridge and a few sweet potatoes. Observing Hui Yuanrua and Li Yun in the courtyard, she felt out of place and retreated back to the kitchen. Inside, Li Tsong had already heard the commotion and patiently awaited his son's arrival. Upon seeing Li Shi being carried in by several individuals, he grew anxious. What, where are you hurt? Li Shi managed a silly grin at his grandfather, his broad smile revealing his white teeth, adding a hint of foolishness to his demeanor. Grandfather, I'm fine. It's merely some superficial injuries. A couple of days' rest will suffice. How did this happen? Did you fall? Li Tsong expressed his concern, for Li Shi was the sole heir of their family, the only boy among his grandchildren. Li Shi looked helplessly at Li Sun, who merely snorted in indifference, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He turned to his own father, but Li Yi also feigned ignorance. Li Tsong chuckled, What mischief have you gotten into? Li Shi rubbed his nose and admitted, Grandson made an impulsive mistake today, which led to this injury. I ask for, grandfather's punishment. Li Tsong stroked his beard, about to speak when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar figure. Who is this young brother? Li Mulan stepped forward, kneeling gracefully and bowing her head several times, leaving Li Tsong utterly bewildered. Noticing this, Li Sun hurriedly explained, Father, take a closer look, do you recognize who this is? Li Tsong, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Li Mulan, who was petite with a dark complexion, yet her features were quite pleasant and somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the crescent-shaped scar at the corner of her eye. You are, Lanner? Li Mulan remained kneeling, not daring to rise. Lanner has seen grandfather. It has been many years since I have been able to serve you, and it is my fault. I beg for your forgiveness. She then bowed her head deeply once more. If flustered, Li Tsong attempted to rise but found his legs uncooperative. He then softly admonished his 2 sons, Why aren't you helping her up? Is this how you behave as a father and uncle, letting her remain kneeling? Li Yi, unable to bear it, promptly assisted her. Child, your grandfather understands. There's no need for such formalities. Does your forehead hurt? Li Mulan smiled, It does not hurt, father. She then turned to Li Tsong, Grandfather, over the years, I have caused everyone much worry, it is my unfilial conduct. Li Tsong wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and extended his hand affectionately toward Li Mulan. She stepped forward, grasping his aged hands. How can this be blamed on you? It is merely fate. It is my fault as well. Because of me, you have endured so much hardship, Lana has. But thank the heavens, you are still alive and thriving. Gazing into Li Mulan's bright, clear eyes, he nodded in satisfaction, only to be struck by a wave of sorrow. During the exile, he lost his beloved wife, his granddaughter, and suffered the loss of his kin. Alas, all of this was due to him, Li Kong. Grandfather, you must not say such things. We are family, sharing both honor and disgrace. How can we enjoy honor in the past and not endure hardship together now? Your words are mistaken. Li Tsong had not anticipated that his long-lost granddaughter would possess such clarity, and he felt a wave of comfort. Our Lana is wise. However, he turned to Li Sun. Didn't we agree to refrain from meeting for the time being? Why has she still come? Li Sun quickly recounted the events of the day to his father, his expression laden with concern. It was my improper handling. Had Lana truly fallen into danger, I would be utterly guilty. Li Tsong, frustrated, nodded at him. I had thought you to be cautious. How could you make such a blunder? Seeing his uncle being chastised, Li Mulan felt a pang of guilt. Grandfather, this matter is not my uncle's fault, it was solely my own action. Please do not be angry, this incident was sudden, and had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have been greatly unsettled. Li Tsong, unable to bear the sight of his granddaughter's distress, turned to Li Shi. Shi'er, do you understand your mistake? Li Shi, already with his head bowed low, further lowered it. Shi'er knows his wrongs. Understanding your mistake is good. Although this was perilous, it serves as an unforgettable lesson for you. You must learn that acting recklessly without considering the consequences can lead to personal injury at best, and at worst, the demise of the entire clan. Do you understand? Tears welled up in Li Shi's eyes. Grandson understands his mistake. I will remember it and never repeat it again. Li Tsong sighed deeply. Our Li family has been exiled to this place, and in my lifetime, it seems unlikely we shall ever return. However, Shi'er, you are still young, you still have opportunities, all our family's hopes rest upon you, do you comprehend? Li Shi's shoulders trembled slightly. Shi'er understands. Li Tsong felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Grandfather knows this is exceedingly unfair to you. However, I am old, and in my current state, there may no longer be opportunities for me to secure a respectable future for you. From now on, everything will depend on you alone. Li Sun, unable to bear his father's demeanor, expressed his anger. Father. Li Tsong waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I shall say no more, grandfather. Li Mulan interjected, actually, there is another important matter I wish to discuss with everyone. Li Tsong composed himself, curiosity piqued regarding what his granddaughter had to say. What is it? Li Mulan glanced outside, reassured by Hui Yuanruo's presence, and lowered her voice. Yesterday, I received news that the regent is investigating the matter of the late crown prince. The room fell into a tense silence. Li Tsong's brow furrowed, his expression more serious than ever. What is the source of this information? It is credible. How could the regent suddenly? Li Mulan slowly rose. It should not be sudden. When I learned of this, it was said that the regent already possessed conclusive evidence. This investigation has likely been ongoing for years. Investigating in secret for years? Li Tsong murmured. He was well acquainted with this regent. The royal offspring were already the pride of heaven, and on top of that, he was exceptionally gifted, demonstrating remarkable talent in both military strategy and understanding human nature, a natural-born strongman. Yet, his character was domineering, forceful, and decisively autocratic. After a moment of silence, Li Sun turned to Li Kong. Father, what is your view on this regent? Li Tsong stroked his beard thoughtfully. A natural-born strongman. Li Mulan raised her eyebrows at such a high appraisal. Yet, upon reflection, it was unsurprising. How could one who was merely 13 years old find themselves on the battlefield, seize half of the military power of Da Chu at 16, eliminate rivals at 17, and ascend to the throne solely by their own might? What was even more astonishing was that 2 years prior, he had voluntarily abdicated, passing the throne to the late crown prince's orphan, a mere 6-year-old child. Chapter 34. He is the benefactor of the Li family. It is said that at that time, not a single official from the court supported the decision. They all counseled against it, with a few even meeting violent ends on the spot. However, the regent was never one to be easily swayed, remaining completely unfazed by their objections. It remains a mystery what means he employed, but the matter was ultimately resolved in his favor. Yet, the legitimacy of this young emperor's position has always been a subject of scorn. After all, having a father who attempted a coup does not bode well for one's reputation. The high-ranking officials likely consented temporarily, hoping to placate the regent, for should that ancestor truly renounce his duties, they would find themselves at a loss. Within the royal family, no other individual possesses the capability to stabilize the court and instill fear in foreign nations. As long as this young emperor remains, the regent will not entirely abandon the affairs of Da Chu. Li Sun stepped forward. It is not the regent's abilities I question, but rather how sincere is he in his desire to vindicate the late crown prince? Li Tsong's gaze grew profound. If it were anyone else, I would hesitate to say, but for him, it is undoubtedly sincere. Li Sun did not expect his father to hold such trust in the regent. I have also encountered him during my time in the capital, and he is indeed a rare talent among men. However, his temperament is somewhat difficult to engage with. Ha! Li Tsong sighed helplessly. Difficult is an understatement. He is willful, overbearing, and barbaric. In short, he is a calamity. Li Mulan burst into laughter. Grandfather just called him a natural-born strongman. Li Tsong waved his hand dismissively. That does not contradict. Fortunately, this young man harbors genuine feelings for the late crown prince, Regent of Da Chu. He is likely the only one who might heed his elder brother's words. Even the late emperor seldom managed to gain favor in his presence. Yet he remains obstinate, unafraid of punishment, and never willing to admit wrongdoing. In the end, the late emperor had no choice but to leave him in the late crown prince's care, choosing to disregard him thereafter. Li Mulan crossed her arms thoughtfully. There are rumors among the populace that the late emperor's death may have some connection to this regent, suggesting that his ascension to the throne was unjust. However, those are merely rumors and should not be taken seriously. Li Tsong furrowed his brow. Based on my understanding of him, unless the late emperor was responsible for the late crown prince's demise, he would not have spared his life. Yet, reflecting on the past, the late emperor's sorrow and disappointment seemed genuine. He shook his head. Let us set that aside for now, but if the regent truly intends to vindicate the late crown prince, then our Li family may yet have hope. Li Mulan nodded. I share the same sentiment, which is why I wish to discuss this matter with grandfather, father, and my uncles. What Li Mulan did not mention was that regardless of whether the regent could vindicate the late crown prince, she would find a way to facilitate this matter. To allow the Li family to emerge from the northern desert with dignity and live honorably, they must clear this stain upon their name. Though it may be challenging, it is a venture worth attempting. Li Yi was somewhat agitated. So, do we truly have hope of returning to the capital? Li Shi echoed his excitement, his injuries seeming less painful. Is that true, but grandfather, can we really go back? Li Tsong's previously clouded eyes brightened somewhat. It appears that heaven is not entirely unkind to us. Li Sun turned to Li Mulan, having sensed something extraordinary about his niece during their brief encounters. Lanner, how great do you believe this hope to be? Li Mulan replied earnestly, looking her uncle in the eye. The hope is substantial. She needed to seek out her senior apprentice brother to inquire about recent happenings in the capital. She could not afford to remain idle. Very well, that is reassuring. Li Sun, rarely expressing his emotions, glanced at Li Tsong. Father, as for the uncles, Li Tsong deliberated carefully. It is best not to disclose anything for now, lest we raise false hopes. We can discuss it further once matters become clearer. Understood. Grandfather, please wait a couple more days. I have several senior brothers with extensive connections. I will write to them for assistance in gathering information, and I promise to inform you at the earliest opportunity. Senior brothers? Li Yi hesitated. Lanner, that young gentleman outside called you little master uncle. You, Li Mulan smiled at the figure outside. Indeed, Yuan is the disciple of my fifth senior brother, although he is actually 2 years my senior. Alas, my seniority is higher. We grew up together and share a close bond. My fifth senior brother takes a rather hands-off approach with him, so he has mostly been by my side. Oh? So Lanner has taken a master? Li Tsong became curious, realizing that the individual who trained his granddaughter must be quite remarkable. Yes, my master saved me by the river many years ago. He is truly exceptional, knowledgeable in everything from astronomy to geography, from the mystical arts to the intricacies of the people's livelihood. There is nothing he does not understand. Moreover, he is highly skilled in martial arts, with few rivals. At this point, Li Mulan's expression dimmed. Unfortunately, I am inherently frail and unable to cultivate inner strength, so I can only practice some physical conditioning techniques. Realizing this, Li Tsong recalled that his delicate granddaughter had always been weak. Physicians had once predicted she might not live past 15. While in the capital, she had been meticulously cared for, yet she fell ill frequently. Seeing her now, full of vitality, he remarked, indeed, Lanner has never looked healthier. Li Yi and Li Sun also wore anxious expressions, having completely overlooked this matter and never inquired about her health. Observing the concern and guilt in her relative's eyes, Li Mulan chuckled nonchalantly. I am quite formidable now, I could take down a tiger. She demonstrated a few punches for them. After my master took me in, he sought out a divine physician to help me recover. Most of my medical knowledge comes from that divine physician's teachings. I spent my childhood taking medicine, enduring acupuncture, and soaking in medicinal baths for nearly a year and a half. I hardly left the house during that time, and it was terribly dull, but thankfully Yuan kept me company, perhaps because I grew weary of being indoors. Once I regained my health, I developed a penchant for exploring the outside world. My master often took me on journeys, allowing me to witness the diverse wonders of the world, greatly broadening my horizons. Seeing the bright and confident young woman, the members of the Li family felt a pang of heartache. How could she endure such a childhood filled with medicine and needles? Thankfully, everything had turned out well, all thanks to her master. It may not be the right time now, but in the future, if a suitable opportunity arises, grandfather must personally visit and express our gratitude to your master, for he is indeed a benefactor to our Li family. Li Sun was intrigued by his niece's master, recognizing that such a figure must be extraordinary. Who is your master? Such prowess surely indicates he is no ordinary person. Chapter 35. Grandfather, do you hurt? My master is quite an eccentric individual, rather unpleasant, I must say. I have 8 senior brothers, all of whom have fled, seldom returning. It is only I, still in my fledgling stage, who remains under his supervision. As she mentioned Mo Yen, Li Mulan found herself missing him somewhat, wondering what that old fox was up to now, and whether he was once again devising schemes against her. Although she spoke ill of him, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed a sense of nostalgia, suggesting that her relationship with her master was indeed quite profound. However, she turned to the others. I cannot disclose his identity for the time being, mainly due to his foul temper. Without his permission, I would surely face punishment. Punishment? Does he actually punish you? Li Yi asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. He couldn't believe that such a stern master would truly impose punishment on a young girl like her. Li Mulan shrugged in resignation. Indeed, I am frequently punished. And how does that punishment manifest? Does it involve physical reprimand? I am made to copy books, memorize texts, and clean the library. I have grown accustomed to it. I have transcribed nearly all the books in the library over the years. I dare say he will find little left to punish me with in the future. He. Mo-yen. Humph, little does the disciple know that I have instructed your senior brother to gather several hundred more books that should keep you occupied for a while. She could not contain himself. Ha, sister, do you often err, hence the frequent punishments? Li Tsong and the others shared in the mirth, finding the nature of her punishments rather amusing. Li Mulan's expression stiffened slightly. Frequent mistakes were indeed a certainty. Since her health had improved, she had spent the past 1 or 2 years frolicking freely with Huiyuan Rua, traveling from Longyan Mountain to the Divine Physician Valley and back again. During that time, she had thought her master quite lenient, not one to nag incessantly. Little did she know, it was not that he neglected her, but rather that he had not found the time to rein her in. Once he truly had time to attend to her, her real tribulations would commence, and they would be utterly dreadful. Woe is me. Li Yi, noticing his daughter's discomfort, quickly shifted the topic. Well then, the next time you see your master, do be sure to ask him about his identity. He is our benefactor, having not only saved your life but also raised you so splendidly. After chatting for a while longer, Li Mulan suggested showing Li Tsong her legs. Li Yi and the others were quite agreeable, but the old man himself appeared rather disinterested. He knew that Li Mulan had undoubtedly learned some skills over the years, but his legs had been devoid of sensation for nearly half a year now. The field of medicine was unlike others. No matter how gifted she might be at her tender age, it was improbable that she could achieve significant results. However, unable to resist the insistence of the others, he reluctantly acquiesced. Well then, let Lanner take a look, although my condition is an old ailment, and there is little that can be done. It is nothing for Lanner to concern herself with. Li Mulan remained silent as she had her father assist in removing the blankets covering Li Tsong, rolling up his trouser legs above the knees. Li Tsong felt somewhat awkward. This was the first time he had exposed his legs in front of so many people. Typically, it was Li Sun who took care of him, so Li Yi and Li Shi were taken aback upon seeing his legs. Father, what has happened to your legs? Why did you not mention it sooner? Li Yi's eyes turned red, horrified at the sight of his father's swollen, disfigured legs, the knees a ghastly purplish hue. How terribly painful that must be. Grandfather, does it hurt? Li Shi's voice quivered with emotion. Only Li Sun remained quiet, placing several thick garments behind Li Tsong for support. That he had always been the one to care for Li Tsong, never allowing the other brothers to intervene, thus he was more acutely aware of Li Tsong's condition than anyone else. He had expended considerable effort finding a physician for Li Kang. Unfortunately, the doctors he had consulted possessed limited skills and were unable to provide effective treatment. Eventually, it was Li Tsong himself who declared that under such circumstances, ordinary physicians would be of no use, and that it was best not to trouble themselves further. Thus, his legs had been left in this state, dragging on to the present. Li Mulan's expression turned grave as she gently pressed her small hand against Li Tsong's leg. Grandfather, your legs have lost sensation, have they not? Li Tsong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his little granddaughter possessed such insight. The others in the room, including Li Sun, were equally astonished. No sensation, how could that be a father, why? Li Sun's expression was one of bitterness, as he too was taken aback. How could he not know the reason? What use was there in speaking of it, only to add to the troubles? Li Mulan exchanged a few words with Li Sun before he pressed his lips together and exited. When he returned, he held Li Mulan's small medicinal box, wrapped in 2 old garments to conceal its size. Li Mulan opened the box and retrieved silver needles. With a serious demeanor, she began to press on Li Tsong's leg while inserting needles, occasionally inquiring, Grandfather, do you feel anything? Li Tsong shook his head, his heart racing with anxiety. He too yearned for his legs to heal, hoping that one day he could return to the capital in good health. As Li Mulan's hand brushed against his knee, she frowned. The bone is misaligned. Misaligned? That cannot be. Father merely injured his leg in a fall, but your second uncle sought out a doctor to treat it. Li Mulan did not concern herself with who Li Sun had sought at the time, nor why the injury had not been properly treated. She examined the leg once more before withdrawing her hand. One by one, she removed the silver needles, as the others held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Seating herself beside Li Tsong's bed, she declared, Grandfather, your leg must have been struck by a heavy object at the knee, causing the bone to dislocate. The doctor at that time failed to realign it properly, leading to the gradual loss of strength in your leg, and any exertion results in excruciating pain. Moreover, the injury is situated in a particularly troublesome area, compressing several blood vessels. Over time, this has resulted in your current condition. But can it be treated? Li Tsong's voice trembled. Li Mulan raised her chin defiantly. Grandfather, you underestimate me. Li Sun and the others felt their eyes welling with tears. Lanner, can it truly be cured? Li Yi grasped his daughter's arm, his hands trembling. Grandfather, father, second uncle, I have said it can be treated, and it shall be treated. To reassure them, she continued, you must understand, my medical skills were honed under the tutelage of the esteemed master of the Divine Physician Valley. I am not foolish, while my skills may not match those of the senior brothers who have studied there for many years, I am certainly more proficient than the average physician out there. Furthermore, she had a second senior brother renowned for his miraculous ability to revive the dead, known as the Divine Physician Xian Ming, and she frequently assisted him, thus acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing that Li Mulan's skill stemmed from the divine physician valley, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Li Song first felt a surge of excitement, quickly tempered by his composure. I never anticipated that Lanner would have such fortune. Truly, the heavens are watching over us. If grandfather's legs can be treated, will he soon be able to walk? Li Shi was nearly bouncing with excitement, only to wince in pain as he inadvertently strained his injury. Li Mulan replied with a hint of annoyance, "You should settle down, does it not hurt?" Chapter 36 The Regent at the Lord's Manor. It hurts so much, Li Shi pouted in grievance. Li Sun, exasperated, gave him a light rap on the head. If it hurts, pay more attention, you're not a child anymore, you're nowhere near as composed as your sister. And how long will it take for grandfather's leg to heal? Li Yi inquired. Li Mulan turned to Li Song, "Grandfather, if this leg issue persists for an extended period, the treatment will naturally take longer. To fully recover, it could take up to 6 months, but he will surely return to his former self." 6 months? Upon hearing this timeframe, Li Song felt greatly relieved. He had expected that even if it could be treated, it would require an extensive duration. Indeed, 6 months at most. However, if grandfather follows my advice and adheres strictly to my treatment plan, he might recover in as little as 3 months, Li Mulan said with a confident smile. Very well, very well. Grandfather will certainly heed our Lanner, Li Sun added with a chuckle. Rest assured, Lanner, your second uncle will keep an eye on grandfather. And now, when do you plan to begin? Today? Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively. Today is not feasible, grandfather. I must return to gather some tools and medicine. I will come back once everything is prepared. Li Yi expressed his concern. Will it be safe for you when you come next time? Li Mulan understood his worry. Father, rest assured, we will come back tonight. With Yuan accompanying us, there will be no issues. Do not be deceived by his seemingly foolish demeanor. His skills are exceptional, and there are few in the pugilistic world who can match him. Moreover, I have an elder sister who is also a master, capable of vanishing without a trace, ensuring that no one will notice. Li Yi nodded. It is better to be cautious. Knock, knock, came a sound from outside the door. Li Sun opened it to find Hui Yuanruo peering in curiously. What is it? Li Mulan asked. Hui Yuanruo glanced at the elderly gentleman on the bed. This must be the grandfather of my little master, right? Yuan? Ah. The person named Lin Haisheng has found his way here, claiming to deliver a message and insisting that you receive it in person. Li Mulan was puzzled. What urgent matter could Lin Haisheng have that warranted his presence? Where is he? Bring him in. Hui Yuanruo gestured for someone behind him to approach, and the individual jogged forward. Upon seeing Li Mulan, he momentarily froze before bowing his head and producing a letter from his bosom, presenting it to her. My lord commands that the ninth miss destroy the letter immediately after reading. Li Mulan paused, taking the letter and caressing it slightly. Understood. The messenger wasted no time, bowed, and departed. Li Mulan exchanged a knowing glance with Hui Yuanruo, who promptly turned and closed the door behind him. Is this Lin Haisheng that Hua Xiaoxiong spoke of, the lord of Shangyun City? Li Sun remarked casually, yet his gaze was more profound than usual. Yes, it is he, Li Mulan replied while unsealing the letter. Noticing her lack of discretion, Li Sun stepped closer. Is there an urgent matter? Li Mulan's expression shifted as she read the letter, which bore a single line of the regent is at the Lord's Manor. She cast a contemplative glance at the others before passing the letter to Li Xun. Li Sun hesitated but ultimately accepted it, presenting it directly to Li Song, who opened it. Upon reading the contents, both men froze in shock. Li, puzzled, snatched the letter to read it himself, and the result. Li Mulan suddenly chuckled softly. It seems we may not have to wait much longer. Grandfather, I shall return now and come back once I have prepared the necessary tools. Li Song hurriedly interjected. The regent is not an ordinary figure. Lanner, do not act recklessly. Li Mulan touched her nose, realizing that perhaps her intentions had been too apparent. Grandfather, I understand. Rest assured, I will not engage unless absolutely necessary. I merely intend to gather some information. Li Song's expression grew serious. You must not confront him, do you understand? When the former crown prince was alive, he could still be swayed to some extent, but now, I fear no one can influence him. Moreover, a person who can readily relinquish the throne possesses thoughts that are truly difficult to fathom. Or perhaps, his ambitions extend far beyond that. Very well, I understand, grandfather. I promise I will not confront him. Li Sun's demeanor was equally grave. He felt that this time might indeed hold the promise of a return. What could possibly warrant the regent making a personal visit? Li Song also found this puzzling. What could be significant enough to compel that individual to travel such a distance? Regardless, I must take my leave. This regent harbors intentions unknown, and given grandfather's past relationship with the former crown prince, it is likely that someone will soon be watching closely, or perhaps, has already begun to watch. The group shared a tense understanding, their expressions tightening as they urged Li Mulan to depart swiftly. Li Song cautioned, for now, it is best not to return with grandfather's leg in such a state. Waiting a while longer will not hurt. You must remember to avoid unnecessary risks. Grandfather, I am well aware. She then turned to her father and second uncle. Father, second uncle, I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. Although reluctant, Li Yi prioritized his daughter's safety above all else. As the door swung open, they found Hui Yuanrua standing in the courtyard alongside the slightly uncomfortable-looking Li Yun. Li Mulan couldn't help but smile at the sight. It must be quite a challenge for her third uncle to remain there with Hui Yuanrua, a person not known for his eloquence, particularly in the presence of someone like Yuan. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Zhang Shi approaching from the kitchen. Li Mulan had no time to evade, and they collided directly. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, but upon catching sight of Li Mulan's face, she abruptly froze. Li Mulan wished to retreat, but Zhang Shi advanced a few steps, staring incredulously at Li Mulan's countenance. The expression on her face was one of disbelief. Everyone assumed she had recognized Li Mulan, and even Li Mulan herself believed this to be the case. To their surprise, Zhang Shi suddenly knocked on her own head forcefully, muttering to herself, "No. I've lost my mind again, I must be going mad." With that, she retreated to her room, closing the door behind her while repeating, "This isn't real. This is wrong." A pang of sorrow struck Li Mulan's heart, and she attempted to step forward but was halted by Li Yi grasping her arm. He shook his head, his voice hoarse, "You must return now. I will speak to her and clarify things. When you come back next time, it will be fine." Li Mulan gazed at her weary and pained father, ultimately halting her advance. "You all, wait for me." Li Yi nodded appreciatively, "All right." She exchanged a glance with Hui Yuanrua, who immediately stretched lazily. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I've sat here for ages without anything to show for it. What a dreadful place. I'm leaving now. This is simply not entertaining." Li Xin hurriedly stepped forward, bowing an apology. "I apologize for the neglect, young master. This impoverished place is truly..." Hui Yuanrua waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I did not expect anything remarkable from this place. I'm off now. Remember to find me at the inn next. As agreed, during my stay in Xianyun City, you are at my beck and call." Yes, young master, understood. Chapter 37. If he can teach the king, then he can certainly teach me. In the city of Xianyun, within the lord's manor, the courtyard where the regent resided was surrounded by layers of guards. The maids and servants of the manor hurried past, quickening their steps for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Inside the study, Chu Chunfeng reclined languidly on a soft couch, engrossed in a military treatise. Before him knelt a small figure. Sitting upright and composed, Chu Chunfeng raised his eyes to gaze at the sky outside. It was getting late. He set down his book and turned his cold gaze towards the diminutive figure. "What is it?" Still unconvinced. The child looked up. It was Chu Jia. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a miniature adult. "Nephew does not dare." "Does not dare?" "I see you dare quite a lot," Chu Chunfeng retorted as he rose to his feet. "You left the palace without permission, and without any guards. What were you thinking? Do you not care for your own safety? Have all the lessons I imparted gone to waste?" Chu Jia's eyes instantly reddened. "But those were all your men, uncle. If I had taken them with me, would I have been able to leave?" Chu Chunfeng scoffed. "You still think you have a point? Nephew does not dare." The small child lowered his head, appearing somewhat aggrieved. With a sigh, Chu Chunfeng observed the noticeably thinner child. "Have you found the person you were looking for?" Chu Jia pursed his lips. "Not yet." "Useless." Chu Jia appeared despondent. "I will find him." "Is he absolutely necessary?" Chu Jia raised his head, gazing at his uncle. He understood that, despite his uncle's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he had always been attentive to him, the only family he had. "Uncle, I want him. If he can teach the king, then he can certainly teach me. Director Liu has only just agreed with great difficulty. Nephew understands, and Director Liu is indeed remarkable, but I desire Master Li to teach me. Uncle, please grant me this request." If I refuse, will you run away from home?" Chu Jia lowered his head. "Do you comprehend how many people will bear the consequences of your actions? The first to suffer will be the one who has always cared for you, Xiao Linzi." Chu Jia's face turned ashen, and he clutched Chu Chunfeng's sleeve tightly. "Uncle, you haven't harmed Xiao Linzi, have you?" With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Chunfeng replied coldly, "Now you choose to worry? Did you not consider the consequences when you acted so recklessly?" Uncle Chu Jia was on the verge of tears. Chu Chunfeng showed no signs of compassion. "Return and reflect on your actions properly. As for Master Li, after all that has transpired, is he still capable of teaching you? I will respond once I ascertain the situation. Uncle, this is already the greatest concession I can offer. Do not push your luck." "Yes, nephew understands. Let Xingyi escort you back. You surely do not wish for your new friends to discover your true identity just yet." "Uncle, I return now, and contemplate my words from today. In the future, consider the consequences of your actions more carefully." "Yes." Xingyi entered and escorted the young master away. Chu Chunfeng's icy gaze turned to the window. Light zone. "I hope you will not disappoint me." When Li Mulan and Hui Yuanrua returned to the inn, they happened upon Xingyu, who appeared somewhat anxious as she hurried outside. "Sister, where are you off to?" Seeing Li Mulan, Xingyu visibly relaxed. "Little Jiao has returned, but that boy, after coming back from the mine, has gone missing. I have no idea where he might be." Hui Yuanrua, unconcerned, remarked, "Sister Xingyu, why worry about him? That lad is quite resourceful and clever, he will be fine." Li Mulan, however, was not reassured. Even the cleverest of children can find themselves in trouble. "We should search for him. After all, we brought him to Xianyun City." "Lan Jia, Xingyu Jia, brother Yuanrua." Chu Jie came running over, his face alight with joy. Of course, he was happy. His uncle had relented, and he had just learned from Xingyi that Xiao Linzi had not been punished. Where have you been to worry Sister Qingyu? Huo Yuanruo approached, lifting Chu Jie by the nape of his neck, a clear threat in his demeanor. Chu Jie glanced at Qingyu with a twinge of guilt before extricating himself from Huo Yuanruo's grasp with some effort. Sister Qingyu, I'm sorry, I forgot to inform you before I went out, and then I lost track of time. Qingyu sighed with relief. As long as you are safe. You must be more careful, this is unfamiliar territory, and you should not wander off like that. I understand. Chu Jie scratched his head in embarrassment. I just thought it was still early after returning from the mine, so I went out to explore. Li Mulan ruffled his hair affectionately. As long as you're safe, just remember to inform us next time. I understand, Lan Jie. Enough. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Come, I made some of my specialty dishes today. Qingyu took the little boy's hand and led him into the inn, glancing back at Huo Yuanruo. There are ribs that you love, Yuanruo. Huo Yuanruo's eyes lit up. You're the best, Qingyu Jie. How did you know I wanted ribs tonight? He followed her inside with a spring in his step. Meanwhile, at the Lord's Manor, after escorting Chu Jie back, Xingyi returned to report to Chu Chenfeng. Upon entering the room, he was met with a table strewn with various human skin masks, which Chu Chenfeng examined with keen interest. Xingyi, gazing at the strange faces, felt a shiver run down his spine. Did you send him back? Chu Chenfeng did not lift his gaze, continuing to stroke one of the masks as if he had found one to his liking. Yes, the young master has safely returned to the inn. You managed to extract some information along the way, I presume? Chu Chenfeng carefully set aside the mask he had been holding and slowly made his way to the soft couch, massaging his temples in apparent fatigue. Not much. I merely inquired about Xiao Linzi's situation and what arrangements were made in the palace after his departure. Ha, and how did you respond? A slight smirk played at the corners of Chu Chenfeng's lips, as if he had anticipated this. I reported the truth. He gestured towards the masks on the table. You should pick one that appeals to you. Xingyi instinctively frowned. He truly disliked the cold texture of the masks. His expression did not escape Chu Chenfeng's notice. These were all crafted by that odd fellow Haifeng. They are quite rare, so do not damage them. Indeed, they were rare. Haifeng, with his eccentric nature, excelled in disguise, and his masks were so lifelike that they could easily deceive anyone. However, he was also notoriously difficult to persuade, for the master to acquire so many was no simple feat. Reluctantly, Xingyi selected a mask at random. What do you intend to do? Chu Chenfeng's lips curled upward slightly as he lay back on the soft couch, closing his eyes as if to rest. His mood seemed quite buoyant. How can I feel at ease with little Jiet out there alone? I shall adopt a different identity to keep an eye on him, lest any misfortune befall him. And what about here? Find someone of similar stature. Just declare that I require solitude and that no one is to disturb me. Understood. For some reason, Xingyi's mind drifted to that young girl. It seemed his master held a peculiar regard for her. He could not help but wonder what debt she owed him. Chapter 38. Indeed, the brothel. In the dead of night, cloaked in black, Xingyu quietly arrived at Li Mulian's chamber. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within. Li Mulian swiftly pulled her inside, glancing outside before shutting the door. Xingyu removed her black mask, and Li Mulian immediately offered her a glass of water, saying, Sister, you must be tired. Please have a drink first. Without hesitation, Xingyu took the cup and drank a couple of sips, then paused to say, the regent's men are truly formidable. How so? Li Mulian was exceedingly intrigued by this regent. Although her grandfather had advised her against confronting him directly, her curiosity remained insatiable. I couldn't even approach the main courtyard. Those guards are exceptionally skilled and highly alert. I had no opportunity to get close, and to avoid exposure, I had to retreat and reconsider my approach. Li Mulian stroked her chin thoughtfully. What could this regent be scheming, to go to such lengths? I'm not sure. I inquired with Lin Haisheng. He said the regent only showed his face once upon arrival and has not been seen since. When Lin Haisheng personally visited, the guards merely stated, the prince requires peace and quiet, do not disturb, and sent him away. How peculiar, Li Mulian remarked. What shall we do now? It seems impossible to get close. Xingyu frowned slightly. Li Mulian appeared untroubled, saying, there is no need for haste. He has come all this way, surely he won't remain hidden in the lord's residence forever. I refuse to believe that he would go to such lengths to remain concealed in the northern desert. After a moment's thought, Xingyu nodded. I've instructed Lin Haisheng to notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Li Mulian nodded in agreement. It's quite late now. You should rest, sister. You've worked hard. What hardship is there between us? It's a pity my trip was in vain. I shall take my leave now. Li Mulian nodded, ready to rest herself. Yet, lying on her bed, she found sleep elusive and unconsciously began to caress the jade pendant around her neck. She had worn this pendant for 7 or 8 years, and it had become a habit to fidget with it while pondering matters, having long regarded it as her own possession. Little did she know, the true owner of the pendant was lurking nearby, stirring with intent. The following day, Huo Yuanruo had breakfast and then set out with Chu Jie to explore the most renowned spots in Xianyun City. However, the joy of their departure was met with deep frustration upon their return. That evening, Xingyu and Li Mulian were waiting at the inn for the two to return for dinner. As they waited, uncertainty grew, and just as they were about to venture out in search of them, the duo returned, yet, they were not alone. Two unfamiliar men followed behind. Li Mulian observed the dejected expressions of Huo Yuanrua and Chu Jia, who looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. What happened? Why are you back so late? She then glanced at the two unfamiliar men behind them and quietly inquired, who are they? Did you get into trouble? Are they here to collect a debt? The young man in black, clearly of noble bearing, smiled softly. This must be Miss Li, am I correct? Li Mulian forced a polite smile. Ah, yes. May I ask who this young hero is? How do you know of me? She cast a reproachful glance at Huo Yuanrua, realizing that this troublesome boy had once again caused a ruckus, and these gentlemen had come to seek his guardians. Huo Yuanrua, looking aggrieved, tugged at Li Mulian's sleeve. Little master uncle, this man is Xiao Jie's family. Xiao Jie? Li Mulian glanced at the downcast Chu Jie and instantly understood, her face breaking into a bright smile. You must be Xiao Jie's father. Greetings, sir, are you here to find Xiao Jie? Chu Chenfeng's lips twitched involuntarily. Had he chosen two aides to disguise at behind him, his usually composed aide, Xing Yi, nearly broke into laughter, clearing his throat and diverting his gaze, as if he had heard nothing. Chu Jie, initially stunned, hurriedly explained, Sister Lan, this is my royal uncle, my biological uncle. Li Mulian, unfazed, approached with a beaming smile. Hello, uncle, you are indeed here to find Xiao Jie. What a pleasure. Have you dined yet? If not, why not join us? I know you must be upset that this child ran away from home, but he realizes his mistake. A light reprimand would suffice, as long as he is unharmed. Indeed, I have not dined yet. Chu Chunfeng curtly replied, ignoring the jarring title. Oh? You haven't dined, hee, then let us eat together. She turned to Qingyu. Sister, could you kindly ask the waiter to bring a few more dishes? We must treat our esteemed guests. Qingyu cast a wary glance at the two men, but with Huo Yuanrua present, she felt reassured. Nodding, she stepped out of the private room. Huo Yuanrua had a peculiar expression. Little master uncle, I already dined outside, so I want to eat. I'll step out for a moment. The man in black took a seat at the head of the table, casually saying, Young Master Hua, are you certain you will not join us for dinner? The dishes appear quite delectable. Are you not fond of fine cuisine? Huo Yuanrua stiffened, casting a resentful glance at Li Mulian. He remained seated, though his expression was one of deep discomfort. Li Mulian, intrigued, mused about who this Yuan was, as it seemed he had the upper hand over Chu Jie's newly arrived uncle. What had transpired that she was unaware of? Her curiosity piqued. Observing the morose duo, Li Mulian urged Chu Jie to sit at the table, unbothered by the fact that someone else had taken the seat of honor. Yuan, please take a seat. Reluctantly, Huo Yuanrua sat down, turning his head away and refusing to look at the man in the lead. Li Mulian turned to Xing Yi. Brother, will you not sit? Xing Yi cupped his hands and addressed Chu Chenfeng. I shall wait outside. Li Mulian raised an eyebrow. Your subordinate is quite diligent, Uncle Chu. Chu Chenfeng smirked slightly. Indeed. Li Mulian then inquired of the sullen pair, what seems to be the matter? Have you suffered some sort of setback? She turned to Chu Chenfeng. Where did you encounter them? Pouring tea for him, she filled her own cup as well. Just as the tea touched her lips, she heard the nonchalant reply, brothel. Ah. She sputtered, expelling the hot tea, coughing violently, her face flushed with disbelief as she stared at Huo Yuanrua and Chu Jia, whose heads were bowed so low they could almost touch the ground. Turning to the composed Chu Chenfeng, she stammered, Brothel? Setting down his teacup, Chu Chenfeng replied amiably, yes, the brothel. Chapter 39. The trouble caused by Buddha jumps over the wall. As Qingyu was about to knock on the door to the private room, she was startled by the cacophony of wails emanating from within. Huo Yuanrua, have you got an itch? Ah, help. Little master uncle, please be gentle. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Qingyu glanced at Xing Yi, who stood outside the door, and silently retracted her hand, which was poised to knock. The food prepared by the inn's cook was quite mediocre. She might as well prepare a few dishes herself. Ignoring Xing Yi's bewildered expression, she turned away and left. At that moment, she had no desire to enter. Since Xiao Jiu had called Yuanrua by his full name, it was evident that the lad had committed some grievous error. Entering would not aid the situation. It was best to keep her distance. Inside the private room, Huo Yuanrua and Chu Jie were both with their heads buried on the dining table, utterly humiliated, truly an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Chu Jie felt even more helpless. Not only was he embarrassed, but he also felt wronged. He had no idea that his older brother Yuanrua would take him to a brothel. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary restaurant. Woe was him. Now, Sister Lan would certainly think of him as a wayward child. Li Mulan delivered a sharp slap to the back of Huo Yuanrua's head. Are you seeking death? How dare you enter a brothel? Do you believe I won't skin you alive and hand you over to your master? What audacity you possess, daring to venture into such a place at your tender age. Upon hearing her mention tender age, Chu Chenfeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl seemed to be even younger than her own disciple. He shook his head in exasperation, observing her mature demeanor, which was quite comical. You may be depraved, but what of Xiao Jia? How old is he? You dared to take him along. Do you know what this is called? It is the destruction of the nation's flowers, and there will be retribution for this. Xiao Jia is so obedient and exceptional. How could you lead him astray? No wonder Uncle Chu is furious. You apologize to Uncle Chu at once. Seeing Huo Yuanrua cowering like a quail, Li Mulan kicked him lightly. Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear me? Go apologize to Uncle Chu. Chu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow, amused. Truly, a clever little fox. Under Li Mulan's imposing presence, Hui Yuanrua had no choice but to capitulate. With a sense of grievance, he bowed to Chu Chenfeng and apologized. Uncle Chu, I am sorry. It was my fault for bringing Xiaojie to the brothel. Please do not blame Xiaojie. He was coerced by me. Upon hearing Uncle Chu, Chu Chenfeng was at a loss for words. Both the little master uncle and the little disciple referred to him as uncle. What a peculiar hierarchy he had encountered. Chu Jie felt deeply touched by Yuanrua's words that he had not expected his older brother to be so righteous and defend him. From now on, he would treat Yuanrua well. Knowing that Yuanrua had a penchant for delicacies, he resolved to have the imperial chef prepare more delicious dishes for him whenever possible. Seeing that Chu Chenfeng remained silent, Li Mulan gritted her teeth and kicked Hui Yuanrua again. You are not sincere at all. Can't you see that Uncle Chu has yet to forgive you? At that moment, Hui Yuanrua felt as if he could die. His experience at the brothel had already been miserable enough. Little did he expect to return and face such an ordeal that he began to weep. Whoa, Uncle Chu, I was wrong. I should not have taken Xiaojie to the brothel. Please forgive me. I promise I will never dare to do it again. Whoa. Chu Chenfeng glanced at Li Mulan, who was clearly putting on a performance. However, seeing Hui Yuanrua's woeful expression did elicit some sympathy from him. He reluctantly nodded. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes and are willing to change, it is acceptable, but next time, there must not be a next time. Li Mulan, seeing him relent, immediately stepped forward to mediate. It won't happen again, I assure you, Uncle Chu. I will keep a close watch on him. I shall remember your words, Miss Li. Li Mulan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this child has been with me since he was small. I have the final say over his matters. Rest assured, should there be a next time, I will certainly break his legs. Chu Chenfeng cast an amused glance at the still sniffling Hui Yuanrua. There is no need to be so harsh. Indeed. Discipline is paramount when raising a child. Look, just one day of neglect, and see what grave mistake he has committed. Who would have thought that Miss Li, at such a young age, possesses considerable experience in child rearing? Li Mulan felt slightly uncomfortable. Ahem, not much experience, but my theoretical knowledge is quite solid. Very solid. Then she found herself at a loss for words with this man. Her appetite for the meal had completely vanished. She shot Hui Yuanrua a glare. Come, you shall return with me to face your punishment. Do not think that just because Uncle Chu has forgiven you, you can rest easy. You still have to deal with me. Let us see how I will handle you upon our return. She then turned to Chu Chenfeng, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Uncle Chu, today's meal is on me as a welcoming gesture. Please enjoy it well. Before addressing Xiaojie, be sure to keep Uncle company. Hui Yuanrua cast a reluctant glance at the sumptuous feast laid out on the table. He had yet to have his dinner, and this ruckus had only intensified his hunger. However, Li Mulan offered him no choice, twisting his ear and leading him away. Chu Jie wished to follow, but upon seeing the indifferent expression of his imperial uncle, he could only return to his seat. It was best not to provoke his uncle's anger further. Chu Chenfeng gave a sidelong glance at the seemingly obedient child. Go on, enjoy your meal. Li Mulan took Hui Yuanrua back to their room, and Qingyu immediately followed. Observing Hui Yuanrua's tear-streaked face, she grew concerned. What happened? Li Mulan, exasperated, delivered a couple more light punches to Hui Yuanrua before pouring herself a glass of water. She needed to calm her nerves. How alarming it was that Yuanrua had grown up and was now visiting brothels. Should she write to Fifth Master to inform him? The girls in the brothel were not suitable, and she couldn't help but wonder if he might catch a disease. She scrutinized Hui Yuanrua's lower half, pondering whether he might have contracted something. No, this time he had merely been caught. Who knew if he had been there before? Should she have him examined? Observing his exterior, he appeared to be in good health. Hui Yuanrua was genuinely frightened by the look in his little master uncle's eyes, which was more terrifying than when she had hit him. Little master uncle, what are you planning? He instinctively hid behind Qingyu, fearing that Li Mulan might take some shocking action. Li Mulan slammed the cup onto the table. What do I want to do? I am too exhausted to deal with this. You tell me honestly, how many times has this been? How many times? What do you mean by how many times? Hui Yuanrua looked utterly bewildered. Li Mulan shot him a glare. How many times have you been to a brothel? Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanrua panicked. This is my first time. Little master uncle, you must believe me, this is truly my first visit to a brothel. Li Mulan was clearly skeptical. Really? Really, I never intended to go to a brothel. I just heard from that young servant at Lin Haixing's residence that the Buddha jumps over the wall at Baihua building is delicious, and I merely wanted to try that delectable dish. Who would have thought that indulging in a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall would lead to such chaos? It was all the fault of Buddha jumps over the wall. Chapter 40. What a pity that such young children have been brought to a brothel. It is truly a sin. Especially since the Buddha jumps over the wall was readily available. Who would have thought that they would encounter Chu Jie's uncle? Alas, he returned without having tasted a single bite, and even more unexpectedly, Chu Jie's uncle possessed martial skills superior to his own. How utterly unfair. Upon hearing this, Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and shifted slightly to the side, pondering whether it would be prudent to steer clear of this topic. Li Mulan was also taken aback. Was it really just for the Buddha jumps over the wall? She inquired. How did you even come across Chu Jie's uncle? Hui Yuanrua, sniffling, gazed at Li Mulan, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Are you hungry? Li Mulan asked gently. Hui Yuanrua nodded vigorously. Li Mulan, feeling the weight of the situation, sighed and said, "Sister, let us have the waiter bring some food for you and Ruo." Qingyu chuckled softly, "I just fetched a couple of small dishes. I'll bring them right over. Xiaojiu, you haven't eaten either, let us dine together." Li Mulan nodded in agreement, realizing that in her frustration, she had forgotten to eat herself. Once they were well fed, Li Mulan crossed her arms and waited expectantly for Hui Yuanruo to explain. Hui Yuanruo polished off the last of the dishes on the table, patted her full belly, and finally set down her chopsticks in satisfaction. Li Mulan, in good spirits, asked, "Are you full?" Hui Yuanruo cautiously nodded, "I am." "Then let us discuss the events of the day. How did you end up in the brothel? Who took you there? And how did you encounter Chu Jia's uncle?" "You must clarify every detail." Hui Yuanruo pouted, recalling the day's occurrences. Early in the morning, Lin Quan had brought along a young servant whom she did not recognize, claiming he was familiar with the delights of Shangyun City and offering to take them out for a tour. Intrigued, Hui Yuanruo was indifferent to who accompanied her, as long as there were delicious foods and entertaining sights. The young servant, named Godan, was a native of Shangyun City, his parents being servants in the city lord's residence. He appeared to be a clever lad, proficient in conversation, leading Hui Yuanruo and Chu Jia to several fascinating locations. As evening approached, Chu Jia suggested returning to the inn for dinner with Sister Lan, having spent the entire day outdoors. However, Hui Yuanruo was reluctant to leave. Godan was quite delightful, and every place he took them was enjoyable, filled with delicious treats. "Why go back? We should have dinner first, then return," she insisted. "But no buts. Godan, didn't you mention there's a place known for its exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall? I want to eat that tonight." Godan readily agreed, thinking how fortunate he was to serve such a generous young master, contrary to the complaints he had heard about his finicky nature. He then hesitated, recalling the source of the dish, casting a troubled glance at Hui Yuanruo. "Young master, what if we chose something else? That Buddha jumps over the wall, why would we change?" Hui Yuanruo glared, her imposing demeanor startling Godan into silence. "I simply wish to enjoy Buddha jumps over the wall." "Is that too much to ask? Are you mocking me or suggesting it's not as delicious as you claim?" Intimidated by her fierce gaze, Godan shrank back. "Rest assured, young master. I guarantee it will be delicious. If it's not, you may take my head and use it as a ball." Hui Yuanruo, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied, "Well, at least you understand." In truth, when Hui Yuanruo and Chu Jia entered the brothel, they remained unaware of its true nature. Godan, leveraging the name of the city lord's residence, led them through the back entrance. Although Hui Yuanruo found it odd that the establishment was staffed by women, she dismissed her concerns, reasoning that it must be part of the restaurant's charm. What they did not know was that as soon as they stepped inside, Chu Chenfeng received word of their arrival. "Ha, quite bold, aren't they? However," he mused, eyeing a human skin mask contained within a brocade box. "This presents an excellent opportunity." Within the brothel, Godan shooed away all the curious courtesans who approached their private room, save for the matron. The matron eagerly introduced the young ladies to Hui Yuanruo, saying, "Young master, would you like to have Taohua attend to you? Our Taohua is the most beautiful girl in the establishment, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Especially her pipa playing, many talented scholars and nobles wish to hear it." Hui Yuanruo, munching on a large apple from the table, replied indistinctly, "No, I don't want to hear the pipa. What's so special about it?" She craned her neck toward the door. "Where are the dishes? Why aren't they served yet?" The matron, inwardly cursing, thought to herself, "What kind of person comes to a brothel just to eat? Is this young master suffering from some ailment? How unexpected." She then glanced at the silent boy beside them, lamenting, "What a sin to bring such a young child to a brothel." Unaware of the matroness thoughts, Hui Yuanruo and Chu Jia remained oblivious, while Godan comprehended the situation all too well. Awkwardly, he pulled the matron outside the room. "Oh, Mama Chen, I've told you, this is a distinguished guest of our household. His temperament is a bit unique, please refrain from crowding him. Hurry and serve your signature dishes, especially that Buddha jumps over the wall." "Oh dear, young Go, coming to a brothel just to eat? If this gets out, won't I be the laughingstock? What about the reputation of my Baihua building?" The matron protested, visibly unwilling. Godan, feeling helpless, could only offer flattery. "Who doesn't he know that the ladies of Baihua building are the most charming?" He then glanced back into the room, leaning closer to the matron and whispering, "This young master is someone who even the city lord must treat with respect. Such distinguished guests have tastes that differ from ordinary folk, so please do not take offense. Besides, he is quite generous, as you can see." As he spoke, Godan retrieved a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and jangled it. "This was all given to me by the young master today. Could it be true that such a person exists?" Mama Chen questioned, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Nevertheless, recognizing the importance of not offending a guest of this stature, she reluctantly agreed, her eyes greedily fixed on the pouch of coins. "All right then, young Go, you handle it. I'll go hurry the kitchen along." Determined to summon the kitchen to showcase their best dishes, she thought, "If I don't earn this silver, my heart shall not be at ease." Chapter 41 Will Brother Yuan Rua triumph? The dish known as Buddha jumps over the wall is no simple fare. Even with the meticulous preparations undertaken by the Baihua Tower, serving it still requires a considerable amount of time. Although there were no disturbances from outsiders in the private room occupied by Hui Yuan Rua and his companions, the sounds of laughter and flirtation from outside were incessant. Young Chu Jie, despite his innocence, felt a flush of embarrassment at the indecent remarks he overheard. "Brother Yuan Rua, perhaps we should take our leave." This place seems rather inappropriate. Wei Yuan Rua, equally displeased by the situation, suppressed his discomfort for the sake of enjoying the Buddha jumps over the wall that he casually reassured Chu Jia, "Oh, do not be so alarmed. This restaurant is simply a melting pot of all sorts, there are all kinds of people here, just ignore it, and come, have an apple." He then picked up a bright red apple, instinctively rubbed it against his clothing, and handed it to Chu Jia. "I just had one. It is quite fresh, have it as a snack." Chu Jia stared at the apple, which was nearly as large as his face, and mumbled softly, "If I eat this apple, how can I enjoy the Buddha jumps over the wall?" "Oh, you and your small appetite. A man should be able to eat, how can one grow taller or gain strength without food, just look at me." Wei Yuan Rua rolled up his sleeves, displaying the well-defined muscles of his arms, eliciting admiration from Chu Jia, who thought that Wei Yuan Rua could easily send him flying with a single punch. Noticing the awe in Chu Jia's eyes, Wei Yuan Rua felt a swell of pride. This is the result of eating well and training hard. Of course, eating is part of it, but diligent practice is paramount. But I've never seen you training. You sometimes wake up later than I do in the morning. What do you know, by that time, I've already finished my training and am merely catching up on sleep. He glanced toward the door. The service is far too slow. Dog Egg, go and hurry them up. Outside, Dog Egg, upon hearing his name, hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes, young master, do not fret, I've already urged them, it will be ready shortly, he. He then placed 2 small plates of snacks on the table. These are the signature dishes of the establishment. Would the young master care to try? Upon hearing signature dish, Wei Yuan Rua eagerly dove in, and after tasting a piece, his eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly offered a piece to Chu Jia, urging, "Try it. It is delicious, truly worthy of its reputation." With his mouth stuffed full, Chu Jia resembled a charming little squirrel as he chewed slowly, thinking it was quite good, though somewhat greasy, not quite as exquisite as what he had experienced in the palace. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a voice that was all too familiar to Chu Jia rang out from outside. "What boldness, even daring to visit a brothel, it seems this outing has indeed broadened your horizons." Chu Jia froze, too flustered to consider why his royal uncle had arrived. What had he just said, brothel? Wei Yuan Rua frowned at the sound. What brothel? He then turned to the pale-faced Chu Jia. "What is happening, is someone outside, looking for you?" Seeing that Chu Jia remained unresponsive, Wei Yuan Rua strode over to open the door. "Who dares to make a ruckus outside my private room? Have you no sense?" Upon opening the door, 2 unfamiliar men stood outside, their faces entirely unknown to Chu Jia. He was momentarily taken aback before noticing the jade ring on his royal uncle's hand, confirming his suspicions. This must be an act of disguise. He felt overwhelmed by the realization that he had unwittingly entered a brothel. Wei Yuan Rua crossed his arms and surveyed the 2 men with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Who are you? What business do you have outside my room? If you wish to dine, seek another place, this one is already occupied." "Dine, this young brother seems unaware of the nature of this establishment," Chu Chenfeng replied, appearing laid back as he cast a casual glance at the cowering Chu Jia. Although he wore a human disguise, his voice remained unchanged, making it easy for Chu Jia to recognize him, as he had no intention of hiding his identity. Dog Egg, feeling somewhat guilty, stepped forward. "Who are you to intrude? This room belongs to our young master, you'd best leave and refrain from causing trouble here, or else," before he could finish, the taciturn Xingyi stepped forward with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a swift kick that sent Dog Egg sprawling out of the room with a pained yelp. Ignoring the unconscious Dog Egg, Wei Yuan Rua's interest was piqued by the assailant. "Brother, you possess quite the skill, care to spar?" Xingyi, however, did not respond, retreating a few steps behind Chu Chenfeng, making it clear that he was unwilling to engage. But Wei Yuan Rua, undeterred and akin to his master, could not let such an opportunity slip by without a challenge. He seized a long knife and charged forward. To avoid disturbing his master's peace, Xingyi had no choice but to lead the confrontation downstairs. Chaos erupted in the lobby below, with cries and pleas echoing throughout. Chu Chenfeng paid no heed to the 2 men and directly entered the private room. Chu Jia, feeling guilty, lowered his head and stepped back a few paces. With a cold chuckle, Chu Chenfeng commanded, "Come here and pour tea." Yes, Chu Jia cautiously approached, taking a clean cup to pour hot tea for his royal uncle. "Uncle," Chu Chenfeng sipped the tea impassively. "How dare you come to a brothel? It seems you've learned quite a bit from this outing." Chu Jia stiffened. "Uncle, I had no idea this was a brothel. We merely came to dine." "Dine, was it necessary to choose a brothel?" Chu Jia's face flushed with urgency. "Truly, we were unaware this was a brothel. We only heard that the Buddha jumps over the wall here was exceptional and wished to try it." "When did you develop such an interest in gourmet food?" I did not. It was Brother Yuan Rua who wished to eat." Chu Chenfeng snorted derisively. "It seems you've indeed made some interesting acquaintances." Chu Jia puffed out his chest. "Brother Yuan Rua is a good person. How can you declare someone a good person after such a short acquaintance? Such naivety will lead to significant misfortune in the future." Feeling disheartened, Chu Jia lowered his head. I have not let my guard down, but Brother Yuan Rua truly is a good person. I have not relaxed my vigilance with others." Chu Chenfeng fell silent, elegantly sipping his tea. Chu Jia stood awkwardly beside him, unable to sit as his uncle had not invited him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the patrons downstairs fled, and and the women in the establishment had all hidden away while Huiyuan Ruo and Xing Yi continued their spirited contest. Chu Jie, feeling anxious, implored, "Uncle, is that Xing Yi? Could you possibly?" Chu Chenfeng set down his cup. "What, concern for your new friend?" Chu Jie nodded. "Ha, yet you've shown concern for others before caring for yourself." Chu Jie felt a twinge of guilt. "Xing Yi is your most skilled subordinate. Surely he is safe." "That is not necessarily the case." Chu Chenfeng remarked with rare intrigue, "Your friend is quite the promising talent." Chu Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does uncle mean to say that brother Yuan Ruo will win?" Chapter 42. When to yield, one must yield. Chu Chenfeng did not respond to him but instead posed a question, "Whom do you wish to win?" The young one appeared somewhat conflicted. Both individuals had treated him well, and choosing between them seemed an arduous task. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Huiyuan Ruo returned, proudly bearing his large sword, his expression saying it all. Chu Jie, filled with excitement, scampered over. "Brother Yuan Ruo, did you win?" Huiyuan Ruo tousled his hair haphazardly, transforming what was once neat into a disheveled mess. "Is there any doubt?" "Of course, I won, ha ha ha." Ignoring the heart-wrenching cries of Aunt Chen from downstairs, he strode confidently into the private room and snatched the cup from Chu Chenfeng's hand, eager to take a sip. Witnessing this scene, Chu Jie immediately retracted his foot, his breath quickening. "Oh dear, brother Yuan Ruo is in trouble. That is the imperial uncle." He actually seized the cup from the imperial uncle's hand. "This is truly reckless." The disheveled Xing Yi, who had just arrived, witnessed the debacle and shared a similar reaction with Chu Jie, quietly retreating, oblivious to the impending danger. Huiyuan Ruo was about to drink when a gust of wind swept in. Quick to react, he executed a swift backward roll, evading the attack, but the cup he held shattered. He was immediately filled with a sense of dread. Had he been a moment slower, his head might have met the same fate as the cup. Angrily, he glared at the man who remained unfazed in his seat. How could you resort to such underhanded tactics?" "The young master's complaint is quite unreasonable," Chu Chenfeng replied leisurely, pouring himself another cup. "You snatched my tea and expect me to refrain from retaliating? But you cannot be so heavy-handed. We harbor no deep-seated enmity." The words fell somewhat hollow. In the martial world, such matters were all too common. There was no rationale, only the distinction between the strong and the weak. Huiyuan Ruo could not gauge the depth of this man, yet from that single encounter, he sensed the disparity in their skills. This person might even rival his own master, not one to be foolish. Huiyuan Ruo recognized that asserting himself at such a moment was unwise. Fine, I shall not bicker with you. I am leaving." Though he had yet to savor the Buddha jumps over the wall dish, it now seemed unlikely he would get the chance. Just as he stepped out of the private room, another folding fan swooped in, compelling him to retreat 2 steps. Watching the fan return to the man's grasp, Huiyuan Ruo gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by this? Do not think I am truly afraid of you. If you wish to fight, then let us do so, without all this hesitation." If worst came to worst, he could always find a way to escape. His little master uncle had once said, "As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood, and there would be ample opportunities for vengeance in the future." Yielding when necessary was not shameful. Chu Chenfeng had already noted the young man's transparent thoughts and chuckled softly. "My guard has already sparred with the young master. Possessing such skills at a young age is truly remarkable." Huiyuan Ruo puffed out his chest, his pride akin to that of a peacock displaying its plumage. "Well, he was just adequate. Your guard is simply too weak." Then, pausing, he cast a puzzled glance at Chu Chenfeng. "Your skills are evidently superior. Do you truly need a guard?" Chu Chenfeng chuckled. "Not every situation necessitates personal intervention. I am accustomed to being lazy, preferring to use words rather than fists." Upon hearing that he preferred not to fight, Huiyuan Ruo felt somewhat reassured. "That one do. My master says that a martial artist must avoid the habit of inconsistent practice. One must train daily." "Your master is quite correct." "Ahem, indeed, that is my master." He then cautiously glanced at the other man. "What do you mean now? Are you preventing my departure?" "Ah, I would never impede the young master's exit. However, before you go, should we not settle our accounts?" "Settle accounts? What are you talking about?" As soon as he spoke, Aunt Chen's wailing voice echoed once more, growing ever closer. Startled by the sight of the disheveled, soot-streaked woman, Huiyuan Ruo exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Aunt Chen rushed over, gripping Huiyuan Ruo's leg tightly. "Young master, you cannot leave. You have ruined my Baihua Tower. How can you consider departing? Oh heavens, I was minding my business when such calamity befell me." Gazing at the crying madam, Huiyuan Ruo felt a wave of disdain and considered kicking her away, but being a woman without a modicum of martial skill seemed rather ungentlemanly. His expression darkened. "Enough of this wailing. It's not a grave matter. Calculate your losses, and I shall compensate you double." Upon hearing the promise of compensation, Aunt Chen immediately sprang to her feet, hastily wiping her filthy face, even casting a flirtatious glance that made the onlookers cringe. "I've calculated it. The total is 10,300 taels. I shall round it down to 10,000 taels, but since the young master promised double compensation, that makes it 20,000 taels." She then extended her hand toward Huiyuan Ruo. Huiyuan Ruo merely wished to rid himself of her presence and had never before concerned himself with money. Growing impatient, he pulled out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed them over. "Here, is this sufficient?" Seeing the thick wad of banknotes, the Madame's countenance transformed from despair to delight as if she had just resurrected from the dead. However, this oblivious woman did not leave immediately. Instead, she began counting the money before everyone, nearly provoking Hui Yuanrua to unleash a swift kick, but he restrained himself, considering her gender. He turned his head, trying to ignore her. Hey, young master, what is it? Hui Yuanrua snapped irritably. The madam chuckled awkwardly. The money is insufficient. Insufficient? Hui Yuanrua turned back. How can that be? Just a few days ago, I received several thousand taels in banknotes. Have you counted correctly? The madam replied earnestly. I have counted 3 times, and I assure you, it is accurate. Just look at this. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hui Yuanrua's face. How much more is needed? I will send someone tomorrow. The madam looked at Hui Yuanrua with a peculiar expression, as if fearing he might flee. There are only 5,800 taels here. You still owe 14,200 taels, young master. This is your first visit to Baihua Tower. I presume you are unaware of our house rules. We do not extend credit. The implication was clear. Such a substantial sum of money could not be entrusted to someone who might vanish. Before Hui Yuanrua could lose his temper, Xing Yi, having received his master's instructions, directly produced 20,000 taels in banknotes. The madam's joy was beyond words. This was not merely a profit but a windfall, and she laughed heartily, reveling in her newfound wealth. Chapter 43. Are you his father? Before the madam could revel in her moment of joy, Hui Yuanrua swiftly snatched back the silver he had previously paid, declaring, I believe this brother has compensated you sufficiently, totaling 20,000 taels, thus I must reclaim my funds. How dare this lowly creature look down upon me? He need not fear that I would renege on my debts. Some grievances are intolerable. Even if I were to throw this silver into the river, I would not relinquish it to that old woman. The madam gazed longingly at the banknotes in Hui Yuanrua's grasp, lamenting, oh dear, what a misfortune, the silver that was finally within my reach has now slipped away. Who shall I turn to for justice? Alas, she had already witnessed the young master's formidable strength and lacked the courage to confront him. Given his prowess, she would surely not withstand a single blow. Having been denied the delicacy, Buddha jumps over the wall and filled with ire, Hui Yuanrua concluded that it was unwise to remain outside any longer and decided to return to the inn. Xiao Jia, let us depart. Chu Jie glanced at his royal uncle but dared not move. Yet, before Hui Yuanrua could take 2 steps, he was obstructed by Xing Yi. His temper flared once more. What is the meaning of this? The accounts have been settled, yet you impede my departure. Although he had not paid a single coin, what did that matter? Seeing Xing Yi remain as unyielding as a wooden post only fueled his anger. Just moments ago, he had thought him a man of honor. Hey, what is your intention? At least half of those losses were caused by you, so what harm is there in paying a little? Noticing the other still silent, Hui Yuanrua gritted his teeth and cast a glance at the amused Chu Chunfeng. He truly wished to avoid confrontation with this man, but what could he do? He was unable to best him. Observing the calm demeanor of his opponent only weakened his resolve. Hey, instruct your bodyguard to step aside, or I shall have no choice but to take action. He then turned to the still-standing Chu Jie, signaling urgently with his eyes, urging him to come forth. Chu Jie, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze, thinking to himself, forgive me, brother Yuanrua, but I dare not move of this man. Chu Chinfeng placed the cup in his hand down onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Do not be vexed, young master. The matter I wish to discuss with you is not this account. Not this account? Hui Yuanrua queried, perplexed. If not this one, then which? I am unaware of any debts owed to you. Is this not our first meeting? Chu Chenfeng nodded slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, it is our first encounter. Irritated, Hui Yuanrua scratched his head. This individual was truly bothersome. Could he not simply convey his message in one go? He stepped into the private room and slammed his sword onto the table. Then what account do you wish to settle? We must settle the account of you bringing my family as child to a brothel. Your family as child? Who? Hui Yuanrua asked, momentarily taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chu Jie. Could it be him? Chu Jie lowered his head almost to the ground. Was that not obvious enough? Hui Yuanrua's expression shifted repeatedly. This man was indeed a relative of Xiao Jia. How utterly embarrassing. He finally donned a radiant smile. Ah, I see, you are a family member of Xiao Jia. Why did you not say so sooner? Are you his father? Ha, what a turn of events. Well then, I must be on my way. Xiao Jia has found his family, so we need not worry any longer, and next time, I shall treat you all to a meal. As for Xiao Jia's matter, no thanks are necessary. I simply acted in the spirit of righteousness. Ha, I shall take my leave now. At this point, even Chu Jia disregarded the situation. With his family present, he knew he would be safe. This fellow was truly ungrateful, not even offering a word of caution. Chu Jia felt wronged. He had not even had the chance to speak to Hui Yuanrua. Just as he reached the door, he encountered the imposing figure of Xing Yi. The two locked eyes for a moment before Hui Yuanrua, dejected, turned back. Oh, this esteemed uncle? This is truly a misunderstanding. We were unaware this was a brothel. We merely came to dine. It was all Godana's fault. He lured us here with Buddha jumps over the wall. That rascal, hey, where is that rascal? Upon hearing Hui Yuanrua refer to him as uncle, Chu Chenfeng froze momentarily. Was he truly perceived as so aged? Did he resemble Xiao Jia's father? Ah. Young master, I am right here. Godan limped over, his nose smeared with blood, looking quite pitiful. You worthless scoundrel, what is the meaning of this? Did you not know what sort of place a brothel is? How dare you bring us here? What do you take me for? I am a gentleman, mind you. Furthermore, Hui Yuanrua seized his ear and pulled it painfully, causing Godan to grimace. Could you not see that there is a child beside me? Do you not know how old he is? How could you bring us to a brothel? Have you lost your mind? Ah, young master, please spare my life. Godan had initially felt elated at having earned so much silver today, but who could have? Originally, he had planned to wait until the young master was satisfied with the Buddha jumps over the wall before leading them out the back door unnoticed, but now, do not feign innocence with me. Speak, did you deliberately bring us to a brothel, intending to harm me? You wrong me, young master. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to harm you. Did you not insist on coming to eat Buddha jumps over the wall? I merely wanted to suggest a different location, but you refused to relent, do you not recall? Indeed, it seems there was some truth to that, Hui Yuanrua admitted, sheepishly retracting his hand. Yet, you should not have brought us to a brothel. That is your fault. Godan dared not voice his anger. Yes, it is my fault. I shall never bring you to a brothel again. Next time, there will be no next time. Get out of my sight, lest you offend me further. Granted permission, Godan scurried away, eager to escape the terrifying situation. He could not afford to earn silver only to lose his life. Observing Hui Yuanrua's performance, Chu Chenfeng shook his head, unwilling to endure any further of his chatter. Slowly rising, he stated, since the young master and your friends have aided Xiao Jia, it is only right for me to extend my gratitude. As it happens, I now have time, so let us proceed. Watching Chu Chenfeng leave, Hui Yuanrua turned to Chu Jia in confusion. Xiao Jia, what does this man intend? Chu Jia, feeling utterly drained, replied, my royal, he wishes to see Sister Lan. What? Hui Yuanrua exclaimed in shock. Did this matter truly require parental involvement? Absolutely not. If his master were to learn of his visit to a brothel, he would surely break his legs. He hurriedly chased after him. Hey, you there. Uncle, wait a moment, we have much to discuss. Is it really necessary to escalate this? That is quite unfair. Hey, hold on. Chu Jia sighed, glancing at the imposing Xing Yi at the entrance. If Sister Lan were to discover that he had accompanied brother Yuanrua to a brothel, how would she perceive him? Oh dear, he felt utterly wronged. Chapter 44. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Situ Tianming, and then, well, you all know what happened next. Hui Yuanru shrank to one side like a quail. So, you didn't go to the brothel just to indulge in that infamous Buddha jumps over the wall dish? For the sake of food, he was capable of anything. This was the extent of his ambition. I had no idea it was a brothel. It was all that Dog Egg's fault, so unreliable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed today. Li Mulan smacked him on the back of the head. How can you still blame others? You were led into a brothel just for a meal. From now on, if I find out you've been sold out just for food, I won't be surprised. It's the kind of thing you would do. Absolutely not. He nervously glanced at Li Mulan. Little master uncle, please, you mustn't tell my master about this, nor let my father or elder brother know. Otherwise, they'll surely punish me. Ha, so now you fear the consequences? Li Mulan crossed her arms, lost in thought, her beautiful eyes gleaming with mischief. Did you say that Uncle Chu Jia compensated the brothel 200 taels of silver for you? Hui Yuanru nodded. It was given by one of his subordinates. It must have been his intention, little master uncle. I sense that man is not simple. Li Mulan shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, so you can read people now? Hui Yuanru scratched the back of his head. Please don't underestimate me. I can read people just fine. Then let me ask you, what makes you think he is extraordinary, just because you are not his match? Hui Yuanru's expression became conflicted. I can't quite articulate it. There is an aura about him that feels perilous, not merely because of his martial prowess, but because he himself seems quite formidable. The imposing presence he exuded was reminiscent of their grandmaster. It left him somewhat apprehensive. Perilous, Li Mulan stroked her chin, showing no sign of fear, but rather, curiosity. While I suspected little J.'s identity was not ordinary, it appears he is indeed quite exceptional. A mere bodyguard who nearly matched you in skill is a rarity. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanru immediately erupted. What do you mean, matched? I won, all right? Though he had employed a slight trick, he was the one who emerged victorious. All right, you won, she replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ling Yu merely observed the exchange, never intervening in their disputes. Watching Hui Yuanru repeatedly stumble, she could only shake her head and chuckle. He never seemed to learn from his mistakes. When the topic turned to silver, Hui Yuanru expressed his distaste for the 200 taels, saying, Little master uncle, lend me some silver so I can repay them. I refuse to use his money. Li Mulan became immediately alert at the mention of money. I already gave you everything. Why are you quibbling over this? My master said that a gentleman has principles. Since I initiated the destruction of the brothel, it is only right that I compensate them. I didn't ask for their help. I have my own money. What your master spoke of pertains to gentlemen. Are you a gentleman? Go find a cool place to sit. Oh come on, I only need 200 taels, I don't want any more. Li Mulan's eyes widened. My dear young master, you truly have no understanding of the common folk's plight. Is 200 taels a small amount? Do you know that an ordinary person can live quite well on just 1 tael of silver for a long time? Then I would lose face. As a grown man, how could I use someone else's silver? It would be too humiliating. You speak as if that silver were earned by you. It was given to you by your father and elder brother, was it not? Hui Yuanru asserted, they are my family. What is wrong with them giving me silver to spend? My father always said one must not suffer unnecessarily when outside. If it weren't for this wretched place lacking a sea-high bank, I wouldn't have to ask you for silver. After all, his elder brother had given him a black token from Sea-High Bank, allowing him to withdraw as much silver as he desired. I have no silver to give you. Don't come to me. As far as I'm concerned, they've already paid and Haven T asked you to compensate. You might as well let this matter pass. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Hua Yuanru recognized that his little master-uncle's stinginess was surfacing again. He simply couldn't fathom why, despite the fact that both their grandmaster and all the other uncles had never treated her poorly, providing her with annual allowances that rivaled his own pocket money, she always seemed to lack funds. Sigh. Didn't I just give you some silver last time? I haven't seen you spend any on this journey. Where has it all gone? Hua Yuanru felt quite helpless. Li Mulan turned away, feigning busyness. Oh, enough already. You can forget about the silver. I have things to do. You're free to go wherever you like, just don't bother me. Hua Yuanru was both angry and helpless. He stepped closer and noticed the chaotic assortment of medicinal herbs spread across the table. What are you doing? Li Mulan shot him an irritable glare. What does it look like? Preparing the medicinal herbs needed to treat my grandfather's leg. Why didn't you let me help? Looking at the numerous items, he realized his little master-uncle must have been to quite a few places today. Hua Yuanru immediately felt a twinge of guilt. He had merely been indulging in food and leisure today. Well, you need to find your contacts. I couldn't see you or little Jia early in the morning, but at least my sister stayed with me. However, this Xianyun city is a small place, and many things are indeed scarce. Go find Lin Haisheng, he can certainly arrange everything properly. Li Mulan sighed. The regent is at his residence, and there are too many people around during the day, so I didn't go. However, she glanced at several inferior herbs. It's unavoidable, these herbs are far too poor in quality. Hua Yuanru leaned in to take a look. Which ones? Write them down for me. I'll go to the city lord's mansion after dark. That will have to do, but be cautious. My sister has checked twice, and the regent's guards are not to be trifled with. Avoid them if you can and steer clear of trouble. Li Mulan warned, fearing he might cause her more problems, and repeated her cautions a few times. Understood. Shall we visit your family tonight? Hua Yuanru suddenly recalled the frail figure of Li Shi, thinking that if they were to go, he would prepare some good food. That boy was far too thin and short, appearing malnourished. We won't go today. We still need to gather something. We can discuss it after retrieving it tomorrow. Alright then. In the dead of night, a shadowy figure stealthily departed from the inn. Shortly after Hua Yuanru left the inn, he sensed someone following him. However, after several attempts to test the waters, he found nothing suspicious. His innate sensitivity, however, compelled him to deliberately meander through several routes before finally heading to the city lord's mansion. In another room on the opposite side of the inn, Master, that young Master Hua has gone out. I didn't follow him. Xingyi felt somewhat ashamed. Not to worry, Situ Tianming is closed-door disciple, you lost, there is no shame in that. Xingyi was taken aback. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Situ Tianming? He is actually his disciple. Does that mean he is from Lingxiao Palace? Chapter 45 of this prince shall ensure that this matter spreads throughout Da Chu. Then, does that mean the young lady Li is? Is she not the disciple of that person from Lingxiao Palace? Chu Chenfeng remained silent, taking a sip of tea, tacitly acknowledging it. Xingyi slightly furrowed his brow. However, based on my observations these past two occasions, it seems that this young lady Li possesses no internal strength. If she were truly that person's disciple, it shouldn't be the case. What is so strange about this? Have you forgotten about his eldest disciple? Wasn't he also just a frail scholar? This young lady Li cannot be compared to Director Liu. The latter is a luminary in the literary world, a true. Chu Chenfeng set down his cup with a thud. Have we received any news from the capital? Seeing his master's evident reluctance to elaborate, Xingyi promptly retrieved 2 letters from his bosom, presenting them. These just arrived. Chu Chenfeng took the letters, swiftly tearing them open and scanning through them with remarkable speed, only to furrow his handsome brows in discontent. Xingyi observed and inquired, has something occurred in the capital? Chu Chenfeng placed the letter on the table, remaining silent, as if lost in contemplation. Understanding his disposition, Xingyi took the liberty to read the letter himself, his expression turning grave. Is King Cheng planning to rebel? Humph, he rebelled once 9 years ago. What is there to be surprised about? But there has been no movement in these years. It was merely a strategy of forbearance. Moreover, he is not entirely oblivious to our actions. Should we genuinely wait for this prince to confront him and demand accountability? Then, Master, should we hasten back to the capital? Chu Chenfeng lightly tapped the table. There is no rush. Send word to Xingxi to proceed as per the original plan. This prince intends to ensure that this matter is known throughout Da Chu. A glimmer of cold determination sparkled in his striking eyes. Years ago, his elder brother had died under wrongful accusations, with all proclaiming him to be disloyal and unfilial. Now, he would make it known to all that his brother was a paragon of integrity, a man who lived for the people, and a worthy heir apparent. And the court, though Xingyi understood his master's sentiments after so many years of waiting, he still felt it to be somewhat impulsive. Then let us cast all evidence before those old fogies. They have grown complacent, enduring everything, spouting about the greater good and the importance of harmony. With more officials like these in Da Chu, decline is not far off. Understood, I shall relay your message at once. Wait, instruct him to issue the amnesty decree as well. All of it? All who were implicated in the events of that year and have been verified as innocent shall be pardoned. Yes. Chu Chunfeng absent-mindedly touched the ring on his finger. The Li family was his strategic move, a step towards altering the court's dynamics. Li Song, oh Li Song, I hope you do not let this prince down. On the following morning, Li Xin arrived at the inn. Hui Yuanrua led him directly to a private room. Second uncle, I'll go call for the junior master, please have a seat here. Li Xin smiled and nodded, not wishing to correct his title, as he preferred not to have such an age difference acknowledged. Li Mulan entered the room with a radiant expression. Second uncle, you came so early, have you had breakfast yet? Li Sun was about to say he had already eaten when he saw her instructing at the doorway, Yuanrua, have the waiter bring me some breakfast, and make it substantial. Got it. Li Mulan beamed at Li Sun, regardless of whether second uncle has eaten, let us share a meal together. I just woke up and haven't tea eaten yet. Li Sun was well aware of his niece's intentions and gently replied, all right. What brings you here so early, is there something amiss? Li Mulan inquired while pouring him a cup of tea. Indeed, there is something. Li Sun's expression grew solemn. After you left the other day, your mother's condition has not been good. She seems to be falling ill again, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Your father couldn't bear to see her like this, so he disclosed everything about your situation to her. Li Mulan listened intently, not finding anything wrong with this, as it was something that needed to be said. She felt some regret for not checking on her earlier, fearing nothing but the regent. Initially, her emotions were quite agitated, even somewhat uncontrolled. However, she gradually calmed down and became lucid. Yet, she cries out to see you, although your father has explained the stakes to her, and she understands, she still wishes to see you first. What of it, second uncle need not be so anxious. I plan to prepare everything needed for grandfather's leg treatment today and visit in the evening. Good, good, recalling his own father's leg, Li Sun's expression darkened further. I truly did not realize that your grandfather's leg has reached the point of being numb. It is my failure to care for him. Second uncle, do not take all the responsibility upon yourself, this is not your fault, you have done exceptionally well. Li Sun clenched his fists, no matter how well I do, it cannot absolve the Li family from the stigma of being criminals, nor can it allow us to return to the capital with our heads held high. Why the urgency, second uncle? After so many years, what is a few more days to wait? I have already sent out letters, and once I receive news, I will inform you immediately. However, there is something I find rather puzzling. What is it? It is regarding the regent. What do you think his purpose is in coming to Xiangyan City? Apart from the first day, Lin Haisheng met him once, and he hasn't been seen since. It is said he is recuperating, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Lin Haisheng, the mere lord of Xiangyan City, was easily dismissed with just a few words from his guards. Li Mulan had sent Xingyu and Hui Yuanrua to the city lord's manor, but both returned empty-handed, having gleaned no information whatsoever. Li San's eyes darkened. Are you saying that the regent has closed himself off in the city lord's manor? Yes, I find it strange, it's no small feat to travel all the way to Mabe. After expending such effort, why would he confine himself there? I suspect it may be a ruse to mislead. What do you mean? Li Mulan's eyes suddenly brightened. Are you suggesting that while he appears to be sequestered in the city lord's manor for the sake of appearances, it is merely for the eyes of the observant? In reality, he may have already left? Whether he has departed, I cannot ascertain, though I do not possess as much insight as your grandfather regarding him. I know that the regent is not a man to remain passive, and his actions are often unexpected. Knock, knock, a crisp knocking interrupted their conversation. Junior master, breakfast is here. I shall open the door. Hui Yuanrua entered, carrying a large bowl of chicken noodle soup, followed by a waiter with a tray. The waiter set the breakfast items on the table before discreetly exiting. Hui Yuanrua placed the chicken noodle soup down and took a seat beside Li Mulan. Let us have breakfast. Li Mulan shot him a disdainful glance. Why are you here? Go eat outside. I shan't. With Sister Qingyu absent and Xiao Jia having gone to his uncle's, I do not wish to eat alone. Li Sun chuckled. Let us dine together. Such a lavish breakfast, I have not enjoyed in many years. Chapter 46. This nobleman must have mistaken the person. Look, even my second uncle does not mind, exclaimed Hui Yuanrua, beaming with delight. Second uncle? Li Mulan shook her head helplessly. This is my second uncle. You ought to address him as he. However, upon gazing at her uncle's youthful visage, she found herself at a loss for words. Alas, possessing such a high familial rank can indeed be quite vexing. Calling him second uncle is perfectly fine, Li Sun interjected with a smile, alleviating the awkwardness. Li Mulan nodded, about to speak when a knock resounded at the door. Sister Lan, brother Yuanrua, are you in there? The individuals within exchanged glances, and Li Sun promptly rose, positioning himself behind Hui Yuanrua, instantly adopting a demeanor of submissive compliance. Li Mulan began to clear away the utensils he had used. It's Xiao Jia, come in. Chu Jia pushed open the door, and upon seeing the two engaged in breakfast, his expression morphed into one of mild grievance. You both are having breakfast without calling me. Hui Yuanrua retorted irritably, didn't you go to your uncle's? I assumed you would be dining with him. I haven't had breakfast yet then, why not join us? Chu Chenfeng appeared shortly thereafter, adorned in black, his tall and slender form strikingly eye-catching, albeit marred by an unremarkable countenance. In truth, that face would be considered handsome amidst ordinary folk, but when juxtaposed with the likes of Li Mulan, Hui Yuanrua, and Chu Jie each possessing exceptional looks, it appeared rather unremarkable. Upon beholding the newcomer, Hui Yuanrua felt a surge of irritation and immediately lowered his head to continue eating. Ignoring him, with the visitor at hand, Li Mulan felt it inappropriate to decline. Certainly, it's better to encounter you by chance than to extend an invitation. She then turned to Hui Yuanrua, please ask the waiter to bring more dishes. Hui Yuanrua huffed discontentedly without moving, prompting Li Sun to speak up, I shall go. Chu Chenfeng quickly grasped the situation, recognizing Li Sun as the second son of the renowned Li family, famed across the capital for his talents. Despite his earlier submissive demeanor, the moment Chu Jie arrived, he observed everything with keen interest. How amusing! Chu Jie delightedly seated himself beside Li Mulan. Sister Lan, where is Sister Qingyu? I have not seen her. Oh, your sister Qingyu? Li Mulan, while conversing with Chu Jie, kept her gaze fixed on Chu Chenfeng. Noticing him comfortably occupying the remaining seat, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I asked her to assist me with something outside, she should return shortly. Oh, has she had breakfast? Li Mulan regarded the obedient young lad, ruffling his hair affectionately. Yes, she has. Only then did Chu Jie feel reassured. Li Mulan placed a bowl of untouched millet porridge before him. Start with some porridge. She then added a soup dumpling in front of him, her movements appearing remarkably natural. Seeing this, Chu Chenfeng involuntarily curled the corners of his lips. Outside, Xingyi stood anxiously, pondering how they could dine here without testing for poison first. Li Mulan turned to Chu Chenfeng, Uncle, please hold on for a moment, the waiter will arrive shortly. No rush. Observing the ease with which he carried himself, Li Mulan realized her worries were unfounded. Who was the person that just left? Though her expression remained unchanged, Li Mulan tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Just as she was about to speak, Hui Yuanrua interjected. My associate, do you have any objections? His irate demeanor elicited a chuckle from Li Mulan. Chu Chenfeng smiled graciously, certainly no objections. As Chu Jie sipped his millet porridge while watching the others, he pondered why his royal uncle had come here. Was it for him? It didn't seem likely. Perhaps it was for Sister Lan and brother Yuanrua. No, those targeted by his royal uncle faced dire consequences, he must protect them. Do not let your thoughts wander during meals, lest you hinder your growth. His seemingly nonsensical remark left both Li Mulan and Hui Yuanrua bewildered, until they heard Chu Jie whisper softly, it's observing this peculiar pair of uncle and nephew. Li Mulan felt curious. Xiao Jie, since your uncle has found you here, shouldn't you return with him? I won't go back. Chu Jie cautiously glanced at his royal uncle, seeing no reaction, he continued, I have matters to attend to. Hui Yuanrua, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks. What business could a little boy like you possibly have? You should return to your uncle, the outside world is perilous. Staying with Sister Lan and brother Yuanrua isn't dangerous at all. In truth, Hui Yuanrua found it difficult to part with the lad, yet he stubbornly retorted, we cannot always take you with us. We have our own affairs to attend to. Chu Jie immediately lost his appetite, his voice tinged with a whimper. Does brother Yuanrua not want to take me alone? His large, watery eyes darted between Li Mulan and Hui Yuanrua, leaving Li Mulan awkwardly sipping her water. What could she say? His uncle was present, what right did she have to suggest taking him along? Hui Yuanrua scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I do not wish to leave you behind. It's just we won't be staying here forever, what will you do then? Then can Xiao Jie follow brother Yuanrua during his time in Shangyun City? Besides, perhaps I will have completed my tasks by then. His expression was adorably earnest, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Chu Chenfeng remained impassive, but outside, Xingyi felt a chill run down his spine. When had this young master transformed in such a way? Once a frosty demeanor akin to his own master, now it was truly unsettling, yet, his master showed no sign of surprise. This uncle-nephew duo was indeed. Hui Yuanrua found himself utterly defenseless against Chu Jie's charming antics. Fine, if you wish to follow, then follow, I never said you couldn't. With that, he wiped his mouth and turned to Li Mulan. Little master uncle, I shall step out for a moment. Just as he was about to exit, he encountered Li Sun, who entered with a tray. Hui Yuanrua glanced at the others in the room and instructed Li Sun, set down the items and come with me, I have some things for you to organize. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Li Sun maintained a cautious demeanor, his posture slightly hunched as he arranged the breakfast items on the table, preparing to withdraw. At that moment, Chu Chenfeng spoke up, if I am not mistaken, this must be the illustrious second son of the Li family, renowned throughout the capital. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted drastically. Chu Jie wore a look of disbelief, Li Mulan's expression turned wary, Hui Yuanrua, who was about to step out, froze, and Li Sun's face paled, his head bowing even lower. This nobleman must have mistaken the person. He was unaware of the identity of the individual before him or how he had come to know him, but at this critical moment, it was imperative that no disturbances arise. Chapter 47 Inextricably linked to the future of the Li family, is that so? Chu Chenfeng maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, leisurely sipping his tea. Hui Yuan, possessing a fiery temperament, abruptly pulled Li Sun behind him. What is the matter with you? Time and again, you seek trouble. Do you know that I have tolerated you for quite some time, do not presume that just because I cannot best you in a fight, I am afraid of you. Today, my little master uncle is present, and also, at that moment, Qingyu stepped into the private room, which bolstered Hui Yuan's confidence. And my sister Qingyu is here. If you're not afraid of death, let us have a contest and see who is truly formidable. Chu Jia grew anxious. Was a physical confrontation truly necessary? Yet, upon seeing Xingyi still lingering outside, he felt somewhat reassured. Xingyi would not allow his royal uncle to fall into peril. His inaction suggested that all was well. He then gazed at Li Sun with bright, curious eyes. Was this man really a member of the Li family, as formidable as his uncle had claimed? So, the sect leader of the Situ is teaching you to rely on numbers against a single opponent? Hui Yuan and Li Mulan were momentarily stunned. Who was this person that had unearthed their secrets? Hui Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. At this juncture, he could not concede, lest word of it spread and his master flay him alive. What martial arts leader? I do not understand what you are saying. If you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado. Li Mulan rubbed her forehead, exasperated by this foolish boy. Did he really think his feigned ignorance would suffice? Uncle Chu, please do not take offense, the child is simply naive. I hope you can forgive him. She then yanked Hui Yuan aside, hissing through clenched teeth, you must be silent. Hui Yuan felt aggrieved. Who was he assisting, only to be told to be quiet? Chu Chenfeng toyed with the ring on his finger, glancing at Li Sun. I have heard that the second young master of the Li family is quite the chess player. Would you care to engage in a game? Li Mulan chuckled. Uncle Chu, are you not imposing on him? It has been said that you have mistaken him for someone else. This Li Er is merely a worker from the mine, having learned only a few rudimentary skills. Chu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow. I am quite curious. Since Miss Li shares the Li surname and protects this Li Er so fiercely, what is your connection to him? Li Sun was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Chenfeng's. It was the face of a stranger, one he was certain he had never encountered before, yet he felt an undeniable certainty that this man had come for him, or rather, for the Li family. Chu Chenfeng disregarded Li Sun's startled expression, stating calmly, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. And now, young Master Li, have you decided whether you wish to play a game with me? Li Sun straightened his posture and offered a slight bow. Since you extend such courtesy, it would be ungracious for me to decline. Soon, two servants entered, clearing the table and setting up the chessboard. Li Mulan felt a pang of worry and wished to intervene, but Li Sun shook his head at her. They had come prepared. Now, they could only proceed one step at a time. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it was all in the hands of fate. Li Mulan glanced at Qingyu, who immediately understood and took Hui Yuan outside. She could not allow her family to be embroiled in danger. If anything were to occur, she must ensure their safe withdrawal. Chu Chenfeng observed Li Mulan's subtle maneuvering, a faint smile playing on his lips. Miss Li, do not fret, it is merely a game of chess. Ha, Uncle Chu, you are unlike any other. Playing chess seems akin to playing with one's life. How could that not instill fear? Is Miss Li afraid? Li Mulan felt perplexed, unsure of this man's intentions. Indeed, I am afraid. Chu Chenfeng picked up a black piece and, seemingly with casual ease, made his move. I had assumed that with so many protecting you, Miss Li would be fearless. Li Mulan touched her nose, recalling how her master often praised her bravery. Yet this man was exceedingly inscrutable, as Hui Yuan had remarked, dangerous. Indeed, it seemed prudent to remain reticent. Chu Jia had remained silent, aware that his royal uncle had deliberately revealed Li Sun's identity to him, intending to probe his steps. It was a lesson to clearly illustrate the strength of the Li family. Did this mean his uncle had approved of his choice? After what felt like an eternity, the game grew increasingly perilous. Li Sun's face darkened, sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized he was on the verge of losing. Beside him, Li Mulan was equally astonished. Countless strategies swirled in her mind, yet she found herself at a loss for how to turn the tide. This man was indeed profoundly astute. She wondered who was more formidable, him or her master. I have lost. Li Sun despondently set down his white pieces, feeling utterly defeated. Ah, it seems I merely had the advantage. Young Master Li, you cannot deem this a loss, Chu Chenfeng remarked, tossing the black pieces into a nearby jar and gazing at Li Sun. Do you know why you were defeated? Li Sun raised his gaze to meet his. You lacked composure. Li Sun paused, then broke into a self-deprecating smile. I have been losing from the very start. Quite commendable, no wonder you are the product of Li Sun's tutelage. Hearing him casually mention his father's name, Li Sun leapt to his feet, astonished. Who are you, truly? Chu Chenfeng leaned back lazily. Not an enemy. And how can you prove that? Proof? You are able to sit here and play chess with me peacefully, does that not serve as evidence? He then cast a meaningful glance at Li Mulan. In that instant, Li Sun understood that this man had thoroughly investigated them, knowing even the identity of Lan'er. Chu Chenfeng had initially been unaware of Li Mulan's identity, but upon witnessing their close relationship, he recalled that in the reports he had previously examined, it was mentioned that the twin daughter of the Li family's eldest son had been swept away by the river during their exile. Given the timeline, she matched the age of this Li girl perfectly. Miss Li, judging by your expression earlier, you seem to have some knowledge of chess, he suddenly chuckled. How could I forget? The disciple meticulously trained by that esteemed master could hardly be ignorant of the game. Li Mulan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could she confess her utter lack of skill? Her master would invariably become frustrated during their matches, either chastising her for having a brain filled with straw or lamenting that he was simply talking to a wall. Eventually, he had given up entirely, refusing to play with her again. She could comprehend the game, merely because she had memorized a few strategies. Ha ha ha, I have a modest understanding, she replied. How about we play a game together? Li Sun swiftly pulled Li Mulan behind him, warily eyeing Chu Chunfeng. I wonder what your true intentions are. It would be rather unbecoming to target a young lady, would it not? Chu Chunfeng remained unfazed. It is merely a game of chess, why the tension? Should Miss Li feel disadvantaged, I could add a little incentive. Li Mulan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What sort of incentive? Ah, I shall keep you in suspense. However, I can disclose that it pertains closely to the future of the Li family. Both Li Mulan and Li Sun were taken aback. Who was this person to so audaciously claim a connection to the future of the Li family? Could he be a figure from the court? Chapter 48, unmarried to this day. Very well, let us proceed to the next round. Li Sun attempted to intervene, but was pacified by Li Mulan. Second uncle, before Uncle Chu, we are all transparent. If he truly intended to harm us, he would not have waited until now, would you not agree, Uncle Chu? Chu Chunfeng nodded slightly, though he was not particularly fond of her address. Beside him, Chu Jia was already astounded by this revelation. Sister Lan was also a member of the Li family, the granddaughter of the esteemed Li Taifu. It dawned on him that he had long since encountered members of the Li clan. A smile crept across his face. Surely, this was the will of fate. Guided by his father from beyond, the chessboard was swiftly reset, with the sole difference being that Li Mulan took Li Sun's previous position, while Li Sun stood behind her. The two played with remarkable speed, their exchanges becoming increasingly intense. However, to an outsider, it appeared that Li Mulan was not truly engaging her intellect. Each time Chu Chunfeng placed a black piece, her white piece followed immediately, as if she was not contemplating at all. Unbeknownst to them, Li Sun was already in shock. He had not anticipated that Lana possessed such innate talent. Her chess skills were indeed beyond his reach, and he surmised that even his father could not compete. Truly, she was the pride of the Li family, exceptional in every sense. In no time, the game concluded, with Chu Chunfeng emerging defeated. Chu Jia gaped in astonishment, while Li Sun wore a grin that could only be described as foolishly proud. Chu Chunfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, finding the situation amusing. Shall we play again? Li Mulan crossed her arms, a mischievous look adorning her face. Uncle Chu, we agreed on just one game. Your wager is only worth this single match. Chu Chunfeng smiled lightly. Then let us raise the stakes. Li Mulan remained noncommittal, her adorable dimples deepening. Then we shall see if the stakes are worth it. Chu Chunfeng paused for a moment. It pertains closely to the future of the Li family. I shall add a bit more, as it is good news. Li Mulan instantly brightened, glancing back at the dazed Li Sun. Very well, I shall indulge you. The two played another game, and once again, Chu Chunfeng was defeated. Chu Jie gazed at Li Mulan with unabashed admiration. He had always believed that his royal uncle was the most formidable person in the world, yet here he was, losing twice to Sister Lan. It was simply exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Li Sun was equally astonished. Lana was indeed remarkable. Only Chu Chunfeng wore a smile, realizing that she was a clueless novice in chess. Nevertheless, she was impressively cunning, capable of putting on quite a show. At this moment, Li Mulan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, her master had advised her against playing chess with others, especially those who understood the game. Well, the game is concluded, Uncle Chu, so please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Li Mulan gazed at him with a proud glint in her eyes, relieved that her mental reserves were sufficient to deceive him. Chu Chunfeng suddenly rotated his neck, feeling somewhat stiff. Noticing this, Chu Jia immediately stepped forward, offering to massage his royal uncle's shoulders. Li Mulan cast him an appreciative look. Chu Jia was thrilled to receive praise from Sister Lan. However, Chu Chunfeng felt a twinge of discomfort. This little brat was getting too familiar too quickly, having only just met. Yet he said nothing further, turning to Li Sun. The imperial decree of amnesty is already en route to Mo-Bay. You may begin preparing to return to the capital. Li Sun could hardly fathom that this day would arrive so soon, his lips trembling slightly. The court, how could it be so sudden? It is not entirely sudden. It has been 9 years. But, how could this be? The matter concerning the former crown prince has been thoroughly investigated. It was a plot by Prince Chang, with irrefutable evidence. Prince Chang? Li Sun's gaze turned icy. As expected, it was him. Chu Chunfeng's slender eyes fixed upon him. It seems that young Master Li had his suspicions all along. Li Sun forced a bitter smile. What good are suspicions if they lead to nothing? Though the emperor may be young, he is not a fool. The Li family has a promising future ahead. Li Sun shook his head. As long as we can return safely, I wish for nothing more. Chu Chunfeng smiled gently. Allow me to impart another piece of news to young Master Li. Li Sun looked up, puzzled. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Lin Xuelan, is still unmarried. Li Sun froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. Soon, his gaze became red-rimmed. Is it truly so? Chu Chunfeng nodded. She is now 28 years old and remains unmarried. Surely, young Master Li understands the reason behind this. Li Mulan's expression shifted, realizing that this Lin Xuelan must be her uncle's beloved. The Li family had been exiled for 14 years, and this woman had truly waited 14 years for him. She grasped Li Sun's arm, who was momentarily at a loss. If this news is true, then I shall prepare a grand gift to express my gratitude to Uncle Chu. Chu Chunfeng's gaze deepened. Very well, I shall await the grand gift from Miss Li. Li Mulan choked slightly. Was he truly expecting such a gift? Perhaps she would simply search through her master's discarded drafts and find a complete piece of calligraphy to offer him. Even if it were incomplete, it should suffice. He. Chu Chunfeng glanced at the seemingly obedient Chu Jia. What are you staring at? Let us depart. Chu Jia fidgeted. I want to accompany Sister Lan. Ha, truly a case of not being able to raise a sensible child. Chu Chunfeng ignored him and walked away. Li Mulan felt a pang of guilt. Little Jia, sister must step out for a moment, I may be unavailable. I understand, Sister Lan must be going to the Li family, I want to go too. Li Mulan exchanged an awkward glance with Li Sun. If the news is genuine, there should be no danger. Chu Jia nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Uncle Li. My uncle said it, and it must be true, he has reliable information and is quite capable. Once Chu Chunfeng had left, Li Mulan's eyes darted, she turned to Chu Jia. Little Jia, your uncle is quite impressive. What is his profession? Chu Jia was quite astute. My uncle does a bit of everything, he has his own people in the court and also engages in business. Li Sun nodded, assuming he must belong to some prominent family, which would naturally entail having his own network of information. However, Li Mulan was dissatisfied, feeling that this explanation was vague. What kind of business? Chu Jia looked puzzled. The kind that makes money, of course. Li Mulan was momentarily speechless. Naturally, business was for making money. Observing the boy's bewildered expression, she sighed, realizing that children often lacked understanding. What she failed to notice was the cunning glint in Chu Jia's eyes when she was not paying attention. An emperor, even a young one, could not be underestimated. Soon after, the recently departed Chu Chunfeng received word. Ha, a little fox. Fortunately, his foolish nephew had not yet become foolish enough to betray him immediately. Chapter 49 of The Spirit Remains. As Li Mulan and Li Sun stepped outside, they were met by the hurried return of Xingyu. Sister, why are you back so soon? Seeing the calm demeanor of her companion, Xingyu felt a slight sense of relief. Yuanrua borrowed some reliable hands from Linhai to head to the Li family. I was concerned that something unexpected might happen on your end, so I couldn't help but return. Li Mulan linked her arm with Xingyu's, saying, it's all right now, besides, we won't need to be so secretive anymore. We should set off, perhaps we can still catch up with Yuan. Xingyu glanced at the starry-eyed Chu Jia following behind her. Is little Jia going too? Chu Jia nodded excitedly, yes, Sister Lan said I could go with her. Though puzzled, Xingyu never questioned Li Mulan's decisions. Li Sun emerged from the inn, feeling a bit lightheaded. Lan, do you truly believe this? We are not well acquainted with this individual, can we trust this information? Li Mulan paused, realizing they might have celebrated prematurely, neglecting to verify the authenticity of the news. She cast a wary glance back at the inn. That man possessed a certain allure, as if whatever he spoke bore an undeniable truth. Perhaps it was his commanding presence that made every word he uttered seem credible. Uncle Air, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately. However, I personally believe the information is quite credible, as it closely aligns with our previous speculations, albeit arriving sooner than we anticipated. Meanwhile, Chu Jia grew increasingly anxious. Sister Lan, you must trust my uncle. If he says it's true, then it must be true. He alas, Chu Jia was in a panic, unable to reveal that he was the emperor and that the man they spoke of was the regent. How could he explain this? At that moment, a stoic figure emerged from the inn, handing a letter to Li Sun. Second young master, this is a letter from a former acquaintance of your esteemed father. Please take it back to him, he will understand our master came here primarily to find our young master and also to relay a message for this acquaintance. He then bowed slightly to Li Mulan and Chu Jia before returning to the inn. Li Sun exchanged glances with Li Mulan, who appeared equally astonished. After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, perhaps we should return for now and let grandfather make the decision? Li Sun nodded, feeling overwhelmed by the day's sudden events, his mind muddled. In a hurried return, they arrived at the Li family's courtyard only to find it surrounded by a throng of people. Li Sun was taken aback. Logically, the workers from the mine should not have finished their shifts yet. He quickly dismounted, and as the crowd parted to make way for him, their gazes fixated on the individuals accompanying him. Had the Li family truly encountered benefactors, the gathered crowd consisted mostly of the elderly, women, and children, with a few able-bodied men likely coming to replace the laborers. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yi and Li Yun approached them. Second brother. Li spoke first. What happened? Young master Hua had us brought back without explaining the reason. I guess there's some trouble. Li Sun nodded towards Hui Yuanrua and whispered to his elder brother, brother, let us discuss this with father. Lan has also arrived. Upon hearing that his daughter was present, Li Yi raised his head to look for her. Spotting the elegantly dressed young woman in red, he opened his mouth to speak but was stopped by Li Sun. Let us discuss inside. At that moment, Zhang Shi emerged, having been anxiously waiting for her daughter. Upon seeing Li Mulan, she was momentarily stunned. Today, Li Mulan had not disguised herself. Her fair skin and graceful figure radiated beauty. Even the scar at the corner of her eye could not diminish her exquisite charm. Tears welled in Zhang Shi's eyes as Li Mulan stepped forward, taking her hand, only to furrow her brow at the calloused palms, indicative of years of hardship. Lan, we must attend to urgent matters, Li Sun reminded her quietly. Li Mulan quickly regained her composure and looked at Zhang Shi, feeling uncertain. You will please wait for me, I'll go see grandfather first and then come back to you. Though reluctant, Zhang Shi understood the urgency and wiped her tears, noticing the crowd outside. She withdrew her hand, saying, You go ahead, I will wait for you. Li Mulan felt a surge of emotion but refrained from saying anything further as she followed Li Sun into the house. Qingyu and Chu Jie went to find Hui Yuanrua, wishing not to intrude on the family's serious discussions. Li Song could no longer contain his anxiousness. Hui Yuanrua had brought the eldest back from the mine in broad daylight, indicating something significant had occurred. Father! Father! Grandfather! What on earth has happened to cause such a commotion? Li Sun pulled out a letter from his pocket. Father, before we discuss anything else, please read this. It was just given to me, claiming to be from one of your old acquaintances. An old acquaintance? Li Song frowned, pondering who this might be. As he opened the letter, his expression shifted from shock to anger, then confusion, and finally to a bemused smile. The others in the room were baffled by his changing demeanor. Li Sun reached out for the letter, but Li Song folded it and tucked it away in his robe. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Sun scratched his nose, wondering why his father would keep such important information from him. Please, tell me what transpired today? Li Sun recounted the day's events in detail, while Li Song's expression remained impassive. However, Li Yi and Li Yun were both exhilarated by the news. Is this true? Can we really return to the capital? Is this information reliable? Li Sun hesitated. I'm not certain, they said you would understand once you read the letter. So, father, what does it say? Is it truly from your acquaintance? Li Song cleared his throat. Yes, it is indeed from an old acquaintance. As for the news, it should be accurate. Li Yi's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Really? It's actually true. I'm not dreaming, am I? Li Yun's eyes also glistened. We have finally reached this day. We can truly return to the capital. This is wonderful. Li Sun remained skeptical. Father, can we truly trust this acquaintance of yours? Li Song glared at him. Do you doubt what I say? Li Sun felt a bit uncomfortable and coughed lightly. He was genuinely curious about the contents of the letter. His father's expression had not been one of joy, so how could he be so certain of the news? Li Song, growing impatient, said, You all should leave for now. I need to think this through. Li Mulan also found her grandfather's reaction strange. However, being a senior, they refrained from questioning further and exited. Once alone, Li Song took out the letter and read it twice before cursing. That rascal hasn't changed a bit. The letter contained only a single line. Old curmudgeon, after years of toil, does your spirit still endure? The handwriting and tone were unmistakable. It could only belong to that notorious rascal, Chu Chenfeng. As Li Song scolded, his eyes grew misty. Heaven be praised, he thought, Li Song, could still return to the capital. Chapter 50. You are about to return to Kyoto. That considered good news. Hui Yuanrua, feeling rather bored, playfully ruffled Chu Jie's hair. How did you manage to come along? With a hint of pride, Chu Jie puffed out his chest and declared, Sister Lan agreed to let me come. His expression radiated an unmistakable sense of accomplishment. Hui Yuanrua scoffed, such a little sycophant. Just then, he noticed Li Shi returning from outside, carrying some firewood, followed by the people he had dispatched to find him. He strode over, taking the firewood from Li Shi's hands. What is the matter with you? Are you feeling better? He then shot an irritated glance at the wooden post behind Li Shi, scolding him for actually finding someone instead of helping carry things. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Shi replied, I'm much better now, and I didn't bring much. It's not a problem. He then looked around at the people in the yard, puzzled. Is something going on? As soon as he spoke, Li Yi and a few others emerged from his grandfather's house. Upon seeing the last figure in a striking red dress, Li Mulan, Li Shi's eyes instantly brightened. He hurried forward a few steps, wanting to call out, but noticing the crowd around, he could only stammer, You came? Li Mulan smiled gently at Li Shi. I came to see you, she said, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Have you healed? Completely immersed in the joy of his sister's affectionate gesture, Li Shi didn't even register her question, standing there with a foolish grin. Li Yi shot him a disdainful glance and said to Li Mulan, He is much better now. Being young means he heals quickly. You needn't worry. He then glanced at the tightly shut door beside them. You should go check on her. Li Mulan's expression shifted slightly. Her mood was rather complex, leaving her uncertain about how to face Zhang Shi. Although this body belonged to her daughter, the essence had long since changed. She realized that the original owner's emotions had been influencing her, yet it still felt somewhat awkward. Li Sun patted Li Mulan's shoulder reassuringly. It's alright, go ahead. As Li Mulan approached the door, just as she was about to knock, it swung open from inside, revealing Zhang Shi's gentle and somewhat aged face, clearly having wept recently, her eyes slightly red and swollen. Li Mulan wanted to call out to her, but the words caught in her throat. Zhang Shi, undeterred, took her hand and led her inside. The room was exceedingly modest, containing only a bed and a dilapidated wardrobe. Li Mulan knew Zhang Shi hailed from an affluent family in Kyoto, and she must have endured significant hardship over the past 13 years. Zhang Shi gestured for Li Mulan to sit on the edge of the bed. The room is a bit shabby. I apologize for the inconvenience. Li Mulan hurriedly replied, It's not inconvenient at all. It's you who have endured hardships. Zhang Shi grasped Li Mulan's hand, her voice trembling. Tell me, how have you fared all these years? Your father mentioned that you suffered a head injury and now cannot recall the past. At this point, sadness flickered across Zhang Shi's face. So, is your injury healed? Is it not detrimental to your health? It's nothing now, just a loss of those few years of memory. Everything else remains unaffected. Have you consulted a doctor properly? Yes, I was treated by the master physician of the Valley of Divine Doctors, and he has restored my health. I feel as robust as a young bull now. Mother, please don't worry. Upon hearing her call her mother, Zhang Shire's tears flowed freely. Oh, good, good, I won't worry. Quickly tell me, have you faced any hardships these years? I heard you have a master. Is he good to you? Seeing the eager curiosity in Zhang Shire's eyes, Li Mulan's initial shyness dissipated entirely, and she began to recount her life over the years in detail, from how she was found by Mo Yen, to her days on the mountain with the Valley of Divine Doctors, and later, her travels pursued by her own master. While the mother and daughter conversed joyfully inside, the men outside felt a twinge of melancholy. The courtyard was surrounded by too many onlookers, some trying to strike up conversations due to their acquaintanceship. Oh dear, Li De, your family truly seems to have encountered a benefactor. Indeed, just look at those guards, they are clearly no ordinary folk. Li De, if you become prosperous, don't forget us, after all, we've been neighbors for so many years. Absolutely, don't forget about us. The chattering of the women caused Li a considerable headache. Li Yun, seeking refuge from the noise, sidled over to Wei Yuanruo, who was at least a comforting presence after having exchanged a few casual words with him. Li Sun, noticing how overwhelmed his elder brother was, stepped forward to assist. Such a scenario was beyond Li's straightforward handling. It required his intervention. After confirming some information with Qingyu, Wei Yuanruo instructed the city lord's men to withdraw. It appeared that wouldn't be needed today. Your brother Hua, is something amiss? Li Shi cautiously inquired, moving closer to Wei Yuanruo. Zhu Jie squeezed between them, recognizing him as Sister Lan's twin brother, noticing he bore a striking resemblance though he appeared rather frail, evidently having endured much hardship over the years. Eager to win favor, he piped up first, brother, don't worry, it's good news. Wei Yuanruo pinched Zhu Jie's chubby cheek. You seem to know a lot at long last. Freeing himself from Wei Yuanruo's grasp, Zhu Jie protested, brother Yuanruo, please don't keep pinching me. I am a man now, not a mere child. Is that so? Wei Yuanruo scoffed, dismissively curling his lips. You're just a little weakling, wait until you truly become a man before you bargain with me. He then playfully pinched his cheeks again, finding them delightfully soft. Li Shi, feeling impatient, interrupted their banter. Good news? What good news? Rubbing his slightly sore cheeks from the pinching, Zhu Jie dropped a bombshell. You're about to return to Kyoto. Isn't that good news? Li Shi widened his eyes in disbelief. Back to Kyoto, our home, exactly. Brother, are you that happy you're speechless? Zhu Jie tilted his head adorably, looking particularly cute. How could that be possible? We are still under suspicion. Even if there is a general amnesty, it wouldn't apply to us. Oh, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. You can ask Sister Lan later. All I know is, you're returning to Kyoto soon. He chuckled. Would Sister Lan also return to Kyoto? Then they could see each other often without parting. How wonderful. Li Shi turned to his uncle, who had been standing quietly beside Wei Yuanruo, and saw him imperceptibly nodding. His eyes widened further. How could that be? No, he needed to ask his father. Just as he turned around, he spotted Li Yi, looking exasperated as he was surrounded by several elderly women, while Li Sun was also engaged in conversation, smiling at those surrounding him. Well, everyone was busy yet he wanted to inquire with his grandfather, but having just aired a few days prior, he felt hesitant. Perhaps he should wait for his sister to emerge, she would surely tell him. Chapter 51. My parents are no longer with us. As Li Mulan conversed with the Zheng family, the evening descended, and the workers at the mine finished their labor. Observing this, Li Sun hurriedly approached his father, inquiring, Father, do you think we should inform the other members of the clan about this news? Li Tsong pondered for a moment before nodding. Invite a few of your uncles over for dinner tonight. I shall personally discuss this matter with them. What about fourth uncle? Li Tsong sighed, a complex expression crossing his face. Go ahead and invite him, but whether he chooses to come is entirely up to him. Understood, father. Then let us have them over for dinner. I will have preparations made. Li Mulan entered directly, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at Li Tsong. Grandfather, I came in because I noticed your door was ajar. Li Tsong chuckled and nodded at her. That will suffice. Go and make arrangements. Li Mulan turned and sought out Qingyu, who informed her, Little Master Uncle, there is no need for you to arrange anything. Sister Qingyu anticipated you would wish to stay for dinner and has already begun preparations. If we calculate the time, she should be returning soon. Li Mulan beamed with delight. With an elder sister around, I truly have nothing to worry about. Zhu Jie eagerly approached, tugging at Li Mulan's arm while his gaze remained fixed on Li Tsong's quarters. Sister Lan, is it your grandfather residing in there? Indeed, why do you ask? Zhu Jie nodded sagely. According to etiquette, we ought to pay our respects to our elders. Brother Yuanruo, do you not agree? Wei Yuanruo was taken aback for a moment, then realized he had visited several times but had never formally greeted Little Master Uncle, their grandfather. How could this be acceptable? He cast a pitiful glance at Li Mulan, as if to accuse her of being remiss in introducing him to her family. Li Mulan swallowed hard, bemused by their antics, and sighed, turning back toward the house. Grandfather, I have brought two individuals to introduce to you. Li Tsong was momentarily startled, glancing at the tall and short figures outside, and smiled, nodding. They ought to be introduced. The two eavesdropping outside exchanged knowing smiles, and before Li Mulan could call them, they dashed inside. Zhu Jie, being well-mannered, patiently awaited Li Mulan's introduction. However, Wei Yuanruo, in his naive exuberance, immediately knelt upon entering, repeatedly bowing his head. Yuanruo pays respects to the esteemed ancestor. This unexpected display left everyone dumbfounded. Li Mulan's face darkened as she forced a laugh. He is my fifth senior brother's disciple and refers to me as Little Master Uncle. In light of this relationship, addressing you as esteemed ancestor is not entirely incorrect. She swiftly pulled him up, preventing any further embarrassing gestures. Li Tsong smiled warmly at Wei Yuanruo, a simple-hearted child, indeed a good lad. Upon hearing this praise, Hui Yuanruo raised his eyebrows at Li Mulan, clearly pleased, as if to say, see, your grandfather compliments me. Li Mulan couldn't help but feel exasperated at his smug demeanor. Could she pretend not to know him? Chu Jia, feeling awkward, refrained from kneeling and looked at Li Tsong helplessly. Li Mulan took his hand and introduced him, saying, this child is someone I encountered on my journey here. It seems fate has brought him along. He is the one who delivered messages for us, as it was his uncle who did so. Truly, fate is quite remarkable. Li Tsong nodded, regarding Chu Jia with a particularly affectionate gaze. It is evident you are a sensible child. Chu Jia performed an act of respect for juniors, saying, I have heard my uncle speak highly of you, Mr. Li, as a learned and talented person. If you would permit, I humbly request to be your disciple and learn from you. Li Tsong, Li Mulan, and Hui Yuanruo were taken aback, none of them anticipating such a bold request from the child. Li Mulan glanced awkwardly at her grandfather, unprepared for this development. Little Jia, this apprenticeship is no trivial matter. Do your family members know? Chu Jia nodded. My uncle is aware. Li Mulan swallowed hard. That's not sufficient. What about your parents, do they consent? Chu Jia's expression grew somber, his previously upright demeanor wilting like a frostbitten plant. My parents are no longer with us. Li Mulan was taken aback, not expecting such a revelation. I am truly sorry, little Jia. I had no idea, Chu Jia sniffled. Sister Lan, it is alright. My father passed before I was born, and shortly after giving birth to me, my mother followed him. I have long since grown accustomed to it. I do not mourn. Hui Yuanruo enveloped Chu Jia in a tight embrace, tears brimming in his eyes. Little Jia, you were so unfortunate. I once thought my situation without a mother was tragic, but it seems you bear a greater burden. At least I still have a father and an elder brother. You have no one. How heartbreaking. Li Mulan's lips twitched involuntarily. Was this unfortunate child truly trying to comfort others? Chu Jia shook his head. I do have someone. I still have my uncle. He raised me single-handedly, treating me as his own son. Though he can be strict, he is genuinely good to me, with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Hui Yuanruo recalled that seemingly cold yet warm-hearted figure and realized perhaps he wasn't so detestable after all, considering he was little Jia's only family. Li Tsong observed Chu Jia and offered consolation. If your parents could see how bright and well-mannered you have become, they would undoubtedly be proud. Chu Jia's eyes sparkled with hope. Then, does Mr. Li accept me as a disciple? Li Tsong hesitated, shaking his head with some difficulty. I am too old. I may not be able to teach you effectively. However, I believe your uncle will surely find you a more suitable teacher if you are willing. I refuse, Chu Jia declared stubbornly. I left home and journeyed to the northern desert to find you. If you do not agree, I will not leave. His declaration left Li Mulan utterly astonished. Little Jia, the person you have been searching for all along is my grandfather? Chu Jia looked at Li Mulan, a hint of apology in his gaze. Sister Lan, I am sorry. I did not intend to conceal this from you. I did not know him or I was your grandfather. I came to the northern desert to seek him out. I apologize for keeping it from you. Seeing Chu Jia bow his head in guilt, Li Mulan felt a pang of sympathy and turned to her grandfather, pleading, Grandfather, what do you think about this? Li Tsong sighed. Child, I know you are good-hearted. However, I have long sworn not to take in students again. As memories of a wise and benevolent figure flooded his mind, Li Tsong felt a tightness in his chest, causing his complexion to pale. Li Mulan immediately noticed the change and rushed to support him, her hand quickly checking his pulse. Grandfather, what is the matter? Li Tsong's expression grew melancholy, and he waved his hand weakly. It is nothing. I am merely reminded of someone I have not seen in a long time. Chapter 52, truly aggrieved. Chu Jia gazed at Li Tsong, and inexplicably, his heart ached. For reasons unknown, he felt that the person mentioned by the esteemed Li was none other than his own father. Li Mulan furrowed her brow and retrieved 2 heart-protecting pills from her small cloth pouch, administering them to Li Kong. We are about to return to Kyoto. You can meet anyone you desire upon our arrival. Why are you in such a hurry? She instinctively thought her grandfather must be reminiscing about an old friend from Kyoto. Li Tsong shook his head, his expression steeped in sorrow. There will be no more meetings, not ever again. Li Mulan paused in her comforting gesture, suspecting that the person in question was likely no longer alive, and she found herself at a loss for words of consolation. Just then, Li Sun entered the room. Father, several uncles have arrived, including 4th uncle. Li Mulan promptly rose. Grandfather, you may discuss serious matters. I'll have preparations made in the courtyard shortly so that the elders can dine comfortably there. What do you think? Li Tsong displayed little enthusiasm. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Li Mulan exited the room, accompanied by Hui Yuanruo and the reluctant Chu Jia, and was met with several unfamiliar faces in the courtyard. Although they were dressed in tattered garments, their postures were upright. Unmistakably the demeanor of scholars. Li Mulan's identity had yet to be publicly acknowledged, but it did not deter her from performing a courteous bow as a younger generation member, for her lineage no longer required concealment. The elderly members of the Li family were taken aback, yet being worldly individuals, they merely nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Only one individual, whose gaze pierced like that of an eagle, scrutinized Li Mulan, rendering her quite uncomfortable. However, due to her familial hierarchy, she inclined her head and moved to another side. Li also noticed the situation and recognized that the one scrutinizing Li Mulan was their 4th uncle, Li Liang, the biological brother of his father. However, the bond between these 2 brothers was considerably more strained than that with the other more distantly related uncles. Li Liang did not relent in his gaze as Li Mulan departed, but after a moment, he seemed to sense something, and his expression softened, losing its previous hostility. Li Sun, who had just emerged, also observed this development. He was not surprised that fourth uncle could discern Lanner's identity. After all, within this family, he was the only one whom Li Sun found inscrutable. Li Sun ushered the elderly gentleman into the house, while Li Yi and Li Yun assisted in carrying a few chairs inside before the door was closed. Hui Yu and Ruo grimaced. Little master uncle, that old man just now looked at you with such disdain. Li Mulan shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? He is an elder. Initially, he was likely on guard. Considering their difficult situation, it is only natural to be cautious. But the others didn't regard you in the same manner, Hui Yu and Ruo muttered in dissatisfaction. At that moment, Qing Yu returned, skillfully driving a cart into the courtyard and nimbly dismounting. Sister. Qing Yu smiled in response. I've prepared quite a bit, it should be sufficient. Li Mulan stepped forward, taking Qing Yu's hand and resting her head on her shoulder in a playful manner. Oh dear, what would little Jiao do without her sister? Look at me, I hadn't even thought of it, yet you had everything arranged. Qing Yu gently patted her head. Our little Jiao is so capable that even without me, you would manage splendidly. Not at all. Without you, I would be like a steed without legs, a butterfly without wings, a tiger without teeth. In short, it would not end well. Hui Yu and Ruo made a mock vomiting gesture. Little master uncle, your words are far too saccharine. Li Mulan glared at him. Go away, you are such an eyesore. What do you know, Sister Qing Yu is simply marvelous, and I must praise her to the heavens, otherwise, she might run away. Qing Yu shook her head in exasperation. You, with your silver tongue, could turn the dead into living beings. Now, come help me unload the cart. Li Shi, who had just envied Hui Yu and Ruo and the others for their close relationship with their sister, wondering why he, as her biological brother, did not seem to share the same closeness, immediately rushed over to assist upon seeing them move to unload the goods. Hui Yu and Ruo promptly shooed him away. You, a sickly patient, should not meddle, you might reopen your wounds. Li Shi's head drooped in dejection, as if struck. Noticing this, Li Mulan reached out to pinch his cheek, exclaiming, Goodness, you are so thin. There is hardly any flesh on your face, what is the matter, feeling down? The moment Li Shi saw Li Mulan, his earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a silly grin. No, he. Seeing his demeanor, Li Mulan felt a twinge of sympathy. Have you been obedient these past few days? Taking care of your injuries? Yes, I have been changing my dressings and taking my medicine on time. I feel like I'm healing well. Not at all, Hui Yu and Ruo interjected, leaning forward. He went to the back mountain to gather firewood today. I saw him. Li Shi's face flushed red, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, and he stammered, I just picked up a little, it wasn't heavy. Li Mulan shot a glance at the troublemaker Hui Yu and Ruo, who seemed to be everywhere. As long as it doesn't involve your wounds, a little movement is permissible. Li Shi's face lit up with a smile. Yes, it didn't involve my wounds. That's good. Later, I'll check your wounds again. For these few days, avoid bathing to prevent your wounds from getting wet, it could lead to infection. Though Li Shi didn't fully understand what infection meant, he grasped that his sister forbade him from bathing. He nodded vigorously. I understand, sister. I want touch water. Good, you also need to eat more, you're far too thin. And a far too short. Li Shi felt a pang of insecurity regarding his height, glancing enviously at Hui Yu and Ruo, who towered over him. Observing him, Li Mulan quickly reassured him, you've endured hardships these years, and your body hasn't developed well, but it's alright, I'll help you regain your strength. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with hope. I can still grow taller? Li Mulan assessed his gaunt figure, reasoning that at just 17, there was still potential for growth. Of course. But you must be obedient and follow my guidance strictly. I promise you, I will help you reach Yuan's height and build. Really? Li Mulan smiled. Don't you believe me? Li Shi nodded, then frantically shook his head, nervously explaining, I believe it. Whatever sister says, I believe. Hui Yu and Ruo felt a twinge of unfairness. The little brat thinks he can grow as tall and strong as him, not a chance, that body of muscle wasn't something any weakling could achieve. Hadn't he endured hardships for nothing? He spoke with a hint of envy. With your physique, aspiring to be like me is impossible. However, being slightly taller and stronger is still within the realm of possibility. Just eat more and train diligently, that should yield some results. Li Mulan's temper flared again. She had nearly lost her patience with this troublesome boy several times today but had managed to restrain herself. Gritting her teeth, she said, Can you not speak for once? Hui Yu and Ruo retorted, Am I not helping you teach him? No good deed goes unpunished. Little master uncle, you are biased. Now that you have a brother, you've forgotten about me. Don't forget, who has been there for you all these years, who has taken the blame for you the most, you ungrateful. As he spoke, he truly felt aggrieved, sobbing pitifully, woo-woo. I just knew that with family, little master uncle would no longer be just mine. Chapter 53 Family Feast 1 Li Shi observed the profound sorrow etched on Hui Yu and Ruo's face and felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Hua Gu, please do not be so distressed. Rest assured, I shall not vie for my sister's affection with you. Hui Yu and Ruo did not spare a glance at Li Shi, instead, his eyes were fixated on Li Mulan with a wounded expression. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down Li Mulan's spine. Enough, just act normally. You won't let me speak. It's true, you are biased, favoring your younger brother, Is that enough? You're a grown man now. When did you become so fragile? You never cared for me like this before. Who are you putting on this act for? He then retrieved a purse from his small bag and extracted several banknotes, handing them over. Isn't this because I didn't give you money that day? Here, take it. Huo Yuanruo snatched the banknotes eagerly, his face lighting up with joy. Ah, if you had given it to me sooner, it would have been splendid. Li Mulan sighed in disdain. What a waste. Li Shi stood by, bewildered. Was this whole spectacle merely for the sake of money? Upon noticing Li Shi's gaze, Huo Yuanruo quickly pulled back the banknotes, eyeing him warily. What are you planning? This is mine. Li Shi hastily nodded. Yes, it's Huo Ji's. Huo Yuanruo was quite pleased with his attitude and generously declared, look at you, not a trace of meat on your bones. I shall buy you plenty of delicious food in the future, and you will surely become plump and chubby, he. Chu Jia chimed in, peeking over. Don't forget me, brother Yuanruo. Huo Yuanruo pinched Chu Jia's still chubby cheeks. Alright, I won't forget you. How about we arrange to finally enjoy the Buddha jumps over the wall that we missed last time? Chu Jia recoiled in fright, vigorously shaking his head. No, my uncle would kill me if he found out. Ha, coward, scoffed Li Mulan, crossing her arms. You, Huo De, are so bold. If you're so capable, why not go ahead? I'll send a pigeon home tonight to spread the word of your glorious deeds. Huo Yuanruo's expression stiffened. That it truly need not be. How can that be? I believe all the senior brothers would be most curious about that Buddha jumps over the wall and just how delectable can it be? Alright, I won't go, is that satisfactory? Huo Yuanruo huffed, it's not like I intended anything else, humph. He was the sort of person who, once he became aware of such a delicious delicacy, found it utterly torturous not to partake. Li Mulan leaned closer to Huo Yuanruo. If you take me along, I promise not to tell a soul. Huo Yuanruo initially felt a surge of hope, but then recalled the potential consequences, shaking his head vigorously. If he took her along and their master found out, he would likely face dire repercussions. Taking his little master uncle to a brothel would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. He was not foolish. Do you think I cannot go if you do not take me? Do I lack legs and cannot go on my own? Seeing Huo Yuanruo's keen interest in the Buddha jumps over the wall, she too felt a flicker of curiosity. Oh dear, Huo Yuanruo exclaimed, little master uncle, please do not create a ruckus. It is I who will suffer the misfortune, master, and the others would not truly punish you. At most, they would have you transcribe a few books, but for me, it would be. Huo Yuanruo could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Despite being disciples of Lingxiao Palace, the disparity in treatment was bewildering. Since we are all fated for misfortune, will you choose to eat or not eat? Li Mulan inquired, amusement dancing in her eyes as she watched the flustered Huo Yuanruo. Huo Yuanruo gritted his teeth. I shall go. He then seized Li Mulan's arm. But, little master uncle, you must ensure that we keep this under wraps. Li Mulan flashed a cunning smile. It's a promise. Li Shi remained oblivious to their escalating tension over a mere meal, still naively eager to join them. Chu Jia, however, wanted to avoid the situation entirely. The thought of his uncle's stern visage made him swallow hard. It was better to keep a low profile. Noticing Li Shi's ignorance, Huo Yuanruo chuckled mischievously. Do you wish to join us? Li Shi nodded vigorously. Yes. Huo Yuanruo glanced at the slightly embarrassed Li Mulan and remarked with amusement, very well, then Huo Gu shall take you along. He waved the banknotes in his hand. See, we have money. Li Mulan, awkwardly smiling at Li Shi, said, perhaps it would be best if you abstain from this. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to Li Cong's residence swung open, revealing several elderly gentlemen with smiles on their faces, indicating their discussions had concluded. Li Mulan surveyed the spread of food laid out in the courtyard. While they were engaged in light-hearted banter, Xing Yu had already made all the necessary preparations. Lie approached briskly. Lanner, come greet your esteemed uncles. Li Mulan gracefully stepped forward. Though normally lively, she had been well taught by Mo Yan and knew how to conduct herself properly. She respectfully addressed her elders. Lanner pays her respects to the esteemed uncles. The elderly gentleman nodded with affectionate smiles, with the second eldest, Li Huan, stating, it is good to see you alive and well. Over the years, your grandfather and your parents have worried greatly for you. Do take care moving forward. Indeed, Lanner is grateful for uncle's guidance. Li San, Li Yi, and Li Xin expressed their concerns as well, but the fourth uncle, Li Liang, displayed no visible emotion. He looked at Li Mulan with a neutral gaze. I hear from your second uncle that your chess skills are quite commendable? Li Mulan felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her nose. I suppose it's acceptable. Li Liang nodded. Then, perhaps you could play a few rounds with me sometime. Certainly. Then Li Sun led the elders to the table, where a sumptuous spread awaited, along with wine. Today is a joyous occasion. Lanner has arranged this feast to celebrate. Li Huan picked up a jug of wine, opened it, and inhaled deeply. This has tantalized my senses for many years. Thanks to Lanner, I can finally indulge in a few cups. Li Xin added with a smile, indeed. Thank you, Lanner. Li Mulan slightly bowed. As long as the elders enjoy their meal and drink, that is all Lanner wishes for. It is merely my duty. She then joined Hui Yuanrua and the others in the kitchen, where Qingyu had set up a small table, waiting for them alongside Zhang Shi. Hui Yuanrua, Li Shi, and Chu Jia would usually head to the courtyard, but in this remote northern region, none were particular about such formalities. Li Mulan introduced Qingyu and Hui Yuanrua to Zhang Shi, who beamed with joy, grasping Qingyu's hand. These past few years, it has been thanks to you, dear girl, for looking after Lan'er. Qingyu felt slightly uncomfortable but, upon seeing Zhang Shi's motherly gaze, her tone softened. Auntie, there is no need for such formality. Xiao Jiao is wonderful and manages everything well. I hardly need to take care of her, rather, she has been of great help to me. You are called Qingyu, right? Auntie speaks without formality. I shall call you by your name. Yes. I have heard from Lan'er about how you have cared for her in these past years, and Auntie is truly grateful. Chapter 54 Family Banquet 2 Madame Zhang turned her gaze towards Hui Yuanrua. Is this Yuanrua? Hui Yuanrua felt a surge of nervousness. Upon hearing his name, he sprang to his feet, a towering figure that startled Madame Zhang. Yes, he replied. Li Mulan and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter at Hui Yuanrua's reaction. Flushed with embarrassment, he awkwardly scratched his head and sat back down, his eyes flickering towards Madame Zhang, who exuded a gentle warmth reminiscent of a mother. He cautiously glanced at her, and upon noticing her smile, he felt a sense of ease. Yuanrua, dear nephew, she began, only to momentarily falter as the thought of her own daughter's generation struck her. Hui Yuanrua, brimming with excitement, interjected, Aunt. Madame Zhang glanced at Li Mulan, uncertain of how to respond. Li Mulan chuckled and shook her head. Mother, there's no need to dwell on such formalities. If you wish to avoid being called a grandmother, let us simply address each other as we please. Calling you aunt would suffice. Madame Zhang nodded. All right, I shall heed your advice. She then turned to Hui Yuanrua. Your aunt has heard that you and Lan'er grew up together, and you have always taken great care of her. Whenever your family brought treats and toys, you would share half with her, even your father and elder brother? Li Mulan felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Hui Yuanrua appeared quite proud. Indeed, back then, my little master uncle had just arrived and was quite frail, requiring medication daily. I felt sorry for her, seeing that she had no parents. He suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly waved his hand to explain to Madame Zhang. I meant to say, at that time, she had. Madame Zhang smiled in understanding, though a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. So, I would share my father's and elder brother's provisions with her. Every time they sent something, half was for my little master uncle, and sometimes even more than what I received. Hui Yuanrua cast a jealous glance at Li Mulan, who chuckled. Yes, our Yuanrua is indeed generous, always willing to share with me. I am eternally grateful, all right? That will do, he replied, then added seriously, but remember, little master uncle, do not take advantage of me in the future. Li Mulan choked slightly, casting an awkward glance at the smiling Madame Zhang. Ahem, understood. You are just too petty. Madame Zhang watched the playful banter between the two, filled with warmth and pride. Yuanrua is such a well-behaved child, Lan'er, do not bully him too much. Mother, well-behaved? Are you joking? Hui Yuanrua haughtily tilted his head. I am quite well-behaved, little master uncle. You ought to listen to aunt and not bully me in the future, right, aunt? Madame Zhang laughed heartily. Yes, we must not bully Yuanrua. Chu Jia looked on with envy as they joked, and Li Mulan, noticing his expression, introduced, Mother, this is Chu Jia. You can call him Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia, what a fine-looking young man, you clearly hail from a good family. How old are you this year? Madame Zhang's warm demeanor made Chu Jia feel a strange discomfort, pondering whether his own mother would ever exhibit such gentleness. I am 9 years old this year. 9, how delightful, just the right age for growth. Here, have some meat to help you grow tall. Madame Zhang placed a chicken leg into Xiao Jia's bowl, her tone dripping with tenderness. Thank you, aunt. You should eat as well. He clumsily offered her a piece of meat, his flustered demeanor evident. Seeing the meat in his bowl, Madame Zhang's smile widened. What a good child. Not to be outdone, Hui Yuanrua promptly served several helpings of dishes to Madame Zhang until her bowl overflowed, gazing at her expectantly for praise. Madame Zhang shook her head, chuckling. Yuanrua is also a well-behaved child. Hui Yuanrua flashed a proud grin, revealing his pearly whites, casting a provocative glance at Chu Jia. Chu Jia, at a loss for words, thought it ridiculous that Hui Yuanrua, a grown man, would compete for affection with a child. Feeling neglected, Li Shi lamented, with you all here, my mother no longer pays me any mind. How disheartening. Madame Zhang shot him a glare. You should be grateful for the food instead of complaining. She then placed a serving of vegetables onto his plate. Li Mulan surveyed the harmonious warmth surrounding the table. Feeling immensely satisfied, she exchanged a grateful glance with Qingyu, who had thoughtfully arranged everything. Qingyu served her a shrimp. Eat up. Amidst the laughter and joy, the gathered family relished their reunion, while the courtyard outside mirrored the same harmony. Erzi, I forgot to ask your father earlier. What are his plans upon returning to the capital? Li Huan inquired, voicing a question that had been on everyone's minds. Li Sun paused for a moment. Second uncle, we can only see what unfolds once we return to the capital. Under normal circumstances, my father's position remains vacant, so he can reclaim his former office. However, he is older now, so everything is uncertain. There was also an unspoken concern that the higher-ups might have other arrangements for their family, a speculation Li Sun had confirmed with his father. Indeed, after all that has transpired, one can only wish for a peaceful and stable existence, Li Huan remarked. I have no desire for anything more. Who could argue with that? The grandeur of the capital has long dissipated. This time, I intend to focus solely on living well with my family, another voice echoed. Exactly, living well is what matters. A bowl of hot soup and a warm meal are better than anything else. The others nodded in agreement, except for Li Liang, who scoffed meaningfully at Li Sun without uttering a word. The group had grown accustomed to the fourth brother's temperament and ignored him, happily enjoying their meal and drink, anticipating the joy of sharing their experiences with family upon returning home. Li Sun observed that his relatives seemed devoid of ambition, merely wishing for a stable life, leaving him somewhat concerned. However, he realized this was not a matter that could be easily resolved. They could only take one step at a time. The Li family had been scholars for generations. Aside from studying for the imperial examinations, what other paths could they pursue? Surely, the elders would come to understand this for the sake of their children and nephews. Having come to this realization, Li Sun smiled and took a sip of wine, savoring its delightful flavor. When will the imperial decree arrive? Are we still heading to the mine? The fifth brother, Li Shun, asked. His inquiry was not out of personal reluctance to endure hardship, but rather concern for the youngest child at home. Li pondered the question and turned to Li Sun. Though he was the eldest, he recognized that his younger brother possessed greater capability, and many family matters had been managed by Li Sun in recent years. Li Sun replied seriously, "We must still go to the mine. As long as the amnesty decree has not arrived, we cannot risk causing chaos in the meantime. Let us all endure for a few more days. It should arrive within 7 or 8 days. Second brother is right, that is the logic of the matter," Li Huan concurred. Having endured all these years, what is another week or so? The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had weathered many storms over the years, so waiting a few more days was a trivial matter. Chapter 55 An unexpected visitor. Just as the Li family courtyard basked in tranquility, an unexpected visitor arrived. Brother Leopard from the mine. Li Sun promptly stepped out to welcome him, but Brother Leopard waved his hand dismissively. "I initially intended to bring you good news, but it seems you're already aware of it?" Li Sun froze. Despite having received a few favors and assistance from Brother Leopard, their personal rapport remained rather superficial. Moreover, he pondered the nature of the news. How had he come by it? Li Sun attempted to navigate the conversation. "Brother Leopard, what brings you here?" "I was just reflecting on the esteemed benefactor from before, who treated us to a splendid feast. I thought it would be a fine occasion for my kin, who haven't enjoyed a proper meal in years." Before he could finish, Brother Leopard impatiently interrupted, "Enough. I am a straightforward man, so let me be blunt. The decree granting amnesty to your Li family is already on its way. You should make your arrangements as soon as possible." Li Sun's mind raced. The rapidity with which Brother Leopard acquired news from the capital indicated he had connections there. Reflecting on the years past, although they were often trivial matters, Brother Leopard had never treated him with particular warmth, yet had indeed assisted the family on several occasions. He had previously assumed that his own efforts in resolving some of Brother Leopard's perceived predicaments had earned him this assistance, but it was now evident that was not the case. Brother Leopard snorted derisively. "I can't stand how you scholars dawdle and overthink everything. Let me speak plainly. I am here at someone else's behest to assist you. You should be quite familiar with this person. Do not let that young lady down upon your return to the capital. She has waited for you all these years." Li Sun was left utterly bewildered. It dawned on him that it was indeed Lin Xuelan who had extended her help. He recalled the year of his arrival, when Lin Xuelan had sent someone over a great distance with provisions and money they desperately needed. Regrettably, in his youthful arrogance, he had unilaterally severed the engagement, unwilling to burden her. He had returned the gifts without a second thought. For 2 consecutive years thereafter, people brought gifts, but Li Sun had treated them all similarly. Even Li Tsong had sighed in exasperation, but he could do nothing against Li Sun's stubbornness, knowing well the Li family's plight and the necessity to avoid dragging the young lady into their troubles. Yet, he never anticipated that despite all this, she would still. Brother Leopard regarded him with a disdainful tch. "Although it is a matter of mutual benefit, you have indeed proven useful to me on several occasions, which is why I find it agreeable to assist you now. Just keep this in mind, and I hope everything goes smoothly for you upon your return to the capital." Only then did Li Sun regain his composure, hastily bowing in gratitude. "No need for thanks. The last time you handed me the tiger's incriminating evidence, I merely returned a favor. This time, farewell." Watching Brother Leopard's brisk departure, Li Sun stood at a distance, lost in thought, his heart in turmoil. Memories of that delicate young lady pierced his heart like daggers. He had wronged her. Hui Yuanrua had emerged as soon as Brother Leopard arrived, witnessing the entire exchange before promptly reporting the situation to her little master uncle. Li Mulan stroked her chin, glancing at Zhang Shi. "Mother, do you recall the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Lin Xuelan?" Zhang Shi nodded vigorously. "How could I forget? She was your second uncle's betrothed. A splendid girl. Oh, what a pity. Back then, so did you withdraw the engagement upon leaving the capital?" Zhang Shi shook her head. "No, we assumed the Lin family would come to withdraw it themselves, but to our surprise, they did not arrive even after we departed. However, after we arrived here, that young lady sent people to deliver numerous gifts, which were all returned by your second uncle, who insisted on ending the engagement. For nearly 2 or 3 years afterward, she continued to send things, but your uncle never accepted them, and eventually, she ceased her efforts." Perhaps she had given up hope. "So there was no formal withdrawal of the engagement?" Zhang Shi recalled carefully. "It seems that way. Your uncle merely mentioned verbally that he intended to return the engagement tokens and letters, but they were never accepted by the other party." Li Mulan smiled. "Then it seems there was no formal dissolution of the engagement. Verbal declarations do not count." Zhang Shi looked troubled. After all these years, that young lady has likely married by now. If she returns to the capital, could it lead to complications? Mother, it seems Lin Xuelan remains unwed, still waiting for my second uncle. Zhang Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? It cannot be false. Li Mulan felt a newfound admiration for Lin Xuelan. In a time when society was harsh on women, her steadfastness in waiting for her fiancé for over a decade spoke volumes of her resilience. What a fine young lady, such a good girl, though it is indeed a hardship for her. Your uncle, too, was so heartless back then, she must have been heartbroken. Rest assured, that young lady surely understands your uncle well. She knows what kind of man he is and why he withdrew the engagement, or else she wouldn't have waited all these years. Just watch, Lin Xuelan is destined to become my second aunt. Zhang Shi's face lit up with excitement. That would indeed be wonderful. Your uncles are not young anymore. Had it not been for this unforeseen disaster, they should have had children by now. Should your uncle treat her poorly in the future, you must help discipline him, for a sister-in-law is like a mother. Zhang Shi nodded earnestly. Of course. A girl like that is as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. How could your uncle dare to mistreat her? I must discuss this with your father tonight. Once we return to the capital, this will be of utmost importance. Li Shi chuckled quietly to himself, having not seen his mother so spirited in many years. Everything was progressing positively. His sister had returned, and they too would soon return to the capital. In the ensuing days, Li Sun found himself somewhat distracted, a fact not lost on the elders who observed him closely. Yet, he remained tight-lipped, and the elders, respecting his silence, did not pry. After dinner, they gradually took their leave, walking away with their backs held straight. Lie and Li Yun exchanged glances, noting Li Sun's unusual demeanor. Second brother, has something occurred? Indeed, second brother. What was Brother Leopard's purpose in visiting? What did he convey to you? Li Sun opened his mouth, sighed deeply, yet ultimately said nothing, his thoughts too jumbled. He resolved to wait until he sorted through his feelings before speaking. Li Yi and Li Yun shared a knowing look, deciding against further questioning, opting to wait until he felt ready to share. Li Mulan and the others returned from dinner, father, uncle 2, uncle 3. Li Yi regarded them with affectionate warmth. Finished with dinner? Yes, Li Mulan replied. Father, today I plan to treat grandfather's leg. Today? Now. Li Yi glanced anxiously at Li Sun and Li Yun. Should we prepare anything? Li Mulan waved her hand. I am fully prepared, do not worry, I have already taken her pulse and prescribed a remedy. We shall see how she fares after some time. Li Mulan felt confident about treating Li Tsung's leg. However, her mother's ailment remained uncertain, as it was closely tied to her emotional state. Presently, all seemed well, and thus she anticipated no issues. However, should any further distress arise, it could complicate matters, necessitating a gradual approach to her care. Chapter 56 Healing Lanner, do you have any confidence? Li asked, his concern evident as he voiced the question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. Li Mulan, fully aware of her father's apprehension, reassured him, Father, trust me. It is indeed quite challenging for an ordinary doctor to treat grandfather's leg. However, for me, it is not difficult at all. You need not worry. Li Sun patted Li Yi's shoulder and said, Elder brother, let us not delay Lanner's treatment. Father is waiting on the other side. Li Yi nodded, and together they proceeded to Li Tsung's room. It was apparent that Li Tsung had mentally prepared himself for what was to come. Li Mulan set down her small medicine box and smiled. Grandfather, are you nervous? Li Tsung stroked his beard and replied, if grandfather says he is not nervous, would you believe it? Haha, grandfather need not worry. As long as you follow my instructions, I assure you will soon be able to walk again. But Li Mulan's gaze drifted with concern towards Li Tsung's leg. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Li Yi inquired anxiously. Li Mulan sighed. Grandfather's leg was never properly treated for the dislocated bone from years ago, so today's treatment will inevitably involve some suffering on his part. Li Sun, equally anxious, asked, what kind of suffering? The bone has been misaligned for years and has undoubtedly healed incorrectly. To rectify this, we must realign the bone, which means grandfather will have to endure that pain once more. Noticing the worried expressions of those in the room, Li Mulan hurried to comfort them. However, I have specially prepared a remedy for grandfather that will alleviate some of the pain. Li Tsung observed the worried faces of his 3 sons and said, what are you all doing? You're only adding to Lanner's pressure. At my age, what hardship have I not endured? Without further delay, Li Mulan called for Hui Yuanruo. Yuan, please assist me shortly. Hui Yuanruo glanced at the elderly man on the bed, understood, little Shishu, then she turned to Li Yi and the others, father, second uncle, third uncle, only one of you needs to remain. Li Yi attempted to argue for all of them to stay but was stopped by Li Sun. A physician treating a patient requires tranquility, their presence would undoubtedly affect Lanner's focus. Elder brother, you stay, Li Sun insisted, pulling the worried Li Yun out of the room. At the door, Zhang Shi, Li Shi, Qingyu, and Chu Jie were all present, craning their necks to see. Hui Yuanruo promptly closed the door, turning to Li Mulan and said, little Shishu, we may begin. Li Mulan had already taken out the necessary instruments from her medicine box, arranging them methodically. She handed a porcelain vial to Li Tsung. Grandfather, please drink this, it will help alleviate some pain. Li Tsung nodded obediently, taking the vial without a hint of doubt and drank it down. Yuan, please roll up grandfather's trouser leg to his thigh. Of course, although Hui Yuanruo was somewhat clumsy, she handled the frail old man with great care, fearful of causing him any discomfort. Once everything was prepared, Li Mulan looked at Li, father, I will need your assistance as well. You must hold grandfather down, after all we need to break his bone again to realign it, and I fear he might move in response to the pain and hinder the treatment. Li Yi nodded in a flustered manner. All right. He then sat beside Li Tsung's bed, grasping his shoulder, though his hands trembled uncontrollably, lacking any strength. Li Tsung sighed helplessly. What use are you like this? Perhaps I should call in the second or third. Li Yi steadied himself. Father, it's fine, I can manage. Li Tsung understood his eldest son's concerns and nodded, casting a loving gaze towards Li Mulan. Lanner, let us begin. Li Mulan nodded, her hand gently resting on Li Tsung's distorted knee. Pressing it to locate the right position, she instructed Hui Yuanrua, Yuan, act quickly. Here, Hui Yuanrua was quite adept at this, having assisted Li Mulan in treating various ailments since childhood. She moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the bone at the knee was revealed in an even more twisted position before their eyes. A piercing scream echoed in that fleeting moment. Li Tsung's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth, but his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Li Yi exerted all his strength to keep him still. Both men were drenched in sweat. Outside the door, Li Sun and the others changed expressions upon hearing the scream. Li Yun moved to knock, but Li Sun stopped him. Do not disturb Lanner. For the next 2 hours, anguished groans and muffled cries of pain emanated from within the room, leaving everyone outside in a state of unease. When the door finally opened, Li Sun rushed in first. How is it? How is father? Li Mulan emerged with a calm demeanor, slightly fatigued, as treating ailments was indeed mentally taxing. Second uncle, please be gentle, grandfather is asleep. Following her, Li Yi appeared, his face ashen and glistening with sweat. Second brother, do not worry, Lanner assures me the treatment was very successful. In the days to come, he should simply rest in bed as before. Li Sun remained unconvinced, cautiously entering the room, followed by Li Yun and Li Shi. Upon seeing their grandfather's peaceful slumber, they felt a slight sense of relief, and they exited quietly, closing the door behind them. Lanner, what should your grandfather be mindful of in the coming days? Li Mulan rotated her stiff neck. He must rest in bed and refrain from moving. I will visit daily to monitor and change the dressings, and I will prepare all necessary medications. For these 7 days, the wound must not come into contact with water. Noticing the time, Li Yi spoke. It is getting late. We should let Lanner and the others return quickly, lest the city gates close. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that? Lanner, you all must hurry back. You've had a long day. Li Mulan, not one for formalities, nodded. I shall return tomorrow. She then looked at Zhang Shi. Mother, I will come again tomorrow. Though reluctant, Zhang Shi observed her daughter's weary face and replied, very well, you should return and rest. You must be exhausted. Without further delay, they left, eager to return before the city gates closed. Hui Yuanrua drove the carriage, while inside, Li Mulan rested against Qingyu, who tenderly massaged her hands. Chu Jia, hesitant to speak, watched Li Mulan, fully aware of her fatigue but choosing to remain silent. Qingyu noticed his expression and smiled, not saying a word. Upon arriving at the inn, they encountered Xingyi at the entrance. He greeted them with a stoic nod and addressed Chu Jia, young master, the master requests your presence. Chu Jia nodded, his demeanor serious as he bid farewell to Li Mulan and the others before entering. Li Mulan felt a pang of sympathy for the young man's mature demeanor. Why does this child? He often unwittingly displayed a maturity beyond his years, evoking a sense of pity. Realizing this was not her place to intervene, she could only shake her head resignedly. Chapter 57. The wise royal uncle Qingyu gently patted Li Mulan's hand, well aware of Chu Jia's peculiar demeanor. At merely 9 years of age, he exhibited a maturity befitting an adult. Although he occasionally indulged in playful antics to elicit Li Mulan's amusement, the glimpses of his unwitting maturity evoked a pang of sadness. However, considering his upbringing without parents, one could understand the source of such wisdom. Tomorrow morning, I shall gather some necessities for your mother and the others. There is no need to be overly cautious now. It would be best for them to feel at ease, Li Mulan stated. She nodded as she added, there is no need to prepare excessively, as we shall soon return to the capital. Little Shu, are we also going to the capital? Hui Yuanrua inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Li Mulan understood that she could not remain in the Li family forever. She was accustomed to freedom and could not be confined to one place indefinitely. Yes, I cannot allow them to travel alone. I'll accompany them back, and we can also pay a visit to Xixiang and the others. With a gleam in her eyes, Hui Yuanrua exclaimed, I heard from Lu Feng that a new restaurant has opened in the capital, renowned for its delectable roast duck. I've longed to try it, and this trip will be the perfect opportunity for Lu Feng to show us around. Li Mulan replied with mock exasperation, is eating your only ambition? Moreover, are you certain Lu Feng will have time to accompany you? Xixiang holds him to very high standards, you know. Well, you are going too, so if he lacks time, he will surely make time for you, he. Then, with a serious expression, she continued, who says I lack other aspirations? My ultimate goal is to defeat my master and become the leader of the martial world. Li Mulan and Qingyu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Hui Yuanrua, noticing their expressions, grew somewhat irate. What are you two laughing at? This is serious. My master said that if I can defeat him, I will then be able to lead the martial world, and then he won't be able to bully me anymore. With a tinge of sympathy, Li Mulan looked at Hui Yuanrua and asked, did your fifth Xixiang tell you that? Once you become the leader of the martial world, he won't bully you anymore? Hui Yuanrua's expression became somewhat dazed. Well, not exactly, but if I become the leader of the martial world, my master will surely be proud and won't constantly reprimand me, right? Li Mulan, with a complex expression, patted Hui Yuanrua's shoulder. Enough now, go wash up and sleep. Having dreams is a good thing. One cannot simply crush this child's spirit, yet, there was a lingering sense of pity. A fifth Xixiang never aspired to be the leader of the martial world. He initially took it up for fun but sought to escape after just 2 months. Unfortunately, he was chastised by several senior brothers, who insisted on responsibility. He could only pin his hopes on Hui Yuanruo, hoping that one day she might succeed him. However, it was improbable that 5th Shixiang would cease to bully this Navi girl. Hui Yuanruo, hefting her large sword, strode outside. I'm not going to sleep, I'm going to practice. With that, she vanished from sight. Xingyu observed the direction in which she had disappeared. It seems Yuanruo will practice late into the night. Li Mulan chuckled softly, indeed. If she defeats 5th Shixiang soon, she will finally be able to stand tall and no longer be bullied by him. Xingyu shook her head. This child is far too earnest. Even if she defeats her master, what then? He will no longer be her master. In the easternmost room of the inn, Chu Chenfeng was meticulously writing, with Chu Jie standing by his side. After a lengthy silence, he lifted his head and gestured toward several letters on the table. Take a look. Chu Jie approached without a hint of change in his demeanor and began to examine the letters one by one. Before long, his expression darkened significantly. Is the Prince of Chang so impatient? Chu Chenfeng scoffed coldly. I must admit, I'm somewhat impressed that he has endured for so many years. Chu Jie's small face was etched with coldness. He has feigned for so long to earn the title of a wise king. Does he no longer want it? A treacherous rebel is still a treacherous rebel, no matter how skilled he is at masquerading. But regarding Jiangnan, fear not, we have not been unprepared over the years. The worst outcome would merely be to dismantle and rebuild everything. Although it would require additional time, Chu Jie asked in a low voice, Royal Uncle, is it because my father's matters have become public that he no longer wishes to pretend and is acting so recklessly? Chu Chenfeng shook his head. Not entirely. The Prince of Cheng has been secretly cultivating his strength all these years without faltering. His boldness this time leads me to suspect he has received assistance from some formidable force. Chu Jie began to enumerate the various factions in the court. Who do you believe it is, Royal Uncle? Chu Chenfeng set down his pen, his expression unchanging. Who it is does not matter. What matters is that we must ensure he has no chance of recovery. Chu Jie did not inquire how his royal uncle intended to achieve this but continued to scrutinize the last letter in his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. The imperial decree to the northern deserts has been intercepted? Why is this? Chu Chenfeng's gaze deepened. This is also what I wish to uncover. To employ assassins for a simple amnesty decree, ha ha ha. Is this targeting the Li family? Chu Chenfeng nodded. No news has come from other regions. Thus, he too was puzzled as to what great secret the Li family harbored that warranted such extensive efforts. Suddenly, Chu Jie seemed to recall something and exclaimed, Royal Uncle, do you think the Li family might be in danger? These individuals will surely not merely obstruct the amnesty decree. If they do not want the Li family to return to the capital, the best course of action would be to keep them permanently in the northern deserts. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. I must inform Sister Lan. I have warned you countless times, act with caution. Chu Jie took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. Does Royal Uncle have a plan? Since you are so determined to use them, this prince will ensure their safety. Moreover, he did not wish for that stubborn old man to come to harm. Chu Jie finally felt reassured. Thank you, Royal Uncle. Chu Chenfeng glanced at him. Did you gain anything from today's visit? Upon hearing this, Chu Jie immediately slumped his shoulders and shook his head. Ah, he is unwilling? Li Taifu said he would no longer accept students in the future. Chu Chenfeng paused at this revelation, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossing his features. After a long moment, he asked, what are your thoughts on this? Royal Uncle, I do not wish to give up. Chu Chenfeng took a small sip from the cup on the table. I did not say you should give up. However, perhaps an alternative approach is in order. Chu Jie looked at Chu Chenfeng in confusion, unsure of his meaning. What do you think of Li Sun? Uncle Li, he should be quite capable. He is currently in charge of the Li family. If Li Tsong is unwilling, he would be an excellent choice. Do you believe this person is suitable, Royal Uncle? He possesses both literary and martial talents. What he lacks is opportunity. Long ago, your father sought to employ him, and now, it would serve you well. Upon hearing that this was someone his father had once valued, Chu Jie readily agreed. Furthermore, if he becomes Li Sun's student, that old fellow Li Tsong will surely keep an eye on him. Chu Jie's face lit up with understanding, and a smile broke across his features. Royal Uncle is indeed wise. Chapter 58. It is time for you to return to the capital. However, Xiao Jie, it is time for you to return to the capital. Chu Jie paused, his expression tinged with reluctance. Can't I wait a few more days? He wished to journey back to Kyoto with Sister Lan and the others. The situation with the Prime Minister has been quite tumultuous lately. Chu Jie lowered his head slightly. Prime Minister Su Tian was his maternal grandfather, who had amassed considerable influence in the court, frequently obstructing his royal uncle, albeit to no avail. He was acutely aware that his continued safety over the years was due to his uncle's regard for him, as he had few relatives left in this world. I have troubled my uncle. Chu Chenfeng's demeanor remained unchanged. These matters are of little consequence. Then, may I wait for another 2 days? I wish to bid farewell to Sister Lan and the others properly, and I also hope to try again. Perhaps Li Taifu might agree. I shall grant you one more day. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the capital. Understood, thank you, uncle. The following morning, Li Mulan accompanied Hui Yu and Ruo and Chu Jia for breakfast, and after their meal, Qing Yu returned. Sister, you must be tired. Have a sip of water. Qing Yu took the cup Li Mulan offered. Have you finished? Everything is prepared, let us be on our way. Very well. Wait, Hui Yu and Ruo suddenly interrupted, calling for the waiter in a loud voice. Are all the provisions I requested ready? The waiter brought over 2 large food boxes, a fawning smile on his face. All set, young master. The food you requested has just come out of the pot and is still warm, would you care to take a look? Hui Yu and Ruo waved his hand dismissively. That will suffice, just give them to me. Then, striding away amidst Li Mulan's astonished gaze, he urged, let us hurry. Li Mulan turned to Chu Jia, who immediately shook his head, indicating he was unaware. As the group exited the inn, they spotted 2 horse-drawn carriages. Qing Yu explained, there are quite a few items, and one carriage could not accommodate them all, hence we prepared an additional one. Did we not say to sister to prepare less? After all, we won't be staying long. Qing Yu chuckled, I noticed that the clothes and shoes worn by Aunt and the others are quite worn out. I prepared a few extra outfits in accordance with their sizes. They will certainly be useful. Yet it seems excessive. Li Mulan pulled back the curtain of the rear carriage, revealing its stuff to the brim. It merely looks daunting, there are a few blankets and such. Their current ones are too meager, especially for old Master Li. We must not be too careless, the rest are all essential items. We shall be staying for a few days, and it is best to be as comfortable as possible. Li Mulan nodded in understanding. Sister, you are always so considerate. Oh dear, little Shishu, Qing Yu, can you not board the carriage? His food was getting cold. Why the rush? What is your hurry? Then her gaze flicked to his food boxes. Are you still hungry, bringing along 2 large boxes to eat on the way? Hui Yu and Ruo chose to ignore her. Once everyone was in the carriage, he urged the horses onward toward the outskirts of the city. Today, the Li family courtyard was less bustling, as most had gone to work, leaving only Li Tsong, the injured Li Shi, and Zhang Shi at home. Upon their arrival, Zhang Shi was the first to greet them. Why did you not rest a bit longer? You have come quite early. Li Mulan grasped Zhang Shi's hand. It is simply a habit, we used to rise early on the mountain. Just then, the beaming Li Shi emerged, asking, where is second uncle? He has gone to work as well, saying there are only a few days left, and to avoid unnecessary gossip. Today, Li Sun had gone to the mine, not truly to work, but rather to find Brother Bao and gather more information. Upon seeing Li Shi, Hui Yu and Ruo immediately retrieved 2 food boxes from the carriage. Look what I have prepared for you. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Hui Yu and Ruo wrinkled his nose in disdain. Open it and see. Li Shi, puzzled, opened one of the boxes to find it brimming with a variety of food, predominantly meat. He then opened the other box, which was similarly filled, albeit with different dishes. What is the meaning of this? Hui Yu and Ruo's eyes widened. What do you think it is? Food, did I not say I would bring you delicious things? These are all my favorites, plenty of meat, you, looking so thin you must eat more. Li Shi swallowed hard, he was indeed a bit hungry, but, I cannot possibly eat all of this. Do your best to eat more. Do you not wish to grow as tall and strong as I am? You must eat more meat, understand? He then pinched Li Shi's thin arm in distaste. When time allows, I will teach you some boxing techniques to strengthen your body. Your build lacks a bit for martial arts, but practicing a few sets will certainly enhance your physique. Really? Li Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The day Hui Yu and Ruo had taken him to display his lightness skill in the back mountain had left him in awe, filled with envy. Can I really learn? The advanced techniques are certainly beyond your grasp. You wouldn't be able to master them, the simpler ones, however, I can teach. Hearing Hui Yu and Ruo's teasing tone, Li Mulan shook her head helplessly. Letting Shi'er practice is not a bad idea. He is still young and has fallen behind in nutrition these past years, he needs to be properly taken care of and exercised. Zhang Shi also exhibited a worried expression upon hearing this. Indeed, at his age, your father was already quite tall. This child has suffered. Do not fret, mother. He is only 17, there is still time. I will ensure he receives proper nourishment. As long as you say it is fine, mother will naturally feel at ease. Just then, they noticed Qing Yu descending from one of the carriages, carrying a number of items. What are these? Li Mulan hurriedly explained, oh, those are all prepared by Sister Qing Yu, consisting of clothing and blankets. Although our time here is short, I fear you all are too underdressed and might fall ill. Zhang Shi expressed her gratitude towards Qing Yu, wanting to assist her. Qing Yu, thank you for considering us so thoughtfully. Qing Yu evaded Zhang Shi's reaching hands. Aunt, please chat with Xiaojiu. I can manage the stud if needed, Yuan Ruo is here as well, you need not tire yourself. Seeing this, Zhang Shi did not insist further. What a good girl, always so considerate. She could not help but wonder if she could matchmake for her. At her age, nearing 20 and still unmarried, Li Shi looked at the food boxes, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, it was far too much. Mother, you have not had breakfast either, come and eat a little with us. Hui Yu and Ruo immediately expressed concern upon hearing this. Aunt, you have not had breakfast? He then lifted one food box and presented it to Zhang Shi. How can one skip breakfast? It is not good for your health, right, little Shu? Li Mulan chuckled as she accepted the food box. What have you prepared? She opened it and was momentarily dumbfounded. Yuanruo, who eats roasted chicken and pork knuckles for breakfast? Chapter 59. Mother is quite happy. Hui Yuanruo wore an awkward expression. He glanced at the frail figure of Zhang Shi. Auntie, you are too thin, you should eat more meat to nourish yourself. Zhang Shi replied gently with a smile, alright, Auntie will take care of that. Li Mulan sighed, then, Mother, I shall go check on grandfather's leg. She then turned to Li Shi, I will also take a look at you later. Li Shi, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a meat bun in the other, both of which Hui Yuanruo had just given him, responded eagerly, okay, sister. Seeing his silly demeanor, Li Mulan couldn't help but chuckle, indeed, you ought to eat more. Li Shi's eyes brightened. If even his sister said he should eat more, it must be true. He took a hearty bite of the large chicken leg, savoring the delicious flavor, the tender meat, and the fresh juices. Li Mulan tapped lightly on Li Tsong's door with her small medicine box in hand. Grandfather, may I come in? Li Tsong attempted to rise but, recalling his son's admonitions from that morning, decided against it. Laner, please enter. With a beaming smile, Li Mulan stepped into the room. How do you feel today, grandfather? Are you all right? Li Tsong's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Li Mulan cautiously propped him up slightly, placing 2 pillows behind him for added comfort. I was previously devoid of sensation, which caused me daily worry. Now, I can feel again, yet the pain is unbearable, Li Tsong replied with a hint of resignation in his laughter. Li Mulan retrieved several bottles of medicine from her box, poured out a few pills from each, and handed them to Li Kong. Without questioning, he took them. Li Mulan promptly poured a cup of water and offered it to him, feeling pain is a good sign, otherwise, this leg would truly become troublesome. Li Tsong took a couple of sips of water, indeed. I am here to examine your wound. We must proceed with acupuncture and change the dressing, which will inevitably cause some discomfort. Li Tsong responded gently, do not worry, grandfather can endure. Li Mulan lifted the visibly thin and old quilt on Li Tsong's bed, realizing once more how well Qingyu had arranged things. This quilt was wholly inadequate for warmth. She carefully unwrapped the white cloth around Li Tsong's knee and gently wiped it with an alcohol-soaked strip, nodding as she observed the noticeably swollen area. The recovery seems quite good. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on Li Tsong's forehead, yet compared to yesterday, the pain had significantly lessened. Moreover, for him, the sensation of pain was far more reassuring than the absence of feeling. Li Mulan extracted a silver needle and swiftly inserted it at the acupoints. This leg had been immobile for 2 years. Recovery could not rely solely on medication but required acupuncture for complete healing. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. After removing the last needle, Li Mulan sighed in relief. Grandfather, this acupuncture will need to be administered for 7 consecutive days. Afterward, we will adjust based on your recovery. Li Tsong also breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Li Mulan then reapplied the medicine and bandaged Li Tsong's leg just as Qingyu knocked on the door at the appointed time. Come in. Qingyu entered with a tray, bowing respectfully to Li Tsong. Is it about time? I have brewed some ginseng tea for the elder. Li Mulan nodded. Indeed, grandfather, your constitution is a bit weak, drinking some ginseng tea would be beneficial. Li Tsong, not wanting to be overly formal with his granddaughter, readily agreed. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with Laner. Look at what you say, grandfather. Are we not family? Just as she was about to tidy up the medicine box, she noticed that Qingyu had already taken care of it. She then called out to Hui Yuanruo in the yard, Yuan, bring in a new quilt. All right. Hui Yuanruo hurriedly fetched a new quilt from the cart. Upon entering, he found Li Mulan just finishing stowing away the old one. That he approached cautiously to cover Li Tsong, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. Li Tsong looked pleased and inquired, how old are you, Yuanruo? 19, Hui Yuanruo answered, slightly taken aback, as Li Mulan had spoken for him. Li Tsong nodded. I just heard you all discussing outside about teaching sheer martial arts? Hui Yuanruo, fearing his little master uncle would interject, quickly replied, yes, Li Shi's physique is too weak. I plan to teach him a couple of sets of exercises to strengthen his body. Oh, it seems Yuanruo possesses formidable martial skills? As Li Tsong was fond of his granddaughter's apprentice, he took a keen interest. Hui Yuanruo's pride swelled. In the martial world, I am quite renowned now, and I even have a rather impressive title. Oh? Li Tsong's interest piqued. What title? The Demon King Hui Dedeo. Li Tsong's expression stiffened as he glanced awkwardly at Li Mulan, who was stifling her laughter. Well, that is indeed quite impressive. Hui Yuanruo, hearing this, became even prouder. Yes, it is quite impressive. However, I still need to work hard. My master is far more skilled than I am. If I want to defeat him, I must train diligently. Li Tsong looked at him with curiosity. Defeat your master? Hui Yuanruo nodded emphatically. Yes, defeating my master is my ultimate goal. Well, that is indeed a lofty aspiration. One day I will certainly achieve it. Then my master will no longer be able to discipline me at will. Hui Yuanruo envisioned the day he would accomplish his goal, imagining the envious expressions of Situ Tianming, and burst into laughter. Li Mulan sighed, rubbing her forehead, wondering who he resembled so much. Grandfather, you should rest. I will step out for a moment to check on Sheer. She placed the ginseng tea by the bedside. Remember to drink this. Li Song nodded affectionately, all right, do not mind me. Go about your business. Li Mulan pulled the still chuckling Hui Yuanrua out of the room, all right, you should go help Sister Qingyu, stop dawdling here. Oh, all right. Seeing Qingyu bustling about, Zhang Shi attempted to assist but was gently dismissed. Hui Yuanrua bounced over. Sheer, come inside, sister will check on you. Zhang Shi, hearing this, immediately approached, yes, go to your mother's room, she wants to see too. For the past few days, Li Shi had been avoiding his mother, fearing she would notice. Now, feeling somewhat awkward, he stammered, Mother, please don't look, you're not a doctor, sister can check on me just fine. Zhang Shi, growing anxious, retorted, do you really think your mother is oblivious? What do you mean you sprained your ankle? It's evident that you're injured. If you let me see, I can rest assured, if you don't, I will worry endlessly. Li Shi looked at Li Mulan, feeling troubled, she reassured him, it's alright, just some superficial injuries. They are almost healed. If mother wants to take a look, let her this way, she won't keep fretting and overthinking. Then, fine. Zhang Shi playfully smacked Li Shi on the back of his head, so now my words carry no weight? You 1T listen until your sister speaks, truly, I've raised you for nothing. With that, she stormed into the room. Li Shi nervously rubbed his head, sister, is mother angry? Li Mulan chuckled softly, she is not angry. Mother is quite happy. Oh dear, what a silly little brother he was. Chapter 60, was it your uncle who forced you to return? Upon entering the room, Li Shi felt a bit uncomfortable, as the two women stared at him intently. Though they were his family, it was hard to shake off a sense of unease. Zhang expressed her impatience, what are you dawdling for, take off your clothes. Li Shi, feeling bashful, replied, Mother. Zhang, exasperated, said, you are my child. What part of you have I not seen, hurry up, stop lingering. Li Shi looked towards his sister for help, and Li Mulan straightened her expression, I am a doctor. At once, Li Shi hung his head in defeat, hesitantly shedding his outer garments. He then cast a timid glance at the two women, closed his eyes, and removed his shirt. Although he had injuries on his legs, the majority of his wounds were concentrated on his back, and he had no intention of removing his trousers. Seeing his bashful demeanor amused Li Mulan, who glanced at Zhang, only to find her frozen in shock at the sight of Li Shi's injuries. Once she regained her composure, she covered her mouth and began to weep. Li Shi, noticing this, anxiously patted Zhang, oh, mother, please don't cry, I told you not to look, and now you see. You wretched child, how did you end up with all these injuries? I've told you countless times to be careful outside, how on earth did this happen? Zhang reached out to touch his wounds but hesitated, fearing it would cause him pain. Li Mulan wrapped her arm around Zhang's shoulders, mother, do not worry. The injuries on Sheer look severe, but they haven't affected the bones, they are merely superficial wounds. Rest assured, in a few days, they will scab over. Zhang, understanding her children's concern for her, wiped her tears, but with so many wounds, won't there be scars? Mother, I am a man. What does it matter if I have a few scars, it's nothing to worry about, Li Shi said nonchalantly, as they would be hidden beneath his clothing. Do not fret, mother, the divine physician Valley has a scar-removing ointment that is unparalleled. When the time comes, I will go to the Valley Master and ask for some, I assure you, not a single scar will remain. Really? Of course it's true, the Valley Master is quite fond of me, and I'm certain he will grant my request. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, followed by a gentle voice, Yuanrua, be careful. How can you still be tripping at your age? Ha, it's nothing, Hui Yuanrua, a person of great internal strength, could hear the conversation inside despite it not being intentional. His little junior uncle was rather shameless. What had she just said? The Valley Master is fond of her. Had she forgotten how she was chased by the Valley Master with a knife last year? Inside, Li Mulan cleared her throat, feeling a bit awkward. You're recovering well. I'll continue applying the ointment, but you can stop taking the medicine. She then produced 2 porcelain bottles for him. The black bottle contains pills to be taken twice daily after meals. The white bottle is for your bodily recovery, to be taken 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Li Shi carefully accepted the porcelain bottles, marveling at their exquisite craftsmanship and silky texture. Sister, I promise to follow your instructions and take my medicine on time. Li Mulan felt a swell of affection for her obedient brother, sensing a special bond that, despite years of separation, remained intact. I currently only have 1 bottle of the white medicine. You can use this for now. Once I gather all the herbs, I will prepare more. In truth, the old phoenix's little returning pill was even better, but that old man was likely still angry with her and would be unwilling to give it. Thank you, sister. Li Shi cherished the 2 porcelain bottles, grinning at how kind his sister was. Seeing the closeness between the siblings softened Zhang's heart, her eyes involuntarily moistening once more. Chu Jie sought out Li Song but ultimately did not receive the answers he desired. However, with the plan laid out by his royal uncle, he felt more assured and was less disheartened. Upon returning, he informed Li Mulan and the others about his impending departure. Leaving, so soon? Li Mulan was taken aback, but upon reflection, it was only natural. After all, such a young child could not remain away from home for long. One's family had come searching for him. Chu Jie felt a pang of reluctance. Yes, I have been out for quite some time, it is time to return. Hui Yuanrua appeared somewhat displeased. Is it your uncle who is forcing you to go back? Chu Jie obediently replied, my uncle is only looking out for my best interests. Humph, looking out for your best interests? He seems much harsher than even my master. Little Jie, tell me honestly, did your uncle seize your parents' inheritance, which is why you, Li Mulan, kicked him? Do you ever keep your mouth shut? What nonsense are you spouting? They are family, do not try to sow discord. Hui Yuanruo was merely reluctant to let Chu Jie go. I was just joking, I'm worried about little Jie being bullied. It hasn't been long, and now he has to leave, who knows when we might see each other again. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Mulan and Qingyu exchanged glances, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed, it was possible they might not meet again. Noticing the expressions of the group, Chu Jie immediately understood their thoughts and smiled. Sister Lan, Sister Qingyu, Brother Yuanruo, we will not lose touch. My home is in the capital, are you not also going to the capital? We shall soon meet again. Hui Yuanruo's eyes lit up. Really, your home is also in the capital? Where in the capital? Leave me your address, I'll come find you once we arrive. Chu Jie hesitated. Brother Yuanruo, when you arrive in the capital, I'll come to find you, so don't worry. Li Mulan and Qingyu exchanged looks but remained silent. Hui Yuanruo was not pleased. What, aren't we friends? Is it not acceptable to know where your home is? Are you afraid we will come looking for you? Chu Jie quickly waved his hands, looking anxiously at Li Mulan. No. It is just that my family situation is a bit special. I fear it may cause you trouble. I truly consider you my friends, Sister Lan, please believe me. Seeing the urgency in his demeanor, Li Mulan gently patted his head. Your brother Yuanruo was just joking. Did you really take him seriously? Since we can meet in the capital, that is the best outcome. Will you be able to find us once we arrive? Chu Jie nodded happily. Yes, rest assured, as long as you arrive in the capital, I will surely find out. Then that is settled. Li Mulan took out a small black porcelain bottle from her bag. Little Jie, I want to pry into your background, but I know it must be extraordinary. Here are a few detoxification pills for you to keep, just in case. Chu Jie's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister Lan chapter 61 Lalas as thieves. Li Mulan pinched the small face of the child. You mustn't tell me you wish to cry, for your brother Yuanruo would surely mock you. Chu Jie sniffled, murmuring softly, I am not. Hui Yuanruo gazed at the child, his heart brimming with reluctance. He pondered over what he could gift him. Much like his little martial uncle, he had found himself lacking in worthy possessions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Like the wind, he dashed back to his room and swiftly returned. Little Jie, I possess nothing of great value, but here, take this. It is a dagger forged from black iron, a gift from my master during my childhood. It can cut through iron like mud. Keep it for self-defense. I have heard that some prominent families harbor many dangers, and you, being so young, could easily be bullied. Moved, Chu Jie accepted the dagger. Though his treasury was filled with countless treasures, this dagger was truly incomparable to them. However, he vowed to cherish it deeply. Thank you, Brother Yuanruo. Seeing this, Qingyu expressed some regret. Little Jie, I truly have nothing of note to offer you. When do you depart tomorrow? I shall prepare some homemade provisions for you to take along on your journey. Thank you, Sister Qingyu. I adore the delicious food you make. I shall set off at the end of the Chen hour tomorrow. Qingyu gently ruffled his hair. Very well, I shall prepare for you in advance. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Jie reluctantly departed to visit his imperial uncle. Chu Chenfeng lay languidly on a soft couch, his eyes closed in repose. When Chu Jie entered, he did not even open his eyes. What is it? Are you reluctant to leave? Chu Jie, feeling dejected, took a seat on a nearby chair, his shoulders slumped, clutching the items given to him by Li Mulan and Hui Yuanruo. Chu Chenfeng slowly opened his eyes and, upon noticing the familiar porcelain vial in the child's hand, was reminded of his first encounter with Li Mulan 8 years ago, when she had similarly explained that she had saved him while holding such a vial. What is that? A gift from a new friend? A smile lit up Chu Jie's face as he nodded enthusiastically. Yes, this dagger was given to me by Brother Yuanruo, and this is an antidote pill from Sister Lan. Chu Chenfeng extended his hand, and Chu Jie, somewhat puzzled, passed the items over, thinking his uncle wished to examine them. Chu Chenfeng first took the dagger. This item, there are far superior ones in the palace, is it truly worthy of your delight? He casually returned it and inspected the porcelain vial. Chu Jie, feeling displeased, carefully retrieved the dagger and tucked it into his embrace. It cannot be compared. Brother Yuanruo said this dagger was given to him by his master during his childhood, and it holds great significance. Uncle, you wouldn't understand. Chu Chenfeng chuckled coldly, playing with the vial in his hand. The antidote pill is indeed a fine item. The antidote from the Divine Physician Valley was notoriously difficult to procure. Chu Jie immediately beamed with excitement. Right, Sister Lan gave it to me, it must be a good thing. However, Chu Chenfeng placed the vial on the table beside him. You won't have any use for this. It is confiscated. Chu Jie looked at his uncle in disbelief. This was a gift from Sister Lan. How could his uncle act in such a manner? Uncle. Chu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow. That was given to me by Sister Lan. I know. Then it is meant for me. You said so. Chu Jie, seething with anger, retorted, how can you take my things? Take? Chu Chenfeng's imposing gaze fell upon him, causing the small figure of Chu Jie to tremble involuntarily. Yet, for the sake of Sister Lan's gift, he bravely held his uncle's gaze. Ha, you've truly grown bolder, leave. Upon hearing his uncle's indifferent tone, Chu Jie initially wanted to persist, but Chu Chenfeng offered him no opportunity. Do not make me repeat myself. Chu Jie cast a sorrowful glance at the porcelain vial, a present from Sister Lan. If only he had not boasted about it in front of his uncle, he regretted it immensely, sobbing quietly. Well, if his uncle desires it, let him have it. Once they reached the capital, he would find a chance for Sister Lan to gift him a few more vials. The following morning, Li Mulan and her companions rose early and accompanied Chu Jie for breakfast. As they prepared to depart, there was yet another round of heartfelt farewells, and it was only after Xingyi urged them thrice that Chu Jie finally boarded the carriage with the boxes of food prepared by Qingyu. Inside the carriage, Chu Chenfeng sat with poise. Chu Jie, upon seeing him, puffed up his cheeks in irritation, turning his small face away. Chu Chenfeng, unfazed by the childless rare display of petulance, observed the sizable food boxes. You've certainly gathered quite a bounty. Humph, this is all from my sister Qingyu. Will you be able to finish it all? Upon hearing this, Chu Jie felt a surge of anxiety and moved the food boxes beside him, fearing his uncle would snatch them away again. Chu Chenfeng let out a cold snort. Ambitious. Humph, I am not ambitious, yet you took my things yesterday. You have no use for them. That is still mine. I will provide you with better things in the future. I do not want that. It was given to me by Sister Lan. Thus, the two maintained a stubborn stare, locked in a stalemate. Yet, how could Chu Jie stand against Chu Chenfeng? He soon found himself at a disadvantage. Upon reaching the city outskirts, Chu Chenfeng disembarked from the carriage. Xing Er will escort you back. Once home, take care, do not let anyone bully you, and do not bring shame upon me. Chu Jie lowered his head. Understood. If those old fools dare to make you suffer again, learn to fight back, understand? Understood. Chu Chenfeng sighed, ruffling the child's hair. If you need anything, seek Gu Changqing. Chu Jie's eyes reddened. I understand, uncle. When will you return to the capital? Soon, rest assured. He then gave a knowing glance to Xing Er, who immediately understood. Young master, we must take our leave. Chu Jie glanced at Chu Chenfeng and nodded. The little boy sat alone in the carriage, his nose tinged with a hint of sadness. He drew back the carriage curtain and looked back. The man stood still, watching him. He sniffed, revealing a smile, feeling warmth in his heart. In the following days, Li Mulan visited the Li residents daily, often sharing meals with them, their familial bond growing far closer than it had been upon their initial recognition. Meanwhile, Hui Yuanrua and Li Shi's relationship flourished, with him visiting nightly, bringing food and teaching him martial arts. Brother Hua, is my posture correct? You must exert some strength, otherwise, it is merely for show, pretty but ineffective. Suddenly recalling something, he added, but perhaps it is better not to exert too much. Your injury has yet to heal fully, and if you strain yourself, it would be disastrous for me. Understood, I shall practice the movements first. Very well. Hui Yuanrua reclined against a tree trunk, munching on a pear, relishing the process of teaching Chu Jie, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was quite delightful to have a disciple. He wished to take on a few more in the future for fun. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the Li residence. Oh no, thieves. With that, he leapt away, not forgetting to caution Li Shi, stay hidden, do not come out. Chapter 62. The assassination. Li Shi stared blankly in the direction where Hui Yuan had departed. Once he regained his senses, his pupils dilated in alarm, and without heeding Hui Yuan's instructions, he dashed back frantically. Meanwhile, Qingyu rushed to find Li Mulan, her expression fraught with urgency. Li Mulan opened the door, astonished to see Qingyu. Sister, what brings you here at this late hour? She had been preparing for bed. Uncle Zhang has arrived, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Li Mulan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she donned her outer garments and stepped out. Zhang Yi, clad in a grey long robe, appeared travel-worn and weary, clearly having been on the road for some time. Uncle Zhang. Upon seeing Li Mulan, Zhang Yi quickly advanced. Mistress. Li Mulan offered him support, her countenance tense as she inquired, what has transpired? Why are you here? Without elaborating, Zhang Yi handed her a letter. This is a missive from Alliance leader Situd. He intended to come personally but was detained by pressing matters. Upon receiving this letter, I deemed it imperative to deliver it myself without delay. After reading the letter, Li Mulan's face fell in horror. Members of the Assassin Alliance? This is dire. Without wasting a moment, she and Qingyu exited the INN.AT. That moment, the city gates were shut, and Qingyu activated her lightness skill, leading Li Mulan swiftly outside the city. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle, with the family members taking refuge in Li Tsung's quarters. Father, what on earth is happening? Why would someone attempt an assassination? Li Yi's face was etched with anxiety. Zhang's body trembled uncontrollably. Shir is not in the house, I have no idea where he is gone. Li Tsung's expression darkened, as though a realization had struck him, yet he remained silent. Li Sun remained focused on the situation outside. Who are those protecting us? Li Tsung sighed and closed his eyes. It must be the regent's men. The regent? Li Sun gasped, astonished that his father, bedridden for years, had established any connection with the regent. What about the letter? When Hui Yuan arrived, he was bewildered by the fierce conflict unfolding before him, unsure of who was friend and who was foe. Nevertheless, he rushed toward Li Tsung's quarters, dispatching anyone who obstructed his path with a swift kick. The door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, startling those inside. Upon recognizing Hui Yuan, they collectively sighed in relief. Yuanrua, what brings you here? Hui Yuan scanned the group. Are you all unharmed? Li Sen replied, we are fine. What about you? Hui Yuan scratched his head. I happen to be nearby. He then looked towards the courtyard. Second uncle, what is happening here? Li Sun shook his head. We do not know. A group of black-clad individuals suddenly stormed the courtyard, intent on attacking us. Then another group emerged, seemingly to protect us. Hui Yuan felt overwhelmed. In this darkness, I cannot discern which side to assist. Suddenly, several long arrows whistled through the air. Hui Yuan's expression shifted, and with a swift motion of his blade, he severed the arrows mid-flight. He glared at the assailants outside. Who dares to ambush me? Have you not heard of the reputation of Hui Dao? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess today. Charging towards the source of the arrows, Hui Yuan employed his lightness skill and soared forward with his sword drawn. Before long, he had dispatched several hidden black-clad figures. The leader of the black-clad men, upon hearing Hui Yuan's words, exhibited a discernible change in demeanor and swiftly signaled for a retreat. Observing the fleeing assailants, Hui Yuan refrained from pursuing them, his concern for the safety of the Li family paramount. As he entered the courtyard and surveyed the fallen bodies, he kicked one in frustration and turned to the remaining black-clad figures. Who are you? One of the leaders inclined his head slightly toward Hui Yuan. By order of our master, we are here to protect the Li family. And who is your master? Li Sun emerged from the building. The black-clad men fell silent, standing in a neat row without moving an inch. Hui Yuan furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the taciturn Xing'er, with whom he had clashed at Baihua Tower, resembling a wooden post in his silence. Father! Mother! Li Shi rushed back, panting heavily. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Hui Yuan clicked his tongue and stepped forward to pull him up. Did I not instruct you to hide? Who permitted you to return? I was worried about home. Share. Zhang rushed out from the house, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her son. Thank goodness you were safe. You nearly gave your mother a fright. Such commotion had drawn the attention of the surrounding villagers, yet none dared to approach, for they were merely common folk. To step forward would be tantamount to courting death. When the other family members arrived, sensing something was amiss, they found the chaos had already subsided. Li Sun was surprised that the first to arrive was his fourth uncle, a man typically stern and humorless, now brandishing a hoe and appearing disheveled, evoking a sense of compassion. What is happening? Fourth uncle, he then glanced at the other uncles and brothers who had arrived, similarly armed. We are uncertain. The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. Qingyu and Li Mulan had arrived. Little master uncle. La Ner. Li Mulan stepped forward, grasping Zhang's hand before addressing the family. Is anyone injured? Li shook his head. No, thankfully. His gaze fell on the remaining black-clad figures. Thanks to Yuan Ruo, we are all unharmed. What brings you here? Li Mulan sighed in relief, reassuringly patting Zhang's hand. I just received urgent news that the imperial decree from the capital was intercepted, and all those tasked with delivering it were killed. The group gasped in shock. How could this happen? Regardless of the reason, it is evident that someone wishes to prevent your return. I feared for your safety, hence I rushed here overnight. Li Huan's hand trembled as he clutched the hoe, glancing at Li Tsong's quarters. Ultimately, he remained silent. Li Sun regarded his uncles, to my second, third, fourth, and fifth uncles, as well as my brothers. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance today. I suggest you return home for now. We shall clarify the situation before involving you further. Li Liang waved his hand, casting a glance at Li Tsong's quarters before departing with his hoe in hand. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Gradually leaving, Hui Yuan recounted the events he had witnessed to Li Mulan, who then turned to the group of black-clad figures. You all remain here. Do you have any further business? To protect the Li family. And your master. He shall arrive shortly. Li Mulan's eyes brightened as she looked at Li Yi and the others. This brother means to say that your master is on his way. Indeed. Li Sun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Just moments ago, Li Tsong had suggested these individuals might be the regent's men, and indeed, the regent was currently in Shangyun City. Would this prince truly come? Why, what could the Li family possibly possess that would attract his attention? Chapter 63 of Beauty. It's you. Li Mulan turned to Zhang Shi. Mother, please return to your room and rest. Zhang Shi clutched Li Mulan's hand tightly, her fear palpable. Li Mulan glanced at the equally frightened Li Shi, who, upon noticing her concern, hurriedly approached to support his mother. Mother, allow me to escort you back. Rest assured, all is well now. Though he himself was equally terrified. I shall go check on grandfather, Li Mulan declared as she entered Li Tsong's room. Li Tsong's expression was somewhat grim, though it did not appear to stem from fear. Later. Grandfather, how are you? Were you frightened? Li Tsong waved his hand dismissively. Though I am advanced in years, I am not so easily unsettled. Li Mulan hesitated for a moment, and Li Tsong, noticing her reticence, chuckled softly. It's nothing. Ask whatever you wish. Does grandfather know who seeks to bring ruin upon the Li family? Li Tsong's eyes glimmered with coldness. I have some suspicions. Master. The figures clad in black in the courtyard all knelt, their sudden movement startling those within the room. Li Tsong remained composed, reclining as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Later, you should step outside. I have matters to discuss with these individuals. As Li Mulan exited the room, she found herself face to face with the strikingly handsome Chu Chunfeng. Today, he had not donned a disguise, his black python robe exuded an air of nobility, and his imposing presence caused everyone to instinctively take a few steps back. However, Li Mulan was unfazed. Ah, beauty, it's you. Her words elicited shock from everyone present, save for Hui Yuanruo, who simply watched the unfolding drama with an amused expression. Xing'er, standing behind, pursed his lips, bemused by Li Mulan's audacity. Chu Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged as he cast a cursory glance at Li Mulan, then strode past her into Li Tsong's room. Xing'er promptly shut the door behind him, standing guard at the entrance, clearly indicating a desire for privacy regarding their conversation. Li Mulan pouted, so aloof. Well, it's often the case that handsome men carry such an air. At that moment, two figures stood before Qingyu and Hui Yuanruo. Might I request the two of you to step aside? Hui Yuanruo, assuming a defiant stance, retorted, what do you mean? I intend to remain right here. What can you do about it? You are requested to wait outside the courtyard. What, is this some sort of targeting? Hui Yuanruo quickly realized that stepping outside would prevent him from overhearing the conversation within, and only he and Qingyu possessed such capability, thus making them the focus of attention. Enough, Yuanruo. My grandfather has important matters to discuss. You and sister should step outside. Qingyu, somewhat anxious, asked, and what about you? These individuals, fret not, all will be well. Qingyu nodded and proceeded toward the courtyard, while Hui Yuanruo remained reluctant, grumbling, what is this? Being ushered away like some fool. Nevertheless, with Li Mulan's instruction, he merely grumbled a bit more. Li Sun approached Li Mulan, seizing her arm. Laner, do you know the regent? Li Mulan shook her head. I encountered him once on my journey to Mo. There was a minor incident, but I did not realize he was the regent. Li Yi's face was etched with concern. What do you think father and the prince are discussing? Li Yun shared in the worry. Li Mulan wore a mischievous smile. I never anticipated that the so-called cold-faced Yama, the regent, would be so strikingly handsome. Li Xin and the others were taken aback, stepping back a few paces. Do not speak so recklessly. Just moments ago, when she had referred to the regent as beauty, the Li family members had nearly collapsed from fright. How could this girl be so forgetful? Li Mulan stuck out her tongue, feeling inexplicably that the figure of the regent had seemed familiar as he passed by her. She turned to Xing'er, standing rigidly, and remarked, Hey, brother, is that gentleman's arm completely healed now? Xing'er inclined his head respectfully. Thanks to the young lady, it is now well. Ha, it was but a small effort. Besides, you did pay for it, did you not? Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Hui Yuanruo regarded Xing'er with a puzzled expression. Xingyu, do you not find that person vaguely familiar? Xingyu lifted her gaze slightly. We encountered him on our journey to Mo. I'm not referring to that instance. It's just, I feel I've seen him elsewhere. Inside the room, Li Tsong and Chu Chenfeng faced each other, one half reclining on the bed, the other seated upright on the edge of a chair. Li Taifu, it has been many years. You have aged considerably. Thanks to the prince's grace, I am still here. Detecting the underlying resentment in his tone, Chu Chenfeng smiled, and your leg, is it still incapacitated? Humph, I shall not disappoint the prince. My granddaughter is quite skilled in medicine, I shall soon be as spry as ever. Oh, impressive indeed. Of course. Observing the stubborn old man, still as obstinate as ever, Chu Chenfeng felt a pang of nostalgia, wishing that nothing had changed, that his elder brother were still alive. Seeing him in silence, Li Tsong felt a bit awkward. Why would a noble prince come to such a place? Just to take a look. Look at what? To see how many of your proud bones have been broken. Ha 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 ha, Li Tsong laughed heartily, and how do I fare now? Chu Chenfeng shook his head in disappointment. It seems the hardships of Mo are not as severe as I had imagined. The others outside exchanged glances upon hearing Li Tsong's boisterous laughter. Li Mulan's curiosity was piqued. I wonder what grandfather is discussing with the regent, they appear quite merry. Li Yi and the others shared a look of confusion. How could their father be so familiar with the regent? Chu Chenfeng gazed at the old man's jovial expression, feeling a sense of discomfort. You must be aware that the imperial decree granting clemency to the Li family has been seized, and those who came to convey it were all slaughtered. Li Tsong's demeanor shifted, his eyelids lowering slightly. I have heard. Do you have nothing to say to me? Chu Chenfeng's eyes narrowed dangerously. Li Tsong remained unfazed. The guilty minister does not comprehend what the prince is implying. Ha, Chu Chenfeng rose, moving to the dilapidated window and opening it. Do you wish for your Li family to become extinct? Li Tsong's head snapped up, glaring at Chu Chenfeng. Are you threatening me? Humph, Li Tsong, it seems you have been here so long that your wits have fled. Furious, Li Tsong clenched his teeth. Then there is no need for the prince to trouble himself. Do you believe that with just yourself or your recently acknowledged granddaughter, you can be free from worries? Li Tsong, you truly are growing old. Li Tsong's eyes turned bloodshot. If not, who else could I rely on? The prince. Where were you 13 years ago? Chu Chenfeng fell silent. Indeed, 13 years ago, Li Tsong had sent word to the military, but alas, 13 years ago, it was my fault. Ha, what merit does a guilty minister possess to receive such acknowledgement from the prince? Li Tsong's face was filled with bitterness. In those days, Chu Chenfeng paused, let bygones be bygones. Now I ask you, are you willing to trust me once more? Li Tsong's lips trembled. In truth, he harbored trust from the moment he learned that Chu Chenfeng had sought to vindicate the late crown prince, from the knowledge that he had cared for the crown prince's orphan and relinquished the throne to him, to this moment when he personally arrived in Mo. Yet, he still bore resentment toward the devouring imperial power. His once unwavering faith had crumbled in that instant, and sometimes he questioned whether his perseverance was right or wrong. Chapter 64 A Willing or Reluctant? You, my granddaughter, possess remarkable abilities I firmly believe that even in my absence, you would be capable of leading your kin away from the desolate north and into a new life. However, do you truly wish to forsake your identity and live in obscurity for the rest of your days, Li Tsong? Are you truly willing? What of your clansmen and family, are they willing? Li Tsong let out a bitter smile. My lord, is there truly a need for such hostility? I do not wish to coerce you, merely. Chu Chenfeng gazed out of the window, his eyes deepening with a hint of reluctance. Not having heard the latter part of Chu Chenfeng's words, Li Tsong chose not to inquire further inside. What are your true intentions concerning the Li family? Chu Chenfeng turned to face him, his expression inscrutable. The current court of Da Chu requires cleansing. I desire the Li family to return to power. To become a mere tool in your hands? Chu Chenfeng chuckled. Li Taifu was a man of letters, ill-suited to wield such a tool. What then? To rectify the court, the bloody work shall be mine to undertake. The rest shall depend on Li Taifu. Before I consent to your proposal, I hope you can answer 2 questions with utmost honesty. Please proceed. Firstly, do you truly possess no interest in the imperial throne? Ha ha, Li Tsong, you are indeed. After all these years, with your elder brother long gone, you still hold him dear, even wishing to protect his offspring. Li Tsong's expression remained unchanged. My lord need only answer me. Chu Chenfeng suddenly felt a pang of envy for his brother. Even after so many years, he still had someone willing to safeguard his legacy, unlike himself, who had lost all familial ties upon his brother's demise. With a look of disdain, Chu Chenfeng replied, I have no interest in the throne, nor do I desire it. What merit lies in being an emperor, trapped in that position for life, living in solitude? I abhor being fettered, and I am destined to be estranged from that seat. Born into royalty, and yet devoid of ambition for the throne? Li Tsong shook his head with a smile. Only you would be so. Were I given a choice, I would never, born into this royal family. He even harbored a profound aversion. Regarding the death of the late emperor, Li Tsong clenched his jaw. I wish to know. He trusted Chu Chenfeng, yet to return to the court, he needed clarity on many matters. Chu Chenfeng's gaze deepened with meaning. Do you suspect me? I do not. Chu Chenfeng seemed to recall the past. Fomer, it cannot be true, can it? At the tender age of 17, Chu Chenfeng gazed darkly at the emperor, his own father. The evidence lies before you, yet you refuse to believe? The emperor suddenly coughed up blood, causing the palace maids and eunuchs to panic and summon the physician. Only Chu Chenfeng remained unmoved, coldly observing the emperor. It was my fault. My is gone. My suspicions have harmed him. It is you who has harmed your brother. He devoted himself to you and the people, yet your doubts outweighed years of father-son affection. Upon hearing these words, the emperor coughed up blood once more and fell into unconsciousness. Your Highness? Li Tsong inquired anxiously, fearing Chu Chenfeng might have taken some irretrievable action. Chu Chenfeng replied, somewhat displeased. Rest assured, he died of illness. I did not intervene. If it were he would not allow such a swift demise. He would ensure the emperor lived to repent. Li Tsong exhaled in relief, smiling at the audacity of this young man. Chu Chenfeng then locked eyes with him. Now, should you not divulge something to me? Who, exactly, fears your return to the capital? What secrets do you harbor? Li Tsong's gaze grew clouded as he pondered, eventually sighing, alas, should I rely solely on myself? I fear I may take the answers to my grave. I must leave it to you, your highness. Chu Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged. I am eager to hear more. The late crown prince did not die by his own hand. As the words fell, the room grew silent as a pin drop. Chu Chenfeng's countenance darkened, fixing an intense stare upon Li Kang. He had suspected this before. His brother, so proud and wise, could not have simply given up after being imprisoned for over 3 years. Yet, he had investigated thoroughly, time and again, and all evidence pointed to suicide. What proof do you possess? I have no proof. Then why? Chu Chenfeng's voice grew hoarse, struggling to contain his emotions. Li Tsong recounted the events of that year in precise detail. After the incident, he had sought every means to enter the crown prince's residence and had met with the late crown prince, Chu Chenyu. Teacher, what brings you here? The crown prince was evidently surprised by Li Tsong's visit. The usually stern and upright teacher, dressed in servant's garb, appeared anxious, softening the crown prince's demeanor. I was worried, your highness. What is truly happening? There are rumors circulating that you are plotting against the emperor. The crown prince's expression darkened. Do you believe such nonsense? Of course not. Thus, your highness, what shall we do now? The situation is quite unfavorable for us. Chu Chenyu patted Li Tsong on the shoulder. Do not fret, teacher. I have a plan. I intend to unearth all those hidden in the shadows. But, he cast a remorseful glance at Li Tsong. This may take some time. Have you discovered anything? Who is sowing discord between you and the emperor? Who else could it be? Aside from my treacherous uncle, there is no other. Prince Chang? Li Tsong pondered for a moment and found it not surprising, but that is not all. Alone, Prince Chang could not have caught me off guard. Li Tsong was taken aback. You mean, those close to me? A traitor? Have you identified who it is? Li Tsong gasped, mentally enumerating their circle, yet still could not guess who it might be. Chu Chenyu pressed his lips together, refraining from elaborating further. Do not worry, teacher. I will handle this matter myself. However, I fear I have implicated you. Li Tsong shook his head. Do not speak of implicating. Before long, the late emperor's decree regarding the Li family's punishment was issued. The entire clan was exiled to the desolate north, a cruel fate indeed. Before departing, Li Tsong had no opportunity to see the crown prince once more, yet he understood that the late crown prince, perhaps himself in peril, was also secretly investigating the truth of the matter, and his circumstances were likely no better than his own. Chapter 65 The counterattack. After Li Tsong finished speaking, Chu Chenfeng remained silent for an extended period. Your Highness? Li Tsong, unable to contain his impatience, noted how this young man had truly matured. He could no longer see through him. Is it for this reason that you believe my elder brother did not hang himself? Li Tsong, people can change. My brother has been in captivity for over 3 years. Perhaps he discovered nothing, leading him into deep despair. Impossible. Li Tsong's expression turned grave. I know for certain that the former crown prince would never do such a thing. Chu Chenfeng ceased to speak, simply gazing at him quietly for a long while. This matter, I shall handle it. For he had never believed that his illustrious brother would take his own life. Then Li Taifu need only assist the emperor in stabilizing the court. There is no need for further concern, just know that I will spare none who harmed my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the man turned and left, emanating an aura of danger that startled even the attendant opening the door. What had happened to the master? The other members of the Li family outside took a step back upon witnessing such a Chu Chenfeng, except for Li Mulan. What had transpired between this man and their grandfather? His presence was even more intimidating than before, as if he were a predator about to pounce. Chu Chenfeng did not cast his gaze upon anyone, leaving directly. The dark-clad figures in the courtyard followed suit, and within moments, the Li family's small courtyard returned to tranquility. It was Li Sun who first regained his composure, hastening into the house. Father? Li Tsong had yet to recover from the earlier turmoil, his demeanor tinged with sorrow. Father, are you all right? Li Yi inquired with concern. Li Tsong turned to his 3 sons, waving his hand dismissively. I am fine, do not worry. Seeing their father in such a state, the brothers swallowed their questions, deciding to wait until the morrow to speak. Hua Yuanruo, watching the retreating figure, huffed indignantly, relying on power to bully the weak. How despicable. Qingyu patted Hua Yuanruo's shoulder. Enough, the regent of the Great Chu is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Hua Yuanruo recalled something and dashed to Li Mulan's side. Little master uncle, those dark-clad individuals were indeed from the Assassin's Alliance. Li Mulan nodded. Did you notice? Hua Yuanruo stroked his chin. At first, I did not, but later one of the leaders clearly recognized me. I felt a strange familiarity. Li Mulan turned to him. Do you know him? If they truly are from the Assassin's Alliance, then I know who it is. This is splendid, we can settle both old scores and new ones at once. Hua Yuanru's excitement was palpable, his large blade itching for action. Who is it? Do I know him? Of course, it's the second-in-command of the Assassin's Alliance Qingmu group, Scorpion. Is it him? Li Mulan's eyes flickered. Are you certain? Pretty much, he replied, raising an eyebrow at Li Mulan. What do you think? Since the task remains incomplete, they certainly will not let it go easily. Now that they have recognized you, they will likely seek assistance. Thus, we must pursue them now, before their 2 groups converge, and deal with them. Li Mulan glanced at Li Tsong's quarters. I will go with my sister. You stay here to protect my family. Hua Yuanruo's expression fell. Let Sister Qingyu stay, I want to confront Scorpion. Besides, didn't the regent arrange for protection? It will be fine, I just saw that they are quite capable. No, I cannot rest easy if you do not stay. Those are not our own. Qingyu was not keen on Li Mulan taking risks. Little 9, let Yuanruo go alone, those people are no match for him. Li Mulan understood Qingyu's concern for her. Then perhaps sister should stay, and I will go with Yuanruo. Do not worry, we have handled such matters numerous times before. Moreover, I may not excel in many things, but my skills in evasion and self-preservation have even earned my master's praise. Qingyu considered this and agreed. After all, these 2 had formidable reputations in the martial world, and anyone would think twice before confronting them. Just be cautious and return swiftly. Ah, Sister Qingyu, do not fret. My little master uncle and I have not had the chance to stretch our limbs for a while. This is a perfect opportunity. However, Hua Yuanruo looked at Li Mulan's attire. You cannot go dressed like that. He then ran off to find Li Shi. Coincidentally, Qingyu had just prepared several outfits for the Li family, and Li Shi, being slender, would fit into the clothes that Li Mulan could wear. The 2 did not delay, they changed quickly and departed. Hua Yuanruo, well acquainted with the Assassin's Alliance methods, soon discovered their hiding place. These individuals were bold, perhaps believing that the most perilous locations were the safest, as they concealed themselves on a nearby mountain. Though the mountain was not large, the dense foliage and the cover of night made them difficult to detect. However, this posed no challenge for Li Mulan, who had once been a special forces operative and had executed numerous outdoor missions. Tracking was one of her strengths. Under Li Mulan's tutelage over the years, Hua Yuanruo had come to understand her methods well. They communicated seamlessly, quickly locating the hideout of the assassins. Remaining discreet, they observed from the shadows. Boss, why are we retreating? A fierce fight might not lead to our defeat, inquired a man with a square jaw. Scorpion's eyes darkened as he recalled the insufferable brat who should not have appeared here, his teeth grinding audibly. Do you know who that insufferable brat is? Who? The square-faced man had some inkling but was uncertain. Seems to possess some skill. More than just some skill. You all, Scorpion glared at the remaining dozen individuals, are the new recruits I selected for the second group this year. Do you know where the former members of the second group have gone? Silence ensued. Given their line of work, they could only have met grim fates, either perishing during missions or suffering injuries that rendered them valueless, ultimately facing death. Scorpion continued without hesitation. Nearly all perished at the hands of that insufferable brat. The group gasped. That boy looks quite young. How could he possess such capabilities? One among them, privy to some insider knowledge, exclaimed, "Is he not Huadadeo?" Scorpion nodded. Strangely, Huadadeo always operates with a partner, but this time, I fear the other is also present, hence the retreat. That other individual was even more ruthless than Huadadeo. Who exactly is this Huadadeo, daring to meddle in our Assassin's Alliance affairs? His background is substantial. Are you aware of the newly appointed leader of the martial arts world, Situ Tianming? He is his master, and they are cut from the same cloth. The square-faced man was indignant. What should we do now? Are we abandoning the mission? Absolutely not. I have already sent a message back, summoning 2 more groups of brothers. I refuse to believe we cannot handle a single Huadadeo. But does that not mean the rewards for this task will have to be shared with those 2 groups? A younger assassin expressed his reluctance. Is life more important, or is money? We must complete this task, even if we cannot, others will take over. Besides, with just our group, we have no chance of success. Chapter 66 Boredom, a casual stroll concealed in the shadows. Wei Yuanruo listened to the banter of the group, flashing a provocative grin at Li Mulan and forming the words with his lips, "Am I not impressive?" Li Mulan, disinterested, counted the numbers, 17 in total, then gestured to Wei Yuanruo. He immediately responded with an exaggerated OK sign, a trick he had learned from her. Li Mulan shook her head in exasperation. Someone ought to rein in this insufferable fellow, whose smug demeanor made one almost want to strike him. Wei Yuanruo leaped forward, swinging his large blade and effortlessly decapitating 2 assassins. Not good, Huadadeo. The others were still contemplating their next move, but Scorpion had already fled at the first opportunity. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow in disdain as she silently trailed behind him. Meanwhile, Wei Yuanruo scoffed at the fleeing figures, muttering, "Cowards." With his blade in hand, brimming with strength, he exuded the ferocity of a tiger unleashed, and the clash between the 2 factions erupted instantaneously. The members of the Assassin's Guild were no pushovers. In their quest for survival, they resorted to any means necessary. Although Wei Yuanruo was young, he was no novice. He had roamed the world alongside Mo Yen and Li Mulan since childhood. Every underhanded trick Mo Yen taught Li Mulan, he had learned in Toda. He was well versed in the seedy tactics of the underworld, knowing both what he should and should not know. Before long, it became apparent to the group that they were outmatched, regretting their failure to flee like Scorpion at the first sign of danger, yet, it was too late for regrets. On the other side, Li Mulan stealthily pursued Scorpion. Although she lacked internal energy, her agility was such that even her 5th senior brother would not dare underestimate her. Having escaped several miles, Scorpion finally sensed someone trailing him. He instinctively launched hidden weapons, all of which Li Mulan deftly evaded. "Who goes there? Show yourself," Scorpion demanded, scanning the inky darkness around him, utterly unable to discern the location of his adversary. He had Scorpion, do you not feel any guilt for abandoning your comrades in the thick of danger? His eyes widened in realization. You? He immediately retaliated by hurling several poison shurikens, their tips glimmering ominously. Li Mulan's lips curled into a subtle smirk, unperturbed. As the shuriken sneered, she sprang into action, moving with a swiftness that would astonish anyone unaware that she possessed no internal energy. Before Scorpion could react, she was upon him, her hand blocking the thrust of his sword, which grazed her wrist. As her sleeve fluttered, a black armlet emerged, impervious to blades and bullets. Seizing the moment, Li Mulan executed a spinning kick with her right leg while simultaneously launching 3 concealed arrows from her left hand. Scorpion, alarmed, stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the first 2 arrows, but the third struck true, embedding itself in his right eye. A blood-curdling scream erupted. "Ah!" Having just dispatched a dozen assassins, Wei Yuanruo was startled by the scream, jolting him into a moment of concern. What on earth has my little master uncle gotten into? Couldn't she handle it more cleanly? How grotesque. He delayed his approach, instead dragging the corpses of the assassins to one spot before igniting them with a fire starter. In your next life, perhaps refrain from becoming an assassin and seek a swifter reincarnation. With one eye ruined, Scorpion found himself at Li Mulan's mercy. She swiftly brandished her dagger, severing the tendons in his hands and feet, causing his body to convulse in agony. Speak! Li Mulan advanced, delivering a swift kick. Cry out again, and I shall cut out your tongue. Scorpion's face turned ashen with pain, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The Assassin's Guild has rules. We never divulge client information. But does your guild have a rule against abandoning comrades when fleeing for one's life? Li Mulan's eyes glinted coldly as she plunged her dagger into his right thigh. I lack patience. I shall count to 3, should you remain silent, the next thrust will find its mark in your chest. 1, 2, I'll speak, I'll tell you all. I truly don't know. Desperation crept into Scorpion's voice. As an assassin of his level, how could he possibly know the guild's most confidential client information? Li Mulan withdrew the dagger, shifting it threateningly towards his chest. Then I suppose I cannot be blamed. Please, I know only that the individual hails from the capital. Beyond that, I swear I know nothing else. Realizing that further information was unlikely to surface today, Li Mulan swiftly turned the dagger and severed his throat, blood gushing forth until life slipped from his body. With a look of disdain, she regarded the blood staining her hands and dagger. TSK, how filthy. Ah, a low, resonant laughter echoed through the night. Li Mulan's gaze sharpened. Who is there? Her piercing eyes scanned the surroundings, but she could not pinpoint the source of the voice. Gripping her dagger tighter, she sensed an expert presence. Suddenly, a man in white attire emerged leisurely from behind a large tree, a folding fan in hand. Upon recognizing him, Li Mulan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Uncle Chu. Why are you still here? I thought you left with Xiaojia. Chu Chunfeng, with his altered visage, regarded the once formidable little fox with an amused expression. Truly, it was quite entertaining. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Li Mulan cleared her throat. Uncle Chu, what brings you here? Boredom, merely taking a stroll. A stroll? At this hour? She exaggeratedly widened her eyes, gesturing at the pitch-black sky. Chu Chunfeng appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow. Is that a problem? Not at all, of course, well then. Uncle Chu, do continue your stroll, I shall take my leave. Li Mulan was eager to distance herself from this enigmatic man, whose sudden appearance felt far too coincidental to be trusted. Who knew what his intentions were? It was best to slip away. Miss Li. Chu Chunfeng nudged the lifeless body with his foot. Are you leaving so soon? Li Mulan pouted but quickly donned a smile as she met his gaze. It's getting late. I really must return, or my family will worry. Uncle Chu, do take care and return home early. It's not safe to stroll about at this hour. With that, she bounced off, appearing quite cheerful. Chu Chunfeng cast one last glance at the corpse on the ground. Your psychological fortitude is commendable. Reflecting on the ruthlessness with which Li Mulan had just acted, so starkly contrasting her usual cheerful demeanor, he found it quite surprising. Particularly regarding that assassin, who had not been weak himself, Li Mulan had subdued him with such ease despite lacking internal energy. Indeed, she was a true product of Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 67 I arranged a marriage for him. Li Mulan soon encountered Huayu Enruo. Little master uncle, where is Scorpion? Dead. Why didn't he wait for me? He shot a poison dart at me last time, and I haven't avenged that yet. Huayu Enruo huffed, feeling indignant that Scorpion had fled, abandoning his companions, such a disgrace to the chivalry of the martial world. Li Mulan's lips curled into a smirk as she raised an eyebrow. I have already severed his tendons. Are you satisfied, young master Hua? Huayu Enruo suddenly felt a chill at Li Mulan's smile and shivered. Fine, that works. Not satisfied? No worries, I still have the body. If you want to vent your anger, we can go back and stab it a few more times, cut out the tongue and gouge out the eyes. If that doesn't suffice, we can dismember it. I assure you, it will be to your liking. With that, Li Mulan pretended to turn back, but Huayu Enruo grasped her arm firmly. Enough. He's already dead. Let us not be so ruthless. This little master uncle was truly frightening. He couldn't compete with her audacity. Li Mulan chuckled at him, amused that he took her seriously. Do you know who I just ran into? Who? Who would you meet at this hour? Not exactly an acquaintance, just encountered Uncle Chu Jia. Him, he hasn't left yet. What is he doing in such a desolate place at this hour? Huayu Enruo had no fondness for Chu Chunfeng, not only because he couldn't match him in skill but mainly because he sensed the man's inherent danger. Speaking of danger, that regent today also seemed quite perilous. Indeed, their auras bore a striking resemblance. He said he was out for a stroll. Pfft, he must be deranged. He surely harbors some clandestine scheme. Who knows what mischief he is plotting? Did he see you take action? Li Mulan nodded. He likely did. Goodness, what is this man's background? Little Jia is such a delightful child. How could his uncle be so sinister? Poor Xiao Jia, it was evident he had endured strict upbringing under this uncle. I don't sense any malice from him. If there truly is a plot, we shall counter it as it comes. However, I can't shake the feeling that he seems to be watching us. Watching us? Why? I don't know. It just feels like he is acutely aware of our movements. It's quite unsettling and puts us at a disadvantage. Well, should we perhaps? Huayu Enruo gestured as if to silence him. Li Mulan rolled her eyes. Can you even take him on? Oh right, perhaps it's best to let it go. With that, the two hastened back, as dawn was approaching, and they would soon worry their families if they did not return. Let any pressing matters remain for another day. Master. Yes, has the body been dealt with? Yes. Let us go. Understood. Xiaoer was rather perplexed by Chu Chunfeng's behavior today. He had already left, so why return under a different identity? Was it for that Miss Li? He had a nagging feeling that his master's interest in this Li girl was not simple. By the way, master, young master, he has arrived. Chu Chunfeng paused, his brow furrowing involuntarily. What does he want? I am unsure. Where is he? I have arranged for him at the city lord's mansion. Chu Chunfeng had initially intended to return to the inn but feared that troublesome fellow might seek him out. Perhaps it was better to check on him first. Tian arrived in Xianyun City late at night, ravenous and having devoured 6 large bowls of rice already sated, he let out a contented burp. That feels good. I've been starving for 2 days. Where on earth has my senior brother gone at this hour? Off picking flowers? No sooner had he spoken than a folding fan flew in from outside, hurtling straight at Tian. He Tian slammed his hand on the table, leaping into the air to evade the attack. I say, senior brother, why resort to violence right after our reunion? That's rather ungracious. Chu Chenfeng, having regained his usual demeanor, walked in with an expressionless face. You should watch your tongue. You speak without discretion. Oh come on, I was just joking, did you really go flower picking? He flashed a mischievous grin. How intriguing, have you finally found someone who captured your heart? Please, tell your junior brother about her. Chu Chenfeng didn't spare him a glance and sat down, engrossed in his own thoughts. He Tian felt the conversation was growing stale, pouting slightly. Then what were you doing out so late? Business. What business? Chu Chenfeng fell silent again. You're such a tight-lipped fellow, you make such a commotion, yet you're nowhere to be found in the capital, and you come to this remote place for what? He Tian sat across from Chu Chenfeng, picking at the leftover food. You went to the capital? Yes, only to find you missing. It was Gu Changqing who informed me you were here. What did you want with me? As the matter turned serious, He Tian set down his chopsticks, his expression brimming with excitement. It's good news, absolutely good news. Chu Chenfeng's brows knitted tighter at He Tian's demeanor. Could he truly have good news? After waiting for a while without a word from him, He Tian, feeling a bit miffed, took the initiative to say, I'm here on my master's behalf. Speak. He Tian couldn't stand his senior brother's indifferent attitude and scoffed inwardly, let us see how long you can keep this up. My master asked me to convey a message. He Tian stood up, mimicking his master's tone, tell that rascal I have arranged a marriage for him. He need not live in solitude any longer, although his temper is foul and he is rather unfilial. My master still has him in mind and has found him a fine wife. The girl is quite excellent. It's a pity she is matched with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Chenfeng remained unmoved. He Tian was incredulous. Senior brother, did you hear what I said? I did. Don't you have anything to say? Aren't you the least bit surprised? Chu Chenfeng slowly rose. There is nothing else, I'm going to rest now. Don't bother me. He Tian could hardly believe his ears. Senior brother, I said master arranged a marriage for you. A marriage? What kind of reaction was this? Let him arrange it, he can marry her himself. With that, he vanished, leaving He Tian alone, questioning his own existence. Truly, he was his senior brother, so calm in the face of such news. However, should the old man learn that his senior brother intended for him to wed the girl himself, who knows if he would come charging over with a weapon. Back in his room, Chu Chenfeng's brows furrowed with a hint of anger. That old man was utterly too idle. A marriage proposal? What was he thinking? Chu Chenfeng had never contemplated marriage in his life. Once the court stabilized, he intended to find a remote place to live in seclusion, far away from all these people, never to be disturbed again. Chapter 68 features the most esteemed disciple of the old master, Li Mulan, who, along with Hui Yuanrua, tidied themselves up on their way home, mindful of the bloodstains that might frighten the Li family. Sister! Li Shi, having spent the entire night awake, waited at the village entrance. Upon seeing Li Mulan return, he immediately dashed over, exclaiming, Sister, you're back, where did you go last night? Li Mulan approached and affectionately ruffled his hair. Why are you sitting here? Li Shi wore a somewhat aggrieved expression. You all left without a word, and that Sister Qing you stayed at home. I figured you must have gone out on business, so I decided to wait here, but I never expected. He glanced at the sky, now tinged with the first light of dawn. It's almost daybreak. Hui Yuanrua sauntered over lazily, casually draping his arm over Li Shi's shoulders. Their camaraderie had flourished over recent days. You only see your little master uncle and not me. I'm nearly exhausted. Is there anything to eat at your home? I'm starving. Li Shi struggled to support Hui Yuanrua's weight. Yes, there is. Sister Qingyu prepared plenty of food for us before. I asked my mother to cook some eggs for brother Hua. Hui Yuanrua pouted, just eggs? And pancakes, my mother makes the most delicious pancakes, Li Shi chimed in. Hui Yuanrua smacked his lips. Well, that will do. Let's hurry, I'm famished. Li Mulan could not abide his behavior. Seeing that Li Shi was nearly being toppled under Hui Yuanrua's weight, she seized Hui Yuanrua by the ear. Stand up straight. How can Li Shi possibly support your tall frame? Little master uncle, you're being biased, he protested, rubbing his slightly reddened ear. I'm close with Li Shi, it's none of your concern. He hasn't complained. Li Shi grinned foolishly. Sister, it's fine. Brother Hua is just tired, I'm helping him a little, it's no trouble at all. Li Mulan shook her head in exasperation and led the way into the village, choosing to ignore the two. The following days were relatively peaceful. The Assassins' Alliance had yet to make any moves, perhaps plotting something grand, as they had not sought them out thus far. The imperial decree of amnesty finally arrived, causing quite a stir in Shangyun City, an occurrence unprecedented in history. It was not due to any great celebration in the Great Chu, but rather a rectification of past grievances. The Li family felt a profound sense of relief. They could indeed return to the capital, and with dignity. There was no need to continue working at the mine. Preparations for their return were underway. In truth, there was little to prepare, as they possessed nothing. Not in recent days. Li Mulan had been assisting her family in restoring their health, while Qingyu busied herself, also preparing necessities for the other branches of the Li family. Hui Yuanrua, on the other hand, enjoyed a carefree existence, taking Li Shi up the mountain to practice their skills and hunt. Li Shi's physique visibly strengthened, and he had clearly grown taller. Lan when do you think grandfather will be able to walk again? Li Yi, having regained much of his vitality, inquired. Among the three brothers, he had suffered the most, and Li Mulan had used numerous precious herbs to restore his health. Now, his complexion was no longer as sallow as it had been initially. Li Mulan was still brewing medicine before her. She occasionally waved a small fan. Grandfather's leg is healing well, absent any unforeseen circumstances. He should be able to walk in about 2 months. With gradual practice, he will surely return to his former self within half a year. 2 more months? Li Mulan looked at her father quizzically. Is there a problem? Li shook his head. Not really. Your grandfather has decided to depart for the capital in half a month. I'm merely concerned about whether his leg can withstand the journey's bumps. Li Mulan laughed. Father, there's no need to worry. I have already made arrangements. I specifically ordered a spacious carriage, fitted with bedding. Grandfather can lie comfortably inside, and we won't need to rush. He won't be fatigued. Besides, I will be there to assist. Eldest brother, I told you that you were overthinking it. Our Lanner has planned everything meticulously, Li Sun chimed in, returning with a bundle of firewood, appearing quite invigorated. Second uncle, you flatter me. It is not my planning but rather sister's thoroughness, Li Mulan said, glancing at Xingyu, who was helping her dry herbs, sticking out her tongue playfully. Indeed, Xingyu has worked hard, Li Yi affirmed. Over the past few days, they had all grown familiar with one another. Xingyu smiled. It's merely a trivial matter, there's no need for such flattery. Trivial, Xingyu, do not be modest, look at all this. It's all prepared by her for our journey back to the capital. Zhang Shi pointed to the piles of items in the corner of the courtyard. Thankfully, the weather was fine, otherwise, they would have had nowhere to store them. Yes, sister is the best. Li Mulan dashed over and grabbed Xingyu's arm. The very best sister, could you help little Jiu with something? Xingyu nodded, taking the fan from Li Mulan's hand as she approached the potion brewing. You go where you wish. Leave this medicine to me. Li Mulan excitedly ran outside the courtyard. Yuan and she have been out for 2 hours, I'll go check on them. Watching her childlike behavior, Zhang Shi's gaze softened. This girl, though grown, shows no signs of behaving like a proper lady. What will happen when someone brings it up later? Xingyu chuckled. Auntie need not worry. A little Jiu's master is very strict in her teachings. She behaves freely in your presence, but she understands what she must. Li Yi shook his head. Those noble ladies in the capital are not for her. I prefer Lanner just the way she is, free and unrestrained. Zhang Shi shot him a glare. Free, she is already 17, if it weren't for she should have been betrothed long ago. Now, who knows? With a sigh, Zhang Shi appeared pensive, as they planned to find a suitable match for Lanner upon their return to the capital. Her daughter must not be inferior to others. By the way, Miss Xingyu, I've been hearing you call Lanner little Jiu. Is there a story behind that? Li Sun, having finished arranging the firewood, took a long sip of cold water, finally feeling somewhat refreshed. Little Jiu is the 9th disciple in the sect. She has 8 senior brothers above her. Li Sun nodded. So Lanner is the only female disciple? Indeed, and she is the most favored disciple of the old master. Li Sun understood that Li Mulan had no intention of revealing her masteress' identity just yet, so he refrained from pressing further. From the mastery of chess Lanner displays, it is clear her master is a remarkable individual. At the mention of chess, Xingyu pursed her lips, her expression subtly shifting. Uncle, you will understand in due time. Chess, is the one skill little Jiu is least adept at. Oh? Li San's eyes lit up. Then I shall eagerly anticipate discovering what other extraordinary talents our Lanner possesses. Ha ha ha. Chapter 69. We are twins, by the way, Aunt. When is Xiaojiu's birthday? Zhang's expression faltered for a moment. Ah, I had almost forgotten until you mentioned it in a month. It will be the birthday of these 2 children. Is it in June? Zhang nodded. Yes, on June 17th. She then turned her gaze towards Xingyu, her expression tinged with guilt. Lanner, has she not celebrated her birthday all these years? Xingyu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, she has not missed out on them. Zhang looked up in confusion, her eyes filled with bewilderment. I once heard Yuan Rua mention that when Xiaojiu was brought back to the sect, she had suffered an injury to her head, causing her to forget her origins, only remembering her name. Fortunately, the head of the Divine Healer Valley was present at the time to help her recover. The Valley Master is quite extraordinary. He deduced her age based on her height and bone structure, but could not ascertain the exact date. The following spring, as Xiaojiu admired the verdant landscape of the mountains, she took a fancy to it and casually decided to celebrate her birthday on that day, March 16th. Every year on that date, her brothers, no matter where they were, would prepare birthday gifts for her in advance. The Valley Master, her master, and even the brothers from the Divine Healer Valley would all present her with gifts. Over the years, she has accumulated quite a treasure trove, all securely hidden in her courtyard. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Zhang's face. Li stepped forward to comfort his wife, placing a hand on her shoulder. Why are you crying? Lanner has not suffered. She is surrounded by so much love, far better than if she were with us. Zhang covered her mouth. I know, but I simply cannot help it. All these years, I have never celebrated her birthday. That is not how it has to be, and now that we are reunited, you may celebrate her birthday however you wish in the future. Zhang nodded tearfully. In just a month, it will be Lanner's birthday. I must ensure it is a celebration to remember. Excuse me, a middle-aged man stood outside the courtyard, dressed in deep blue attire, hesitantly speaking. Xingyu looked up and immediately rose to her feet. Uncle Zhang? What brings you here? Zhang Yi's face lit up with a warm smile upon seeing a familiar face. Xingyu, I finally found you all. He glanced around. Where is the master? Xiao Jiao has gone up the mountain. She should be back shortly. She then led Zhang Yi into the courtyard, introducing him. These are all Xiao Jiao's family, these two are her parents, and these are her second and third uncles. The elder inside, who was unable to come out, is Xiao Jiao's grandfather. As Qing Yu made the introductions, Zhang Yi respectfully greeted each one, acknowledging that the master's family was indeed deserving of reverence. Li Sun did not outwardly display his feelings, but upon hearing this man refer to Li Mulan as the master, he scrutinized him for quite some time, concluding that he was composed and astute. The people surrounding Lana were certainly not ordinary. At that moment, his interest in Li Mulan as sect intensified. How did Uncle Zhang find this place? Is there an urgent matter? Zhang Yi nodded. A letter arrived from the mountains, and fearing it was of pressing importance, I hurried to deliver it. In truth, he also wished to meet the master's family. He had some understanding of the Li family, as it was not particularly difficult to gather information. However, seeing it with his own eyes would bring him peace of mind. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Li Mulan and her companions were enjoying their time. Little master uncle, look at this roe deer. It has plenty of meat. We should roast it later, Huayuan Ruo exclaimed, patting the deer's thigh, which indeed appeared quite plump. Li Mulan had not indulged in roasted meat for a while and was quite tempted. Perfect. We still have quite a bit of the wine prepared by my sister from a few days ago. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted meat and enjoy some wine. What a delightful way to celebrate life. Li Shi gazed longingly at the roe deer, not because he particularly craved roasted meat. After all, he had eaten quite a lot recently, but rather because he looked at the frail little rabbit in his hands and then at Huayuan Ruo's deer in the other game at their feet, realizing the stark contrast. Huayuan Ruo glanced at the rabbit in Li Shi's grasp. Yours is too small, better to let it grow a bit more before eating. Li Shi hung his head, feeling disheartened to sigh. After spending so long in the mountains, all he managed to catch was this little rabbit. You've done remarkably well, Sheer. I just saw your tree climbing skills, they are first rate, his sister praised. Li Shi's face turned slightly red. It's nothing, really, that Huogu is the one teaching me lightness skills, and I'm just learning. Huayuan Ruo clapped him on the shoulder. You are already quite impressive, even more so than little master uncle. She cannot perform lightness skills, after all. Li Shi looked at Li Mulan in disbelief, while she appeared somewhat embarrassed, glaring at Huayuan Ruo. You talk too much. Alright, enough of that. It is getting late, we should head back, or our parents will worry. Li Shi, somewhat puzzled, whispered to Huayuan Ruo, Huogu, does my sister really not know lightness skills? I clearly saw her move faster than I did just now. Little master uncle is naturally weak. Even if she recovers, she cannot cultivate internal energy, nor can she master lightness skills. However, she is quite formidable. Even without internal energy, her agility and skills are impressive, honed through relentless training. If I cannot utilize internal energy, I doubt I would be her match. Li Shi's gaze softened as he looked at Li Mulan, knowing well her physical condition. He had not realized how remarkable his sister truly was. Even without the ability to cultivate internal energy, she had trained herself to such a level. The speed she displayed earlier was something he could not hope to match. How much effort must she have exerted? What are you two whispering about? Why aren't you moving? We're coming, little master uncle, you are always urging us on. Who is dragging their feet? I'm not dragging my feet, I was just talking to Li Shi. Does talking delay your walking? Do you use your legs to talk? You, hoof. Alright, it's all my fault, Huogu, please don't argue with my sister. I'm not arguing, it's clearly little master uncle looking for trouble. In a cacophony of chatter, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Li family courtyard, where Huayuan Ruo's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar figure inside. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Yi beamed at Huayuan Ruo, you finally returned. Oh, what a splendid catch you have there. Indeed, Uncle Zhang, you are in for a treat, little master uncle said we would roast meat tonight. That sounds wonderful, the master's roasted meat is truly exceptional. He then bowed respectfully to Li Shi, and this must be the young master of the Li family? Li Shi looked somewhat awkwardly at Li Mulan, unsure how to respond. Li Mulan stepped forward, placing her belongings down. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Allow me to introduce you, this is my younger brother, Li Shi. Sheer, greet him. Li Shi obediently bowed, greetings, Uncle Zhang. How delightful. The young master bears a striking resemblance to the master, Zhang Yi remarked. Li Mulan smiled, indeed, we are twins. Li Shi shyly returned the smile, realizing how true that was, he and his sister did look remarkably alike. Chapter 70 Do you dare defy the master's orders, Uncle Zhang? What brings you here? Li Mulan accepted the cup handed to her by Zhang and said, Thank you, Mother Zhang, with a face full of maternal affection, gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, why thank me? After Li Mulan finished her tea, she took the cup and left, not wanting to interrupt their conversation. Zhang Yi retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Master, this is a letter from the mountains, it arrived today. The old fox has written. Li Mulan's face lit up with joy. He must be missing me. Huayuan Ruo burst into laughter. Ha, little master ant, where does your confidence stem from? The grandmaster would rather avoid you than miss you. Li Mulan shot him an annoyed glare. What do you know, my master is merely shy, he cares for me the most, how could he not think of me? Huayuan Ruo made a mock vomiting gesture, clearly unconvinced. Eyeing the letter in Li Mulan's hand, he swiftly turned and snatched it away. Let me see just how much the grandmaster misses you, Li Mulan didn't mind, after all, there were no secrets between them, so let him look. She went to pour herself another cup of cool tea, and just as she was about to sip it, Huayuan Ruo's loud voice rang out. I've arranged a marriage for you, just so you know, PFF. Li Mulan spat out the tea in disbelief, staring at the equally stunned Hui Yuanruo. What did you say? Repeat that. The Grandmaster has arranged a marriage for you. Just letting you know. Hui Yuanruo read through the paper again. That's all. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, she angrily stepped forward to snatch the letter, and indeed, it only contained that one line, just letting me know. What for? That old fox is just looking to stir up trouble. Li Mulan was so furious her teeth were grinding. She felt like hitting someone. Hui Yuanruo rubbed the back of his head. Little Master Ant, are you really going to get engaged? Mary, Li Mulan shot him a fierce look, gritting her teeth. What do you think? Then she crumpled the letter into a ball, her gaze so intense it felt like it could devour him. It's not like I arranged your marriage, so why are you taking it out on me? If you're upset, go find the Grandmaster. Li Mulan glared at him fiercely. Hui Yuanruo immediately took 2 steps back, raising his fists in a defensive stance. What do you want? Do you know what your master is planning? Hui Yuanruo quickly waved his hands. No, how could I possibly know? The Grandmaster wouldn't tell me anything. What about your master? The 5th senior brother had been quite diligent in his responses. Perhaps he knew something, that I really don't know. Anyway, my master hasn't mentioned anything to me. At this moment, Hui Yuanruo was entirely unwilling to provoke Li Mulan. He could tell when she was genuinely angry or just pretending. Zhang, filled with concern, looked at Li Mulan, wanting to approach her, but was stopped by Li Yi. Don't worry, let us wait a moment. How can we not be worried? Zhang murmured softly. She, as a mother, was completely unaware. How had an engagement been arranged? Seeing everyone treading carefully, Li Mulan took a deep breath. Let it be. Aren't we having a barbecue? Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanruo immediately rallied the others to prepare. In the Li family courtyard, a large round table was set up, just enough to accommodate everyone. In one corner, 2 grills were arranged, with Li Mulan in charge of grilling. Cooking was not her forte, but barbecuing was something she excelled at. Qingyu assisted her, occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow. Are you angry? Li Mulan snorted coldly. If I were to truly be angry with my master, I wouldn't have grown this big. What do you plan to do? What to do? Just take it one step at a time. The person that old fox has chosen is certainly not simple. If I can't get out of it, well, being a widow isn't so bad. I could inherit the estate reasonably. What a good deal. The others nearby were left in stunned silence. Being a widow isn't so bad. Zhang looked at Li Yi in desperation, who was equally at a loss for how to respond. Ahem. Lanner, your master. Father, don't worry, I can handle this myself. Li was speechless. He now felt that not resolving it might be for the best. Lanner's master cared for her so much, the person he arranged might just be the most suitable for her. Hui Yuanruo was constantly attentive from the side. Whenever a meat skewer was done, he would dash over immediately. However, he wouldn't be selfish and would place some on the table. 2.8 while exclaiming, this venison skewer is a bit spicy. Little Master Ant, how do you plan to deal with your fiancé? The Grandmaster's choice is surely not simple. What if you can't defeat him? Can't defeat him? Li Mulan scoffed coldly. Then I'll rely on my wits. Relying solely on brute force is the behavior of a simpleton. Are you planning to poison him? Li Mulan smiled with a hint of malice. If he could be conveniently poisoned and die quietly, that would save a lot of trouble, but if not. She flipped the meat skewer she was holding, the sizzling oil making sounds that inexplicably sent shivers down everyone's spines. Hui Yuanruo looked at the skewer in his hand and suddenly felt that it didn't seem so appetizing anymore. At the city lord's mansion, Chu Chenfeng suddenly sneezed twice, furrowing his brow beside him. Tian expressed concern. Senior brother, have you caught a cold? This weather, it's been a while since we last met, and you seem to be looking more frail. Chu Chenfeng didn't even spare him a glance, continuing to read the book in his hand. Senior brother, do you want to know what kind of person your fiancé is? Tian was brimming with pride, having finally pried this information from their master. She is several years younger than you. You're definitely an old cow eating young grass. However, senior brother, you're not too young yourself. When do you plan to get married? Well, since it's already arranged, marriage is inevitable sooner or later. I'll definitely come to the capital early then. I must support your reputation, right? You are inherently reclusive, with hardly any friends. Just that Gu Changqing. Oh dear, the last time I saw him, he looked so pitiful. TSK. Senior brother, you've been rather harsh, treating him like a beast of burden. You won't make any friends this way, only I can unconditionally stand by your side forever. So, senior brother, when do you plan to get married? Annoyed by the incessant questioning, he replied, that day will never come. Tian's eyes widened. How can that be? Do you dare defy the master's orders? Chu Chenfeng, growing impatient, called out. Xingyi immediately appeared, addressing Tian. Young master, the master is tired. Would you like to step out for a moment? Tian was displeased. Senior brother, that's rather unkind. I'm showing concern for you, and you. That before he could finish, he was silenced by Xingyi's hand covering his mouth and was half dragged, half carried out. Chapter 71. A favorable place for murder and plunder. Time flies swiftly, and before long, the day for the Li family's return to the capital had arrived. The other branches of the Li family had already prepared early, most of the arrangements handled by Qingyu, as they truly possessed nothing in these past years. Li Yi carried Li Song out, with Li Sun and Li Yun following closely behind, cautious of any potential bumps or scrapes, as they carefully settled him into the carriage. Li Song reclined in the carriage, cushioned comfortably, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. He drew back the curtain and gazed at the place he had inhabited for 13 years, now on the verge of departure. Just then, a troop of individuals clad in black appeared, exuding an air of menace, and leading them was a familiar face. Hui Yuanruo, upon recognizing the newcomer, widened his eyes and discreetly nudged Li Mulan's arm. What is he doing here? You ask me, and I know not whom to inquire, she replied, yet she took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Chu, what a coincidence, you are here too. Chu Chenfeng was now wearing a human mask, dressed in a crescent white garment, presenting a much gentler demeanor. He dismounted with a swift motion. I am here on orders to escort the Li Taifu's family back to the capital. Hua Yuanrua scoffed dismissively. With us around, we do not require your protection. Xu Chunfeng smiled faintly. Your skills, Brother Hua, are indeed commendable. However, he scanned the Li family members, including the other branches, with so many present, it is inevitable that even you might overlook something. Is it simply your numbers that grant you confidence? I could send a letter and summon 100 or more brothers, do you believe me? Hua Yuanrua knew the truth in Xu's words but felt an instinctive aversion to him, compelled to oppose him. Indeed, I would believe that. He then turned to Li Mulan. Miss Li, I wish to pay my respects to the Li Taifu. Li Sen stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. My father is unable to disembark from the carriage, I hope young Master Chu understands. Xu Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively. The prince has instructed me. Young Master Li need not worry, I merely wish to pay my respects. Li Sen nodded and led him over. The rest of the group, including Li Huan and others, watched but did not approach. Li Mulan suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her. She discreetly scanned the area and spotted a somewhat familiar face among the troop not far away. Momentarily startled, it seemed the journey would not be devoid of excitement. The figure was Xing Wu, who had previously clashed with Li Mulan, now staring intently at her, his eyes devoid of kindness. Xing Yu and Hua Yuanruan naturally noticed this as well. Xing Yu instinctively placed a hand on her waist where her whip rested, her eyes turning icy. I truly wish to gouge out those eyes. Li Mulan chuckled lightly, reassuringly draping her arm over Xing Yu's shoulder. Sister, do not be angry. That lad lacks the ability to harm me, let us simply ignore him. Hua Yuanrua, having previously missed the confrontation, was puzzled. Little Master Uncle, when did you offend such a character? I was unaware. There are many things you do not know. Do not stir up trouble, after all, they are here to protect my family. One should at least show some respect, regardless of personal grievances. Ha ha, that little fellow, I do not regard him at all. Their voices were not particularly hushed, hence Xing Wu heard them clearly. In the past, he would have lunged at them, but he cast a glance at Xing Yi, who had also altered his appearance. Their leader had warned him before departing. Do not disrespect the Li family, do not cause trouble. That he tightened his grip on his sword, HMPF, he was not truly afraid of them, he was merely saving face for his leader. Li Mulan observed the scene, raising an eyebrow. It seemed he had been forewarned, but this was merely the beginning. Such a dull journey required some amusement. Elite Song regarded the unfamiliar tall man before him, sensing a strange familiarity yet unable to recall where he had seen him. Gazing at the entirely strange face, he smiled. I have heard my son speak highly of your chess skills, perhaps we might engage in a game someday. I could never compare to the Li Taifu. To win even a couple of rounds against young Master Li would be pure luck. Mr. Chu, you are too modest. Young Master Li is open to losing, losing is simply losing. Xu Chenfeng smiled gently, not refuting the statement, then turned his attention to Li Kong. The regent instructed me to ensure that the Li Taifu's family returns to the capital safely and soundly. Li Song nodded. I appreciate your efforts. The following days passed relatively peacefully, though Hua Yuanrua occasionally clashed with Xing Wu. Truth be told, during the quiet hours of the night, these two had avoided the crowds and sparred numerous times. Although Xing Wu was clearly no match for Hua Yuanrua, he possessed an indomitable spirit, growing bolder with each encounter. Hua Yuanrua, having nothing better to do, often brought Li Shi along to witness his fights. Each time he left his opponent covered in dirt and bruises, he would seize the opportunity to teach. Li Shi, observe, just now, he was off balance, so with a gentle kick, he fell. Remember that. Li Shi nodded earnestly. I understand. Xing Wu, infuriated, retorted, you little brat, just wait, one day I will knock you down. Hua Yuanrua smirked derisively. You, with you? He disdainfully cleaned out his ears. It's not that I look down on you, but with your kind, 10 of you won't be my match. You. Just you wait. With that, he stormed off, though his right foot, slightly limping, rendered the scene somewhat comical. She stifled a laugh. Brother Hua, was that kick a bit too forceful? Forceful? I only used 30% of my strength. He yawned. Come on, it's getting late, practice is over for today, let us head back to sleep. Though Li Shi was still full of energy, he obediently followed Hua Yuanrua back. Xing Yi observed the limping Xing Wu as he returned, shaking his head. This foolish lad was truly undaunted by defeat. At that moment, Xu Chenfeng emerged from the tent and noticed Xing Wu's retreating figure. Master? Did we disturb you? Xu Chenfeng shook his head. In the coming nights, instruct Xing Wu not to go out. Xing Yi raised his gaze slightly. What does the master mean? According to our schedule, we shall reach Heifeng Cliff tomorrow. The terrain there, is indeed a favorable place for murder. Xing Yi's expression grew serious. This subordinate will make the necessary arrangements. Xu Chenfeng nodded and re-entered the tent. Meanwhile, Li Mulan was still awake, engaged in discussion with Li Sun. Li Sun studied the map. Are you suggesting that Heifeng Cliff is quite perilous, and those assassins may very well strike there? Li Mulan leaned against Xing Yu, yawning. Throughout this journey, we have not failed to notice their traces, yet they have refrained from making a move, likely waiting for the opportune moment. If I were in their position, I would not miss the chance at Heifeng Cliff. The treacherous terrain makes it an ideal place for murder and plunder. Li Sun grew anxious, aware that their entire family comprised mere scholars, unaccustomed to violence. Even after years of labor in the mines, they were still ordinary folk. How could they possibly contend with so many skilled assassins? Relying solely on Lanner and the others would certainly prove insufficient. Chapter 72. Incomprehensible. As Li Sun paced back and forth, Li Mulan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Second uncle, could you please sit down for a moment? The regent's men are not to be underestimated. You needn't worry so excessively. Li Sun's brow remained furrowed. I understand, but with so many members of the Li family, I fear they might not be able to protect everyone. Your grandfather once said, since heaven has allowed us to survive, we must return without losing a single one. We have already suffered considerable losses on the way here, including your grandmother. This time, we cannot afford to lose anyone else. This predicament indeed troubled Li Mulan. Ensuring the safety of their immediate family was manageable, but with so many from the other branches, she felt uncertain. Furthermore, not all members of the Assassin's Alliance were like Scorpion. None could predict the situation when danger approached. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sun stated, I will consult with your grandfather first. At the very least, for the next few days, we must each carry a weapon. He then looked at Li Mulan. Lanner, remember what your second uncle said. If we find ourselves in dire straits, above all, we must protect your grandfather. He is the most important one. Do you understand? Li Mulan frowned, though she did not entirely agree. She understood. Second uncle, until that moment arrives, you can rest assured that I will protect you all. Li Sun nodded in silence and exited. Just then, Hui Yuanrua and Li Shi happened upon the anxious Li Sun as he hurried away. Li Shi, observing his uncle's flustered demeanor, felt a pang of worry. Sister, what is wrong with second uncle? Noticing the disheveled appearance of the two, Li Mulan frowned. Hui Yuanrua, did you take sheer to fight again? Hui Yuanrua shrugged nonchalantly. It wasn't me fighting. I merely had Li Shi observe and learn, right, Li Shi? Li Shi immediately nodded. Yes, sister, brother Hui just wanted me to learn. Li Mulan sighed, realizing that her brother was being led astray by Hui Yuanrua's antics. In the coming days, you both must not stray from the group. Why not? Hui Yuanrua protested first, finding the slow pace of the journey utterly dull. Why do you have so many questions? Just do as I say and stay put, Li Mulan replied, her patience wearing thin, especially as fatigue weighed heavily upon her after the recent arrival of her monthly cycle. If you don't explain, I won't comply. This slow pace is excruciating. If I don't get to have some fun tonight, I might just die of boredom. Are you bored? Li Mulan shouted. You're either fishing in the water or hunting tigers in the mountains, and at night, you're out fighting. How can you possibly be bored? It seems to me you're enjoying yourself more than anyone else. Hui Yuanrua grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. Well, I must find some amusement for myself. I call for you every time, yet you refuse to join me. Li Mulan turned her back to him in frustration, not wanting to engage further, her head pounding. Qingyu, observing Li Mulan's weariness, felt a pang of sympathy. Alright, Yuanrua, Xiaojiu is unwell. You should go out. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Seeing Li Mulan's pale complexion, Hui Yuanrua suddenly grasped the situation, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Ah, women can be troublesome, he remarked before leading a bewildered Li Shi away. On the following day, the atmosphere among the group was tense, particularly among the other branches of the Li family, who seemed prepared to carry long knives even for the simplest of tasks. Hui Yuanrua, munching on a large pancake, inquired, Little Shishu, what is going on with everyone? Li Mulan appeared much more invigorated today. Think for yourself. Think about what? Hui Yuanrua was perplexed, wondering how a single night could alter everyone's demeanor so drastically. Li Shi leaned closer to Hui Yuanrua and whispered, Last night, second uncle came to find me, warning us to be cautious and not to stray from the group. Before Hui Yuanrua could fully comprehend, Li Mulan produced several porcelain vials. These are antidote pills I concocted. Take them to my second uncle and have him distribute them. Everyone must take one over the next few days. Hui Yuanrua's eyes lit up. Does this mean the Assassin's Alliance is about to make a move? Haha, I thought they were going to hide like turtles for the rest of their lives. This is splendid. Seeing his carefree demeanor, Li Mulan felt too exasperated to continue the conversation. Off you go. Hui Yuanrua eagerly accepted the small pouch of pills and dashed off, exclaiming with glee as he anticipated the chance to finally showcase his skills. His blade had been growing rusty from lack of use. Li Shi halted mid-bite, glancing at Li Mulan. Sister, is it? Li Mulan reassuringly patted his shoulder. Do not act alone in the coming days. If anything arises, seek out Yuanrua, understood? Li Shi nodded vigorously, his grip tightening around the pancake. Why could those people not let the Li family be? Who were they that sought their demise? He sensed that his second uncle knew something but remained tight-lipped. Li Sun distributed the antidote pills, ensuring even Chu Chenfeng's group received theirs. Chu Chenfeng, observing the pills in his hand, chose not to consume them. Heh, at least someone has some sense. Xing Yi hurried over and whispered a few words into Chu Chenfeng's ear. Unfazed, Chu Chenfeng replied, Find an excuse, we shall not travel today. Understood. Before long, a commotion erupted in the group, with Xing Wu and Hui Yuanrua embroiled in a heated argument, their exclamations echoing loudly, followed by a scuffle. The members of the Li family attempted to intervene, but the ferocity of the two left them hesitant. Only Li Shi shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Brother Hua, stop, these are all our people. Don't hurt anyone." Hua Yuanrua, infuriated by Xing Wu's provocations, could hardly hear the pleas. Swinging his large blade with reckless abandon, leaving destruction in its wake, Xing Yu stepped forward to pull Li Shi to safety, preventing him from being inadvertently harmed. Inside the carriage, Li Tsong heard the ruckus outside and chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Li Mulan. "Aren't you going to stop them?" "No need, Yuanrua is keeping a watchful eye, he knows his limits." Li Tsong nodded, shifting his gaze toward Chu Chenfeng, whose eyes met his in a brief exchange. Chu Chenfeng inclined his head slightly before returning to his tea, as if the world around him held no sway over him. "What is Lanner's opinion of this Mr. Chu?" Li Mulan regarded the leisurely figure. "What about grandfather?" Li Tsong shook his head with a smile. "I cannot fathom him, yet there is an inexplicable familiarity about him. Not comprehending is fine, as long as he can ensure our safe passage into the capital. Everything else is of little consequence." Li Mulan had always maintained this perspective. Matters and people she could not decipher deserved to be set aside, sparing her mental energy. "Lanner, you truly possess a broad-minded spirit," Li Tsong remarked, stroking his beard. Li Mulan adjusted Li Tsong's trousers and tucked a thin blanket around him. Though it was May, the mountain air remained quite brisk. "Grandfather, your leg is recovering well. When there's no one around, let second uncle carry you outside to test your walking." Li Tsong stiffened slightly. "Is it truly impossible to walk?" Chapter 73. Enemy attack. Li Mulan slightly curled the corners of her lips. "Is it really that soon? How many years has it been since you last walked? Although your injuries have nearly healed, walking requires much practice. But do not fret, it is certainly simpler than a child learning to walk." Li Tsong chuckled softly, tapping her lightly with his finger. "You dare to jest even with your grandfather." Li Mulan smiled mischievously. "Who asked my grandfather not to trust me? Indeed, it is my grandfather's fault." Outside the carriage, Li Yi laughed as he drew back the curtain. "You little girl, you truly cannot tolerate any loss, even daring to speak to your own grandfather." "Oh dear," Li Mulan feigned a look of shame. "How did father discover this?" "Grandfather, see, your son has come to avenge you." "Ah, you are relentless, just like your grandmother." Suddenly, his voice trailed off. Li Tsong's expression turned somber. "Much like your grandmother." Li Yi's face fell instantly, concern etched across his features as he looked at Li Tsong. "Father?" Li Tsong waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing, it has been so many years," then turned to Li Mulan. "Laner, your grandmother still rests at the 10-mile slope. We must bring her back." The decision to bury his late wife at the 10-mile slope had been made out of necessity, but now that they could return to the capital, they must bring her back with them. None of their family could be left behind. "Grandfather," Li Mulan grasped Li Tsong's frail hand, "do not worry, we will certainly bring grandmother home, ensuring she does not wander alone." Good. Observing the sorrowful elder, Li Mulan felt reluctant to disturb him further and departed with Li Yi. "Father, do not be saddened. We will definitely bring grandmother home." Li Yi gazed upward, staving off tears. "Yes, I understand." Li Mulan wished to say more but then noticed Li Yun approaching with a troubled expression. "Third uncle?" Li Mulan found her third uncle typically inconspicuous. What could be troubling him? "Laner, you must hurry and see, Xier has been injured." Both Li Yi and Li Mulan were taken aback and followed Li Yun. They had not noticed that Hua Yuanrua and Xing Wu were engrossed in a heated match, straying somewhat from the group. When Li Mulan arrived, Xing Yu was already checking on Li Shi, while Hua Yuanrua stood to the side like a child caught in wrongdoing, head bowed, and Xing Wu mirrored his demeanor. Madame Zhang stood nearby, wiping her tears. "You child, I told you not to step forward, yet you would not listen. Look at you, your previous injuries have barely healed, and now you have new ones. What happened to Xier?" Upon hearing her sister's voice, Li Shi hurried to rise but was pressed down by Xing Yu. "Do not move yet. Let us see if your bones are intact." Li Shi's tone was anxious. "No, Sister Xing Yu, my bones are fine, truly, I know my own body." Li Mulan cast a serious glance at Hua Yuanrua and Xing Wu. "Whether you are fine or not is not for you to say. We must consult a physician." Hearing Li Mulan's voice, Xing Yu promptly vacated her position for her. "I have conducted a preliminary examination. It appears to be merely superficial wounds. You may take a look." Li Mulan surveyed Li Shi's arms, marred with scrapes, biting her lip, her tone unexpectedly stern. "What on earth happened?" Hua Yuanrua, sensing the gravity of his junior master's expression, responded timidly. "Junior master, this truly isn't my fault. It was all Xing Wu's doing. After we lost, he initiated a surprise attack. I lost control of my strength and Li Shi, frightened by his sister's demeanor, had never seen her this fierce since her return, but he could not allow Hua to bear the blame alone." Gritting his teeth, he interjected, "Sister, it truly isn't brother Hua's fault. I thought they had finished and stepped forward, but it turned out it was an accident." Xing Yi, observing Xing Wu's similarly guilty expression, cupped his hands in apology. "It is my failure to discipline properly that has resulted in injury to young Master Li. I hope Miss Li can forgive me." Li Mulan scoffed. "We shall not continue our journey today, my brother is injured." "Yes, we shall heed Miss Li's wishes, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Once Xing Yi departed, Li Mulan muttered under her breath, "Quite the act." She then assisted Li Shi to his feet. "Let us walk a bit." Li Shi carefully regarded his sister, taking a few cautious steps. "Sister, I truly am fine. They are merely scrapes. Do you still think your injuries are trivial?" Li Mulan's face remained stern. Did you not see how mother was worried to tears? Li Shi immediately turned to Madame Zhang, noticing her swollen eyes, his voice choked. Mother. Madame Zhang patted his back. Do not make mother worry in the future, alright? Li Shi hung his head like a child caught in mischief. I am sorry. Alright, return and apply some medicine. Behave yourself for the time being, do you understand? I understand, sister. Xingwu had been observing silently, recognizing that although he was merely fulfilling his duty, he had indeed gone too far today. Feeling guilty, he stopped Li Shi and pressed a bottle of ointment into his hand. This medicine for injuries, it is quite effective. With that, he fled. Hui Yuanrua scoffed, a cat mourning for a mouse. If it were not for his surprise attack, I would not have. A single glance from Li Mulan silenced him. Li Mulan took the medicine, opened it, and inhaled the fragrance, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, it is a rare good medicine. We shall use this upon our return. After the commotion, the group decided against continuing their journey and set up camp in the area. The location was quite pleasant, with even terrain and a nearby stream, making life convenient. That evening, Hui Yuanrua did not take Li Shi up the mountain, opting instead to remain quietly. Though it was somewhat dull, the members of the Li family mostly stayed within their respective tents, with only Li Sun wandering about, hardly resting. At this moment, Hui Yuanrua lay back against a tree trunk, a piece of grass in his mouth, resting his eyes, while Li Shi sat beneath the tree. The two engaged in casual conversation. Before long, Qingyu approached with 2 flasks of wine, tossing one toward Hui Yuanrua. Upon seeing the wine, Hui Yuanrua's eyes sparkled. He caught it and gulped down a couple of swigs. This wine is exquisite. Sister Qingyu truly understands me. Qingyu smiled slightly, glancing at Li Shi. Can you drink? Li Shi, feeling a bit shy, shook his head. I have never drunk before. I do not know. Hui Yuanrua flipped over, landing deftly on his feet, and slapped Li Shi on the back. How can a grown man not know how to drink? Come, give it a try. Li Shi hesitated, looking at the wine bottle being offered to him. Can I really drink? What is there to hesitate about? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and the wine bottle fell from his hand as he dashed off in a certain direction. Enemy attack. Chapter 74. The clash in an instant, the tents were illuminated, followed closely by the cacophony of combat. Assassins clad in black emerged from all directions, colliding with the regent's guard, and the sound of clashing blades resonated, sending tremors of fear through the hearts of those present. Sheng Yi accompanied Chu Chenfeng and swiftly arrived at Li Tsong's tent. Upon noticing the chaos, Li Mulan called for Li Yi and Zhang Shi to join her outside Li Tsong's tent. As she observed the flustered Li Shi approaching, she grasped his arm firmly and instructed, "Stay here and do not run about." She then turned to Chu Chenfeng, saying, "Uncle Chu, I entrust my family to your care." Li Mulan, uneasy about the safety of others, was about to leave to investigate when Zhang Shi seized her arm, exclaiming, "Lanner." Seeing the worry etched on Zhang Shi's face, she gently patted her hand and reassured, "Mother, rest easy. Nothing will happen." She exchanged a brief glance with Qingyu before hastily departing. Qingyu unsheathed her whip, her gaze vigilant as she scanned the surroundings, positioning herself protectively behind the others. Although Chu Chenfeng and Sheng Yi were formidable fighters, Li Mulan harbored reservations about their ability to defend her family, hence her decision to have Qingyu remain for their protection. Sheng Yi furrowed his brow but, noticing his master's silence, refrained from voicing his concerns. Zhang Shi stifled her sobs, while Li comforted her with gentle pats on the shoulder, instructing his son, "Go inside and keep your grandfather company." Li Shi, though anxious for his sister's safety, understood that he could not be of assistance at that moment. Not far away, Li Sun, along with the families of Li Liang and Li Huan, struggled to evade danger. However, the sheer number of black-clad assassins overwhelmed their guards, creating a breach. As a long blade swung toward the last man in the formation, Li Liang, upon witnessing the scene, was horrified and rushed forward to shove the man aside, taking the blow himself as the blade struck his back, blood splattering. "Fourth uncle! Father!" Li Sun and the protected man exclaimed in shock, attempting to rush to his aid, but several concealed arrows struck the assassin before they could reach him. Li Mulan dashed forward with astonishing speed, executing a spinning kick that felled 2 assassins. Before they could rise, she wielded a dagger, swiftly slitting their throats. The ferocity in her gaze and the ruthlessness of her actions left the members of the Li family frozen in astonishment. With no time to spare for their astonishment, she dispatched several more approaching assassins, commanding, "Second uncle, take everyone to grandfather's tent." Li Sun finally snapped back to reality, disregarding his surprise at his niece's prowess, and swiftly led the group away from the perilous area. The black-clad assassins, initially dismissive of Li Mulan, began to converge upon her as they witnessed the fallen beneath her hand. Undeterred, Li Mulan moved with precision, her fingertips flicking as silver needles shot forth, dropping 4 or 5 assailants to the ground. Her dagger sliced through the air, ensuring that those who fell would not rise again. Nearby, Zhang Shi and the others observed the unfolding drama, all rooted in shock, while only Qingyu remained alert, scanning for any potential breakthroughs by the assassins. Shengyi watched in astonishment at Li Mulan's skill. This young lady, seemingly devoid of internal strength, exhibited a level of close-quarters combat that was nothing short of extraordinary. If only master. Shengyi's voice trembled with excitement. He could hardly believe that his master would not recognize the potential of Li Mulan's fighting style, which was perfectly suited for his covert operatives. Chu Chenfeng, too, noted this development with a hint of intrigue in his eyes, acknowledging the girl as considerable talents. Not far away, Li Yun arrived with several families, their guards dwindling in number. Li Mulan hastened to assist, recalling her grandfather's wish to avoid further losses for the Li family. Li Yun's face was ashen, drenched in sweat, wielding an unknown longsword he had scavenged. Trembling with fear, Li Mulan quickly assessed the situation and noted others were injured. Third uncle, hurry, take everyone to grandfather where there are healing herbs. Li Yun swallowed hard, responding, all right, all right. Meanwhile, Hui Yuanruo was engrossed in battle, when Xing Wu bellowed nearby, you brat, let us see who can kill more. Humph, just you wait, he retorted, swinging his large blade with force, sending another group tumbling down. The two exchanged banter, yet their strikes grew increasingly savage. Time elapsed, and the assassins continued their relentless assault. The guards visibly began to falter. The toll of this drawn-out battle was evident. The number of assassins breaching the protective perimeter surged, with Qing Yu's whip now soaked in blood, showing no signs of retreat, while Xing Yi was similarly stained with the crimson evidence of conflict. Chu Chenfeng stood outside the tent, his folding fan marked with splatters of blood, casting a disdainful glance at it, his brow furrowed in distaste. Hui Yuanruo spat, damn it, the assassin alliance has no shame. Have you dispatched every single member? Li Mulan's expression darkened as she gazed at the pitch-black sky, seemingly attuned to something beyond. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she retrieved a small pouch from her robe. Yuanruo. Hui Yuanruo, alerted, leaped forward. Li Mulan tossed the pouch to him, instructing, to the southeast. With a grin revealing his gleaming white teeth, despite being smeared with blood, he appeared in high spirits. All right, let these pests experience my wrath today. Hui Yuanruo soared to the highest point in the southeast, sensing the wind's direction, and grinned wickedly as he scattered the contents of the pouch into the breeze. Below, the combatants remained engrossed in their struggle, oblivious to the falling substance. However, the atmosphere quickly shifted. The members of the Assassin Alliance seemed to grow sluggish in their movements. Before long, Xing Wu and the others noticed something was amiss. They no longer felt fatigued, their strikes became swifter and more ferocious. Li Shi, excitement bubbling within him, exclaimed, second uncle, look at those people. Li Sun rushed out from the tent, alarmed to see several clan members injured, especially fourth uncle, who bore severe wounds. Observing the situation outside, he recalled the medicine Li Mulan had previously administered, leading him to a realization. The tide of battle had turned. Xing Wu and his group grew emboldened. The Assassin Alliance, sensing the shift, began to retreat. Hui Yuanruo, displeased, declared that escape was not an option. Li Mulan, recognizing the moment had stabilized, flexed her fingers around the dagger, wincing as pain lanced through her grip. It was not yet time to rest. She could only make her way back to the tent. Li Sun spotted her and hurried forward. L'honneur. Li Mulan waved her hand, second uncle, it's all right now, everything will be fine soon. Li Sun nodded, but his expression shifted to one of unease as he remembered Li Liang, your fourth uncle is gravely injured. It may not bode well. Miss Qingyu just went in to administer some medicine. You should. He hesitated, noticing Li Mulan's fatigued visage. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mulan replied, I will go and see. Chapter 75. Kneeling by the clear river within the confines of the tent, the crowd was so densely packed that there was scarcely room to stand. Yet, amidst the throng, a small space remained vacant, where Li Tsong reclined, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed upon the unconscious Li Liang. Beside Li Liang stood a man, softly calling out father. Li Mulan recognized him as Li Liang's only son, Li Qinghe, for whom Li Liang had sustained his injuries in protection. Hastening forward, Li Mulan began to assess the situation while instructing Qingyu, sister, please fetch my medicine box and prepare some alcohol. Without stepping outside, Qingyu retrieved the requested items from a corner, stating, it is ready. Noticing the dirt on her hands, Li Mulan frowned and asked, is there any water? Qingyu produced a large water pouch, pouring some for her as she spoke. The wound is somewhat deep. I have administered 2 recovery pills, his life is temporarily secured, but, her voice was tinged with worry, the bleeding refuses to cease. After washing her hands, Li Mulan rinsed the wound with alcohol, exclaiming, the wound is too large and deep. Without suturing, it will be difficult to stop the bleeding. Sister, I need your assistance. Turning to Li Qinghe, she continued, Qinghe, please remove your father's upper garment gently. Li Qinghe stood momentarily stunned, unable to respond, until Li Yun nudged him, prompting, Qinghe. Realization dawning, his expression shifted to one of agitation as he beseeched Li Mulan, L'honneur, is there still hope for my father? Li Mulan reassured him, if you follow my instructions, there is still a chance, but if we delay any longer. Startled, Li Qinghe sprang into action, aided by Li Yun in removing Li Liang's clothing. Once the garment was fully removed, the immense wound was laid bare before all. Even Li Tsong, accustomed to the harsh realities of the world, could not suppress a gasp of horror. He clenched his jaw, refusing to believe that this reckless young man could perish so easily. Li Mulan examined the wound, her brow furrowing as she discarded the white cloth in her hands and seized a jar of alcohol. Third uncle, Qinghe, please hold him steady. Li Qinghe and Li Yun, still bewildered by Li Mulan's intentions, watched as she poured the alcohol slowly over Li Liang's back. A piercing scream erupted from Li Liang, jolting the hearts of those present. The women in the tent, including Zhang Shi, averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Though Li Liang lay unconscious, the pain had roused him, yet he was held down by Li Yun and Li Qinghe, unable to move, sweat streaming down his forehead, his mouth filled with blood. Soon after, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Li Mulan sighed, observing the fallen man, perhaps this was for the best, as it might lessen his suffering during the subsequent suturing. The onlookers were awestruck as they witnessed Li Mulan stitch the wound on Li Liang's back as one would mend fabric. This could indeed heal wounds, yet, no one dared to question or interrupt her. Outside the tent, Xing Yi observed the scene from a distance, his expression grave, lost in thought. After a prolonged moment, he turned and made his way towards Chu Chenfeng. My lord, Miss Li has stitched the man's wound. Leaning against a large tree, Chu Chenfeng raised his gaze slightly, sutured? Yes, she used a needle and thread, stitching the flesh together as one would with clothing. Xing Yi's tone was filled with excitement. He was aware of Li Mulan's status as a disciple of Ling Xiao Palace and her close ties with the leader of the Divine Physician Valley. She would not undertake such a task without confidence. This could only imply that her suturing technique was capable of treating external injuries. He had just observed the substantial wound on Li Liang's back. Under normal circumstances, survival in a military camp would be nearly impossible. Chu Qinfeng's eyes flickered with interest. Keep a close watch and see if this man can survive. Yes. Xing Yi's eyes glistened with emotion, overwhelmed by exhilaration. If this method proved effective, countless lives could be saved. It would indeed be a momentous achievement. Within the tent, Li Mulan exerted great effort to close Li Liang's wound, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. After enduring a life-and-death struggle, she now faced the taxing challenge of treatment. She was not made of iron. As seeing her fatigue, Xing Yi promptly said, "The remaining tasks involve applying the ointment and bandaging, right? I can handle that, you should rest, Xiaojiu." Li Mulan, not wishing to appear overly proud, nodded, used the red bottle of ointment. That particular ointment was personally crafted by Old Phoenix, utilizing only the finest medicinal herbs. All right. Observing his sister's weary demeanor, Li Shi felt a pang of sympathy and assisted her to a side. "Sister, please sit and rest against me." Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively, smiling, "Worry not, I am fine. Just a bit fatigued, not so weak." Zhang Shi approached, her face etched with concern, offering a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Li Mulan's forehead. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat?" She had noticed that the assassins had retreated, and the camp outside was already clearing away the bodies. It seemed feasible for her to prepare something for Lanner. Seeing Zhang Shi still visibly shaken, Li Mulan grasped her hand. "Mother, I am not hungry. You should rest as well. You were quite frightened, weren't you?" Zhang Shi affectionately patted Li Mulan's head. "I am not afraid, nor am I weary." Yet you, her eyes brimmed with compassion. Her daughter, so capable, had clearly endured much hardship over the years. "I am fine, a night's rest will suffice." As Zhang Shi opened her mouth to speak again, Li Xin approached. "Lanner, your grandfather calls for you." Li Mulan immediately rose, navigating through the crowd to Li Tsong's side. "Grandfather." Li Tsong beckoned her over. "Come, sit beside me." Glancing at the elder relatives surrounding her, Li Mulan refrained from being overly formal and promptly took her seat. "Is fourth uncle's injury serious?" Li Mulan directed her attention to Li Liang, whose wounds had been bandaged by Qingyu. "It is difficult to say at this moment. Fourth uncle's back wound is extensive. While we have sutured it to halt the bleeding, he is, after all, advanced in years and not as robust as the young. Whether he can endure this trial depends solely on him." In a sudden gesture, Li Qinghan knelt before Li Mulan, startling her to the brink of falling from her chair. Li Yi, observing the scene with a grim expression, swiftly pulled him back up. "Qinghe, what are you doing? Lanner is your junior." Realizing the inappropriateness of his actions, Li Qinghe hastily rose, apologizing. "Lanner, I beg your forgiveness. I was overwhelmed with anxiety. You must save my father." After enduring a long wait, the prospect of returning to the capital was now overshadowed by calamity. He could not bear the thought of losing hope. "Uncle Qinghe, there is no need for such distress. We are family, and I will certainly do all I can to help. However, fourth uncle's injuries are grave. We have done all we can at present. Now, we must leave it to him. If he awakens by this time tomorrow, there is hope. If not." Li Mulan sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. It was an unfortunate reality. Despite her medical skills, she was human, not a deity. Chapter 76 Li Sun's realization. Li Qinghe gritted his teeth, aware that this matter should not burden Li Mulan, and inquired, "What should I be cautious of?" Li Mulan glanced at the pallid face of Li Liang and replied, "The coming day is crucial. The patient must not be left alone, and we must be vigilant about his condition. The wound is severe and may lead to infection and inflammation." She paused, realizing they might not comprehend the term infection and inflammation, and simplified, "It could result in a high fever. Should such symptoms arise, you must seek me out immediately. As for everything else, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." Li Qinghe's expression darkened, his lips trembled. "It's all my fault. My father, he was injured while protecting me. I deserve this punishment." With that, he crouched down, burying his head in his arms as he wept bitterly. Observing this, Li Tsong furrowed his brow. "Qinghe, now is not the time for sorrow. You cannot afford to lose heart. Your father is strong-willed. He will undoubtedly overcome this. Just take good care of him." "Indeed, Qinghe," Li Yi chimed in. "Mulan mentioned that if uncle awakens by this time tomorrow, there will be no issues." Li Huan added, "You stated it yourself. Your father was injured for your sake, but he is still unconscious. You mustn't act this way. You need to gather your strength." "Yes, your uncle is right. Your father is resilient. Such minor setbacks are trivial to him. He will surely pull through." "Absolutely, you cannot speak of surrender. Your father still needs you. Your father has only you as a son. Do not let him down." With a chorus of encouragement from everyone, Li Qinghe's spirits lifted slightly. Li Tsong turned to the others. "It has been a long night. We are all weary. Let us find a place to rest. Li Liang will remain in my tent, and we shall make further arrangements once he awakens." He then turned to Li Sun, "Second son, please assist in organizing matters. For now we cannot continue our journey." "Yes, father, I understand." Li Tsong then addressed Li Mulan. "Mulan, I must ask you for one more favor. A few of your uncles have also sustained injuries. Could you attend to them shortly?" "Certainly, grandfather, I will take care of it." With that, the group did not linger, exchanging brief farewells before departing. After a night filled with turmoil, it was uncertain whether anyone could find rest. After ensuring the Li family members were settled, Li Sun, without a word to anyone, made his way directly to Chu Chenfeng's tent. The events of the day left him perplexed. Who could have orchestrated such a scheme, expending so much effort and resources to bring ruin upon the Li family? Upon seeing him, Xingyi slightly inclined his body in greeting. Mr. Li heir. Li Sun returned the gesture with a nod and inquired straightforwardly, might I ask if Mr. Chu is resting? Though somewhat taken aback, Xingyi replied honestly, not yet, is there something you require, sir? Li Sun nodded, could you kindly announce my arrival? Xingyi complied, please wait a moment. In a short while, Xingyi led him inside. At that moment, Chu Chenfeng had changed into a fresh set of attire, reclining languidly on a soft couch, his eyes closed in repose, a travelogue resting beside him. Li Sun surveyed the tent's furnishings. A bed of moderate size, adorned with clean, soft bedding of excellent quality, nearby, a calming incense burned, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. A small table and chair were arranged not far off, displaying an exquisite tea set, clearly of no ordinary craftsmanship. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy. How could one manage such comforts while away from home? I apologize for interrupting Mr. Chu's rest. Chu Chenfeng lifted his gaze slightly. Li heir, is there something you need? Li Sun inclined his head, I have come to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your meticulous arrangements during today's upheaval, our family would surely have faced dire consequences. If that is the case, Li heir, there is no need for such formality. We merely act on orders. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards the regent. The regent's benevolence will be remembered by the Li family, yet we must also extend our thanks for your efforts today, Mr. Chu. Chu Chenfeng nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Chu. Go ahead. Several members of the Li family were injured today, with my uncle Li Liang in the most precarious state, still unconscious. Therefore, I have conferred with my father and would like to request a delay in our journey for a few days. Chu Chenfeng slowly sat up, that is reasonable, however we cannot afford to delay for too long. At most, 3 days, we must cross the Black Wind Cliff, otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. Li Sun looked up. Are you suggesting that those individuals may return? After suffering such a significant loss, how could they easily concede defeat? Furthermore, there are many in the capital who do not wish for Li Taifu to return. The Assassin Alliance operates on payment. Having invested such a considerable amount, they cannot fail to fulfill their mission. Would they willingly engage in such a losing endeavor? Li Sun clenched his jaw. I shall discuss this matter further with my father. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Chu. Chu Chenfeng shot him a sidelong glance. Mr. Li heir, have you perhaps lingered too long in the northern territories? How is it that your alertness has waned? This was not the type of individual he would expect his brother to take an interest in. Li Sun's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent, offering a slight bow as he exited. Watching his departing figure, Chu Chenfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Xingyi, noticing the change, asked, Master, is there something amiss with that man? Chu Chenfeng shook his head, it's merely peculiar. Xingyi, puzzled, thought Li heir seemed quite normal. What was so strange about him? To come here to test the waters, it seems Li Tsong truly has not disclosed anything to them. He chuckled softly, that old fellow, indeed. As Li Sun made his way back, his mind raced with thoughts. Why would many in the capital wish to prevent his father's return? What interests would be jeopardized by his father's presence, or did his father possess some leverage over others? The mobilization of so many against them could not possibly be a trivial matter. His father had always been diligent and upright. If he were to be implicated in any significant event, it could only pertain to the former crown prince. Yet, the matter of the former crown prince had already been vindicated. What else could there be? Suddenly, he halted, his gaze growing profound. The former crown prince, recalling that spirited, composed, and wise individual, could he truly have taken his own life? Everything seemed to fall into place. The death of the former crown prince was shrouded in mystery. Moreover, his father might be privy to the truth. In this light, everything began to make sense. At this moment, Li Tsong remained oblivious, unaware that the secret he sought to protect had already been largely deduced by his own son. Chapter 77. Gifted. The following day, when Li Mulan awoke, the sun had already risen brightly. Outside, everything had been tidied up, and the Li family was preparing breakfast. Zhang, seated by a fire pit with a large pot simmering above, emanated a delightful aroma that wafted through the air. Mother, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful, Li Mulan inquired upon seeing her daughter. Zhang's face broke into a warm smile, her eyes crinkling with delight. I'm making some porridge. Yuan Ruo and the others brought back some mushrooms. They looked quite fresh, so I added a few to the pot. It will be ready shortly, just wait a moment, Lanner. Li Mulan smiled sweetly and obediently settled beside Zhang. Observing her dutiful daughter, Zhang's heart swelled with maternal affection as she gently stroked her head. You must have been exhausted yesterday. How did you sleep? Quite well, I fell asleep almost immediately, Li Mulan replied. Zhang's eyes filled with concern. That must mean you were very tired. Li Mulan stretched lazily. I was indeed tired yesterday, but after a good night's sleep, I feel completely revitalized today. Hee, mother, you needn't worry about me, my health is robust. Even so, you should not neglect yourself, Zhang began, hesitating as if considering her words. Lanner, I noticed yesterday that was that all taught to you by your master? Yes, Li Mulan affirmed, then added, but not entirely. My master can be rather lazy, he prefers to throw a few books my way and let me learn on my own. After a while, he checks my progress and only offers a few pointers if something seems amiss. As for my martial skills, most of that was taught by my 5th senior brother. He says that although I cannot cultivate inner strength, mastering external techniques is still beneficial, and besides, she chuckled, with my experiences from my past life, my skills in martial arts are not inferior to his. In fact, C2 Tianming has even utilized some of my techniques, finding them quite effective. Ah, and coupled with my natural talent, even without inner strength, few can easily intimidate me, she added confidently. Zhang tenderly caressed her daughter's face, recognizing that such agility could only be achieved through diligent effort. This girl must have endured considerable hardships over the years. As the mother and daughter engaged in their joyful conversation, Xingyu approached with a bowl of soup. She slightly bowed to Zhang before turning to Li Mulan. Little Jiao, you should drink this. Li Mulan wrinkled her nose at the sight of the ginger tea, expressing her distaste. Sister, I feel much better today. Can't I skip it? Ignoring her protest, Xingyu thrust the bowl closer, her intentions unmistakable. Zhang leaned in to take a look and soon understood. Has your monthly visitor arrived, Lanner? Are you feeling unwell? Li Mulan felt a bit embarrassed. I was a little uncomfortable yesterday, but I'm much better today. Then you must drink this. Women cannot take such matters lightly, or you will suffer later, Zhang insisted. Li Mulan grimaced at the bowl of soup, her aversion to the taste of ginger evident. Seeing her expression, Zhang chuckled. Does Lanner dislike ginger? Li Mulan accepted the bowl, pinching her nose before downing it in one gulp, her face contorted in agony. Who else dislikes ginger? Zhang laughed lightly. Your father and she both cannot stand even a hint of ginger. Alas, you too must take after your father's peculiarities. At that moment, Li Yi entered, carrying firewood, a puzzled expression on his face. What are you blaming me for now? Zhang grinned. Lanner is just like you. She detests ginger, she has been suffering from the ginger tea. Oh? Li Yi beamed, a hint of pride in his demeanor. My daughter, who does she resemble? Zhang playfully glared at him. Look at how pleased you are. Li Yi, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, prompting Li Mulan to giggle. She then surveyed her surroundings. Where's Shi'er? Oh, he went up the mountain with Yuanruo, they won't be leaving for the next couple of days, they mentioned wanting to see what game they could hunt, Zhang replied. Li Mulan nodded. How is it going with my great-uncle? Xingyu responded, don't worry, he doesn't have a high fever, just hasn't regained consciousness yet. Li Mulan nodded again. As long as he is not feverish, that's good. Then she recalled something. It seems we didn't bring any wood lily grass. I'll go look for some on the mountain, it would be beneficial for my great-uncle's injury. I'll accompany you, Xingyu offered. Li Mulan shook her head, glancing at the guards around them. Though there were many, she felt it unwise to let her guard down. Sister, please stay here and watch over everyone, I'll be back shortly. Xingyu refrained from pressing further, understanding that little Jiao was concerned for the Li family's safety. Li, feeling uneasy, said, what kind of herb is it? I can help you find it, just describe it to me. Li Mulan stood up, walking as she spoke. It's a bit tricky to find. I'll go myself, please stay here and look after everyone. She planned to find Hui Yuanruo as well, curious about where that mischievous boy had taken Li Shi. With a small backpack slung over her shoulder, Li Mulan donned a light blue outfit, her cheeks flushed, enhancing her overall charm. On the other side of the mountain, Hui Yuanruo carried a deer, while Li Shi toted several large, plump rabbits, accompanied by a stranger. Master He, I truly did not expect to encounter you here. What brings you to this place? Dressed in white, He Tian appeared somewhat awkward. Oh, I was searching for my errant senior brother but got lost in the woods. Thankfully, I ran into you, Yuanruo. This must be fate. It has been 2 years since we last met, Hui Yuanruo remarked. He Tian pondered for a moment. The last time we met must have been when your master took over as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. He then glanced at the obedient Li Shi. You haven't introduced me to this little brother yet. Oh, Hui Yuanruo suddenly remembered. This is Li Shi, my little master uncle's younger brother. Little master uncle? Which one? Who else could it be but my youngest ninth master uncle? He Tian was taken aback, looking at Li Shi with newfound warmth in his eyes. If he was indeed that person's younger brother, then, he chuckled inwardly, this connection must be nurtured. They would all be family in the future. Ha ha ha, so you are indeed little Joe's brother, I must say, you bear quite a resemblance. Li Shi blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. I am a twin with my sister. He Tian, feeling familiar, placed an arm around Li Shi's shoulder. No wonder, little Joe's brother, then we're all friends from now on, I'll call you little Shi. Then, can I call you brother He? He Tian knew Li Shi referred to Hui Yuanruo as big brother as well, and the familial hierarchy seemed a bit tangled, but it mattered little. Sure, you can call me whatever you like. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence to meet an acquaintance in such a remote place. Indeed, Hui Yuanruo adjusted the deer on his shoulder. Had it not been for Master He, this little fellow would have escaped. Well then, if you're not in a hurry, let us roast some meat together. He Tian's eyes sparkled. With Hui Yuanrua present, Li Mulan was surely nearby. Why leave? He must stay and keep an eye on his senior brother. After all, he had only met that girl a few times and did not know her well. This time, he thought with a mischievous grin, he intended to learn everything about her lineage. Chapter 78. The young lady will surely do her utmost. Sure, I'm just a big idle person. It matters not where I go. He then chuckled as he patted Li Shi on the shoulder, appearing quite familiar. With a twinkle in her eye, Hui Yuanrua thought to herself, how splendid, another free laborer. The assassins from the Alliance would undoubtedly return, and with such a formidable ally, her junior master would surely commend her. Ha, look how clever she is. Li Shi, being astute and having spent considerable time with Hui Yuanrua, discerned her intentions immediately upon seeing her expression. He turned to Yi Tian with a warmer demeanor. Brother He, if you have no pressing matters, why not accompany us to Kyoto? We could explore together then. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanrua felt a surge of delight, silently giving him a thumbs up for his cleverness. Li Shi, noticing the approving glance, could not help but smirk internally. He Tian, of course, had his own plans. He was bound for Kyoto as well. Alright, I was intending to go there anyway, so let us go together, it's safer that way. Hui Yuanrua beamed with joy, her eyes nearly disappearing in her smile. That sounds splendid. Come, I have some fine wine back at my place, and we can enjoy a few drinks together later. Oh, indulging in wine and meat, what a comfortable life, Yuanrua, you truly know how to savor it. Indeed. Today, I will have my junior master roast some meat. She may lack in other areas, but her culinary skills are unmatched. Then I shall be in for a treat, ha ha ha. The three engaged in lively banter, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mulan searched diligently for several stalks of wood lily grass. Glancing at the meager collection of herbs in her basket, she sighed, well, this will have to suffice for the next couple of days. Looking up at the sky, she realized it was getting late and decided to head back, pondering where Hui Yuanrua and the others might be off having fun. Just a few steps later, Li Mulan's expression shifted, her instincts alert as she gazed ahead warily. She crouched low and stealthily moved a few paces forward, hiding behind a thicket to observe. Before her stood two figures. One was a familiar face, Zhu Chenfeng, the other was shrouded in black, presumably one of his subordinates, reporting on something. Li Mulan felt a bit awkward. After all, encountering them was inevitable, yet her caution led her to hide. Should they discover her, they might think she was eavesdropping. Little did she know, Zhu Chenfeng had already sensed her presence the moment she arrived, but he chose to ignore it. That will be all, the cloaked figure replied, kneeling throughout the exchange. Zhu Chenfeng nodded. Proceed as planned. Yes, I shall withdraw. With that, the figure vanished from sight. However, Zhu Chenfeng remained, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Li Mulan rubbed her slightly numb calves, wondering why he lingered. Was he simply enjoying the mountain scenery alone? After a while, her patience began to wane, the mosquitoes in the mountains were relentless, and she had forgotten to bring her repellent, suffering several bites already. She found herself cursing the man repeatedly in her mind. Surely, he was afflicted with some ailment to be standing there lost in thought. Are you not coming out? Are you not planning to head back? Li Mulan was startled. Was he speaking to her? Zhu Chenfeng turned around, casually playing with a folding fan in his hand. Miss Li? At this moment, Li Mulan was certain, this man had known she was there all alone. Gritting her teeth, she stood up. Well, it seems even Uncle Chu is here. Zhu Chenfeng's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to expose her, his gaze shifting to the sky. Indeed, the air in the mountains is quite pleasant. Li Mulan limped out from behind the bushes, her eyes burning with a desire to stab the man before her, but alas. Zhu Chenfeng seemed to sense something as he looked at her, prompting Li Mulan to quickly don an innocuous smile. A hint of amusement flickered in Zhu Chenfeng's eyes as he glanced at her basket. Gathering herbs? Yes, my great-uncle's injury is quite severe. This herb has excellent medicinal properties. Zhu Chenfeng nodded, twirling the fan and seemingly nonchalantly inquiring, I heard you stitched someone's wound yesterday? Li Mulan's eyes flickered slightly. Yes. What method of treatment is this? I have not heard of it before. It's not a secret, the Divine Physician Valley has been teaching it in recent years, and there should be quite a few who understand it. Is the effect satisfactory? Indeed, it is particularly effective for severe injuries. Zhu Chenfeng did not hide his interest, meeting Li Mulan's gaze directly. Miss Li, as someone knowledgeable, you should be aware of where this method of treatment is most applicable. Li Mulan paused for a moment. She certainly knew within the military. Would Miss Li be willing to impart this suturing technique to others? Naturally, Li Mulan was amenable. She had been a soldier in her past life. However, she did not respond immediately, feigning hesitation. This suturing technique was learned from the head of the Divine Physician Valley. Without his permission, I truly cannot. What if the Valley head agrees? I shall certainly do my utmost to assist. Li Mulan's expression was sincere, leaving Zhu Chenfeng momentarily speechless. She had no qualms about spreading this suturing technique. Years ago, when she casually mentioned this method to the old phoenix, he had shown great interest. Under her numerous hints, he eventually mastered the technique and, with her consent, passed it on to others in the valley. In truth, Li Mulan wished for the technique to flourish, allowing more people to benefit. In an era where medical conditions were rather primitive, even slightly severe external injuries could claim a life. If this method could be disseminated, it would serve as a means of accumulating virtue for herself. Since arriving in this world, she had maintained a deep respect for the supernatural. Otherwise, how would she have ended up here? Engaging in good deeds within her capacity might catch the attention of the heavens, possibly allowing her to return home. Though she understood this notion was utterly unrealistic, considering her past life's body was long destroyed, rendering any return futile. While she was lost in thought, Li Mulan suddenly caught sight of the ring on Chu Chenfeng's finger. It seemed somewhat familiar, as though she had seen it before. Before she could scrutinize it further, Chu Chenfeng noticed her gaze, turning his body to obscure her view. He swiftly shielded his right hand with his fan. It's getting late, shall we return together? Li Mulan, momentarily taken aback, nodded in a daze. By the time she processed this, it was too late. What should she do? She was reluctant to accompany him. Chu Chenfeng, having noticed her discontent, appeared even more cheerful. The air in the mountains is refreshing, and the scenery is lovely. Having someone to converse with makes the journey far from dull. What do you say, Miss Li? Yes, having someone to chat with along the way will indeed make it less tedious. However, it would still be rather uninteresting. Chapter 79. Is there a brick on your chest? Li Mulan hung her head low, trailing slowly behind Chu Chenfeng. The two walked in tandem, with Li Mulan deliberately controlling her pace to maintain a distance of over a meter from him. They exchanged not a word, appearing as though they were strangers. Li Mulan bobbed her head and scanned the surroundings, searching for any herbs she might collect along the way. Suddenly, a dark object hurtled toward her face. Instinctively, she swatted at it, sending it directly toward Chu Chenfeng instead. Once she registered what had happened, she saw him holding a small snake by its midsection, gazing at her. Uncle Chu, that was an accident. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Chenfeng tossed the snake far away. I believe it was indeed an accident. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Mulan explained, it truly was a reflex. You understand, right? She had intended to elaborate, but Chu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow in calm amusement. I can somewhat comprehend, but why is Miss Li so anxious? I recall when we first met, you were quite lively and talkative. What has changed today? Do you harbor some grievances against me? Grievances? No, not at all, Li Mulan responded, shaking her head vigorously like a rattledrum. You are, after all, my elder. It is only right to show you respect. Chu Chenfeng furrowed his attractive brows. Miss Li, I am merely a few years your senior. Is it truly necessary to refer to me as uncle or elder at all? A few years? I am 20-5. Li Mulan laughed, her expression innocent. I'm 17. You are 8 years my senior, which, by the logic of generational gaps, puts us nearly 3 generations apart. Besides, I am friends with Xiao Jia, and you are his uncle, so naturally she trailed off, giggling. So he is only 25, she mused, but with that demeanor she had thought he was in his 30s. Chu Chenfeng felt a pang of irritation at her incessant use of formal address, choosing to remain silent and turning to walk away. Seeing his reaction, Li Mulan bit her lip, stifling a chuckle. Just then, she took a few steps forward, failing to notice the person ahead had stopped, and she collided with his solid chest. Li Mulan crouched down, clutching her nose, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Was that a wall? So hard? Surely, her nose must be broken. Are you alright? Chu Chenfeng asked, feeling a bit awkward. He had merely intended to turn back and speak with her. Li Mulan shot him a reproachful glance through her fingers. Why did you suddenly turn around? Surely, he must have intended to harm me. This person is far too cunning indeed. All of the Regent's subordinates are equally troublesome. Clearing his throat, Chu Chenfeng said, Ahem, my apologies. Li Mulan examined her hands, relieved to find no blood. That was incredibly painful. My nose must surely be broken. Do you have bricks stored in your chest? Chu Chenfeng felt a twinge of discomfort as he stepped closer to inspect her. Her nose was red, her eyes glistening, making her quite endearing. Her small face, no larger than a palm, bore delicate, fair skin. Up close, he could even see her pores. Despite the scar at the corner of her eye, it did not diminish her charm. In fact, he found that crescent-shaped scar oddly cute. Suddenly, Chu Chenfeng stiffened. Cute? How could he entertain such a terrifying thought? He quickly stepped back, feigning composure. Rest assured, your nose is fine. Really? A teardrop rolled down her flushed cheek. She was not feigning pity. The pain was genuinely intense. Seeing her distress, Chu Chenfeng promptly produced his handkerchief and offered it to her. You're a doctor. Perhaps you should examine it yourself. Li Mulan, slightly irked, snatched the handkerchief from him and dabbed her eye. Uncle Chu, you should just go ahead. I'll take my time. Ahem. Very well then. We're nearly there anyway. He had forgotten what he had wanted to say earlier, glancing at her before departing. Once he had walked away, Li Mulan squatted down again, covering her nose and muttering, what kind of person is he? Oh dear, my nose had hurt so much. She then pressed the handkerchief to alleviate the pain. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed her face as she sniffed the handkerchief. What a unique bamboo fragrance. It is quite pleasant, but in an instant, she covered her nose again, lamenting, why must he practice his chest exercises, causing my nose to suffer this fate? Woe is me. Hui Yu and Ruan and the others had arrived first, carrying a deer, which drew everyone's attention as they rushed to assist. As Xingyi stepped out of the tent, he happened upon Tian, who was laughing heartily. He froze, thinking, what is this young master doing here? He initially contemplated hiding, but realizing he had nothing to fear with his current face, he approached nonchalantly. Father, mother, this is brother He, a friend of brother Hua, and he also knows my sister. Moreover, he is on his way to Kyoto. She cheerfully introduced Tian to Li Yi and Zhang Shi, eager to secure his assistance. Tian respectfully bowed to the couple of greetings, uncle and aunt. So these are the parents of that girl. How delightful. He must show them due respect, as they are elders. Li smiled warmly. Brother He, are you also heading to Kyoto? Tian nodded. Yes, my senior brother resides in Kyoto, and I am going to visit him. Zhang Shi inquired gently. Do you know our Laner as well? Yes, I have met junior sister Xiaojiu a few times, but she was quite young back then. It has been 2 years since our last meeting, thus, he had wanted to come along to see her. That girl must be 17 by now. He wondered what she was like now that he remembered her as a slender little thing, resembling a porcelain doll, with only one flaw, a scar at the corner of her eye, which was somewhat incompatible with his senior brother. However, such things were trivial, those in the martial world did not concern themselves with appearances. Furthermore, his master possessed the finest scar-removing ointment crafted by the leader of the divine Dr. Valley, which he could offer her. Brother he, lend a hand, let us skin this deer. Wei Yuanrua called from a short distance away. Tian promptly bowed to the two elders. I shall take my leave now. Lie and Zhang Shi nodded, recognizing him as a well-mannered young man. Not far off, Xing Yi, stroking his chin in contemplation, soon arrived at a conclusion. Considering He Tian's connection to his master, it was no surprise that he knew Wei Yuanrua and the others. At that moment, Chu Chenfeng returned, immediately spotting He Tian conversing animatedly with Hui Yuanrua. His brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at Xing Yi, who could only shake his head subtly, indicating he was unaware. Chu Chenfeng regarded He Tian with disdain as he watched him skin the deer with a dagger that looked suspiciously like one from his own storeroom. Chapter 80. Li Liang awakens. When Li Mulan returned, Wei Yuanrua and the others had just finished preparing the venison and rabbit meat. Ah, little master uncle, just in time for your return. Shall we roast some meat today? Look at this deer I hunted, it is quite plump. He Tian greeted Li Mulan eagerly. Little junior sister, it has been a while, hasn't it? Li Mulan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the speaker. Senior brother he? Ha, I did not expect the junior sister to remember me. Li Mulan quickly set down her backpack and approached. What brings you here, senior brother he? It has indeed been far too long. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she cast a sidelong glance at Hui Yuanrua, who immediately raised an eyebrow at her, as if to say, aren't I clever for having recruited such a formidable ally? Praise me, do. Ah, it's a long story. I lost my way in the mountains and happened to encounter Yuanrua and the others, He Tian explained. That is truly a stroke of fate, Li Mulan remarked, her mind whirling. Where does senior brother he intend to go next? Li Shi promptly clarified for his sister, brother he mentioned he is also headed to the capital, and we are fortunate to be traveling together. Oh? Li Mulan's face lit up with delight as she looked at He Tian with satisfaction. That is splendid news. With senior brother he accompanying us, the journey will surely be far from dull. Indeed, ha 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 ha. Not far away, Xing Yi shook his head in resignation, thinking how obvious Li Mulan and her companions were, their intentions practically inscribed upon their foreheads. Meanwhile, He Tian remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his good fortune. It was a pity that such a fine young man as Li Shi would soon turn into a little fox after spending so much time with them. Ah, little master uncle, what happened to your nose? Why is it so red? Li Mulan shot a resentful glance at Chu Chenfeng's tent. Ah, don't mention it, I ran into a tree, he replied. Pfft, why would you do something so foolish? Hui Yuanrua couldn't help but laugh. Li Mulan shot him a glare. Do you still wish to eat roasted meat? Hui Yuanrua immediately suppressed his laughter, replying earnestly, I do wish to eat. Humph. La Ner. Li Sun came running from a distance. You must come quickly. Fourth uncle has awoken. Upon hearing this, Li Mulan's heart leapt with joy. Awakened, so soon? Li Sun's face was also filled with happiness. Yes, that is why I hurried to find you. The two of them departed hand in hand, and just as they reached the tent, they spotted Qing Yu waiting outside with a medicine box in hand. Upon entering, they heard Li Qinghe's voice, tinged with tears. Father, you are awake, you nearly gave your son a fright. Although Li Liang had regained consciousness, his body remained feeble. Upon hearing his son's voice, he merely opened his mouth but said nothing, for the pain in his back was unbearable. Enough, Qinghe, Lana is here. Let her take a look first, Li Tsong soothed, concerned about his brother, with whom he had always had a fraught relationship. Only then did Li Qinghe notice Li Mulan's presence. Right. Lana, please come and check on my father. Li Mulan hurried forward, first taking Li Liang's pulse before examining his wounds. She exhaled in relief. Very well, the critical period has passed. Fourth uncle's recovery is looking quite promising. Li Qinghe's tears threatened to spill again. Really? Lana, my father is going to be alright? Li Mulan chuckled softly. It's not that he's completely fine, such severe injuries still require time to heal. However, the danger has passed, and with proper care, he will recover. Li Qinghe wiped his face. That is wonderful news. Father, did you hear that? Lana says you are fine, just take good care of yourself. Li Liang opened his mouth again, too weak to produce sound, and could only nod slightly. Li Mulan continued, I will come daily to change the dressings. Uncle Qinghe, you mustn't touch them or let them get wet. If discomfort arises, a simple wipe down will suffice. I shall also brew the medicine daily and deliver it to you. For the next few days, fourth uncle must not move to avoid reopening the wounds. Li Qinghe nodded vigorously. I understand, I will take good care of him. Lana, he said with deep gratitude. Thank you, Qinghe uncle. I have already said we are family. Why must you treat me with such formality? She then turned and retrieved a porcelain vial from her small medicine box. This elixir is for nourishing the body. Take 3 pills daily after meals. Very well, Li Qinghe accepted the vial. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Before departing, Li Mulan checked Li Tsong's leg once more, ensuring her peace of mind before leaving. Inside Chu Chenfeng's tent. He must have followed the master after discovering his departure, only to lose his way in the mountains and fortuitously meet brother Hua, thus returning with them. I heard just now that he seems to be heading to the capital as well. Chu Chenfeng chuckled lightly. He certainly knows how to utilize people. Xing Yi offered an awkward smile. Well, it seems He Xiao appears quite willing and seems particularly attentive towards the Li family. It was unclear what it was about the Li family that had caught this young master's eye, especially regarding that young lady, Li Mulan. He Xiao's attentiveness was almost unbearable to witness. Suddenly, a thought struck Xing Yi. Master, do you think that He Xiao has taken a particular interest in Miss Li? Chu Chenfeng paused, recalling the events of the day, his expression darkening slightly. What do you mean by a particular interest? I mean, he seems particularly eager, overly accommodating in his demeanor. You mean he is infatuated with Li Mulan? For some reason, Chu Chenfeng felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. This was certainly unwelcome news. Subordinate merely speculating, Xing Yi replied, confused as to why his master suddenly appeared displeased, the atmosphere becoming dangerously tense. Are you speaking of baseless conjectures? Chu Chenfeng's gaze flashed with irritation. When had Xing Yi become so reckless in his assertions? Xing Yi immediately knelt. It is my oversight. Chu Chenfeng rubbed his temples, feeling inexplicably vexed. You may leave now, I wish to rest. Xing Yi promptly exited, releasing a breath of relief once outside, yet puzzled as he glanced back at the tent, wondering what had caused his master to act so strangely today. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, startling him back a few steps. After recognizing the figure, he admonished, What are you doing, sneaking around like a ghost? What if you scare someone? Xing Wu scratched his head in confusion. Boss, I think I just saw Yi Xiao. Xing Yi nodded. Yes, be cautious over the next few days, do not let him notice you. Understood. I will try to avoid appearing in front of him starting tomorrow. Fortunately, all the brothers I brought this time are unfamiliar faces, Yi Xiao should not recognize them. Make sure to let the brothers rest in turns over the next few days. I suspect we will face some fierce battles ahead. Got it, I understand. And there is one more thing, that, seeing Xing Wu hesitating, Xing Yi grew impatient. Speak plainly, do not dawdle. Chapter 81. The older, the more stubborn Xing Wu immediately spoke up. Last time, that woman, didn't she give us a few bottles of healing ointment? The brothers used it, and it worked exceptionally well, even better than the medicine provided by physician Zhang.so. Boss, could you perhaps have a word with that woman to procure some more for us? Xing Yi furrowed his brows. Why don't you go yourself? Xing Wu shifted uncomfortably. It's just that I had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with her, so if I were to go, she surely wouldn't oblige. You keep referring to her as that woman. It's a wonder she would even consider helping you. Show her some respect. She is the granddaughter of Master Li. Xing Wu pouted. All right, let's call her Miss Li, shall we? Just remember to mention the ointment situation to her, will you? Fine, I'll bring it up when the opportunity arises. Satisfied, Xing Wu departed. Although he held a dislike for her, he couldn't deny the efficacy of her ointment. Its hemostatic properties surpassed any remedy he had previously encountered. As soon as he left, Xing Yi noticed a fervent gaze upon him. He looked up to find He Tian, who wore a puzzled expression. His back stiffened, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he returned He Tian's greeting with a slight bow. He Tian, upon seeing the unfamiliar face, shook his head, mistakenly believing he had seen Xing Wu. However, he quickly realized his error, as Xing Wu was undoubtedly beside his senior brother at that moment. Thus, 2 days passed in tranquility before a decision to depart was made. Li Sun approached with an anxious countenance, leaving Li Mulian bewildered. Second uncle, what troubles you? Li Sun sighed, fatigue etched across his features. We are nearly prepared. It is just a matter of finalizing arrangements for everyone to depart. Yet, grandfather and fourth uncle sigh. Li Mulian instantly understood, a wry smile gracing her lips. These two old men were indeed amusing. When fourth uncle was injured, her grandfather had been more anxious than anyone, but now that Li Liang had surpassed the critical phase and was gradually regaining consciousness, their demeanor had taken a peculiar turn. Neither could tolerate the other, both unwilling to yield. Unfortunately, Li Liang was immobile and could only remain within Li Tsung's tent, leaving Li Qinghe, who cared for him, utterly exasperated. One was his biological father, the other his most esteemed uncle. He found himself in quite the predicament. With everyone about to leave, what grievances do they still have? Li Sun lamented. Fourth uncle's injuries are severe. He cannot travel with the others, hence, I arranged for him to share a carriage with your grandfather. After all, that carriage is spacious and comfortable, equipped with all the necessary bedding. Yet, they adamantly refuse. Is it grandfather who objects or fourth uncle? Your grandfather has said nothing. Knowing fourth uncle's condition, he naturally wouldn't oppose. It is fourth uncle who, feeling significantly better today, stubbornly insists on traveling with the others. As you know, aside from your grandfather's carriage, which has been specially prepared, the others are merely ordinary ones, crammed with people. How can he possibly go with them? And so, we remain at a standstill. I shall go. After all, I have the title of doctor. Fourth uncle will surely lend me an ear. Li Sun nodded. That would be wise. Lanner, do take a trip. I have other matters to attend to. Li Mulian waved her hand dismissively. Second uncle, you go ahead and tend to your tasks. I shall see to this matter right away. Upon arriving at Li Tsung's tent, she found her father standing at the entrance with a troubled expression. Upon spotting Li Mulian, his face lit up as if he had seen a savior. Lanner has arrived. Ah, Lanner is here. You are a doctor, and surely fourth uncle will listen to you. Seeing her father's distressed countenance, Li Mulian couldn't help but smile. Their entire family was at a loss with these two stubborn old men. What is going on? With preparations underway for departure, why are you and fourth uncle causing a ruckus? Li Mulian inquired as she parted the tent flap, revealing Li Yun and Li Qinghe, both dripping with perspiration, clearly having been at an impasse for quite some time. Li Tsong remained unperturbed, casting a dispassionate glance at his irritable brother. I am not the one causing trouble, it is that obstinate one who is delaying our journey. Li Liang, reclining, shot back, what trouble am I causing? I feel significantly better and see no need to occupy your lavish carriage, what is wrong with that? Li Tsong shot his granddaughter a look that seemed to say, see, it's not me who's causing the fuss, and chose not to engage further. Li Mulian sighed, Uncle, your back injury is quite serious and has not yet healed. Should the wound reopen, it would spell trouble. Why not concede and share a carriage with grandfather? Li Tsong bristled at her words, concede? Share, what is wrong with traveling in the same carriage as him? Am I being wronged here? He was about to protest when he caught the pleading look from his granddaughter. Li Mulian thought to herself, please don't start a quarrel on my account. One stubborn man is more than enough. With a huff, Li Tsong relented, deciding to let it go for Lanner's sake. Li Liang, still unwilling, protested, Lanner, do not deceive me, I genuinely feel much better today. Is it really that serious? Of course, it is serious, Li Mulian retorted, her eyes wide and serious. Has Uncle Qinghan not informed you, your wound is so grave that ordinary hemostatic powder is ineffective? I had to employ a special method to stitch your flesh together, just to stop the bleeding. The sutures are still intact, how could you possibly be well? Stitches, stitches? Li Liang's anxiety heightened. He had heard from his son that his back had been sewn up like a piece of clothing. Despite having read extensively, he had never encountered such a treatment method. Now, hearing that the stitches needed to be removed, he felt a surge of apprehension. Yes, you will indeed need them removed. However, it will take some time, your injury requires care. Once the healing progresses sufficiently, I will attend to the removal, worry not, with my presence, all shall be well. Li Mulian, aware of the potential to frighten the old man, sought to reassure him. Li Liang hesitated, no longer daring to argue, then let it be as you say. His tone carried an inexplicable hint of grievance. Li Tsong cast aside his book, his expression a mix of annoyance and disbelief, thinking, you dare feel wronged? Humph. Li Mulian gently patted Li Tsong's hand to soothe him. Alright then, let us proceed with this arrangement. Uncle Qinghe, third uncle, please be cautious as you carry fourth uncle to the carriage. Take great care to avoid any strain on his wound. Li Qinghe wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved, very well, we shall be careful. He and Li Yun then carefully lifted the injured man from the tent. Once they had departed, Li Tsong cast the book aside in exasperation, muttering to himself, the older they grow, the more stubborn they become. Chapter 82 of The Sorrows of the Zheng Family. Li Mulan chuckled lightly, but he is your younger brother, is he not? As the elder brother, you ought to show him some leniency. Humph, if I were to hold him to account, I would surely be driven to my wit's end. At that moment, Li Yi also entered. Father, I shall carry you outside. Li Tsong nodded. Lanner, I feel as though my legs have improved significantly. Might it be time to attempt a stroll? Li Mulan nodded in agreement, checking his legs. Indeed, the recovery is remarkable. Grandfather, do not be hasty. When we reach a resting point, allow my father to assist you in walking a bit. Very well, very well. Li Tsong beamed with delight, finally able to set foot on the ground again. The journey proceeded quite smoothly, without any disturbances, and they passed through Black Wind Cliff without incident. Hui Yuan Ruo and He Tian rode ahead, leading the way, both being quite the chatty types, their banter uninterrupted throughout the journey. He Tian had been enjoying himself immensely these past few days. Previously, when he was with his master, he was often ignored and even evaded. When he sought out his senior brother, the latter was even harsher, casting him out at the slightest displeasure. For years, having received neither affection from his father nor mother, encountering someone like Hui Yuan Ruo, who shared his sentiments, brought him profound joy. Though they differed in generation, they were unreserved in their camaraderie, exchanging brotherly titles with ease, creating a lively atmosphere on their journey. Evenly she felt a twinge of jealousy, as Hugo had always been closest to him. Since Ji's arrival, he felt overshadowed. Noticing this, Li Mulan patted his shoulder. What troubles you? Li Shi looked somewhat aggrieved. It is nothing, merely that I envy Hugo and Higu. They can ride horses. Cannot Sheer ride? Li Shi's expression grew even more despondent, his head drooping. I cannot. He had been exiled with his family at the tender age of 4, thus lacking the opportunity to learn. Li Mulan quickly comprehended the situation, tousling his hair. Fear not, when time permits, I shall teach you. Li Shi looked up, eyes alight with surprise. Really? Li Mulan chuckled, pinching his noticeably chubbier cheeks. Would I deceive you for sweets? Thank you, sister. Zhang Shi observed the harmonious interaction between the siblings, her heart warmed. It was truly wonderful that their family could finally reunite. However, amidst her joy, a shadow of worry occasionally clouded her thoughts. They were returning to the capital, yet she remained uncertain about the well-being of her aunt and brother. Mother, what troubles you? Li Shi asked, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Zhang Shi. What is it? Zhang Shi replied, confusion evident. Mother, I have called you several times. What occupies your thoughts? Li Mulan, too, had sensed Zhang Shi's disquiet, recognizing that the woman who had just been joyful now bore a hint of sorrow. Ah, mother, I was merely pondering other matters. What did Sheer call me for? Nothing much, just that my sister said she would teach me to ride, and once I learn, I can ride with Hugu and the others. Very well, you must learn diligently. In truth, your father and the others can ride quite well. You may seek their guidance, for your sister is, after all, a woman. Li Shi nodded eagerly. That is splendid, I shall go find father at once. With that, he pulled back the curtain of the carriage and leaped down. Zhang Shi gasped, nearly calling out, but thankfully, their group was large, and the carriage was not moving quickly. This child is exceedingly impatient. Well, he is a boy, such restlessness is only natural. In truth, Li Mulan did not wish to remain in the carriage either. Seeing Qingyu ride alongside, she longed to join her. However, Zhang Shi was intent on spending time with her daughter, and Li Mulan did not wish to thwart her desires. Zhang Shi gently ruffled Li Mulan's hair. "Lanner's eyes are just like your maternal grandmother's." "Maternal grandmother?" Li Mulan's eyes twinkled with curiosity, instantly discerning the source of Zhang Shi's unease. "Mother, tell me about my maternal family." "You have yet to mention them." Zhang Shi sighed, her brow furrowing with deeper concern. "Alas, your maternal grandfather." Upon hearing Zhang Shi's account, it was no wonder she felt so burdened. The circumstances surrounding her maternal family were indeed troubling. Zhang Shi, named Zhang Ruomei, hailed from the Ministry of Rights in the capital, the illegitimate daughter of Zhang Jiang, the Minister of Rights. Her mother was Zhang Jiang's ninth concubine, and she had a twin brother named Zhang Kuan, both of whom were not favored by Zhang Jiang, leading to a particularly difficult existence in the household. Had it not been for Zhang Ruomei's fortuitous meeting with Li Yi of the Grand Tutor's residence, who willingly took her as his legitimate wife, Zhang Jiang might have entirely forgotten he had such a daughter. Connecting with the Li family was undoubtedly advantageous for Zhang Jiang, especially since it was merely a marriage to a concubine. In the initial years, Zhang Shi's mother and brother enjoyed a few years of comfortable living due to Zhang Shi's influence. However, such fortunes were short-lived, as the Li family fell from grace and was exiled. Zhang Jiang, a man driven by self-interest, not only failed to intercede on their behalf but also severed ties with Zhang Ruomei, displaying cold indifference during their departure from the capital, never even showing his face. It was Zhang Kuan who, battered and bruised, came to bid them farewell, stealthily slipping Zhang Shi the little money he had. It was then that Zhang Shi realized the depth of her father's callousness. Not only had he imprisoned her mother, forbidding her from seeing them off, but he had also allowed her brother to be reduced to such a state. The memories of that day brought tears to her eyes. Years had passed, and she remained oblivious to the fates of her mother and brother, wondering if they had suffered. "Mother, do not worry. This time when we return to the capital, we shall see grandmother and uncle." Zhang Shi shook her head sorrowfully. "Your uncle has sent word in money in secret, saying your grandfather has sided with the chancellor." This, alas. Li Mulan, understanding without needing to hear more, knew the chancellor must be at odds with her own grandfather. Such narratives were common in tales, and those who rose to such high positions were rarely virtuous. She recalled her fondness for the stories of Judge Bao in her childhood. "Has uncle not sent any letters in recent years?" Zhang Shi shook her head. "It has been 5 years since we last received a letter, which leaves me deeply unsettled." "What did the last letter say?" Zhang Shi recalled. "In the last letter, my younger brother mentioned wanting to enlist." "Alas, I cannot fathom your grandfather's thoughts. How could he permit him to join the military? Is it not a perilous endeavor? Moreover, Koenner was so academically gifted, could he not excel in the imperial examinations?" Li Mulan remained silent, pondering the circumstances that led her uncle to forsake scholarship for the sword. Surely, many events had transpired in between, otherwise, he would not have taken such a treacherous path, perhaps attributing it all to the influence of her formidable grandfather. Suddenly, the horses neighed, and commotion erupted outside the carriage. Li Mulan's expression shifted. "Pulling back the curtain, sister?" Qingyu brandished her whip, her face set with determination. "It is the Assassin's Guild." Chapter 83. Thunder, that wretched creature, truly unworthy of humanity. Yuan Ruo, how on earth did you provoke the members of the Assassin's Alliance? He Tian exclaimed, gazing at the swarm of black-clad assassins approaching from all directions, remarking on the grand scale of the situation. Yuan Ruo, looking somewhat uncomfortable, replied, "Oh dear, I am not entirely certain. I have briefly explained the matters concerning my junior uncle to brother He. You know how it is with prominent figures, there are always some nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows, seeking to harm them. Indeed, yet the Assassin's Alliance has truly crossed the line in recent years, daring to meddle even in the affairs of high-ranking officials. Could it be that Thunder, that wretched creature, has fallen into desperation?" He Tian spoke of Thunder, the leader of the Assassin's Alliance, a man obsessed with martial arts, often retreating into isolation, while matters within the alliance were typically managed by the right protector, Si Tianlin. Li Mulan dismounted from the carriage, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent upon seeing the encroaching assassins. Did they truly believe her to be an easy target? Time and again, today they would find themselves unable to return. It seemed that once she had a moment's respite, a visit to the Assassin's Alliance stronghold would be in order. "Sister!" Li Shi and Li Yi sprinted towards her, their faces etched with fear. The memories of their last assassination attempt were still fresh in their minds. How was it that they had returned so soon? "Father, Sheer, do not wander off. I shall check on grandfather." She then turned to Qingyu. "Sister, please ensure the safety of my family." Qingyu nodded, her whip swirling in her hand, exuding an intimidating aura. Li Sun, Li Yun, and Li Qinghe shielded Li Tsung's carriage, tools in hand, their expressions tense. Upon seeing Li Mulan approaching, they looked as if they had found their savior. "Lanner! Lanner! Lanner!" Li Mulan spoke little, climbing directly into the carriage. "Grandfather, fourth uncle." The two elderly men appeared remarkably calm, one reclining while the other lay prone, displaying little sign of fear. Li Tsung waved his hand with a smile. "No need to concern yourselves with us, we'll remain quietly in the carriage." Li Mulan nodded, and as she exited the carriage, she spotted Chu Chenfeng and Xing Yi. "Uncle Chu. Miss Li, we may not have the luxury of stopping. We have just received word that 5 more teams from the Assassin's Alliance are on their way. We must reach Lunghu City at the earliest, where the regent has made arrangements." Li Mulan's mind raced as she calculated the distance to Longhu City, which was a half-day's journey from their location. Very well, then let us act swiftly. Uncle Chu, I entrust the safety of my grandfather and the others to you. Chu Chenfeng nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Xing Yi, who promptly stepped in front of Li Sun and the others. At the forefront, Huiyuan Ruo, He Tian, and others had already engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. Li Mulan swiftly advanced, dispatching any remaining foes with decisive strikes, leaving no survivors. Chu Chenfeng did not linger behind but followed closely alongside Li Mulan. Though their interactions had been few, their cooperation at this moment was remarkably harmonious. Li Mulan excelled in close-quarters combat, while Chu Chenfeng shielded her from incoming assassins, effortlessly eliminating them and presenting the remaining threats for her to confront. They soon reached the front lines, where Li Mulan produced a porcelain vial from her bosom. Casting it forth, the surrounding assassins collapsed, their life force extinguished in an instant. The potency of the poison astonished Li Mulan. It was a concoction casually prepared by her second senior brother, proving to be exceedingly formidable. She felt a moment of trepidation, glancing at Chu Chenfeng not far away. Had he been nearby, he might have been mistakenly harmed. Junior sister Jiao, what is that wondrous substance? Let me, your brother He, have a try. He Tian exclaimed, his sword sweeping through the air, felling several assassins. Li Mulan, still wielding her dagger, navigated through the chaos of assassins. Brother He, you jest. It is only someone of my limited skills who requires such aids. You, on the other hand, have no need for it. Haha, indeed, He Tian executed a graceful roll, sending 2 more assassins to the ground. Thunder, that wretched creature, is truly devoid of humanity, sending so many after us. Meanwhile, Xing Wu donned a mask today, leading his subordinates in dispatching dozens of foes. Teams A and B, continue advancing. The rest of you, kill, he commanded in a deliberately lowered tone, his presence diminished by the effort. Yes. 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 The group, under the protection of their comrades, steadily advanced inside the carriage. Zhang Shi anxiously searched for Li Mulan, yet her gaze found nothing. She turned to Qingyu, who wore a serious expression outside the carriage. Chengyu, please assist Lanner, we have guards here, so we are safe. Without turning her head, Qingyu remained vigilant, ready to dispatch any incoming assassins at a moment's notice. Aunt, do not worry. With Yuan Ruo present, junior sister Jiao will be safe, she will soon rejoin us. But suddenly, several assassins breached the guards and charged forward, their blades glinting ominously. Qingyu's whip, seemingly with a mind of its own, swiftly incapacitated them, sending them crashing to the ground, while nearby guards rushed in to deliver finishing blows. The commotion left Zhang Shi, who had intended to speak, pale with fear, while Li Yi hurriedly drew the carriage curtains, whispering reassurances. At this moment, all attention seemed to shift toward Huiyuan Ruo and his companions, as they presented an insurmountable challenge. The prowess of these few was simply extraordinary. Without dealing with them, the carriage would remain unreachable. Even those few who managed to break through were met with a wall of steel, rendering them utterly ineffective. Li Mulan, lacking internal energy, found herself outmatched by the likes of Huiyuan Ruo and his ilk, becoming a target amidst the fray, with all eyes turned towards her. Chu Chenfeng, his folding fan stained with blood, wore an expression of cold determination. Observing Li Mulan surrounded by several assassins, struggling to fend them off, his gaze grew even icier. Channeling his internal energy, he transformed his palm into a blade, sending the nearest assassins flying several meters away, before swiftly joining Li Mulan's side. At that moment, Li Mulan found herself in a precarious position, having fallen to the ground, her dagger lost in the chaos. In a critical instant, several concealed darts shot from her wrist, striking true at the foreheads of her assailants. Not far away, Huiyuan Ruo, He Tian, and Xing Wu appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue, their strikes growing increasingly ruthless, as if engaged in a silent competition. Before long, the number of assassins dwindled, until none remained. Huiyuan Ruo spat in disdain. What has become of the Assassins' Alliance in recent years? They are regressing, resorting to such pathetic tactics. I have yet to fully unleash my prowess. He Tian sheathed his sword. In recent years, it has been Si Tianlin managing the Alliance's affairs. They indeed cannot compare to former times. Huiyuan Ruo cast a sidelong glance at the masked Xingwu. TCH, trying to act all cool, are we? Xingwu shot him a glare from behind his mask, remaining silent. It was prudent for him to say little, lest He Tian recognize him. Li Mulan, witnessing the scene, breathed a sigh of relief. She had intended to sit down and catch her breath, only to spot the well-defined hand of Chu Chenfeng reaching towards her. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly set aside her hesitation and placed her delicate hand in his grip was firm and warm, as he effortlessly pulled her to her feet. Li Mulan beamed at him, Uncle Chu, thank you. She then turned to join Huiyuan Ruo and the others, leaving Chu Chenfeng standing rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the hand that had just held Li Mulan's, lost in contemplation. Chapter 84 Wound unravels. Hey, you little rascal, how many have you slain today? Huiyuan Ruo inquired with an air of haughty pride. It was quite peculiar that this lad had suddenly transformed his demeanor and ceased to engage in their usual banter. Had he perhaps been sufficiently subdued by her? Xing Yi, disinterested, merely snorted softly, continuing to whisper to his subordinates. He Tian's gaze shifted, his arms crossed as he nudged Huiyuan Ruo. What's the background of that boy? Huiyuan Ruo curled her lip, just an arrogant little brat who insists on competing with me every time. Yet, I must admit, he possesses quite the tenacity. Despite losing each time, he remains undeterred. Quite amusing, really. He Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can't shake the feeling that I've encountered him before, but where? The memory eluded him. Li Mulan approached at a brisk pace. Yuanrua, senior brother we must hurry. It is said that the Assassin Alliance has 5 more teams trailing behind us. We need to reach Longhu City as swiftly as possible. My word, junior sister Jiao, your family is formidable indeed, to command such a large contingent from the Assassin Alliance. Who would have thought our little Jiao was a scion of a prestigious family? He Tian remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Li Mulan. Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively. Oh, stop with the jokes, senior brother Hui Yuanrua scoffed, my little martial aunt is a heroine of the martial world, not some pampered noble. She wouldn't deign to be one. Besides, he had visited the capital and encountered those so-called noble women, all pretense and affected speech. If his martial aunt were ever to become like that, he would surely be horrified. Enough chatter, let us move. We cannot afford to waste time. At that moment, Chu Chenfeng arrived. He Tian scrutinized him closely, having noted earlier that this man concealed his true capabilities. Even in such perilous circumstances, his essence remained inscrutable. Furthermore, He Tian furrowed his brow deeper. Why did he find this man familiar? Upon closer inspection of his visage, it was undeniably unfamiliar. Chu Chenfeng, noticing He Tian's gaze, inclined his head in acknowledgement. The group wasted no further time and quickly pursued the main contingent ahead. The Li family members engaged in hushed conversations, and under Xing Yi's escort, they had already traversed 5 miles. Having not encountered any pursuing forces, Xing Yi decided to rest temporarily until the others caught up. Li she sat upon a large stone, his eyes fixed intently in one direction. Suddenly, a group of riders approached swiftly from the distance. He exclaimed with joy, sister, they are back. Li Yi and the others hurried over to investigate, with Li Sun possessing the keenest eyesight. Indeed, it is Lan. Splendid, as long as she is safe. The other members of the Li family also rose to see, their earlier rest interrupted by concern. Li Huan and the others had come to realize over the past few days that their leader was no ordinary person. Even after years of exile, he still managed to turn the tide. Despite being away from the court for over a decade, there remained those within who feared his return. Was this fortune or misfortune? Regardless, whether it was fortune or misfortune, it was unavoidable. One cannot write 2 Li characters in a single stroke, not to mention the benefits they had previously reaped due to his status. Throughout these years of exile, even when their leader's family endured hardship, they had never abandoned the other branches of the family. That is what family is. Madame Zhang, unable to see clearly, nonetheless recognized her daughter had returned and craned her neck to catch a glimpse until the group drew near. Li Mulan dismounted and approached them directly. Father, mother, second uncle, third uncle, Sheer, are you all well? She then inclined her head respectfully to the other clan members. Madame Zhang clasped her daughter tightly, inspecting her from head to toe, only to discover a fresh wound on Li Mulan's neck, blood seeping from it. Alarmed, she gasped, Lan, you're hurt. What? Hurt? Li Yi, who had just been relieved that everyone was safe, rushed over upon hearing the news. Where are you injured? On my neck, sister's neck is bleeding. Li Shi's eyes filled with concern, his eyelids reddening. Sister, does it hurt? Chu Chenfeng, who had intended to depart, turned upon hearing their conversation and indeed noticed the delicate, fair neck marred by a crimson gash. Though the wound appeared minor, it was decidedly bothersome. His fist clenched involuntarily. Assassin Alliance, quite audacious. Li Mulan felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was merely a small cut, hardly warranting such a commotion. Hui Yuanrua rolled her eyes. It's just a scratch. It'll probably heal before long. What is there to be anxious about? He Tian, observing her reaction, chuckled. Junior sister Jiao is, after all, a young lady. Scars are not ideal. Scars are undesirable. My little martial aunt has scars on her face. Didn't you notice? What's the big deal? She is still just as beautiful. At that moment, Xing Yu arrived, taking out a handkerchief to dab at the bloodstains, then retrieving a white porcelain bottle from her bosom. Auntie, don't worry, I'll apply some medicine to junior sister. Yes, quickly tend to the wound. Madame Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears of concern. We can't have any scars. Xing Yu paused, glancing at the scar at the corner of Li Mulan's eye. Madame Zhang noticed this reaction, her expression turning even more remorseful. Lan, mother, didn't he mean it that way? Li Mulan grasped Madame Zhang's hand, smiling. Mother, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt at all. Madame Zhang held Li Mulan's hand tightly, her heart aching. Good, as long as it doesn't hurt. Xing Yi hurried over. Miss Li, we cannot delay. We must reach Longhu City today, or we may encounter trouble. Xing Wu had just reported that they had suffered considerable losses. The Li family members, being mere scholars, would not fare well against another onslaught from the Assassin Alliance. All right, I understand. Li Mulan turned to Li Sun, second uncle, please notify everyone. We must leave at once and reach Longhu City before nightfall. Longhu City? Yes, we've just received word that the Assassin Alliance has at least 5 more teams pursuing us. We fear we cannot withstand another attack. Uncle Chu mentioned that the regent has made arrangements in Longhu City, and we will be safe upon our arrival. Li Sun nodded. Understood, we shall leave at once. I will inform the other uncles. With that, he dashed off to relay the message to the other branches of the Li family, while Li Mulan hurried to check on Li Tsong and Li Liang, both of whom were unwell, hoping nothing would go awry. Xing Yu assisted Madame Zhang back to the carriage, and Li Shi followed closely behind Li Mulan to check on Li Tsong. Li Qinghe, upon seeing them, rushed forward. Lan, you've returned. How wonderful, you should go see my father, it seems his wound has reopened. Li Mulan gasped in shock. How could that be? Chapter 85. A quarrel between 2 old men. As soon as Li Mulan entered the carriage, she was greeted by the unmistakable scent of blood. It was not that Li Liang had sustained a grievous wound, but rather that she possessed a heightened sensitivity to such odors. Despite the spaciousness of the carriage, it was still a confined area, making the metallic tang all the more pronounced. Grandfather, uncle, Li Tsong's face was taut with anxiety, his complexion paling. Lanner, you must take a look at him. Li Liang, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, gritted his teeth and insisted, I'm fine, Lanner, let us continue our journey, do not delay. The young man who had been driving the carriage stood outside, his face ashen. The panic from encountering so many assassins for the first time had caused him to overlook a large pit ahead, leading to this predicament. What were they to do? Li Mulan lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced at the young man without uttering a word. She then called out to Hui Yuanrua, Yuan. Having been in the midst of boasting to Etian, Hui Yuanrua sprang into action. Little Shirshu, what do you need me for? Li Mulan swiftly produced a water pouch to wash her hands. My uncle's injury may have reopened. You take the reins, drive with care. Absolutely, leave it to me. Hui Yuanrua took his position at the front of the carriage, exuding confidence. After years of traveling with Mo Yan and Li Mulan, he had become quite adept at handling the carriage. Noticing the trembling young man beside him, he furrowed his brow and pointed with the whip to the vacant seat nearby. What are you dawdling for? Get up here, watch my skills and learn, understand? The young man nodded vigorously, quickly climbing aboard. Li Mulan lifted the bedding covering Li Liang and, as anticipated, discovered traces of blood marring his back. Fortunately, the amount was minimal, suggesting that the situation was not dire. Uncle, bear with it. Allow me to examine your wound, she urged. Li Liang nodded with some difficulty. It's nothing, Lanner, proceed as you wish. Li Mulan untied the white cloth binding his injury, revealing a horrific gash. Li Tsong, witnessing this, gasped sharply. The centipede-like wound, compounded by the mixture of medicine and blood, rendered it even more ghastly. Li Mulan frowned. Uncle, endure a little longer, I will clean it for you. With great effort, Li Liang managed a strained smile, albeit one that appeared exceedingly stiff. It's a nothing, Lanner, your uncle can endure. As she meticulously cleaned and disinfected the wound with alcohol, despite her gentle touch, Li Liang could not suppress the pain, gritting his teeth as veins throbbed upon his forehead. Once she had thoroughly cleaned the wound, Li Mulan exhaled in relief. The bleeding was minimal. She reapplied the medicine and rewrapped the injury, perspiration dotting her brow. All done. Fortunately, it is not severe. I've redressed the wound. Uncle, you must rest well. When we arrive in Longhu City, we shall take a proper respite for 2 days. Li Liang nodded, too fatigued to speak, resting his head on the bedding, seemingly having drifted off to sleep. Li Tsong sighed and gestured to the injury on Li Mulan's neck. Does it hurt? Li Mulan smiled. Grandfather, you underestimate me. Li Tsong looked at her with a hint of concern. I do not underestimate you, my dear Lanner, it is simply that you are exceedingly formidable. Such a wound would have caused a typical girl to weep. As you have said, grandfather, she is but an ordinary girl. Your granddaughter, however, is no ordinary woman. I am quite capable. Indeed, our Lanner is the most formidable. He then gazed out the window with a furrowed brow. I never anticipated that they would value your grandfather so highly, going to such lengths for an old man's life. Ha. Li Mulan had never inquired about her grandfather's circumstances. Who in the capital would seek his life? What could he possibly possess that instilled such fear in others regarding his return? Li Tsong turned to her. Lanner, are you afraid? Li Mulan shook her head. Since my youth, my master has taken me on numerous adventures, confronting countless dangers. I have battled tigers, I have lost my way in the primeval forest, surviving alone for over 10 days, I was captured by mountain bandits alongside Yuan, nearly becoming their meal. I have witnessed much bloodshed in the martial world and encountered many evils. There is little that frightens me. My master once said, as long as one is committed to their purpose, one should pursue it, regardless of right or wrong, success or failure. What truly matters is oneself and what one learns from these experiences. Li Tsong burst into hearty laughter, surprised that his granddaughter would turn the tables and offer him guidance. Your master must be a broad-minded sage. Li Mulan frowned slightly, expressing mild disdain. Yes, all right, but perhaps a bit too shrewd. I often find myself at his mercy. Otherwise, how could one label him a cunning old fox? Li Tsong nodded. Once we return to the capital and settle in, do share your experiences of these years with your grandfather. I would love to hear them, they sound thrilling. Though the events she recounted were perilous, her retelling rendered them simple and palatable. Li Tsong felt immense gratitude towards Li Mulan's master for raising such a remarkable child. It was a blessing for the Li family. Very well, let us make that arrangement. Agreed. Seeing her grandfather's condition had improved, Li Mulan stepped outside. Li Liang, who had been silent, stirred slightly and murmured, what a fortunate life, to have such a wonderful granddaughter. Li Tsong stroked his slightly curled beard, a proud glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, she is my granddaughter. You wish to have such a treasure, you cannot. Li Liang rolled his eyes. Lanner also calls me uncle. And so what, who could compare to me as her grandfather? Do you understand the difference? What do you have to be proud of? Lanner is wonderful, but she was not raised by you. What right do you have to gloat? Even if I did not raise her, she is still my granddaughter. Others would envy me for having her. You old fool, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. You disrespect your elders. Do you even understand how to act like an elder brother? You must first respect and honor me. Just you? Hey, what do you mean by that? Why the disdain? I simply disdain. I will disdain as I please. Have you aggravated your wound? I advise you to behave. This injury was treated with great effort by my dear granddaughter, do not risk ruining it again. You, be quiet. Ah, you stubborn old man, where do you think you get that from? You think you are any better? Oof. Outside the carriage, Li Sun and the others wore expressions of awkwardness initially. They had approached, curious to learn the cause of their father's jovial laughter, only to find Wei Yuanruo, driving the carriage, was struggling to contain his laughter. Oh my goodness, little Shirshu's grandfather and uncle are simply too amusing. At such an advanced age, they still bicker. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've witnessed two old men quarrel, it's utterly delightful. Chapter 86 of Mulan's injury. A grand procession advanced, and when they were merely 10 miles away from Longhu City, the members of the Assassin Alliance caught up with them, this time outnumbering the previous wave by more than fivefold. Both Hui Yuanruo and He Tian's expressions darkened. Little Master Uncle, what shall we do? Relying solely on themselves, self-preservation was undoubtedly achievable, yet protecting the numerous members of the Li family posed a formidable challenge. Li Mulan sought her short blade, only to realize it had been lost amidst the recent melee. Xingyu promptly handed her a lavish-looking sword. Use this. Li Mulan gazed at the gem-encrusted blade, her lips twitching. At times, she found herself deeply curious about her third senior brother, whom she had yet to meet. What sort of aesthetic could prompt him to bestow such a gift? Ah, I suppose I shall make do with this. She then turned to Wei Yuanruo and He Tian. Yuanruo, brother He, I must trouble you to take the lead. He Tian waved his hand dismissively, drawing his own sword, and with a leap, charged towards the assassins. Wei Yuanruo followed closely behind. At that moment, Xing Yi approached hastily. Nisli, our people have gone to summon reinforcements, we only need to hold out for 2 hours. Li Mulan surveyed the countless figures in black surrounding them and scoffed, we must hold out, regardless. She exchanged a glance with Xingyu and then, with sword in hand, departed. Dressed in black, Xingyu exuded an aura of grim determination as she stood outside the Zheng family's carriage. Xingyi instinctively moved to Li Cong's side, where Li Sun and others clumsily clutched their weapons, warily scanning their surroundings, fearful that a stray enemy might breach their defenses. Hui Yuanruo and the others were far more ruthless this time, attacking with little hesitation, slaying anyone inside. However, a formidable figure soon appeared, a familiar face from the Assassin Alliance, the Right Protector, Si Tianlin. He Tian, shedding his previous nonchalance, now bore an icy gaze. The atmosphere around them crackled with intensity as the two masters clashed. I say, Si Tianlin, has your Assassin Alliance truly become so desperate that you would stoop to any means for silver? Does that scoundrel, Thunder, know of your actions? Such trivial matters require no approval from the Alliance leader, I can decide on my own. Ah, how impressive, but I wonder, what would Thunder's reaction be if he discovered your collusion with the court? Si Tianlin's eyes widened in fury. I ask you, He Tian, what concern is it of yours? What business is it of mine? I simply cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice, a man like you would never understand. Si Tianlin's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. If you truly wish to court disaster, then you shall not blame me. With that, he channeled his inner strength and launched an assault on He Tian. The two fought fiercely in the air, their movements obscured to those below, who could not even approach. Hui Yuanruo and Xingwu continued to dispatch the other assassins. At that moment, Li Mulan was drenched in blood. The once resplendent sword was now stained with gore. With a swift motion, Hui Yuanruo felled 4 or 5 adversaries and quickly positioned himself back to back with Li Mulan. Little Master Uncle, there are too many of them. We cannot possibly kill them all. Hold on a little longer, our reinforcements are on their way. Hui Yuanruo's eyes brightened. Reinforcements? Li Mulan executed a spinning kick, sending an assassin to the ground, and Hui Yuanruo promptly delivered a finishing blow. Seizing the moment, Li Mulan tore a strip from her skirt to bind her sword to her right hand, wiping the blood from her eyes. Yes, the regent arranged for it. He said 2 hours would suffice, and now we still have over half an hour left. Hui Yuanruo exhaled a heavy breath. Very well, be cautious, watch how I carve my path through these foes. With that, he leaped into the fray, joining Xingwu in a more intense battle. Li Mulan weaved through the chaos, lending her aid wherever needed, for their numbers were sorely insufficient. A one-eyed man, wearing a half-mask, had long since noticed Li Mulan holding a formidable axe. He was among the top 10 fighters within the Assassin Alliance. Fixating on Li Mulan, he deftly evaded the attacks of other guards and stealthily approached her from behind, raising his axe to strike. Although Li Mulan was unaware of his presence, her instincts for danger were acute. She executed a roll to evade the terrifying blow of the axe. The one-eyed man spat. I've known of your presence since you began slaughtering my men in the midst of this chaos. Today, you shall feel the might of my axe. With that, he resumed his assault on Li Mulan. Though adept in close combat, her lack of inner strength rendered her vulnerable. While the one-eyed man practiced hard techniques, his attacks infused with inner power made it exceedingly difficult for Li Mulan to withstand, causing her hands to tremble with pain. Frustrated by her agile evasions, the one-eyed man unleashed a flurry of strikes, forcing Li Mulan to retreat repeatedly. Sensing a shift in momentum, he channeled his inner strength for a heavy blow. Li Mulan could not withstand the force and was sent crashing into a tree several meters away, blood spewing from her mouth. The binding on her sword unraveled, sending it flying from her grasp. Hui Yuanruo, witnessing this from a distance, felt his heart wrench. Little Master Uncle. He fought valiantly against the surrounding foes, but the elite members of the Assassin Alliance encircled him, preventing any chance of rescue. The one-eyed man, undeterred, revealed a sinister grin as he raised his massive axe, aiming to cleave Li Mulan. Yet she did not succumb to despair. With a flick of her fingers, several silver needles shot forth, striking 2 into the one-eyed man's arm. He recoiled in pain, and Li Mulan, enduring the agony in her back, sprang forward like a leopard, pinning him down. Clenching her fists, she unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, the force of which even a man of his stature could scarcely endure. Before he could counter, a flash of cold light appeared, and the one-eyed man was swiftly dispatched, blood gushing forth. Li Mulan unveiled a slender blade, its edge glimmering with a chilling light, seemingly appearing from thin air. Once she confirmed her opponent was lifeless, she exhaled in relief. However, her respite was short-lived, as another wave of assailants surged toward her. Struggling to evade their attacks, she released a sleeve arrow, taking down one assassin while others narrowly escaped. Regret welled within her, she had missed her chance. As several assassins prepared to strike, they were intercepted from behind, falling lifeless to the ground. Li Mulan looked up to see Chu Chenfeng, clad in white, standing before her with sword drawn. Noticing her apparent injuries, he frowned slightly. Are you alright? Li Mulan winced. What do you think? Chapter 87 Obstruction. Chu Chenfeng cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped forward to assist the fallen individual, inquiring, where are you injured? Li Mulan coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping, internal injuries. Swiftly, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her small satchel and consumed a few medicinal pills. Uncle Chu, when will the reinforcements arrive? If they don't come soon, my life may very well be at an end. Chu Chenfeng surveyed the surroundings, noting that a significant portion of his subordinates had already fallen, leaving only Huayu Enrua and a few others holding their ground, while the remaining members dared not stray from the vicinity of the carriage. They will arrive shortly. As several reckless assailants charged at them, Chu Chenfeng positioned Li Mulan beneath a tree, urging, take a moment to recover. In the blink of an eye, his sword danced through the air, and the attackers fell to the ground in an instant. Without pausing, he swiftly penetrated the encirclement surrounding Huayu Enrua. Watching him in his pristine white attire, Li Mulan chuckled softly, aren't you concerned about getting it dirty? She rummaged through her satchel in search of anything useful but only managed to pull out a few vials of poison. With some effort, she rose and retrieved her longsword. Just as she was preparing for the next bout, a clear and resonant voice rang out nearby, all members of the Assassin's Alliance, heed my command. The leader has ordered a full retreat, any disobedience will be met with lethal consequences. Not far off, a man clad in black stood atop a grand tree, brandishing a small white flag emblazoned with the character for order, surrounded by intricate patterns. The gravity of this announcement struck Sishianglin first, who objected vehemently. In his moment of distraction, Tian seized the opportunity to strike him down. Sishianglin fell to the ground in disarray, spitting blood, yet he paid no heed to his injuries as he glared at the man in black, bellowing, Lei, this is a job I took on. What gives you the right to interfere? The assassins, who had been fiercely engaged in battle moments ago, halted, bewildered as they turned their gazes towards Sishianglin and the man named Lei. Lei, the son of Thunder, was the left protector of the Assassin's Alliance. His presence signified the will of Thunder, especially with the distinctive order flag in his possession. What shall we do, right protector? One of them inquired. Indeed, the leader has spoken. We must retreat, another echoed. It's not worth it, considering how many brothers have already perished. Exactly. Huayu Enrua, momentarily stunned, recognized the opportunity for a retreat and welcomed it. No matter how formidable he was, he could not withstand the relentless influx of enemies. Lei observed Sishianglin's expression with indifference, stating coldly, if the right protector has any objections, he may return to the alliance and discuss them with the leader. However, today, you will retreat. Whether you wish to or not, you must. Sishianglin clenched his teeth, seething with anger. Thunder had never meddled in the affairs of the alliance, why intervene now? Reluctantly, he glanced at the tightly guarded carriages not far away, spitting in disdain, retreat. As Li Mulan and her companions witnessed the retreat, they all breathed a sigh of relief, having no intention of pursuing. She was utterly depleted of energy. At that moment, a large contingent arrived, led by a rotund man, who shouted, they're here, quickly, protect Li Taifu, where are the villains, hurry, safeguard Li Taifu. Huayu Enrua couldn't suppress a laugh, well, their timing is impeccable. Li Mulan, however, felt a pang of exasperation as she glanced at the portly leader, her expression devoid of words. Meeting Chu Chenfeng's gaze, she smirked, the regent's men are indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Xing Wu arrived behind Chu Chenfeng, feeling his face flush at Li Mulan's words, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. He glared resentfully at the rotund man, suspecting that he had intentionally caused this situation. Seeing that the members of the Assassin's Alliance had retreated, Lei intended to leave but was stopped by Tian. Ah, Lei. It has been ages, let us have a chat. A crack appeared in Lei's previously impassive facade. No, hero I must return to report to my adoptive father. Tian disregarded him, pulling him down to the ground. What's the rush? Your Assassin's Alliance has bestowed upon us such a grand gift, why not chat a bit? Indeed, Huayu Enrua chimed in, crossing his arms, a sardonic smile on his face. We are all friends from the martial world. What vendetta could justify such ruthless actions? Lei sighed, my adoptive father has long neglected the affairs of the Alliance, this is truly unexpected. I apologize on behalf of the Assassin's Alliance. Neither Tian nor Huayu Enrua were unfamiliar with Lei. It was clear that he could not afford to offend either of them. Tian, with keen eyes, noticed the bruise at the corner of Lei's eye. Ah, Lei, who did this to you? How uncouth, striking a man is one thing, but why aim for the face? Lei stiffened, alarmed that his secret had been uncovered. Hadn't he asked a maid to apply powder to conceal it? Hui Yuanrua, hearing this, burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lei Yi, how can a grown man resort to cosmetic powder like a woman? Ha ha, this is too effeminate. Lei Yi's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Mulan approached slowly, her face paled. It was then that Hui Yuanrua remembered his little master uncle had been injured and hurried to support her. Little master uncle, are you alright? I saw you spitting blood just now. He Tian was startled. He had been so engrossed in his fight with Xishianglan that he hadn't noticed the injury to Xiao Jiu. Injured, where? Upon hearing this, Lei Yi's previously flushed face turned ashen with fear. Xiao Jiu. Miss, are you hurt? Is it serious? Where are you injured? Li Mulan feigned a cough, appearing somewhat weak, leaning against Hui Yuanrua. Your assassin's alliance is formidable, sending so many to harm my family, and cough, severely injuring me. Though Chu Chunfeng recognized her act, he found her pallid complexion irksome, appearing increasingly distressing. Lei, in a panic, broke into a sweat. What can we do? A doctor? Yes, we must find a doctor. I shall go find one immediately. Li Mulan quickly signaled Hui Yuanrua to prevent Lei Yi from leaving. Hui Yuanrua promptly blocked him. Find a doctor. Are you not aware that my little master uncle is a doctor herself? You shan't escape. This matter remains unresolved. Oh dear, young master Hua, this truly isn't the order of the leader. The leader has been in seclusion for over half a year. How could he know of this matter? Then what, if it wasn't an order from Lei Ting, does that mean your assassin's alliance didn't send these people? You wish to distance yourself from responsibility? He Tian expressed his displeasure sighing. Lei Yi acknowledged, this is indeed an unprincipled act by our assassin's alliance. Originally, matters of the martial world should not entangle the court, yet with Xishianglan, alas, we have ultimately overlooked this. Chapter 88. It must be her fifth senior brother. Lei Yi clasped his hands together. I did not mean it that way. What do you mean then? Hui Yuanrua retorted with an air of arrogance, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. After all, his junior uncle had been injured, and if their master and grandmaster found out, he feared for his own skin. Lei Yi surveyed the carnage around him. Most of the dead were from the assassin's alliance, and his heart ached with sorrow. How about we let this matter slide, considering that none of them were harmed, while our own suffered heavy casualties? He Tian shot him an incredulous look and kicked him. What do you mean none of them were harmed? We have brothers who have died here, do you not see that? And are you blind? Can't you see that junior sister Jiu has been injured? Hui Yuanrua's teeth ground in frustration. You surely know the status of my junior uncle, don't you? Even if we cannot take action against you, if my master finds out The implication of his threat was unmistakably clear. Upon hearing this, Lei Yi felt a sharp sting in his cheeks. He was deeply troubled. The reason he had rushed to halt this massacre was none other than the reckless C2 Tianming. His adoptive father was still in seclusion, and he had barged into the valley to drag the man out, only to end up taking a beating alongside his adoptive father. It was particularly humiliating, for this man had a penchant for striking faces. Oh, how he lamented. His adoptive father was a notable figure in the martial world, yet he had been utterly powerless before C2 Tianming. As for himself, he had no choice but to endure the blows. Noticing the discomposure on his face, he Tian smirked slyly. Your injuries look rather familiar. Lei Yi, I recall that C2, the alliance leader, seems to particularly enjoy cough. He refrained from finishing the sentence about the man's penchant for striking faces. Hui Yuanrua exchanged glances with Li Mulan, both focusing on the wounds adorning Lei Yi's face. Li Mulan chuckled lightly. Curiously enough, it does resemble the handiwork of your fifth senior brother. But if he truly came to offer assistance, why did he not show up? Feeling somewhat awkward, Lei Yi turned to Li Mulan. Miss Jiu, this time it is indeed the fault of the assassin's alliance. Please, show mercy, and let us sigh. If you could overlook this incident, I assure you that the assassin's alliance will comply with any requests you have. Li Mulan's eyes glinted with mischief as she ceased to feign fragility, stroking her chin thoughtfully. If I were to overlook this matter, it wouldn't be impossible. Overjoyed, Lei Yi exclaimed. Whatever you desire, Miss Jiu, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Mulan curled her lips into a smirk, raising 3 fingers, 3 requests. If you, Brother Lei, can fulfill them all, then we shall consider this matter settled. How does that sound? Lei Yi nodded respectfully. Miss Jiu, please proceed. First, I wish to know who among the Assassin's Alliance is involved in this transaction, she declared. Upon hearing this, Lei Yi found himself in a predicament. He could not comply with such a request, for the Assassin's Alliance had its own code of conduct. Revealing the buyer's information would undermine their reputation in the martial world. Noticing his troubled expression, Li Mulan remarked coolly, this issue arises from the Assassin's Alliance's lack of integrity. You are aware, Brother Lei, that the rules of the martial world dictate that we must not entangle ourselves with the court, are you not? Though it seems somewhat absurd to discuss martial ethics with the leader of assassins, Lei Yi, along with Lei Ting, was still somewhat principled. It was unclear why he had embarked on this path. With gritted teeth, Lei Yi relented. Very well, I will agree to this request. I shall send the information to you upon my return. Li Mulan nodded in satisfaction. Second, cough. She suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. Brother Lei, you witnessed the extent of my injuries today. Lei Ting promptly interjected. Do not worry, Miss Jiu. I assure you, Brother Lei will not let you suffer any losses. I will ensure you are satisfied with the medical expenses. Ha. Li Mulan feigned modesty, her cheeks flushed. Brother Lei, your words make it seem as though I am particularly greedy. The truth is, I am simply impoverished, unable to afford medicine. Hui Yuanrua nearly burst into laughter, quickly turning away to avoid riling up his junior uncle, though his shoulders trembled with barely contained mirth. He Tian, too, cleared his throat awkwardly, casting his gaze elsewhere. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Nearby, Chu Chenfeng had been quietly listening, a smirk playing on his lips, seemingly in good spirits. Lei Yi's lips twitched, realizing that this cunning girl was claiming poverty. Ha, with her array of masters and senior brothers, who could possibly be simple folk. Nevertheless, he continued to play along. Miss Jiu is correct. This is entirely on me. Since you have suffered, I would not want to insult you with the compensation. Please, do not take offense. Not at all, not at all. Li Mulan waved her hand dismissively, her expression seemingly conveying that he could afford to insult her a few more times. At this point, Lei Yi was more than eager to leave, urgently asking, and the third? The third, Li Mulan grinned mischievously, is simply this: I wish to know whether your injuries were indeed inflicted by my fifth senior brother. At this, Huayuan Ruo and He Tian erupted into unrestrained laughter. Indeed, indeed. Lei Yi, do enlighten us about how you came to be in this predicament. We would like a good laugh. He Tian's laughter was particularly irritating, and even Chu Chenfeng, some distance away, unconsciously clenched his fists, clearly displeased by this troublemaker. Lei Yi's face shifted from pale to crimson, struggling to articulate, this is quite the embarrassing matter. Aside, Miss Jiu, you are not an outsider. I can confide in you, but could we perhaps reach an agreement? Li Mulan tilted her head, gazing at him with a smile that was neither here nor there, sending a shiver down Lei Yi's spine. Reluctantly swallowing his pride, he continued, Miss Jiu, I wish to confide in you, but could you promise not to mention this injury to your senior brothers? Li Mulan feigned enlightenment, graciously replying, oh, brother Lei, you needn't worry. Since you have already agreed to my 3 requests, how could I betray you? Rest assured, I will keep this to myself. However, she secretly chuckled, thinking that if others were to mention it, it would be of no concern to her. Truly, our Miss Jiu is magnanimous. I will remember this kindness, and should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. I, Lei Yi, will not shy away from any peril, he declared, patting Li Mulan's shoulder with such force that she nearly coughed up blood. Afterwards, Lei Yi, disregarding all semblance of dignity, recounted in detail how his master had been dragged from seclusion by C2 Tianming, how he had assisted, and ultimately how they both had been beaten, details that brought delight to Li Mulan and the others. Li Mulan sighed inwardly, once again realizing that it was indeed her 5th senior brother who had caused all this commotion. Chapter 89. Inch Master Uncle, where did you acquire such feminine items? After Lei Yi departed, Li Mulan exhaled a weary sigh, leaning against Huayuan Ruo. I truly feel exhausted. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, Yuan Ruo, what do you think of my appearance? Huayuan Ruo looked at her in confusion. What do you mean, how do I look? My complexion, of course. How does it appear? She had just vomited blood twice, so it was only natural that her visage would not be particularly pleasant. If Zhang and the others were to discover this, they would surely be worried. Huayuan Ruo scratched the back of his head, it does seem to look rather unwell. Li Mulan quickly rummaged through her small pouch, retrieving a small box of rouge, preparing to apply it. If I go back like this, I will certainly be criticized. I must make myself presentable. Huayuan Ruo cast a disdainful glance at the small item. Master Uncle, where did you obtain such feminine possessions? Li Mulan paused, glaring fiercely at him. Huayuan Ruo shivered slightly. WH. What did I say wrong? Since when did you start using such delicate items? She had never used them before. He Tian, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself and gazed skyward. Oh dear, what delightful weather we have today. Perfect for a stroll. I shall take my leave for a walk now. With that, he vanished in a flash. Behind him, Li Mulan had already discarded the rouge, using both hands and feet to chase after Huayuan Ruo. What do you mean, feminine possessions? Are you blind? Am I not a woman? What's wrong with a woman using feminine items? Ha, you insolent brat, do you not know how to speak? Oh dear, I was wrong, is that not enough? I just forgot for a moment. Li Mulan, incensed by his words, retorted, you can forget such a thing, but you never forget to eat. Master Uncle, please go easy. My legs feel like they are about to snap. Snap, that's splendid. I intend to not only break your legs but also knock some sense into that thick skull of yours. Just look at yourself. You hardly resemble a woman. How could I possibly forget? Alright, I truly acknowledge my mistake. As Huayuan Ruo clutched his head and fled, he felt utterly despondent, forced to endure the beating without the ability to retaliate. Alas, what a dreadful fate he faced. Meanwhile, Chu Chenfeng, who had wandered some distance away, observed the antics of the two behind him, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his typically cold face. All the day's displeasure seemed to dissipate in that moment. Master. Xingyi hurriedly approached. Zhang Fuyuan requests an audience. Chu Chenfeng's expression immediately returned to normal as he nodded and proceeded forward. Xingyi, trailing behind, instinctively rubbed his eyes, incredulous at what he had just witnessed. Had the master truly smiled, and not the usual cold smirk, but one that seemed genuinely joyous. With the danger now averted, the Li family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang and others disembarked from the carriage. Where is Lan'er? Where is she? Xingyu, who had not moved an inch, softly reassured, Aunt, do not worry. The danger has passed, and Xiaojiu will return shortly. Her gaze suddenly caught sight of two figures not far off, one running and the other in pursuit, clearly enjoying themselves. A smile danced at the corners of her eyes. Look, isn't that them returning? Li Shi also spotted the figures in the distance and hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, "Sister, brother." What? Zhang watched eagerly, her hand rhythmically patting her chest. "Thank heavens, it's good to see you safe." As she observed Li Shi dashing toward her, Li Mulan chuckled, "Why the rush? What's the hurry?" Li Shi grabbed Li Mulan's hand, scrutinizing her closely. "Sister, are you hurt?" Huo Yuanruo was about to speak when Li Mulan shot him a fierce glance, silencing him. "What injuries could I possibly have? Just take a look, I'm perfectly fine." Li Shi inspected her sister carefully. Aside from her clothes being soiled, there were no visible injuries. He let out a sigh of relief, his tone tinged with grievance. Just now, it was so perilous, with so many assassins. I was so frightened. His words trailed off as his eyes began to redden. Li Mulan affectionately ruffled his hair. "What is there to fear? You are a man, you must possess a greater courage than this. Your sister here is formidable, ordinary people cannot harm me. If you don't believe me, ask Yuanruo." Seeing Li Shi sniffling, Huo Yuanruo expressed his disdain. "She only inflicts harm upon others. Who would dare to harm her? Why are you fretting, and now you're crying?" Li Shi felt a bit embarrassed, wiping his face. I am not crying. I was merely worried." "Humph, worried? You only seem to worry about Master Uncle, and you didn't even ask about me. Humph, ungrateful wretch, after all this time, have you forgotten how well I've treated you?" Li Shi, with a hint of urgency, replied, "I was worried about Brother Hua too, but I know he is skilled and powerful. He will be just fine." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuanruo lifted his chin proudly. "Of course." Li Mulan playfully swatted at him. "Enough, let us hurry along and stop boasting." Huo Yuanruo, unperturbed, chuckled heartily and turned to Li Shi. "By the way, do you have any food left? I am famished, I expended too much energy just now." "We do, there are still 2 pancakes left from this morning." "Ah, only pancakes?" Huo Yuanruo's enthusiasm waned instantly. "Let us make do with that for now. Once we reach Longhu City, we can enjoy a proper feast. That will have to suffice. What delicacies does Longhu City offer?" Li Shi shook his head. "I have never been to Longhu City, so I wouldn't know." As they chatted and laughed, they approached the main contingent. Zhang was the first to step forward, showering Li Mulan with concern and inquiries about her well-being, while Li Yi followed closely behind, his eyes filled with worry. Li Mulan was already weary of Zhang's tears, constantly signaling to Li Shi. He quickly stepped forward to reassure his mother. "Mother, I checked thoroughly, sister is fine, not a scratch on her." "Really?" Zhang, with tearful eyes, reached out to touch her daughter's arm, then her head. "You truly make your mother worry so much." Not far away, Huo Yuanruo, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose, hesitant to step forward. Xingyu noticed his discomfort, her gaze flickering as she regarded Li Mulan with scrutiny. It was then that she spotted the traces of powder on Li Mulan's face. Xiaozhou typically despised cosmetics. What was she trying to conceal? Soon, Xingyi approached. "Miss Li, we are not far from Longhu City now. The master wishes to expedite our journey, so that once we arrive, everyone can freshen up and rest." Li Mulan clasped her hands together. "That is precisely the plan. Let us not delay, and set off at once." "Understood." Seeing this, Zhang and the others wasted no time in boarding the carriage. At this time, Li Mulan opted not to ride with Zhang but chose to mount a horse instead, stating that she had matters to discuss with Xingyu. Although Zhang felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately prioritized her daughter's affairs and boarded the carriage with Li Yi and Li Shi. Chapter 90 Arrival at Longhu City. Once everyone had boarded the carriage, Li Mulan revealed a hint of distress, leaning weakly against Xingyu's shoulder. "Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. Sister, please support me." Seeing her act so coy, Xingyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Not long ago you were full of energy, how is it that you can't manage now?" Li Mulan offered a sheepish smile. "Sister, you know my mother well. If she finds out anything, she could drown me in her tears." "You," Xingyu said, gently patting her head, "appear so carefree on the surface, yet you only share good news with those who genuinely care for you. What is truly hurting?" Li Mulan nestled closer into Xingyu's embrace, her tone tinged with grievance. "My back hurts terribly." "Can you bear it? Should we find a secluded spot to take a look?" Li Mulan revealed her small face, smiling. "It's all right. Let us wait until we reach Longhu City. If mother and the others find out, they'll start lecturing me." "Very well, then shall we ride together?" "Yes, just like when we were young, sister guiding me." Xingyu tenderly caressed her delicate little face, reminiscing about the first time she encountered Li Mulan, when she was merely 11 or 12. From the very first glance, she was smitten, despite being consumed by her own rage and hatred at the time. Seeing such a radiant child brought her inexplicable joy. Not far off, Chu Chenfeng observed the two until they rode away, idly toying with a porcelain vial, lost in thought. "Master, shall we set off as well?" "Indeed." However, they were unaware that a pair of eyes were watching them from a distance. Tian. Hidden behind a nearby tree, he gazed curiously at the duo. Why do they look so similar? Their movements are alike, and that skill just now, although I was focused on battling Tian Lin at the time, I still caught a glimpse of their prowess. Yet their faces do not match, but, Tian suddenly had a realization, chuckling to himself, I almost forgot. You have a master of disguise among your ranks. No wonder even I couldn't discern it. With the absence of the assassination attempts from the Assassin Alliance, the journey became significantly easier, and they soon arrived at Longhu City. The portly figure who had arrived with reinforcements, appearing rather late, was none other than Zhang Fuyuan, the lord of Longhu City. At this moment, he wore a broad smile as he addressed the Li family. I have made arrangements. At the Fulian, everyone can freshen up and have a meal. If there are any matters to discuss, we shall do so tomorrow. Li stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Thank you, my lord. Not at all, not at all. It truly was, I arrived late, but thankfully nothing went awry. Not at all, it is already a blessing for the city lord to arrive in time. Zhang Fuyuan beamed like the Buddha, his demeanor most amiable. All right, let us dispense with pleasantries for today. Once you all have rested, I will host a gathering for Li Taifu and everyone. With that, he bowed to Li Taifu's carriage and wasted no time in leaving after making arrangements. Huayuan Ruo and He Tian lingered at the back, unable to suppress their laughter at the lord's rotund figure. It must be quite the challenge for him. With that physique, riding a horse must be difficult. I hear he is called Zhang Fuyuan. He truly is quite round, Today, everyone was eager to make haste, having endured days of travel and anxiety, and now they could finally relax. At this moment, Li Mulan was soaking in a bath, her little face flushed and utterly adorable. She leaned over the edge of the tub, eyes closed in bliss, feeling immensely comfortable. Before long, someone entered, and she assumed it was Qingyu, not bothering to open her eyes. Sister, could you please add some hot water? I want to soak a little longer. The newcomer smiled gently, stepping into the room, but upon seeing the large bruise on Li Mulan's snow-white back, the wooden bucket in her hands fell to the floor. Li Mulan jumped in surprise and turned around, realizing the visitor was not Qingyu, but her mother, Zhang Shi. Witnessing her mother's incredulous expression as tears streamed down her face, Li Mulan felt flustered, wanting to comfort her but knowing she was still unclothed. She could only shrink deeper into the tub, leaving only her head exposed. Mother, why are you here? I thought it was sister. Zhang Shi composed herself and stepped closer. Quickly, let me see. How is your injury? Instead of moving forward, Li Mulan retreated further into the water. Mother Zhang Shi's tears flowed even more freely as she lamented, I am your mother, let me see what has happened. My daughter is injured, and you won't even let me look? Li Mulan was at a loss for how to respond. Oh dear, mother, I'm fine, please don't cry. She leaned closer to wipe her mother's tears, but Zhang Shi seized her hand. My good daughter, just let me see, I only want to check how serious your injury is, alright? Li Mulan felt embarrassed. She was quite modest and still unclothed. How could she allow her mother to see her bare? Zhang Shi, noticing her daughter's discomfort, suddenly broke into a smile. What, are you shy with me? When you were little, I bathed you every day, I've seen it all. Li Mulan's face stiffened. That's not the same. Why is it not the same? No matter how much you grow, you will always be my daughter. Observing her mother's insistence, Li Mulan had no choice but to comply. I truly am fine. I'll have sister apply some medicine later. Alright, I believe you, but I just want to take a look. Please ease your mother's heart, alright? With a resigned sigh, Li Mulan turned away, exposing her wounded back. Zhang Shi gazed at her daughter's slender frame, where porcelain-like skin was marred by large bruises, which would likely turn purple by tomorrow. She gently touched the area with trembling hands. Does it hurt? Li Mulan forced a smile. It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Shi sighed in pain. How could it not hurt? Her daughter, who should have been cherished and nurtured, had suffered so. How did this happen? Li Mulan pouted. I accidentally ran into a tree. Such a simple explanation belied how one could sustain such a grievous injury. Zhang Shi couldn't bear to imagine it, wiping her eyes. Does Qingyu have any medicine? Li Mulan immediately turned around, her eyes bright. She does, sister has a treasure chest, whatever I need, she has it. Don't worry, mother. Seeing her daughter so obedient made Zhang Shi's heart ache even more, but she maintained a calm facade. Good, that's good. Knowing her daughter was uncomfortable, she patted Li Mulan's head. Remember to let her apply the medicine, and you should rest well today. I will come to see you tomorrow. Okay, good mother, you should rest too, you must be tired after so many days of travel. Alright, I will go rest. Watching her mother leave, burdened by worries, Li Mulan sighed. Perhaps this was the weight of happiness. Chapter 91. Are you short on silver again? After Zhang's departure, Li Mulan found herself lost in thought at the edge of the bathtub. Just then, Qingyu entered and asked, What are you daydreaming about? The water must be getting cold. Li Mulan shrank further into the tub and replied with a smile, Not at all, my mother just visited. Qingyu paused. Did she see your injuries? Li Mulan nodded, a hint of gloom in her expression. She must be heartbroken. Li Mulan sighed deeply, indeed. Qingyu chuckled lightly, having a mother who cares must feel quite nice, wouldn't you agree? Li Mulan gave a wry smile, a sweet burden? Qingyu pointed at her, placing a white porcelain vial beside her. This was sent by Uncle Chu's guard, and there's this. Qingyu produced a short dagger from her bosom, the very one that Li Mulan had lost. Upon seeing the dagger, Li Mulan's face lit up with joy as she reached out. Oh, Uncle Chu actually retrieved it, that's wonderful, I thought it was truly lost. I've grown accustomed to using it, and since it was a gift from my 5th senior brother, if it were lost, I can only imagine the scolding I'd receive. Qingyu handed her the dagger. I examined the vial. It's an ointment personally crafted by the head of the Divine Healer's Valley. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you suggesting that this Uncle Chu is acquainted with the old phoenix? Xingyu shook her head, not necessarily. After all, many items crafted by the valley's head have found their way into the market, but they are indeed rare treasures. TSK, what wealth. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. Next time I visit the Divine Healer's Valley, I must gather a few more items to bring back. Regardless of what it is, I'll take some. With the reputation of the valley, I'm certain I can sell them for a handsome sum. What's this, are you short on silver again? Li Mulan sighed helplessly. Indeed, I am. Last time Uncle Zheng came, he took away quite a bit of silver. Alas, I feel as though I am nearing my financial limits. Speaking of Zhang Yi, Xingyu inquired, what did you send Uncle Zheng to do? He didn't join us. I asked him to gather some information for me. We will likely be staying in Longhu City for a few more days, and he should be able to catch up soon enough. With that, she yawned rather ungracefully. Noticing the child nearly dozing off, Xingyu gently said, alright, no more soaking, let us get you some medicine, and then you should rest. You haven't had a proper break lately. Li Mulan, with sleepy eyes, murmured, I am indeed tired, sister. Please don't wake me tomorrow, I wish to sleep until I can't anymore, and I don't want anyone to disturb me. Xingyu looked at her with affectionate indulgence. Alright, on the other side of the inn, Zhu Chenfeng had also completed his grooming. His loosely draped garments revealed a chiseled physique with defined abs. At that moment, he was not wearing a mask, and his angular features resembled a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a divine hand, each angle and line appearing flawlessly exquisite, stirring one's soul. Master. Upon entering, Xingyi noticed his master in such a state and lowered his head, not daring to look for long. Zhu Chenfeng did not raise his head, reclining on the soft couch with his eyes closed, resting. The items have been delivered, but I did not see Miss Li. They were handed over by Miss Qingyu's subordinate. In truth, given Miss Li's connection to the Divine Healer's Valley, the medicine she possesses must be of excellent quality. There is no need for you to fret excessively, master. Zhu Chenfeng stiffened momentarily, having completely forgotten this detail. His intention was to send the best medicine, yet, he gently rubbed his forehead, realizing he had become somewhat distracted, his mind clouded. It seemed he truly needed to focus. After all, she was merely an intriguing person. He then slowly opened his eyes, which immediately regained their clarity. Have you uncovered the truth? Xingyi promptly produced a sealed letter from his robe and handed it over. I found out, but his expression bore a hint of confusion. Zhu Chenfeng frowned, his gaze sweeping across, causing Xingyi to feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hastily add, I merely find it odd, all the information aligns, indicating that Zhang Jiang has allied with the Assassin's Alliance, yet Zhang Jiang is related by marriage to the Li Taifu family. How could this be? Zhu Chenfeng chuckled lightly, tossing the letter aside without a glance. What is so strange about that? Zhang Jiang has long since defected to Su Tian, who has never gotten along with that old man Li Kang. This is not a recent development. Suddenly, a dangerous glint flashed in Zhu Chenfeng's eyes, causing Xingyi to shudder. Master? What have you uncovered regarding my brother's death? Xingyi hesitated, furrowing his brow. There is nothing. All clues indicate that the former crown prince indeed hanged himself. Investigate whether Su Tian had any contact with the prince's residence during that time. Xingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Tian was the maternal family of the crown princess. How could that be possible? Yet, seeing the command in his master's eyes, he knew he had to proceed. Understood. This matter must not reach Shaojia. Yes, I understand. Zhu Chenfeng closed his eyes again, continuing his rest. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yes. Just as Xingyi reached the door, he turned back. Master, there is one more thing. Speak. During your absence from the capital, there have been many court officials advising that they say you should consider marriage. Zhu Chenfeng's dangerous gaze snapped open, his expression filled with impatience. I have already abdicated. Are these people too idle? Do they wish to meddle? They likely still hope that one day you will change your mind? Assign them some tasks, do not let them dwell on my affairs. Yes, also, the young master has sent a letter inquiring when we shall return. Zhu Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. Xingyi understood, silence meant no response was necessary. Poor young master. He glanced at the man reclining in the chair before slowly exiting the room far away in the capital. Zhu Jie rested his chin on his hand, gazing vacantly out the window. Beside him, Gu Changqing expressed frustration. Your Majesty. Zhu Jie did not respond. Gu Changqing, feeling vexed, raised his voice slightly. Your Majesty? Zhu Jie turned with a dazed expression, looking at Gu Changqing. Uncle Gu, did you call for me? Gu Changqing sighed. I just spoke to you. Did you not hear? Ah, what? Oh, the examination matter. It just proceed as you would in previous years. Gu Changqing's head drooped. The regent emphasized that this will be your first examination after taking the throne. It must be executed flawlessly, without a single misstep. Zhu Jie still appeared somewhat disinterested. Uncle Gu, has my royal uncle mentioned when he will return? Isn't he already on his way back? Zhu Jie's eyes brightened as he jumped from his seat and rushed to Gu Changqing. He is back? When? What about Sister Lan and brother Yuan Ruo? Are they coming back too? Then he grew somewhat indignant. I've sent my royal uncle so many letters, yet he hasn't replied. It's too much. He is clearly back, so why hasn't he even acknowledged my letters? Gu Changqing rubbed his nose. He is likely busy and hasn't he had the time? Zhu Jie glared. Then how does he have time to ignore your letters? Perhaps he didn't see your letters? Maybe they got lost? Chu Jie shot a dark look at Gu Changqing. I send a letter every day. By now, I've written 17 letters. Gu Changqing, let us pretend I never said anything. Chapter 92. Ensuring she shines like a fairy. The following day, as noon approached, Mrs. Zhang paced anxiously in front of Li Mulan's door, yet hesitated to knock. This marked her 5th visit that morning. When she first arrived at the break of dawn, Qingyu had gently informed her that her daughter might sleep late and advised her not to disturb her, allowing her to rest properly. However, as Mrs. Zhang glanced at the sun outside, she thought it was far too late. She hasn't even had breakfast. This is detrimental to her health. Having been busy all morning, Qingyu, noticing Mrs. Zhang's quiet murmurs, kindly urged, "Auntie, perhaps you should return for now. I will have Xiaozhou come to find you once she awakens." Mrs. Zhang waved her hand dismissively. "I have nothing pressing to attend to. I shall wait here for her." Back in the northern wilderness, although she was spared from laboring in the mines, she still had endless chores to complete each day and now, suddenly at leisure, she found herself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Hui Yuanruo and Li Shi returned, laden with various packages, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Qingyu. Hui Yuanruo eagerly presented a package, exclaiming, "Sister Qingyu, you must try this. It's utterly delicious and still warm." Then, noticing Mrs. Zhang, he enthusiastically offered her a package as well. Qingyu, eyeing the greasy paper bag in her hand, inquired, "What is this? Where did you go to acquire so many items?" Li Shi, struggling under the weight of his burdens, seemed unable to carry even one more. Mrs. Zhang assisted him in setting down the items, exclaiming, "This is far too much." Hui Yuanruo waved his hand dismissively, "Auntie, it's not excessive at all. Li Shi and I went out to explore this morning, and Longhu City has some delightful offerings. What you have there is the best crab soup dumpling from Longhu City. Li Shi and I have already tasted it, and it's marvelous." He then began to list the other items Li Shi had just set down, and this one, the flour cake, is delectable and sweet without being cloying. These candied chestnuts are delightful as well, along with this hibiscus cake, and glutinous rice cake. Listening to Hui Yuanruo's enthusiastic recounting, Qingyu shook her head with a chuckle. "Did you purchase so much? Will you be able to finish it all?" Hui Yuanruo plopped down beside her, feigning exhaustion. "These are all for you. Li Shi and I are already stuffed to the brim." He then glanced at the tightly shut door of Li Mulan's room. "Is the little master still not awake?" "Perfect timing. She can enjoy this when she rises." Mrs. Zhang gazed at the spread of food on the table, somewhat dazed. This is indeed excessive." Hui Yuanruo waved his hand reassuringly. "It's quite all right, Auntie. With so many people at home, Sister Qingyu can set aside some for the little master, and Li Shi can help distribute the rest." "Absolutely." Li Shi chimed in, his spirits lifted. Having accompanied Hui Yuanruo today, he had indulged in more delicious treats than he had in the past decade. Mrs. Zhang turned to her beaming son. "You seem to be having quite the time. Your second uncle was just looking for you." "Second uncle?" Li Shi froze, realizing he had truly lost track of time. He hadn't finished the assignments his second uncle had given him a few days ago. He had assumed that with all that had been happening recently, his second uncle would not be checking, but no, he needed to hurry and catch up. Hui Yuanruo watched Li Shi dash away in a panic, looking bewildered at Mrs. Zhang. "Auntie, what is wrong with Li Shi?" Mrs. Zhang chuckled and shook her head. "He probably hasn't completed the tasks assigned by his second uncle and is off to rectify that." "Goodness," Hui Yuanruo expressed sympathy. "When my master assigned me tasks, failing to complete them would lead to dire consequences." At that moment, Li Mulan opened the door, yawning and with her hair in disarray. What are you all doing at my door?" Mrs. Zhang's eyes brightened. "Lanner, you're awake, are you hungry?" Li Mulan blinked in surprise. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Mrs. Zhang, her expression warm, replied, "I've been waiting for you to wake up. Conveniently, Yuanruo has brought back a plethora of food for you to enjoy." Qingyu stepped inside, fetching a garment for her. "Xiaozhou, go wash up first." Yes, go wash up first." Sister Qingyu was always so thoughtful, Mrs. Zhang urged, pulling her daughter into the room. She then carried several packages of food that Hui Yuanruo had purchased, arranging them neatly on the table. After washing her face, Li Mulan spotted Qingyu producing a beautiful purple dress. "Sister, have you prepared new clothing for me?" Without looking up, Qingyu revealed a jewelry box, indicating it contained accessories. "Yes, I saw this lovely dress while out this morning and thought it would suit you perfectly." Mrs. Zhang picked up the dress, feeling the fabric, and gestured to Li Mulan. "Indeed, it will look splendid. Lanner has such fair skin, any color will complement her." She then admired the contents of the jewelry box, casting an approving glance at Qingyu. "Your taste is truly remarkable." Qingyu smiled. "I simply thought it would suit Xiaozhou." "You agree, don't you, Auntie?" Mrs. Zhang nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Li Mulan. "Lanner, hurry and try it on. I promise to style your hair beautifully, ensuring you look just like a fairy." Li Mulan's lips twitched. Qingyu had always been enthusiastic about dressing her up, and now, it seemed another had joined in the fervor, leading to a flurry of activity. Li Mulan glanced helplessly at the untouched food on the table, her stomach grumbling in protest. Hui Yuanruo leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing the flurry of activity within, shaking his head in bemusement. Women, it seemed, had an affinity for all things fanciful. Then, upon seeing Li Mulan in her new attire, he nodded in satisfaction. The dress indeed suited the little master well. He recalled a set of jewelry he had seen earlier at the treasure pavilion, which he had deemed expensive at the time. However, now he felt it would perfectly complement the little master. No, he must return to purchase it, he couldn't allow someone else to claim it first. Li Mulan sat despondently at the vanity, as Mrs. Zhang had been styling her hair for nearly half an hour. She was on the brink of starvation. Mother, are you almost done? Mrs. Zhang, with utmost seriousness, replied, just a moment longer, don't rush me. Li Mulan glanced at the food on the table through the mirror, swallowing hard in frustration. It suddenly dawned on Xingyu that this girl hadn't eaten since she woke up. In their excitement, she and Mrs. Zhang had completely overlooked that detail. Seeing Mrs. Zhang pause, she quickly offered a piece of hibiscus cake. You must be hungry, right? Li Mulan gratefully accepted it, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she pouted. Mother and sister are trying to starve me. I haven't had a proper meal yet, I'm truly about to faint from hunger. Mrs. Zhang, realizing her oversight, chuckled, I truly forgot, how could I when my Lana looks so beautiful? As soon as I started dressing you up, everything else slipped my mind, ha ha ha. Xingyu laughed as well, placing a pair of jade earrings on her. Mrs. Zhang didn't hesitate, inserting the remaining jade hairpin into Li Mulan's hair, the two working in perfect harmony. Li Mulan stuffed an entire piece of cake into her mouth, cheeks bulging as she queried, is it done yet? Mrs. Zhang and Xingyu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the satisfaction reflected in each other's eyes, and in unison declared, yes, it's done. Chapter 93. Joyfully becoming a beast of burden. Li Mulan felt an instant liberation as she sat at the table, indulging in her meal with great delight. Naturally, her pace of eating was swift, yet it hardly came across as rude. Zhang, her mother, gazed at her with affection, placing a glass of water before her. Take your time, don't choke. Have a sip of water first. Li Mulan flashed a radiant smile at her mother, her words somewhat garbled. Thank you. Mother Zhang looked at her daughter with immense satisfaction, appreciating every aspect of her, save for one regret that the girl had not grown up by her side. However, upon reflection, she found solace in the thought that had she been nearby, she would have undoubtedly faced many hardships. You've slept until now, and I was quite worried. If it weren't for Xingyu saying it was fine, and recalling that you often did this before, I might have kicked the door down, Zhang said, gently stroking Li Mulan's fluffy head. After swallowing her food and taking a sip of water, Li Mulan replied, fortunately, you didn't kick the door down, otherwise, your gentle and virtuous image would have been ruined. Zhang shot her a playful glare, you little rascal, even your mother becomes the subject of your jest then, tenderly caressing Li Mulan's clean little face, she remarked, my daughter is born beautiful. Even without makeup, she looks splendid. However, her hand inadvertently brushed against the scar at the corner of Li Mulan's eye, her expression tinged with guilt. Li Mulan, feeling no discomfort, naturally asked, Mother, how did I get this scar on my face? I have no recollection of it. Zhang's expression grew complex, her eyes reddening. It is my inadequacy that has caused our Lana to suffer such great injustice. If this affects your future marriage prospects, I shall never forgive myself for this in my lifetime. Li Mulan nearly choked, hastily taking a large gulp of water. Oh dear, mother, it's hardly a matter worth your sorrow, but if you truly find the scar unsightly, I can find a way to remove it, but you mustn't cry. Zhang's eyes brightened. Can it really be removed? Truly. Li Mulan wiped the grease from her hands and grasped Zhang's somewhat calloused hand. Indeed, in the past, I was indifferent. Since you care so much, I shall take care of it. Very well, you are a girl, and in the future, you will marry out if your face is marred. How will you find a good family? Speaking of this, Zhang's worries resurfaced. She was uncertain what kind of betrothal her daughter's master had arranged for her. What if it was unsuitable? Oh dear, marry whom? I have no desire for that. Zhang lightly patted her on the back, prompting Li Mulan to wince. Ouch, that hurts. Zhang's expression immediately changed. I'm so sorry, I forgot about your injury. Oh dear, let me see. She reached to remove Li Mulan's clothing, but Li Mulan quickly stopped her. Oh, mother, it's nothing, just a bruise, it will heal in a few days. She glanced at Hui Yuanrua, who was still watching from the doorway. There are still people here. Zhang instantly withdrew her hand, her demeanor awkward and anxious. Really? It's nothing? You mustn't deceive your mother. I wouldn't lie. Li Mulan reassured Zhang, noticing that she was still wearing the two outfits purchased by Xingyu. They were not unattractive, merely too plain. She wanted to dress her mother up nicely. Zhang had a delicate oval face, her brows and eyes particularly charming. However, years of toil had etched fine lines into her skin, and her complexion lacked radiance. Yet, with proper adornment, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty. Mother, let us go out for a stroll. This Longhu city is our first visit. Let us see what new and exciting things it has to offer. Zhang's first reaction was to refuse, having not ventured far in many years, let alone strolled through the streets. She felt a sense of repulsion and insecurity. No, I shan't go. If you're bored, let Xingyu accompany you. Li Mulan seized Zhang's hand. Oh, come on, let us go. If sister is going, you must too. Zhang looked at her daughter's hopeful face, feeling somewhat torn. Well, shall we go for a stroll then? Li Mulan beamed. Yes, let us go for a walk then. She shot a glance at Hui Yuanrua. Yuanrua, get ready. You're coming with us. Alright, I'll go at once. Zhang looked puzzled. What is there to prepare for a stroll? And why should Yuanrua, a man, accompany us? Li Mulan smiled mysteriously, thinking of what needed preparation. Money. Most of her funds had been taken by Zhang Yi, leaving her with very little. Hui Yuanrua, having been trained by Li Mulan, promptly went to the Qianjai bank and fetched a thick stack of banknotes. This should be enough for my little martial uncle to spend, right? He then cheerfully set off to work like a beast of burden. The three women formed a lively tableau, with the once reserved Zhang becoming much more cheerful under Li Mulan's influence as they wandered about. They perused various beautiful garments, shoes, cosmetics, and delicacies, while Hui Yuanrua had his hands full, and even Xingyu was laden with numerous items. The only thing Zhang found difficult to accept was the alarming speed at which her daughter was spending money. Would her husband's future salary be sufficient to support their daughter? Li Mulan, savoring a candied hawthorn stick, spotted the treasure pavilion not far off, her eyes sparkling, let us go see that. Upon seeing the opulent facade that Li Mulian pointed towards, Zhang's first instinct was to retreat. Lanner, we've already bought quite a bit today, perhaps we should head back? Oh, mother, it's a rare opportunity for us to be out and about, we must indulge ourselves, besides, look at you don't have a single piece of jewelry on, it's far too plain. Ignoring Zhang's hesitations, she strode into the shop. Qingyu, noticing Zhang's conflicted expression, smiled, Aunt, let us go inside, Xiaojiu wishes to pick out some jewelry for you, if you don't go, she might be unhappy. But, I'm already of a certain age, what do I need jewelry for? Wei Yuanruo lifted the items he was carrying. Aunt, what are you saying, you're still so young and beautiful. How can you say you're old? Come, let us go in together and choose some lovely jewelry, just right, he wanted to buy that set of headgear as a birthday gift for his little martial uncle. Zhang, feeling helpless, could only follow them inside. At this moment, Li Mulian had already been led to the second floor by the shopkeeper. The jewelry on the first floor was relatively inexpensive, and after a cursory glance, she found nothing appealing and promptly ascended to the second floor. Mother, look at this headgear, isn't it beautiful? Li Mulian pointed to a black box, showcasing an exquisite set of jade headgear. Beautiful, certainly, but it was evidently very expensive. Although Zhang hailed from an official family, she was an inconspicuous concubine and not favored, living a life that barely surpassed that of an ordinary merchant. While she had enjoyed 2 years of relative comfort after marrying Li Yi, the Li family was also of a reputable lineage, and their lifestyle could hardly be described as lavish. Zhang had once possessed a few decent pieces of jewelry, but those were gifts from her mother-in-law when she was still alive. She herself had little of value. Chapter 94. Your household cuisine is quite satisfactory. Li Mulan, with a hairpin in hand, adorned Zhang Shi's head, saying, put it on and see, mother will look splendid. Zhang Shi attempted to evade but, upon noticing the shopkeeper's eager smile, felt somewhat disoriented. Fearing embarrassment for her daughter, she stood there in a daze. Wow, stunning, auntie looks like a fairy, exclaimed Wei Yuanruo in a voice loud enough for everyone on the second floor to hear. Zhang Shi wished to vanish into the ground, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly removed the hairpin. You child, what nonsense are you spouting, auntie is no longer in her youth. A sudden laugh erupted from a young girl dressed in a peach-colored gown, who covered her mouth and chuckled, oh dear, how amusing. Where did this country bumpkin come from, calling herself a fairy at her age? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi's face grew even redder, her hands gripping Li Mulan's clothing tightly, clearly anxious. Li Mulan gently patted Zhang Shi's hand to comfort her. She glanced at the girl, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, somewhat robust in stature. Her skin had a yellowish hue, heavily powdered, rendering her face a ghastly white, devoid of any beauty. Moreover, the stark contrast between her face and neck was evident, and yet she insisted on wearing peach tones, such a questionable sense of aesthetics. Before Li Mulan could speak, Wei Yuanruo erupted, I say, my aunt is a fairy. She is a fairy, do you have any objections? The girl glanced at Wei Yuanruo, her haughty demeanor shifting upon realizing he was a tall and handsome young man. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned shyness. So this is your esteemed aunt, I was quite impudent. Wei Yuanruo made a dismissive sound, uninterested in her. Noticing his lack of engagement, the girl took the initiative to say, I see your face is unfamiliar, you must not be from Longhu City? Wei Yuanruo shrugged, nope, and what of it? Ah, nothing, I merely thought you looked familiar and wished to make a friend. The girl twirled a silk handkerchief in her hands, her eyes fluttering, believing herself to be quite charming. Li Mulan nearly burst into laughter, thinking, oh dear, Yuanruo has attracted a troublesome admirer. Wei Yuanruo felt a shiver run down his spine under the girl's gaze. What are you doing? Is there something wrong with your eyes? The girl stiffened, awkwardly laughing. Oh dear, you just so well, you are here to select jewelry for your aunt, and I am quite acquainted with the owner of the treasure pavilion. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, I shall assist you. Oh, no need, we shall choose for ourselves, Wei Yuanruo replied to the girl, taken aback by his lack of charm, gritted her teeth, you may not know, but I am Shueruo, the legitimate daughter of the Shui family, the foremost household in Longhu City. Oh, Wei Yuanruo responded with mild annoyance, wondering why this woman persisted in speaking to him when he did not even know her. Shueruo was infuriated by his cold response, did you hear that, I am the legitimate daughter of the Shui family. Wei Yuanruo looked at her as if she were foolish, yes, I heard you. Uve stated it once already auntie, do you not see us selecting jewelry? Interrupting me repeatedly is quite impolite. Shueruo's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand trembling as she pointed at Wei Yuanruo, why you called me auntie? You dare call me auntie? A piercing scream escaped her lips, startling Wei Yuanruo to the point that he dropped half of what he was holding, quickly stepping back to avoid any association with this lunatic. Li Mulan, observing the spectacle, buried her face in Zhang Shi's neck, laughing until her stomach ached. Goodness, Yuanruo's tongue is indeed sharp. Who do you think you are, you rustic fool, calling me auntie? Are your eyes blind? I, Shueruo, am a 16-year-old maiden, a beauty of the realm, how dare you label me auntie? Wei Yuanruo scratched his ear, what are you saying, you, a beauty of the realm? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were a 34-year-old matron, with all that powder on your face, you must be suffocating, and wearing peach tones, even I know that color is selective. You have no self-awareness whatsoever. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. Shueruo's maid, growing anxious, tugged at her mistress's arm, softly trying to calm her. Shueruo, impatient, swatted her maid's hand away, striking her face with a slap. Get away. Do you dare interfere with my affairs? Watch yourself, or I shall sell you to a brothel. The maid recoiled and quickly retreated to the side. Repeat that, I could say it 10 times more. You, a maiden, with such a robust build, if you weren't in women's attire, I would assume you were one of the lads. Your household cuisine must be quite ample. Shuai fumed, stomping her feet in fury, shaking the entire second floor. Hua Yuanrua covered his ears. Heavens, stop stomping. At your size, you might bring the second floor down. This is rather dangerous. Shuai face turned a mix of green and white. Someone, capture this insolent brat. I shall whip him 100 times. I will have him punished. Two men disguised as servants rushed up the stairs. Miss, what are your orders? Shuai, her hand trembling, pointed at Hua Yuanrua. Find this person and take him away. Yes, yes. The two servants seemed accustomed to such tasks, producing rope from their belongings. They approached Hua Yuanrua with sinister smiles. Young master, behave, and come with us. Hua Yuanrua tossed everything he was holding onto the ground, sneering, you wish to bind me? The two servants, robust middle-aged men, clearly chosen by Shuai, exchanged glances and lunged at Hua Yuanrua. However, instead of capturing him, they found themselves grasped by their collars and hurled out the window by Hua Yuanrua. Shuai let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. You dare harm someone? You actually dare injure my family's servant. Hua Yuanrua clapped his hands, feigning disdain. Injured, and what of it? Shuai gritted her teeth, realizing she would not win this round. You wait, just you wait. Waiting is no trouble. I fear you not. Very well, just you wait, I shall return shortly. Ha, I shall be right here, awaiting your rescue, auntie. Shuai nearly toppled backward in rage, almost tumbling down the stairs, thankfully steadied by her maid. Once they departed, Li Mulan applauded Hua Yuanrua. Impressive, Yuanrua. Hua Yuanrua raised his chin proudly. Dealing with such an annoying woman is a piece of cake. Li Mulan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I meant, you attracted such a troublesome admirer of that caliber. Truly remarkable. Ha. Hua Yuanrua's eyes twitched, frozen in place. Chapter 95. A mother is not foolish. Zhangshi found her mood further dampened by this interruption. Lanner, I do not require any jewelry. Shall we return home? Look, Yuanrua can hardly manage to carry all those items. Just as they had managed to hide downstairs, the shopkeeper suddenly reappeared, wearing an obsequious smile. Madam, there is no need for concern. At our treasure pavilion, we prioritize service for esteemed clients, and we can arrange for delivery right to your door. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuanrua immediately pointed at the bundles on the ground. Perfect. Please have these sent back for me as well. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, repeatedly assuring her, young master, simply provide the address, and I will take care of everything for you. Li Mulan was unperturbed by Zhang Shi's concerns and selected a white jade hairpin. I believe this hairpin would suit you quite well, mother. Why not give it a try? Zhang Shi was at a loss for words. Hua Yuanrua cast a glance at Li Mulan, who was still choosing jewelry, and discreetly slipped a sandalwood box into the shopkeeper's hands, whispering, I want this, please package it carefully. The shopkeeper, perceptive as he was, immediately grasped Hua Yuanrua's cautious demeanor and responded quietly, certainly, I will arrange that right away, rest assured, young master. Eventually, under Zhang Shi's anxious prompting, Li Mulan selected 2 sets of jewelry for her mother and also chose a few items for the others at home. The shopkeeper was positively beaming, and he even brought forth an array of tea and pastries, inviting the ladies to the private room on the top floor, a privilege reserved for the pavilion's most distinguished clientele. Although it was their first visit, they had already spent several tens of thousands of taels, undoubtedly marking them as superlative VIPs. Li Mulan lounged lazily in her chair, sipping tea with a hint of boredom. Hey, Yuanrua, where is that plump girl? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Hua Yuanrua, indulging in pastries, replied without lifting her head, how would I know, perhaps she is still trying to gather her friends. Li Mulan sighed in disappointment. Oh, this is taking too long. Zhang Shi, wishing to avoid trouble, appeared quite anxious. Lanner, let us return. We are not familiar with this place, and it would be best to avoid any potential issues. Hua Yuanrua suddenly looked up, patting her chest reassuringly. Aunt, do not worry, I am here. Yuanrua will certainly ensure your safety. Zhang Shi nodded awkwardly, her expression still uneasy. Li Mulan understood that her mother had always been overly cautious, but her mother could not afford to be so timid. Mother, this is not us causing trouble. Rather, trouble is seeking us out. My master taught me from a young age to avoid conflict when outside, but if trouble comes knocking, we shall send it packing. We must never allow ourselves to be bullied. Hua Yuanrua took another bite of her pastry, proudly declaring, indeed. That woman earlier was even more domineering than I. There are limits to what can be tolerated. Today, I shall certainly suppress her arrogance and make her understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. But Zhang Shi remained worried. Li Mulan straightened up, grasping Zhang Shi's hand. Mother, this attitude won't do. Once we return to the capital, it is certain that grandfather will regain his position, and father will surely enter the officialdom. You are the matriarch of the Taifu family. With grandmother gone, the affairs of the household will fall to you. You cannot continue to be so timid. You must exhibit the demeanor of a head of the family, else you will undoubtedly be taken advantage of. Zhang Shi sighed, aware that this issue had been troubling her for some time. When her mother-in-law was still alive, she managed all household matters, and Zhang Shi, with her gentle nature, had often been subtly reminded of her inadequacies. Now, returning to the capital and being expected to manage, she felt utterly unprepared, having never overseen a household before. Li Mulan tightened her grip on Zhang Shi's hand. You have no other choice but to become resolute. But mother truly does not know how, Zhang Shi lamented. I have never managed a household before I married, my mother never instructed me, and my aunt is of no help either. So, I am so useless. Her face fell in despair. That is all right, mother. Even if you do not know, Lanner does, Li Mulan said, her little face lifted in confidence, looking adorable. Zhang Shi's eyes brightened at once as she grasped Li Mulan's hand excitedly. Really? Then, can Lanner teach me? The question brought a hint of embarrassment to Zhang Shi, but she had no choice, she truly was at a loss. Of course, no problem at all. For now, I shall teach you how to read the accounts. Although Zhang Shi had not learned much, she could at least read, and a steward must know how to manage accounts. Alright, I will learn, as long as Lanner does not think me foolish. Li Mulan nuzzled against Zhang Shi's shoulder playfully. Mother is not foolish at all. Having given birth to such an intelligent daughter, you must surely be wise as well, he. At this, Zhang Shi shook her head and laughed softly. Are you praising me or yourself? Certainly you, ha ha ha. Ling Yu watched the mother-daughter interaction, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of what to make of it. The group continued their cheerful conversation for some time, and Zhang Shi seemed much less timid than before, appearing far more composed. However, Huayu Enrua grew impatient. She had finished her pastries and tea, yet the aunt had yet to arrive. Surely she could not be frightened away. Little master uncle, must we continue to wait? I suspect that aunt may not come after all. Li Mulan expressed her disappointment, having anticipated some entertaining drama, only to find herself faced with a mere paper tiger. Forget it, it is getting late. Let us return. Zhang Shi had already felt that avoiding trouble was preferable, and since the woman had not arrived, it was indeed fortuitous. We have already been out for half the day. Your father must be worried, and as for Sheer, Zhang Shi chuckled softly, covering her mouth, he was taken by your second uncle, while we were out shopping. I am sure he has something to say about it. Li Mulan's lips twitched at the thought of facing Li Shi's resentful gaze upon their return, feeling somewhat helpless. However, she had just prepared a rather fine jade pendant for him, which she hoped might placate him. When they returned to the inn, they indeed found Li Yi and Li Shi waiting anxiously at the door. Upon seeing them return, both men visibly relaxed. Li rushed forward to take his wife's hand, his tone laced with gentle reproach yet still warm. Why did you take so long? Zhang Shi looked at him with tender eyes, smiling. It was my first time going out shopping with Lanner. I lost track of time and worried you. Li shook his head. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Li Shi looked at his mother and sister with a hint of grievance. Mother, sister, why didn't you call for me when you went out? Zhang Shi exchanged an awkward glance with Li Mulan, who rubbed her nose sheepishly. Weren't you with your second uncle? I thought you would be too busy. Couldn't you have waited for me? His tone was pitiful, and coupled with his puppy dog eyes, Li Mulan felt even more guilty. Ahem, well, sister has chosen a gift for you. Would you like to see it? Chapter 96, Are you satisfied, young Master Li? Li Shi's eyes brightened. Is this for me, a gift? Indeed, it should have been delivered by the shopkeeper. Has it not arrived yet? Is that what it is? Li Yi cast a complex gaze towards Li Mulan, pointing at the table in the inn's hall that was laden with items. This purchasing power is extraordinary. Yes, father, I also picked something out for you, as well as for grandfather, uncle 2, and uncle 3. As Li Mulan took a few steps, a figure swiftly darted past her and began rummaging through the pile of items. Then, finding a box, they immediately hid it behind their back. Li Mulan squinted at Huayu Enrua's guilty expression, crossing her arms. Yuenrua, what are you hiding? Huayu Enrua shook his head, nothing. Li Mulan clearly did not believe him. Humph, do you take me for a fool? She then beckoned him with her fingers. Come on, show me what good stuff you've concealed. Huayu Enrua took 2 steps back. Really nothing, little Shishu, it's something I bought for my master. He then dashed upstairs in a flash. Li Mulan scoffed, little ingrate, knows to buy for 5th Shixiang but not for me. Umph. Xing Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement. She had observed everything at the treasure pavilion and naturally knew what Huayu Enrua was hiding. It seemed she also needed to prepare in advance, lest she be outdone by Yuenrua. Zhang Shi lightly tapped her on the head. You're being ungrateful, all the things we bought today, I believe it was Yuenrua who paid for them, and you still complain? Li Mulan pouted, Yuenrua and I don't keep such things separate. He hasn't spent less of my silver. Oh you. Li Mulan stuck out her tongue and waved at Li Shi. Sheer, come here. In just a few steps, Li Shi was before Li Mulan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister. Li Mulan smiled as she took out a jade pendant, which was of fine quality, smooth as silk, with hardly any impurities. Tada. Do you like it? Li Shi's eyes widened. Sister, is this for me? Of course. Li Mulan pressed the jade pendant into Li Shi's hands. So, young Master Li, are you satisfied? I like it. Li Shi gazed at the pendant with such affection that even Li Yi felt a twinge of envy. It seemed this girl treated her brother better than she did her own father. Zhang Shi immediately noticed her husband's expression and subtly nudged Li Mulan, signaling her with a glance. Li Mulan quickly understood and soon found the gift for Li Yi, which was a fine inkstone. She had heard her second uncle mention that her father wrote beautifully, but since his exile, he had had little opportunity to practice his calligraphy. Father, look. Lanner picked out an inkstone for you. Do you like it? Li Yi feigned modesty. Oh, you've prepared a gift for me, what a waste of silver. Yet his gaze was fixated on the inkstone, barely restraining himself from reaching for it. Evenly she was stifling a laugh beside him. Father, if you like it, just say so, why pretend otherwise? Shall I take it to Uncle Tu instead? Li Yi immediately snatched the inkstone, cradling it as if it were a treasure. What do you mean take it to your Uncle Tu? This is a gift from your sister to me, you little ingrate, always thinking of your Uncle Tu. What about me? Just then, Li Sun and Li Yun arrived, appearing to be in good spirits. Uncle 2, Uncle 3, perfect timing. Lanner has prepared gifts for you as well, come see if you like them? Li Sun smiled, I'm sure I will like whatever Lanner has prepared, but you should first go see your grandfather. He has been looking for you. Li Mulan handed 2 brocade boxes to Li Sun and Li Yun respectively. Li Yun remained as taciturn as ever, but one could discern his delight from his expression. Thank you, Lanner. No need for politeness between us, third uncle. She then turned to Li Sun, what does grandfather want with me? Li Sun played with the brocade box in his hands without opening it, you'll know when you go. By the way, fourth uncle's condition has improved significantly, after resting for a night, he seems much more spirited. Good, I'll go to grandfather first, and after that, I'll check on uncle great-grandfather. Li Sun nodded, go on. When Li Mulan arrived at Li Tsong's room, he was seated on the bed reading, propped up by 2 pillows. Upon seeing her, he set his book down and waved her over. Grandfather. Li Tsong smiled kindly, where have you been gallivanting, your second uncle couldn't he find you? Li Mulan grinned and naturally took a seat on the chair beside the bed, I took my mother out for a stroll. This Longhu city isn't too bad. Li Tsong nodded, then we can stay a few more days, there is no rush to leave. Great, how is your leg today, grandfather, have you tried getting out of bed to see? At this, Li Tsong's somewhat cloudy eyes brightened, I tried, with your second and third uncles supporting me. Though I couldn't stand for long, I managed to get out of bed. Li Mulan immediately took action, checking Li Tsong's legs, that's wonderful, the legs seem fine, you should attempt to stand and walk a few steps every day, but don't rush it. Standing for too long is also not advisable. Okay, grandfather understands. Li Tsong, with hope in his eyes, touched his legs, never expecting that one day he would truly walk again. Once my legs are better, I can go out for a walk. Staying indoors all day has truly worn me out. Wanting to go out isn't difficult, no need to wait for your legs to recover. Li Tsong raised his gaze, seemingly inquiring. Li Mulan chuckled, let us keep it a surprise. I'll bring it to you once it's ready. The old man shook his head, chuckling, keeping secrets from your grandfather? It's a surprise, I can't spoil it in advance, or it won't be as fun. Alright, grandfather will await your surprise. Li Mulan naturally tucked in Li Tsong's blanket. Grandfather, did you ask me here for something specific? Yes, there is a matter. Li Tsong looked at his granddaughter gently. Lanner, I wanted to thank you. Li Mulan was puzzled, why? Your second uncle told me that this morning, Qingyu delivered some daily necessities to each family and even prepared 2 sets of clothes. Even your uncles expressed their gratitude, it allows them to return to the capital with dignity. Li Mulan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her nose. Oh, grandfather, there is no need to thank me. This was all arranged by my sister, I wondered why she left so early today. But it was because of your connection that she made such arrangements. Before departing, that girl organized everything meticulously and attentively. She is truly a good girl. Indeed, my sister is impressive, both beautiful and capable. Li Mulan's expression was akin to praising her, filled with pride. Li Tsong nodded at her, from observing her actions, she is quite poised and methodical. She certainly does not come from an ordinary family. I'm not sure about that. Li Mulan recalled the first time she met Qingyu, how to describe it, she seemed utterly defeated, as if she held no hope for this world, so lonely, helpless, and desolate. Chapter 97. Miss Li is certainly not lacking in such fine medicine. Is she not yours? Indeed, but my elder sister has only been with me for 5 years, as arranged by my master. Though she is responsible for caring for and protecting me, we are as close as sisters. Li Mulan cast a doubtful glance at her grandfather. Grandfather, do you have something on your mind? Ah, you child, I was merely inquiring. I noticed your third uncle seems to gaze at that young lady a bit too often. Li Mulan's eyes widened in surprise. What, has third uncle taken a liking to my sister? This cannot be, it would disrupt the family hierarchy. It was not that she deemed Li Yun too old to match her sister Qingyu, rather, it was that her sister seemed to have never entertained such notions. Should third uncle truly develop feelings for her sister, it would likely lead to heartbreak. Li Tsong playfully tapped her forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? I was just asking. Oh, grandfather, please do not meddle in matters of the heart. My sister, she has no desire for marriage. It would be better to wait until we return to the capital and find a refined young lady of noble birth for third uncle. He is composed and would likely prefer a well-educated young lady. My sister, having been raised in the martial world, is not one to be constrained and is accustomed to a life of adventure. Third uncle, he is simply not a suitable match. Li Tsong sighed. Alas, yes, your third uncle is already 25, I have indeed delayed him. And so what if he is 25? He is still young. Moreover, when grandfather returns to the capital, it is certain he will reclaim his former position, and perhaps even be promoted. The son of the Grand Tutor has no cause for concern about this. You speak truly. It seems I have been narrow-minded, failing to see things through Lana's perspective. Ah, that is merely a case of concern leading to confusion. Li Mulan's eyes twinkled mischievously. But why are you not worried about second uncle? Li Xong shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think your grandfather has lost his wits? The little girl's interest was piqued. Did second uncle mention something to you? Is he planning to propose when he returns to the capital? Does this mean I shall soon have a second aunt? Oh, I am quite intrigued by this future second aunt. The elder man shot her a disapproving look. Why so many questions? Your second uncle has not discussed this with me, it was your father who informed me. My father would report such matters to you, how surprising. Before she could finish, she received another playful tap on the head. Your father is merely concerned about your second uncle. However, I must admit I do have some worries regarding him. His 3 sons, the eldest and the youngest, were both steady and conventional, but the second son was a mystery even to his own father at times. Li Mulan was unfazed. Second uncle is a clever man. Clever men naturally have their own ideas. A grandfather, you need not fret whether it concerns my future second aunt or his own future. I believe second uncle has made his own arrangements. The elder sighed and chuckled. Where did you learn such profound reasoning? Did your master teach you? The little girl looked at her grandfather in bewilderment. Is there really a need for teaching? Ha, it seems our Lana is indeed gifted, possessing an innate clarity. Heh, indeed, it is a natural trait. Nothing can be done about it. Li Zong, with a hint of resignation, remarked, well then, since you are here, why not keep your grandfather company and share stories about your life over the years? I am quite interested. My life over the years, Li Mulan mused, I scarcely know where to begin. Why not recount the tales of your encounters with tigers and bandits? Li Mulan's eyes sparkled. Ah, those. Let me tell you about my battle with the old tiger. In truth, the tiger resided on the mountain of her master's sect, and at that time, her health had just recovered. She and Hui Yuanrua would often run to the back mountain to frolic. Her master paid little heed to their antics, allowing them to play freely. One day, they encountered a massive white tiger in the mountains. Its imposing figure terrified the 2 children. At that time, Li Mulan was only 7 years old, while Hui Yuanrua was merely 9. The tiger chased them around the mountain, and despite Li Mulan's agility, she was still just a child. Ultimately, it was Hui Yuanrua, using his lightness skill while carrying his little master, who managed to escape with their lives. Although Hui Yuanrua was blessed with great strength, at 9 years old, he had not yet mastered his lightness skill, and carrying Li Mulan made their return to Lingxiao Hall quite a sorry sight. Yet, Li Mulan's character was such that she did not wish to endure such a harrowing experience again. However, to keep her from running to the back mountain was simply impossible. It was a vast playground, and to not play in it would be a pity. Thus, the number of times she was chased by the tiger only increased, and even her master became aware of it. Yet, he did not intervene, merely ensuring that someone kept an eye on the 2 children to prevent them from falling prey to the tiger. As Li Mulan's skills improved, her encounters with the tiger evolved into a playful rivalry, often resulting in a comical display of human versus tiger. This white tiger seemed oddly sentient, never truly intending to devour the child, but rather to tease and frighten her. Little did it know that this child was inherently bold and unafraid. Eventually, the great white became my companion. Each time I returned, I would play with it. Alas, I forgot to bid it farewell this time. I wonder if it will wait for my return. As she spoke, Li Mulan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Li Zong stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is quite sentient. You named it Debai? Indeed, I named it, and it seems to quite like the name. The elder's gaze deepened. The mysterious master of his granddaughter intrigued him. It seemed that his granddaughter's nature was undoubtedly influenced by her master. If Mo Yanrui knew that his little disciple's grandfather thought this way, he would likely feel aggrieved. Li Mulan's temperament was inherent. He had not aided her in any way, merely allowing her to flourish freely. Knock, 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 came a series of knocks at the door. Father, Mr. Chu is looking for you. Li Mulan looked up towards the door. Then, grandfather, I shall take my leave for now. Next time, I shall regale you with more of my thrilling tales. I have many more to share. Li Zong laughed heartily. Very well, your grandfather awaits your return. As the door swung open, Li Sun and Chu Chenfeng stood outside. Li Mulan made a face at her second uncle before turning to Chu Chenfeng. I have yet to thank Uncle Chu for the medicine, such an exquisite remedy. Are you truly willing to part with it? Chu Chenfeng's expression remained impassive. No matter how precious the medicine, it is meant for use. However, I must admit, I had forgotten that Miss Li is certainly not in want of such fine medicine. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on her lips. Oh, but I am indeed lacking. I possess very few such fine remedies. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Chu Chenfeng glanced up slightly, his gaze profound. You are too courteous. With that, he stepped into the room, while Li Sun promptly closed the door behind them. Chapter 98. Does the Grand Tutor still harbor old sentiments? Second uncle, do you still fancy the gift I presented to you? Li Mulan asked with keen interest as she observed Li Sun. Li Sun appeared somewhat uneasy, clearing his throat. It is quite fine. Li Mulan winked playfully at him. I'm glad you like it. Second uncle, the gift she had chosen for him was an exquisite orchid hairpin. From her mother's descriptions of the yet-to-be-seen future second aunt, she gathered that she must be a woman of refined character, hence this thoughtful choice. Mortified by his niece's teasing, Li Sun sought to change the subject. What was that, mister? Chu saying about some medicine for you, were you injured? It's just a minor scrape. A bit of ointment will suffice, second uncle, don't try to divert the topic. Tell me, what do you plan to do once we return to the capital? With Li Sun, she felt a familiarity that transcended the conventional bounds of uncle and niece, leaning more into the realm of friendship. Li Sun cast her a resigned glance, you have nothing better to do, do you? Li Mulian feigned innocence, nodding earnestly, indeed, I have no pressing matters at hand. Li Sun was momentarily speechless, then go check on fourth uncle. I am well aware that my great uncle's condition has improved significantly. Visiting him later will suffice. Meeting Li Mulian's smiling eyes, Li Sun sighed, do not fret over my affairs. What, is second uncle feeling shy? Li Sun shot her an exasperated glare, I am still deliberating. Li Mulian widened her eyes in surprise. What is it that second uncle is contemplating, whether or not to be with that Miss Lin? Li Sun's expression turned serious, certainly not. I will not relinquish my intentions. However, he recalled how resolutely he had once stood, likely causing her heartache, and thus sighed. Inside Li Tsong's chamber, Chu Chenfeng sat at a distance from Li Tsong's bed, his expression inscrutable. Does the Grand Tutor have anything to convey to me? Li Tsong asked with a bitter smile. The Ministry of Rights Minister and my household share a familial bond. My eldest daughter-in-law is Zhang Zhang's illegitimate daughter. However, Li Tsong paused. Long ago, during the exile of my Li family to the northern wastelands, Zhang Zhang publicly declared that he severed all ties with my eldest daughter-in-law. Thus, he has no further connection to our Li family. As for his intentions, whom he serves, I am powerless to ascertain. Chu Chenfeng's demeanor remained unchanged. So, the Grand Tutor is aware that Zhang Zhang is now allied with the Chancellor? Li Tsong nodded. I have heard whispers. Political disagreements in the court are understandable. However, is it truly necessary to expend such manpower and resources to annihilate your entire clan's grievances? Such matters should be directed to the Chancellor, not to me. Chu Chenfeng narrowed his eyes. The Regent has sent an urgent message, wishing to ascertain one matter. Li Tsong raised his head. Please, speak. What leverage does the Chancellor possess over the Grand Tutor that necessitates the extermination of the Li family? This is a matter I wish to personally address with the Regent. Chu Chenfeng nodded. Very well. I believe the Regent is awaiting the Grand Tutor's forthcoming revelations. Li Tsong stiffened. Thank you for the reminders. Chu Chenfeng smiled lightly. It is my duty to serve the prince. There is no need for the Grand Tutor to be overly courteous. I have one more inquiry. If you might enlighten me, the Regent's interest in the Minister of Rights implies he intends to take action against him. The Grand Tutor may speak freely. How does the prince intend to deal with the Minister of Rights? What, is the Grand Tutor still reminiscing about old affections? Li Tsong shook his head. Not at all, rather he hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Chu Chenfeng suddenly raised his gaze. The Grand Tutor may speak candidly. Very well, I shall be forthright. I have no concern regarding how the Regent handles the Minister of Rights, but there are two individuals whose entanglement would distress me greatly. Oh, who are they? They are my eldest daughter-in-law's aunt and her biological brother. If you are referring to Zhang Cohen, you need not worry. He is currently a formidable officer under the Regent, albeit with a modest rank. His youth affords him ample opportunity. As for the aunt, to my knowledge, she has already passed away. Chu Chenfeng nodded. Li Tsong refrained from further inquiry. The demise of an aunt in a prominent family is hardly a matter of note, but his eldest daughter-in-law would likely be heartbroken. Thankfully, there remains a brother. Meanwhile, Li Mulian, having gleaned little of interest from Li Sun, made her exit. She proceeded to conduct a brief examination of Li Liang and, feeling quite pleased, remarked, Great uncle is recovering splendidly. In a couple of days, the stitches can be removed. Li Liang remained prostrate. This time, I owe it all to Lanner, otherwise, your great uncle would have surely met his end here. We are family, must you still be so formal? Li Mulian tidied the small medicine box and adjusted Li Liang's blanket. Very well, I shall remember this favor. Lanner, when you have the time, do come for a game with your great uncle. Li Mulian's expression stiffened, clearly disheartened. Was there truly no way to escape playing chess? Indeed, it is imperative that great uncle recovers swiftly. Li Liang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Qinghe, who had been silently listening to the exchange between his father and niece, refrained from interjecting, yet his eyes radiated warmth, having shed the worries of previous days. Li Liang did not retain Li Mulian any longer, allowing Li Qinghe to escort her out. Upon exiting, Li Mulian fortuitously encountered Hui Yuanruo, who was searching for someone. Yuanruo, what are you up to? Little Shishu, have you seen brother He? I feel as though I haven't seen him all day. Truth be told, I haven't seen him. He is likely out for a stroll. What do you need him for? Hui Yuanruo pouted. I'm bored. He goes out to have fun without inviting me. Li Mulian chuckled lightly. When you go out for a stroll, it seems you don't invite him either. That's because I didn't see him around. Meanwhile, the brother He they spoke of was surreptitiously rummaging through Chu Chenfeng's room, uncertain of what he sought, muttering to himself, it's impossible for there to be no trace at all. I refuse to believe it. It must be him. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Chenfeng had just returned. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed something was amiss, his gaze icy. Who's there? With a swift motion, he directed a gust of wind towards a specific direction, causing a figure to dart out, and the two engaged in combat. In just a few exchanges, Chu Chenfeng recognized the intruder, promptly retracting his hands and turning to shut the door. He Tian looked at him with a mix of amusement and irritation. Senior brother, quite the skill you possess. I almost didn't recognize you. Chu Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged. What brings you here? He Tian immediately bristled. What do you mean by what brings me here? I've always been here. You must have known that. How could you sneak off without me? I had my reasons. What reasons? He Tian scrutinized his face. You even disguised yourself. What are you up to? The one following you must be Xing Yi, and I spotted Xing Wu too. I saw them both. Chapter 99. An interesting young lady. Chu Chenfeng remained silent, comfortably pouring himself a glass of water and sipping it elegantly. He Tian, well acquainted with his senior brother's character, did not take offense and poured himself a glass as well, sitting opposite him. Brother, do enlighten me. Is your disguise a means to evade recognition by that Li Taifu, or perhaps, He Tian's eyes flickered, do you harbor some other intentions? Chu Chenfeng slightly lifted his gaze, noisy. He Tian choked momentarily, brother, your demeanor is truly dull. The master has already arranged a betrothal for you. With your disposition, how could any young lady possibly take a liking to you? However, thankfully, you possess a countenance that is at least passable. Otherwise, oh dear. Do you have any business? If not, kindly leave, I wish to rest. He Tian pouted. It was only he, as the younger disciple, who could tolerate such a cantankerous temperament. Forget it, he had already found someone, so there was no need to rush. Nevertheless, there were still those two rascals. As for Xing Yi, that was to be expected, since he always followed his senior brother's lead, but that scoundrel Xing Wu dared to deceive him. He would see how to deal with him. That night, the Li family had finished their supper quite early. Li Mulan was unaccustomed to such an early bedtime, so she chatted amiably with Hui Yuanrua and Li Shi in the courtyard while enjoying some wine. Li Shi, having never drunk before, quickly turned crimson after just a few sips, his foolish appearance eliciting suppressed laughter from the others as he closed his eyes and clutched the wine jug. Little uncle, look at your brother. With such a poor alcohol tolerance, he dares to drink with us. It seems we must find more opportunities for him to practice, Li Mulan remarked with disdain. She recalled, I remember someone who fell asleep for 2 whole days after their first taste of alcohol. How dare you criticize others? Hui Yuanrua retorted, eyes wide, I was only 8 then, can it be compared? What difference does it make? Although Xier is older now, it is still his first experience with alcohol. There is no distinction. You are simply favoring your own brother. He Tian lay on the rooftop, leisurely holding a wine jug. Is little junior sister quite the drinker? My little uncle is impervious to intoxication. Many of the fine wines hidden by our ancestor have been stealthily consumed by her. She is quite formidable, Li Mulan replied, rolling her eyes heavenward. She added, no, it's merely average, He Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His senior brother abstained from alcohol, yet his fiancée Yi was a consummate drinker. How amusing, indeed. At that moment, Xing Wu, sporting a face resembling that of a pig, approached. Hui Yuanrua was the first to notice him, exclaiming, what on earth? Who are you? Ha ha ha, that face. Xing Wu cast a resentful glance at the troublemaker on the rooftop, gritting his teeth in silence. Hui Yuanrua leaned closer, scrutinizing his face. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Ha ha ha, who was so wicked as to strike you? Xing Wu turned his head away uncomfortably. None of your business. Oh dear, you are truly unlikable. Throughout our journey, we have shared a bond of revolutionary friendship. Why so cold, pray tell? What befell your face? Do you require my assistance? Not necessary, Xing Wu replied with unwavering finality. Hui Yuanrua shrugged. Good intentions met with ingratitude. If you don't need help, then what brings you here? Xing Wu hesitated, glancing at Li Mulan. I am here to seek out Miss Li. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow. Looking for me? She set down her wine jug and stepped forward, inquiring, what business do you have with me? Xing Wu appeared quite uneasy. I wish to inquire if you still have any of those medicinal ointments you provided earlier? Ointments? I do have some left, though not in abundance. Would it be possible to purchase some from you? Li Mulan crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Selling them is not out of the question, but my ointments are of a unique formula, crafted with rare ingredients, so the price. Xing Wu immediately produced 10 taels of silver. I would like to buy a bottle. Is that sufficient? Li Mulan's face brightened. Absolutely sufficient. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xing Yu, who promptly fetched a bottle of ointment and handed it to Xing Wu. Without further ado, Xing Wu clasped his hands in gratitude toward Li Mulan and turned to leave. Hui Yuanrua observed Li Mulan, who appeared quite pleased. Little uncle, the best ointments outside are but 1 or 2 taels a bottle. Yours, however, is priced at 10. That seems rather unscrupulous. Is mine comparable to those outside? The efficacy is not merely a fraction inferior. If I am to sell at a higher price, what of it? This is value for money. Do you not understand, fool? Just admit you are greedy for money, and spare us the flowery language. Li Mulan playfully swatted the back of his head. I am not deaf, you know. By the way, has your master sent any messages in recent days? Hui Yuanrua rubbed his head, looking quite dejected. None. That is strange. Did not Lei Yi mention that 5th brother visited and beat them up? If he has time to fight, how can he not spare a moment to check on us? As for my master, who knows what he intends? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. 5th brother seems to be hiding something from us. Li Mulan, holding the wine jug, approached Li Shi, pinching his chubby cheeks. Yuan, take Xier back to rest, it is getting late. Understood, Hui Yuanrua replied, looking up at He Tian on the rooftop. Brother He, shall we leave together? He Tian nimbly flipped off the rooftop, shaking his empty wine jug. The timing is just right. Let us go. Li Mulan watched He Tian's departing figure atop the rooftop, smirking as she swiftly climbed up, reclining on her back. This place is truly delightful. Xing Yu observed her demeanor and chuckled. Are you not planning to return to rest? Li Mulan propped her head with one hand while shaking the wine jug with the other. Not yet finished. I shall return once I finish this jug. Sister, you go on ahead. Xing Yu did not linger and turned to leave, as it was no longer dangerous. Li Mulan gazed at the large, round moon, drinking her wine in bliss, unconsciously humming a tune. When Chu Chenfeng arrived, he found Li Mulan in a state of sheer relaxation. He lightly tapped his toes and ascended to the rooftop, following her gaze. Indeed, it is a fine place. Li Mulan regarded the sudden appearance of the man before her but did not rise, casually sipping her wine. Why is Uncle Chu still awake at this late hour? Chu Chunfeng shook his head. I am accustomed to staying up late. Care for a sip of wine? Chu Chunfeng looked at the wine jug in Li Mulan's hand and remained silent. Li Mulan raised an eyebrow, tossing the jug toward him, but he caught it effortlessly, drinking from it without hesitation. Instantly, his eyes lit up. This wine is indeed excellent. Li Mulan sat up and patted the spot beside her. Chu Chunfeng joined her, returning the jug. This is the finest wine in the entire Longhu city. My sister went to great lengths to procure a few jars for me. Do you enjoy drinking? I wouldn't say enjoy, but I can certainly hold my liquor. Suddenly, Chu Chunfeng's gaze fixed upon the jade pendant around Li Mulan's neck, which had slipped out due to her earlier movements. No one could be more familiar with that pendant than he. Noticing his intense stare, Li Mulan looked down and smiled. Isn't this jade pendant lovely? It is my trophy. Chu Chunfeng's expression remained neutral. It appears to be of fine quality. Li Mulan beamed, her hand instinctively brushing against the pendant as she recounted. This was given to me by someone I saved when I was young. Chu Chunfeng's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet he remained silent. How intriguing this young lady is. He could not recall when he had gifted this pendant to her. Chapter 100. The irrelevant individual. Why should I be curious? However, this jade pendant appears to be an heirloom of a certain family. How could that individual possibly part with it? Li Mulan felt a pang of awkwardness, recalling the circumstances of that moment, her lips twitching slightly. Is a life-saving grace truly greater than the heavens? It is merely a small jade pendant, hardly comparable to the value of a life, is it? Chu Chunfeng gazed at her with a half-smile, yet remained silent. Uncle Chu, how many more days must we stay in Longhu City? 3 days. Li Mulan pondered briefly. Li Liang's wound could be sutured in 2 days, so 3 days would indeed be appropriate. Sitting close to him, she caught a whiff of the distinctive bamboo fragrance emanating from Chu Chunfeng. It was quite a unique scent, one she had never encountered elsewhere, and she found herself involuntarily inhaling it, quite taken with it. Noticing her silence, Chu Chunfeng looked at her with a hint of confusion. What is it? Oh, it's nothing. Li Mulan downed the remaining wine in one gulp and turned her gaze towards Chu Chunfeng. It's getting late. You should rest early, Uncle Chu. I shall take my leave now. With a graceful motion, she leaped down to the ground. Chu Chunfeng watched her elegant departure, a smile unconsciously gracing his features. As he gazed at the large, round moon in the sky, his mood lightened considerably. The following morning, a few unfamiliar individuals arrived at the inn, specifically inquiring for Li Mulan. Huayuan Ruo was the first to approach them, eyeing the strangers warily. Who are you? What business do you have with my junior master? The group exchanged glances, and one of the leaders stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. You must be young Master Hua. We are from the Assassin's Alliance, the left wing, sent by Left Protector Lei Yi to deliver something to Miss Li. We hope young Master Hua will convey our message. Oh, from the Assassin's Alliance? Very well, please wait here. Huayuan Ruo glanced at the 3 large crates they had brought and hurried off to find his junior master. Such matters could not afford to be delayed. Li Mulan soon arrived, offering a gentle smile as she performed a slight bow, adhering to the customary etiquette of the martial world. I am Li Mulan. Did Brother Lei send you? The left wing stepped forward. Indeed, Left Protector has instructed us to deliver these items to the young lady. He then produced a letter from his bosom. This letter is also from the Left Protector, stating that it is to be delivered personally to you. Li Mulan accepted the letter but refrained from opening it immediately. These items are all gifts from the Left Protector, a token of his sincerity. We hope Miss Li will graciously accept them. Upon seeing the crates, Li Mulan's eyes sparkled with delight. Brother Lei is far too generous. You gentlemen must not have had breakfast yet. Yuan Ruo, please see to it that they are served a meal before they depart. The camaraderie among the martial brethren allowed for no formalities, and the men expressed their gratitude to Li Mulan. Thank you, Miss Li. Once they left, Li Mulan promptly had the crates moved to her room, but she did not rush to open them. Instead, she first perused the letter from Lei Yi. What she read astonished her. Her yet-to-be-met grandfather was truly oh dear. Her mother would likely be heartbroken upon hearing this. Just as she was mired in her thoughts, Huayuan Ruo returned, his face alight with excitement. Hey! Junior Master, what gifts did Lei Yi prepare for you? I want to see. Why so soon? Have they already left? They have. That left wing mentioned they had other tasks. We prepared some food for them, and they departed. Observing the person who often teased her about her obsession with wealth now staring intently at the crates, she raised her chin slightly. Well, they are all right here. Take a look for yourself. Huayuan Ruo immediately opened all 3 boxes, revealing an abundance of fine treasures within. As he rummaged through them, he discovered that most were exquisite jewelry favored by women, and he quickly lost interest. Why is it all just this? His gaze was drawn to a black box, which he opened with curiosity. Wow, this person knows how to treat someone well. Look at all these silver notes. Li Mulan snatched the box from him, and indeed, it was filled to the brim with silver notes, her joy uncontainable. Lei Yi is quite the generous one. Huayuan Ruo scoffed. Isn't he just afraid you'll report him? At that moment, Qing Yu arrived, surveying the items in the room. So, these are the gifts from the Assassin's Alliance? Lei Yi is indeed quite magnanimous. Sister, you've come just in time. Please help me distribute these items. They are of little use to me. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly amended, never mind, let us send them to my mother instead. She can take care of it. Zhang Shi, upon returning to the capital, would oversee all affairs of the Grand Tutoress residence, and such matters would undoubtedly arise frequently. It would be wise to allow her to acclimate to them in advance. Qingyu immediately grasped Li Mulan's intentions and nodded with a smile. When Zhang Shi saw the gifts sent by her daughter, she felt overwhelmed. However, understanding her daughter's intentions and not wanting to disappoint her, she began to contemplate how to manage these items. She carefully examined the gifts in the boxes, sorting them by type. Most were jewelry suited for women, but there were also some antiques and paintings. She pondered how to distribute these items, considering that other households also had female relatives, albeit few, for whom the jewelry would be perfect. The antiques and paintings could be distributed among the elders. Li Mulan soon learned of her mother's approach and thought her quite clever. Managing the household would likely not be too arduous for her. In another room of the inn, Chu Chenfeng was leisurely sipping tea, engrossed in a book. Senior brother, are you even listening to me? He Tian looked at his senior brother with exasperation. He had been talking for quite a while, yet his companion showed no sign of engagement. Chu Chenfeng did not lift his head, offering a perfunctory reply. He Tian sighed, I suggested that since you are returning to the capital, you should prepare some gifts for your betrothed. After all, it was arranged by master, and you ought to put in some effort. So, my betrothed is in the capital? He Tian choked, realizing he had let slip a secret. Resigning himself, he laughed, yes, do you want to know who it is? If you ask nicely, I might tell you. Chu Chenfeng regarded him as if he were simple-minded, remaining silent. He Tian could not restrain himself, aren't you even the slightest bit curious? An inconsequential person, why should I be curious? He Tian shook his head in resignation. Alas, master is right. You are as dense as a block of wood. No wonder he was so intent on arranging this marriage for you. If he didn't intervene, I suspect you would live a life of solitude. Do you have other matters to attend to? Ah, so this was the dismissal. No, can't I just stay here and chat with you? Is our brotherly bond so insignificant? Woe is me, Chu Chenfeng frowned, too noisy.